Sheng hid in the cargo hold, holding his breath, while Doflamingo's string fruit was frantically searching the deck. This unfortunate soul who had crossed over had just stolen the flight fruit, only to find that he had lost the greatest cheat in the pirate world, the powerful body of a native. Listening to the footsteps gradually approaching, he tightened his grip on the seemingly useless fruit. Since I don't have the fate of a protagonist, I might as well turn this escape game into an extreme sport. Chapter 1, Flight. Huh, 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 huh. Heavy gasps echoed from Wenxing's mouth. Struggling to glance at the numerous Navy soldiers who had nearly disappeared in front of him, Wenxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's only been less than 5 minutes since I started running, and I've already been left far behind. He never expected that without hitting the jackpot, without saving a little girl, without being terminally ill and hanging by a thread, he would just cross over to the pirate world. Like this, and it was a physical crossover. As everyone knows, the greatest cheat in the pirate world is not the system, not the three-colored Haki, not the devil fruits, but the powerful bodies of the natives in the pirate world. Sheng crossed over and instantly lost this strongest cheat. Even the unexpectedly acquired superhuman flight fruit ability couldn't be used for long and needed to be carefully rationed. That's right, by chance, he had bitten into the superhuman flight fruit and became a flying person. But his weak physical condition made him unable to make the most of this fairly decent devil fruit. Thanks to Don Quixote Doflamingo, the friendly sponsor of this devil fruit. Otherwise, I really wouldn't see any hope. Bang! Just as Wensheng was lost in thought to forget his physical exhaustion, a sharp pain shot through his back. Wensheng let out a scream and immediately silenced himself. He knew that if he didn't keep quiet, he would receive even more beatings. This was his hard-earned experience. I've never seen a Navy soldier with such weak physical strength. Why did I agree to let you join the Navy back then? Of course, it's because you are an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo to the Navy. Letting me join the Navy allows me to grow in a scientific and orderly manner while also letting you monitor me. Of course, Wenxing only thought this in his heart and did not say it out loud. Because getting hit by Virgo really hurts. Sorry, Captain Virgo, I will. Keep trying. Squeezing the little remaining stamina in his body, Wensheng made an effort to chase after the Navy soldiers in front of him. That's right, the devil fruit that Wensheng had eaten was a reward that Doflamingo had prepared for his subordinates. However, Wenxing suddenly crossed over, and it just happened to appear in Doflamingo's treasure vault. When Wensheng saw that blue balloon-shaped devil fruit with spiral patterns on its surface, he was immensely surprised. After playing with it for a while, out of curiosity, he took a small bite and then became the person who had eaten the superhuman flight fruit. Wensheng continuously thanked his luck. If he hadn't taken a small bite of the flight fruit, his only outcome would be death, suddenly appearing in the Don Quixote family's treasure vault. Who wouldn't kill you? To survive, Wensheng thus logically joined the Don Quixote pirates and became a pirate that, of course, there were other reasons behind this. Otherwise, even after eating the flight fruit, he would still be close to death. After enduring a month of brutal training, Doflamingo had to accept a fact. Neither Gladius, Lao Ji, nor Diamante were suitable to teach someone as physically weak as Wensheng. So, with Virgo's strong support, he successfully joined the North Sea 88th branch and became a Navy soldier. The reason for joining the Navy was merely to receive proper training, not to waste the ability of the flight fruit. With Virgo keeping watch, Doflamingo didn't have to worry about Wensheng escaping. Would Wensheng reveal Virgo's identity? On one hand, with Wensheng's identity, the highest-ranking Navy officer he could meet alone was merely Captain Virgo of the North Sea branch, and he had no way to report it. On the other hand, before Wensheng could take such actions, he would definitely be killed by Virgo. He was completely unconcerned. Wensheng, did Captain Virgo hit you again? It's great that you could join the 88th branch. Wensheng, of course you're happy. Before Wensheng came, you were the one getting hit. Ha ha ha. Wensheng's eyes twitched as he helplessly stood up. Where are you going, Wensheng? I was going to apply medicine for you. I'm going to practice more. Be careful. It won't be long before I surpass you. Ha ha. Another round of laughter erupted. They all didn't believe that the currently weak Wensheng would ever surpass them. In a certain closed training ground in the branch, Wensheng sat cross-legged, floating in the air, then suddenly dashed around the training ground. He was practicing the use of the flight fruit. In fact, the superhuman flight fruit didn't have much to develop. It was just about faster flight speed and the flexible change of direction while flying. However, due to physical limitations, even if Sheng wanted to improve his flight speed and flexibility, it would be like trying to cook without rice. Controlling objects to fly, like the superhuman float fruit of the golden lion, Sheng wanted that too, but the unfortunate fact was that the devil fruit he had eaten was the superhuman flight fruit, not the float fruit. Unless he personally touched the object, Sheng could carry it while flying or moving. He didn't have the ability to control objects to fly from a distance. Swish, bang! With the sound of landing, Sheng's stamina was completely exhausted. Mr. Virgo, it's better if we don't meet privately. Otherwise, if I accidentally expose my identity, it might affect you. Creak! The door opened, and Virgo walked into the training ground. Your observation Haki is still so powerful. Don't worry. When your identity is exposed, I will directly kill you to prove that I am a good Navy officer. Sheng. But having lost the greatest cheat of a native body in the pirate world, Sheng, apart from obtaining the flight fruit, still had other cheats. His observation Haki, which possessed the special abilities of foresight and mind reading, was indeed Sheng's cheat. It was precisely because Sheng decisively exposed his possession of mind-reading observation Haki that he managed to preserve his life under Doflamingo and became a reserve cadre in the Don Quixote family pirate group. Of course, he only exposed having mind-reading abilities among the top-tier observation Haki. As for the foresight ability of observation Haki, he definitely kept that hidden. He didn't want to reveal all his cards right under the Don Quixote family's nose. Not bad. Your current flying time has reached 5 minutes, a significant improvement from the previous 2 minutes. Sheng sighed helplessly. Mr. Virgo, you should know, I can read minds. If he hadn't heard Virgo continuously cursing him as useless in his heart, he might have almost believed Virgo's words. Is that so? I forgot. Sheng, that this at least proves that the young master's decision to let you join the Navy and receive proper training was absolutely correct. Yes. The young master is truly great, allowing this useless person to have the opportunity to improve. Sheng rolled his eyes and casually replied, "That I'm here to tell you that the young master has already. I've already said that I have mind-reading abilities and know what you're thinking. If you have nothing else, I'm going back to rest." Virgo. Chapter 2. Real fight. Doflamingo became a warlord of the sea, and what Virgo needed to do was to work hard to improve his strength and military rank, contributing to the Don Quixote family pirate group in the future. Sheng said. He can read minds and already knows everything in Virgo's heart. Train well. You know that the young master has ordered me that if I think you're not worth cultivating, I can kill you. He had known this from Virgo's heart long ago. But what could he do? He was completely unable to resist. Mind reading and foresight of the future. Superhuman type. Flight fruit ability. Unfortunately, none of these could enhance Sheng's direct combat power and make him a strong person. What he could do now was to feign compliance, relying on the protection of the Don Quixote family, while striving to improve his strength. Well, at least with the current flight time of only 5 minutes, it was like this. Got it, Mr. Virgo. Lying in the dormitory, Sheng was filled with hope for his future, because he discovered that a hidden effect of the fruit ability, the friction between flying and air, could be absorbed by his body, allowing him to fly longer, fly faster, and also giving his body a slight enhancement. However, Sheng believed even more that this effect was another Waga cheat. He only confirmed the existence of this Waga today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to Virgo, who could decide his life and death like that. I'm getting a bit carried away. Fortunately, as long as I give Virgo enough respect, he doesn't care about these details. Would Virgo kill him? Sheng had no doubt about this. After all, just now in a training ground, if Sheng hadn't achieved a flight time of 5 minutes, allowing Virgo to see his progress, he might have already been dead by now. I want to quickly improve my strength. The best way is to focus on enhancing the speed and agility of my fruit ability. Unfortunately, I'm currently stuck in a Navy branch and have no ability to decide my own will. 5 minutes of flight time was Sheng's flight limit. Well, the current flight time limit, but not the limit for a day's flight time. That if he weren't delayed by the Navy's training, his strength would definitely improve faster. Perhaps I should expose my identity as a devil fruit user to the Navy, so I can abandon other training by focusing on cultivating my devil fruit abilities. Tell Virgo this too. Abandon the usual training of Navy soldiers? Unfortunately, at this moment, Virgo was just a branch captain, and the one managing the 88th branch was a Navy colonel. Just wait slowly. Opportunities will come. That's right. Opportunities will come. 5 days later, Sheng and his batch of Navy recruits would embark on their first sea training. Then, under the pleased expression of the branch colonel, Sheng obtained the privilege of training alone. Bang! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Still in that enclosed training ground, Virgo's ghost bamboo struck Sheng's back, causing him to cry out in pain internally. If this happens again next time, it won't be so simple. Sheng gritted his teeth in pain, but he could only endure silently. Is it useful to tell you? Can you agree to let me train alone? You're just a captain, not a branch colonel. You can't give special treatment to Navy soldiers. His body was submissive, but Sheng retorted unceremoniously. That will be soon. What? I will soon be the head of the North Sea 88th branch. Sheng. Using mind reading, Sheng immediately understood what Virgo meant. Tomorrow, the 88th branch would discover a pirate ship, and after the branch warship launched an attack, those Navy officers with ranks higher than Virgo would die in the line of duty. Virgo would ultimately turn the tide, get promoted, and take charge of the 88th branch. Understood. I'll follow you tomorrow. Good. What would he follow Virgo for? For Virgo to protect him? No. Tomorrow would be the day Sheng submitted his allegiance to the Don Quixote family. Those Navy officers with ranks higher than Virgo would ultimately die at Sheng's hands. A ripple appeared in Sheng's heart. He didn't want to kill those Navy officers. Although he didn't know if they were just Navy officers, he didn't want to senselessly create slaughter. This was a gene engraved in his bones, one he didn't want to violate. Unfortunately, he had crossed into the pirate world, and the beginning was not invincible, but a leveling flow. He couldn't save them. Even the tragedy of Dressrosa, he was powerless to change. If it were an invincible start, perhaps he could still have time to avoid this tragedy. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Sheng didn't have the strength to be sad or heartbroken. All he could do was obey Virgo or all the orders from the cadres and the young master of the Don Quixote family. Only in this way could he continue to struggle for survival in this cannibalistic pirate world. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, there were still 10 years until Luffy, the protagonist, set sail, and it was also the time when the tragedy of Dressrosa was about to occur. Unfortunately, Sheng couldn't even protect himself, let alone avoid the tragedies of others. This is an emergency escape. That's right, an emergency escape. On an unnamed island, the wrecked Navy warship and pirate ship had run aground, and on the sandy beach of the island, there were 3 survivors. Virgo, Sheng, and the beast pirates True Fight, Zoan Fruit, Bug Fruit, Mantis form user, with a bounty of 88 million, Chikasu. Mr. Virgo, is everything happening now within the young master's expectations? Sheng had a bullet wound in his chest, blood nearly staining his Navy uniform. Fortunately, the bullet hadn't hit his internal organs, so he was temporarily not in life-threatening danger. Of course, that was only temporary. If the blood continued to flow, he would undoubtedly die. Shut up, don't doubt. Virgo was not much better. If it weren't for relying on armed color Haki to enhance his defense, he would have been killed by Chikusu already. But even so, his Navy uniform was already tattered, and his body had numerous wounds of varying sizes. Still have the mood to chat. It seems I haven't put enough pressure on you. Chikusu dropped the long knife in his hand, his body transforming, with his hands becoming 2 mantis sickles, his head taking on a mantis appearance, with large eyes fixed on Virgo Sheng, a weak Navy soldier. He could deal with him after finishing off this Navy captain. This moment, Chikusu had already transformed into the half-beast form of the mantis fruit. He was also very helpless. He had only heard that there was a Zoan Fruit rhino user pirate in the North Sea and wanted to recruit him into the beast pirates, but he didn't expect to arrive a moment too late. By the time he got there, the fruit user he had his eye on had already been killed by the Navy. There was nothing he could do but slaughter these Navy officers in revenge. Hey, Mr. Virgo, he almost knocked the crap out of you before transforming. Now that he's in such a terrifying form, can you hold on? If not, we should run. Chapter 3. Fierce battle with the Mantis without a doubt. Chex is not only a devil fruit user, but also a dual-wielding swordsman. However, when he faced Virgo previously, he was able to make Virgo struggle and tire out while wielding only one sword. Can Virgo now withstand the full power of Chex? We are the Navy. How can we run away when facing pirates? Sheng, that your life is on the line. There's no need to pretend to be a Navy officer at this moment. Wensheng knows that he will not run away until Doflamingo gives the order. He doesn't want to waste such a great opportunity for promotion created by Doflamingo. Are you done with your last words? Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Chex's dual swords met, giving off a chilling resonance. Clearly, he had infused his twin sides with his Busashoko Haki. At that moment, he noticed a weak Navy soldier recklessly entering their battlefield despite the danger. Though a weakling, he is not lacking in courage. Do you want to die alongside your officer? I'm only 18. I have no thoughts of dying. Under Chex's surprised gaze, Wensheng climbed on a Virgo's back, tightly gripping on a Virgo's body without hindering his movements. What are you doing? Both Virgo and Chex asked simultaneously. Virgo. Sir, go for it. After a brief moment of surprise, Virgo understood Wensheng's actions. Wensheng's top-level Kinbunchika Haki not only possesses the ability to read minds, but also allows for a mental connection through physical contact. Wensheng aimed to use his top-tier Kinbunchika Haki to help him win this battle. After taking a deep look at Wensheng, Virgo solemnly said, "Hold on tight." So, Virgo swung his black bamboo pole towards Chex in an attack. Chex managed to block the black bamboo, wrapped in Busashoko Haki with his left scythe, and, as his body spun, he moved to Virgo's right side, then thrust his right scythe fiercely toward Virgo's right abdomen. Swish, how is this possible? However, Chex's seemingly certain strike missed, because in an instant, Virgo disappeared from his sight as if he had already seen this scene. Not only that, but while Chex was momentarily stunned, Virgo quickly used Soru to return and delivered a powerful downward strike. Clang! Chex crossed his dual sides to block Virgo's sudden attack. Boom! But Virgo followed up with a kick, sending Chex flying. Cough, cough. Chex looked at Virgo with disbelief, but he never expected that the person he had previously beaten so badly would suddenly experience such a surge in power. No, it should be said that Virgo was now able to better unleash his strength. What's up with that little brat behind you? All the changes began after Wensheng climbed on a Virgo's back, so he could guess that Wensheng was a significant factor. Boom! Virgo's dark bamboo pole slammed heavily onto the beach, clearly indicating that he had no intention of answering Chex's question. Swish! Virgo charged at Chex again, and for a moment, with Wensheng's top-tier Kinbunchika Haki's assistance, he was suppressing Chex, a member of the Beast Pirates, continuously. Attacking, bastard, swish, swish! The cross-shaped flying slash was released, but Virgo had already dodged out of the attack range. Moreover, due to releasing the flying slash, Chex's body became slightly stiff, and Virgo seized this opportunity to come to Chex's back. Bang! The bamboo pole struck Chex's back of the head, sending him flying. If only he hadn't reinforced his defense with Busashoko Haki, the battle would have already been over. Wensheng urged Virgo to pursue the advantage, but Virgo did not act as he intended. Hey, Virgo sir, why aren't you continuing to attack with such a great opportunity? Virgo did not answer Wensheng's question, nor did he need to. Virgo's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Bastard, I will definitely kill all of you. Before Wensheng could be surprised by Virgo's sudden kneeling, he heard Chex's furious voice. Wensheng looked over in panic and saw that Chex had completely transformed into his beast form, revealing the menacing appearance of the mantis fruit. Crack! Not only that, but the now beast-formed Chex suddenly opened his back shell, spreading out his mantis wings. The mantis has the ability to fly, and with this flying ability, Chex would become a true killing machine. Unfortunately, Virgo and Wensheng were now his intended targets for slaughter. Hey, Virgo sir, can you still stand up? Virgo also noticed Chex's transformation and tried hard to stand up, but before he could rise, he fell back down again. Wensheng, that it seems that continuously using Soru has placed a tremendous burden on his legs, making it impossible for him to stand up in a short time. Watching Chex hovering in the air, ready to attack at any moment, Wensheng whispered in Virgo's ear, "Get ready to attack." After hearing Wensheng's words, Virgo gave up the struggle to stand up, straightened his back, and gripped the bamboo pole tightly, preparing for the worst. Swish! Chex swooped down, swinging his dual sides in rapid succession, releasing several flying slashes. Swish! Virgo's figure vanished, leaving Chex in shock. How is this possible? Weren't you unable to stand? He had thought that by using the flying slash as a bait, he could determine Virgo's evasion direction and deliver the final blow. But he saw that the Navy lieutenant not only stood up, but could also use Soaru under such a heavy physical burden, which astonished him. But soon, he became angry. Are you Navy guys just going to keep dodging? Swish, swish, swish. Chex unleashed his full flying speed, relentlessly pursuing the two Navy officers running wildly on the beach. The sounds of continuous weapon clashes echoed, and at this moment, Sheng was not only Virgo's eyes, but also his legs, constantly using his Kinbunchika Haki to remind Virgo, through their mental connection, that he also aimed to use his flying fruit ability to help Virgo evade attacks when necessary. Swish. Moments later, Chex hovered in the air, glaring angrily at the two on the ground, who were panting heavily. They were both nearly exhausted and could be slain by him at any moment. I want to see how you run now. Swish. Another diving attack came, but once again, the two used Soaru to dodge. This time, Chex did not continue the pursuit. His stamina was also about to run out. After slaughtering numerous Navy officers, fighting with Virgo, and now continuously battling, he was already panting heavily. Thus, he flew into the air to catch his breath, avoiding a sudden attack from the two. He had noticed that the Navy lieutenant was regaining stamina, and he did not want to suffer a setback. Hovering, he turned to look at the ground. But he suddenly found that the two had disappeared in the short time he had ascended. Where did they escape to? Chex searched everywhere, but still couldn't find the two. Swish! At that moment, he heard a sound of something slicing through the air above him. Looking up, he saw a black ghost bamboo almost within reach. Bang! Virgo struck Chex's neck with a stick, killing him instantly. Chapter 4. Post-war I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I need a rest today. Absolutely no training. Vincent shouted while lying on the beach. Virgo slumped down, watching Vincent not far away on the sand, but his heart was in turmoil. He never imagined that this little brat, who had stolen the devil fruit from the family, could unleash his abilities to such an extent. Not only did he use his observation Haki to evade numerous attacks, but in the end he turned the tide, using the Paramecia-type flight fruit ability to protect him from Chex's grasp and carried him into the sky, delivering the final blow to that mantis. That's right. The Soaru used afterwards was not executed by Virgo, but was a disguise created by Vincent's flight fruit ability. This was a situation he had never considered. He was fully prepared to kill Vincent first, then fight Chex to the death. The young master's orders are absolute. Vincent cannot be spared, and I cannot let the young master's plan fail. So even if I die in battle, I cannot flee. This was what he thought at that time. Killing Vincent was the young master's command. When he wanted to escape or had thoughts of betraying the family, he had to kill him. This was the conversation Doflamingo had with him when he entrusted Vincent to his side. Therefore, when he realized he could not complete the task, Virgo had the idea of killing Vincent first. Who would have thought that in the end, thanks to Vincent's desperate efforts, he not only killed Chex, but also saved his own life and completed the young master's task. What task did Doflamingo have? Of course, it was to use the Rhino pirates to kill all the higher-ranking officers of the 88th Division than him, allowing him to get promoted and receive a raise. Mr. Virgo, why are you so slow? A little real fight almost knocked the crap out of you. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now. So you better thank me properly. Vincent, lying on the beach, did not see Virgo staring at him intently. Thank you, Virgo thought, as Vincent imagined. Ugh. Vincent looked at Virgo and saw his serious expression. Forget it. Just loosen up a bit on my training from now on. Vincent paused, then pretended to be magnanimous and waved his hand, casually bringing up his request. No. As a family officer, your strength is too weak. You cannot command respect. You must quickly improve your strength. Vincent pouted. He didn't want to be a family officer. Rubbing his swollen forehead, Vincent was genuinely in pain at this moment. With no hint of acting, he was almost completely exhausted, and his head was throbbing from continuously using observation Haki to foresee the future and connect with minds. Of course, what he showed to Virgo was merely the ability of observation Haki to predict his opponent's attacks. Foreseeing the future was one of his trump cards, and he didn't want to casually reveal it. This time, fighting alongside Virgo, he held nothing back. With top-tier observation Haki fully activated and the flight fruit ability nearly draining him, he managed to win with great difficulty. Vincent had also thought about whether to escape using his flying ability while they were entangled in battle, soaring high and free. but with only 5 minutes of flight time. Where could he fly to? Yes, his flying speed was very fast, and while carrying Virgo, it was comparable to Soaru, almost reaching 25 meters per second. In solo flight, he could achieve at least 40 meters per second, but his lack of stamina meant he couldn't survive over the sea. When his energy ran out, it would be the time he fell into the sea and died. So, he could only go all out, cooperating with Virgo to kill the enemy to have a chance of survival. Fortunately, they ultimately won. Hey, Mr. Virgo, I haven't sworn my loyalty yet. How should I report back to the young master? No need, Virgo replied. Hearing this, Vincent felt a surge of joy. He was more than willing to avoid killing innocent Marines himself. We killed the Beast Pirate's true officer. If you have any signs of betrayal, you will be hunted down by both the Marines and the Beast Pirates, and you will surely die. Vincent, give me back the feelings I just had, you bastard. Wait, Czech was killed by you. What does that have to do with me? Virgo merely glanced at him without explaining anything. But Vincent could see from Virgo's expression that there was no need for any explanation. In this world, people believe not only in the truth, but also in the truths they want to believe. Vincent was weak and could not possibly kill Czech, the true officer of the Beast Pirates. But could he argue against that? No. If he argued, the best way would be to prove his strength. But who could prove that someone capable of killing a true officer was? Undoubtedly, it would be the true officer himself, or strong individuals like the Flying Six or the Big Shots. However, if he faced those people, Vincent would definitely be killed in one blow. Therefore, he couldn't prove anything at all. He could only continue to hide as an undercover agent in the Marines, eavesdropping on Marine secrets through mind reading, and under the protection of the Marines and the Don Quixote family, contribute to the development of the Don Quixote family. Virgo looked deeply at Vincent, and the decision that had just risen in his heart was further confirmed. He wanted to train Vincent to become a truly loyal and powerful officer of the Don Quixote family. Only by doing so could he repay Vincent's life-saving grace while better serving the Don Quixote family and the young master, even if he wanted to repay the favor. Virgo's prerequisite was to be loyal to the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo. It must be said that Virgo was truly loyal to Doflamingo. Vincent, his opinion didn't matter. Once he consumed the Paramecia-type flight fruit of the Don Quixote family, he only had two paths: either be loyal to the Don Quixote family and work for Doflamingo, or die. Vincent's strength surpassing Doflamingo? They wouldn't worry about that at all. Doflamingo had already become a warlord of the sea, his name echoing throughout the seas. How could a weakling like Vincent possibly surpass Doflamingo? Moreover, even if he did surpass him, he had already fallen into the hands of the Don Quixote family and would have no chance of turning things around. Either continue to serve the Don Quixote family as an officer or be hunted down for life by the Marines and the Beast Pirates. Which was more important was obvious. Therefore, after this leverage fell into the hands of the Don Quixote family, Virgo no longer worried about Vincent betraying the Don Quixote family. Although you possess top-tier observation Haki and flight fruit abilities, giving you great mobility and survival capability, your strength is still too weak. Not enough to fulfill the role of a family officer. I will demand more from you to ensure you quickly gain strength that matches that of a family officer. Vincent, he just wanted to say that it wasn't necessary. But thinking about Virgo's personality, he still wanted to struggle a bit. My physical strength is very poor, and what I should do now is to develop my fruit ability faster and more flexibly. Training in physical skills will only exhaust my already limited stamina. Physical skills must be trained. They are an essential condition for combat. Virgo made a very reasonable point, leaving Vincent speechless. Chapter 5. Deception and the Current Situation 1. Sheng. Due to your outstanding performance in the battle against the Rhino pirate crew, you are hereby promoted to corporal. I hope you will continue to work hard and fight for the maintenance of world peace and justice. Yes, Sheng saluted excitedly, but in his heart, he did not think so. I want to remind you, Virgo, that the Navy headquarters has already started to suspect him. This kind of thing cannot continue. Indeed, Sheng had just heard the thoughts of this rear admiral from headquarters. He came to the 88th branch not only to preside over Virgo's promotion ceremony, but also to investigate the reasons behind the massacre of many Navy personnel. Everything was too coincidental, so much so that it was hard to believe. Who could believe that in the New World, the super pirate group, the Beast Pirates, A bounty of 88 million berries, the zoan-type bug fruit, mantis form, the true combatant checks, was killed by an inconspicuous lieutenant after he had killed all the officer-level personnel in the Navy's 88th branch. Moreover, apart from being nearly exhausted, this Navy lieutenant only suffered a minor skin injury. How could the Navy headquarters believe such a thing? Thus, the suspicion of collusion with military traitors arose in their minds, and Rear Admiral Newman came as a result. Corporal Wen Sheng. Yes, Wen Sheng stood at attention, waiting for orders. However, he had already inferred from Newman's mind what he was about to say next. After the Navy was ambushed, what do you remember? In his view, Wen Sheng, as a weak Navy soldier, must have fainted from fear at the beginning of the battle, which allowed him to survive. The reason for his promotion was merely to soothe his spirit. After all, he and Virgo were the only survivors on the entire warship, and Virgo was full of doubts. The identity of a corporal could not only comfort Wen Sheng's wounded spirit, but might also reveal some truth about the incident through him. Truly worth it. After we boarded the island and overcame the Rhino pirate crew with great effort, after some digging, Wen Sheng saw Newman's astonished expression. Wait, are you saying that Lieutenant Virgo of the 88th branch not only possesses armament Haki, but also observation Haki? Wen Sheng, seeing Wen Sheng's puzzled face, Newman explained, it's the ability you mentioned that can turn bamboo black, foresee attacks, and evade enemy strikes in advance. Yes, sir, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Newman thought to himself, what a guy. Although there was no explicit regulation, to be promoted to a general-level officer, one must master both types of Haki. This means that Virgo, this small lieutenant of the Navy branch, already possesses the prerequisites to become a Navy general officer. What he lacked now were merely military merit points that could be accumulated over time. Moreover, he was able to kill the true combatant of the beast pirates. His physical skills must also be quite good. This is definitely a seed for a general officer. After hearing Wen Sheng's words, Newman immediately understood what it represented in the Navy. Continue. Yes. As Wen Sheng recounted, Newman clarified everything that had happened and made a judgment in his heart. Virgo's ability to kill Czechs was not only due to his mastery of both types of Haki and impressive physical skills, but also involved some clever tactics. Czechs had already exhausted a lot of energy from previous battles, and after transforming into the mantis beast form, his structural weakness, a slender neck, was struck by Virgo, leading to the fact that he killed Czechs, the true combatant of the beast pirates. Virgo was not colluding with military traitors. He was simply a Navy lieutenant who was willing to risk everything to avenge his comrades. As for why he didn't join the other officer-level personnel to deal with Czechs earlier, it was because his mission was to guard the warship and he did not participate in the battle immediately. Was he excluded? Such a thought appeared in Newman's mind. Considering his mission here, everything seemed reasonable. With the military merit Virgo gained from killing the true combatant of the beast pirates alone, combined with his previous accumulation, it would not be a problem to promote him 4 levels to the rank of Navy Colonel, becoming the base commander of the 88th branch in the North Sea. Next, we just need to cross-examine Virgo and verify his strength to determine the truth of this matter. Good. Thank you for your report. Corporal Wen Sheng, you may leave. Yes, sir. Standing at attention, Wen Sheng turned and left. As Wen Sheng exited the office, he saw Virgo waiting outside the door, awaiting the summons from Rear Admiral Newman. Lieutenant Virgo. Upon seeing Virgo, Wen Sheng immediately stood at attention excitedly, as if he had seen his savior. Go back and rest well. Starting tomorrow, continue training. As the Navy, it is also our dereliction of duty if we cannot protect our comrades. Yes, Wen Sheng replied loudly. Virgo patted Wen Sheng on the shoulder knowingly, watching him leave excitedly. Everything seemed as if a rookie soldier was thrilled to speak to his idol. However, only the two of them knew that when Virgo patted Wen Sheng's shoulder, Wen Sheng had transmitted everything that had just happened in the office to Virgo through their telepathic ability. This ensured that Virgo would not say anything different from Wen Sheng later, avoiding any suspicion from others. What a clever little guy. Virgo thought to himself, then pushed the door and entered the office. Want to clear all connections with Czechs? Unfortunately, this idea is impossible to realize. This leverage will be held by the family for a lifetime, unless you can face the Navy and the beast pirates without fear. The Navy's North Sea 122nd branch located on North Sea Ed Island. Is the island closest to Reverse Mountain in the North Sea and is also a necessary island for North Sea pirates to enter the Grand Line. Its status is equivalent to East Blue's Low Town. At this moment, Sheng had arrived on Ed Island, becoming the deputy base commander and branch colonel of the Navy's branch on this island. The time had come to the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar. 5 years had passed since he and Virgo killed the true combatant checks of the Beast Pirates, and with the help of the Don Quixote family, his rank had risen to that of a Navy branch colonel. As for Virgo, he had already been promoted to Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters and had long been assigned to another location. With leverage that could determine Sheng's life and death in the hands of the Don Quixote family, they no longer worried about Sheng's loyalty. At this moment, after 5 years of developing his fruit abilities, Sheng could maintain a flying state for 24 hours a day as long as he was not flying at high speed. His flying speed had also greatly improved. Unfortunately, even after 5 years of Navy training, his physical strength had only slightly improved, rendering him of little use. Not to mention mastering armament Haki. Perhaps I will never be able to master armament Haki in my lifetime. After all, I came in wearing it. Chapter 6 Expectations for the Future. The reason for such thoughts is simply that he has crossed over in physical form, not in soul. Therefore, he has no hope of mastering armament Haki by relying on himself. Observation Haki, the ability of the flight fruit. These abilities unique to the world of One Piece? That's an external aid from crossing over, and cannot be generalized. As for Conqueror's Haki? Do you expect a high school graduate living in the Red Empire, who is less capable than a clear-minded college student, to awaken Conqueror's Haki? Don't be naive, Sheng asked himself. He did not have that kind of awareness and spirit. Or rather, can someone who has lived in a peaceful era possess the spirit of a conqueror to awaken Conqueror's Haki? Sheng did not know. He only knew that he certainly did not have that kind of spirit. Perhaps it is indeed because he has crossed over in physical form. Or perhaps he has not suffered any hardships or experienced the malice of this world, which is why he cannot awaken Conqueror's Haki. Of course, the main reason is that Sheng is someone who is content with the status quo, never thinking of struggling, nor has he encountered anything that makes him difficult to choose. The world has suffered under M's rule for a long time. Does it need a traveler like Sheng to save it? Why should he, an outsider, save them when the people of this world are not trying to save themselves? Is he just bored? If he hadn't been caught by the Don Quixote family, he might have truly become a good Navy officer and lived out his life like that. Or perhaps died in a battle against pirates. The Navy, after all, is a civil servant in this world, the best place for someone without great ambitions. Of course, for those with lofty aspirations, the Navy is also the best stage. Pirates? No matter how you dress it up, they are just robbers. The Revolutionary Army? Still the same question. He has not suffered persecution from the member countries of the world government, nor does he have a deep-seated grudge against the celestial dragons. So why would he do something as dangerous as overthrowing the world government? Can't stand it. If you have strength, of course, you can speak up. But Sheng is just a small lieutenant colonel now, and still a branch lieutenant colonel. So why should he care? He just wants to live well. It would be best to break free from the clutches of the Don Quixote family and live according to his own wishes. Unfortunately, with Sheng's current strength, there is no such possibility, even being coerced by the Don Quixote family. He is only thinking of waiting for the background King Luffy to defeat them so he can escape, never having the thought of taking action himself. Of course, the main reason is his combat ability is too poor. So in Sheng's view, let alone Conqueror's Haki, he might find it very difficult to awaken armament Haki. The only thing he can rely on is his top-tier observation Haki and the superhuman flight fruit abilities to survive well in this world. He really knows me, giving me the observation Haki to avoid damage and the flight fruit ability to escape quickly. Thank you for your blessing, God of transmigration. A jumble of thoughts flashed through Sheng's mind. No, the flight fruit not only gave me the power to escape, but also the ability to not fear most enemies in this world. As the Navy Admiral Kazuru said, speed is power, and now his flying speed, after 5 years of constant practice, has reached a terrifying level. Although he has not personally verified it, he confidently thinks that he could defeat those pirates with bounties just over 100 million. Well, as long as they are not Logia devil fruit users. He is confident that as long as he continues to grow, he may not be able to deal with the gold and silver medalists of this world. But he certainly has high hopes for dealing with those bronze medalists. In 7 years, I will be free. It is now the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, and by 1522, it will be the time when the background King Luffy defeats the Don Quixote family. Just wait 7 more years, and I might really be able to wholeheartedly be a Navy officer, enjoying this world's corrupt life without any pressure. Wen Sheng's heart was filled with expectations for the future and a longing for a better life to come. Oh, another pirate is landing on the island. Notify Base Chief Mandy that pirates are about to land, and have him prepare for battle. Yes. Several nearby individuals immediately stood at attention and replied. However, after when Sheng flew away, only one Navy soldier immediately took action. Hey, why aren't you all going to report to the base chief? After noticing the other's odd behavior, this Navy soldier hurriedly asked. Newbie, don't be nervous. The others did not immediately set off. They finished what they were doing first before explaining to the Navy soldier. Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng's observation Haki has a very wide detection range. When he said pirates are about to land, those pirates might still be hundreds of miles away, so there's no need to rush. Ever since Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng came here, this kind of thing has happened often. Yes, at first, we quickly prepared for battle. But in the end, we learned from Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng that the pirates would not land for another 3 hours. I still remember Base Chief Mandy's awkward expression. Once we got used to Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng's habits, when he discovered that pirate ships were about to land, we would delay going over for another 2 hours, and the timing would be just right. Now, we even don't want to form a team to guard the island. Why? Listening to these veterans talk about Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng's various feats made this clueless Navy soldier feel inexplicably excited. With Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng around, why worry about not being able to manage Aid Island? He now wanted to know why these veterans were reluctant to prepare for battle against the pirates. Newbie, the veteran patted him with an expression of someone who has been there. Our Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng is very powerful. He could take down an ordinary pirate crew all by himself. We can only go and lend a hand in the end. Do you want to be on guard like this? Newbie, he joined the Navy to fight against pirates and maintain peace. And if it's really as the veteran said, just to lend a hand, he doesn't want to do that. Let us go. We should find Base Chief Mandy first and carry out Lieutenant Colonel Wen Sheng's orders. Yes. Bang, 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 bang. Devil, come out. The pirate captain fired his gun wildly. He saw nothing. But fear made him lose his cool, and he could only vent his panic like this, without the sound of the wind. Even a hard-earned observation Haki could not sense anything. He could only watch as his crew fell unconscious after the continuous sounds of hitting. Ah! As his body swelled, he transformed into a red-haired gorilla, huddled against the mast, fearfully looking around. I am a fierce gorilla, Will, heading to the New World to join the Beast Pirates. Come out, and I will tear you apart. All he could do now was maintain his strongest state and tremble as he waited for the attack to come. As for his bravado, who cares? Bang! Wen Sheng flew down from above, accompanied by extreme speed, and struck Will's head with a stick, knocking him unconscious. The ferocious gorilla could only barely see a person in a Navy uniform, waving an iron rod, hovering above him before losing consciousness. Chapter 7 Rumors. I acted too quickly. Looking at all the pirates he had defeated on the pirate ship, Wen Sheng sighed helplessly. Just as he said, his speed was too fast, leaving no pirates behind to even sail the ship to Aid Island. Although he felt helpless every time, he still did it. His body was too weak. If he accidentally got shot in the back, he might meet his end. He certainly didn't want such a frustrating conclusion. His strongest observation Haki? Who knows if there are mysterious devil fruits that could evade the detection of observation Haki, like the paramecia-type silence fruit, which can avoid being sensed. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Let's consider it today's training. Strapping the iron rod to his back and picking up a knife, Wen Sheng cut all the sails ropes on the pirate ship. After all the sails had been lowered, Wen Sheng flew to the stern, activating the paramecia-type flight fruit ability. The pirate ship gradually picked up speed, and Wen Sheng prepared to push the ship towards Aid Island. 5 years ago, he barely exhausted his stamina after flying with Virgo for less than 2 minutes. Now, he could easily push this pirate ship which was similar in size to the Thousand Sunny, using the flight fruit's ability. All of this was thanks to the Paramecia-type flight fruit. Besides allowing him to fly quickly, the fruit also enabled him to carry any object he touched along with him. Just like when he flew and effortlessly defeated Chikusu 5 years ago. Through continuous training with the flight fruit, he not only gained incredible speed and agility, but also strengthened his body a bit. In addition, due to the hidden effects of the flight fruit, he could fly without making any sound, thus avoiding detection. In short, Wenxing's external aid was designed to help him survive more safely. If his aid were a system, its name would definitely be How to Keep the Host Alive system. Fortunately, Wenxing's aid wasn't a system. Otherwise, it wouldn't have granted him the top-tier observation Haki right from the start. What a pity! The flight fruit absorbs friction to enhance flight speed and agility. But the physical enhancement is too minor, preventing me from awakening armament Haki. Otherwise, I could at least give Doflamingo a run for his money. Though he didn't want to admit it, Doflamingo was at least one of the best among the bronze medalists on the sea. And calling him a silver medalist wouldn't be an exaggeration. He was a well-rounded fighter that Wenxing couldn't handle at the moment. More importantly, Wenxing didn't want to be hunted by the Beast Pirates when he defected from the Navy, so breaking free from the Don Quixote family's constraints was still a long way off. But the problem was, Wenxing didn't know whether he would become collateral damage when the Don Quixote family fell 7 years later. In these 5 years, he hadn't lost the treatment of the Don Quixote family's officers even once. He was deeply bound to this pirate ship. Sigh. I hope I can continue to live leisurely in the Navy. Being a civil servant is too appealing, and I don't want to lose it. Stand down. Stand down. Navy soldiers of the rank of ensign and below, prepare to receive the spoils of war from Colonel Wenxing. At the 8-Island dock, when Base Commander Monde saw a pirate ship approaching rapidly without its sails raised, he immediately issued an order. A large number of Navy soldiers relaxed their tense bodies upon hearing the command, methodically preparing for the upcoming tasks. However, many newly arrived Navy soldiers were a loss. Wasn't the pirate ship supposed to be coming closer? Are we just giving up resistance? At this point, many Navy soldiers showed angry expressions. They thought they had arrived at a Navy branch that colluded with pirates. Slap! Before they could continue their wild thoughts, an old soldier slapped the top of one soldier's head. What are you talking about? The old soldier pointed to the approaching pirate crew and said, "Do you see that? All the sails of that pirate ship are down. So tell me, how did that ship come here? It was pushed here by Colonel Wenxing, rookie. Our colonel single-handedly took down all the pirates on that ship and seized it. Just wait, rookie. Tonight is another day of extra rations." Hey, you jerk. I'm the one explaining things to the rookie. Why are you interrupting? Your explanation is too verbose. You just want to slack off, right? Get moving. Colonel Wenxing is almost here. Watching the old soldiers joking and continuing their preparations, the rookie was momentarily stunned before quickly getting to work. He was eager to know who the powerful Colonel Wenxing was that the old soldier spoke of. Huff, huff, huff. A newly appointed ensign gazed in confusion at the figure not far behind him, feeling a huge question mark in his heart. He just ran around the island twice. How is the powerful colonel they talk about being left so far behind by these lower-ranking officers? This is different from what I heard at the banquet yesterday. Don't be surprised. Just as he was puzzled, a nearby captain reappeared to explain Colonel Wenxing's strength lies in his devil fruit ability and observation Haki. His physical strength is far from that of an ordinary ensign. Newly appointed ensign. Not only was he confused, but even Wenxing was extremely puzzled. Dog system, what's going on? I can push a large pirate crew for dozens of kilometers and maintain flight for a day and night without stopping. So why am I out of breath after just running around twice? Unfortunately, Wenxing didn't have a system within him to provide any answers. However, he had long since grown accustomed to such situations. At the same time, he knew he could push the pirate ship, not because of his strength, but because he was using the flight fruit's ability to make the ship fly on the water when he touched it. Nevertheless, Wenxing was already very satisfied with this situation. At least, after 5 years of training and the slight physical enhancement provided by the flight fruit, he could keep up with the natives of this world for 2 laps around the island before being left behind. It should be noted that running 2 laps around the island was something Wenxing before his crossing would have never imagined. I am weak in physical strength, but fortunately, with the continuous development of the paramecia-type flight fruit, the stamina consumed during flight has decreased, and with my slight stamina enhancement, I have gained longer flight duration. At this stage, Wenxing's needs were very simple. Survive. Everything else could be considered later. He was only 23 years old. There was plenty of time. Not to mention, who in this world with knowledge of its plot didn't know a few methods for longevity? Chapter 8. Martial arts? Dogs don't even practice it. Should we really not care? I feel like he is about to pass out from exhaustion. The newly appointed second lieutenant looked worriedly at Colonel Sheng, who had fallen to the point of being almost invisible, and at the constantly changing form of Colonel Sheng. It's fine after he faints. Colonel Mandy will take him to the medical room. He really will faint, hey. Colonel Sheng's improvement has been significant. When he first arrived here, he couldn't even run around Ed Island once, and now he can run 2 laps. The Navy's second lieutenant. He didn't know if the old soldier's words were a mockery or genuine praise. After all, he could easily run 10 laps around the island without breaking a sweat. If Wenxing knew what the lieutenant was thinking, he would surely be furious and retort. 1 lap is 25 kilometers. As an ordinary person, I can run 50 kilometers in one go, which is already beyond 99 of the world. Moreover, who runs like me? 2 marathons every 3 days? I'm already quite impressive, okay. By the way, Sheng is the only one who runs 2 marathons every 3 days here. Other officers of lieutenant rank and above run 10 times more than he does. When Sheng opened his eyes again, he found himself in the branch's medical room. Upon smelling the pungent smoke, Sheng asked, Colonel Mandy, you said if I continue training, when will I awaken the armament Haki? Mandy paused his smoking action and quietly extinguished a cigarette. Let's talk about when you can awaken your devil fruit ability instead. Sheng, as a naval soldier trained by Admiral Zifa, Mandy certainly knew about the 2-color Haki and the awakening of devil fruit abilities. It was precisely because he understood these things that he encouraged Sheng to give up that idea. You see, ordinary naval soldiers can achieve far greater physical strength than Sheng after just a few months to a maximum of a year of training, while Sheng has spent a full 5 years training. This is still under the condition that his fruit ability absorbs air friction to enhance his physical strength while flying. All right, the improvement is very minimal. In Mandy's view, instead of yearning for the unattainable armament Haki, Sheng should focus all his energy on developing the superhuman flight fruit. Once the flight fruit awakens, he might achieve a significant boost in strength. At that point, he might even reach the rank of commander, major general, and above. Sorry, without mastering the 2-color Haki, even with many military merit points, he wouldn't meet the requirements. Because of Wenxing's physical condition, he had long allowed him to skip the military training every 3 days, but every time Sheng would participate, and each time he would exhaust himself to the point of fainting. The spirit is commendable, but the effect is minimal. He once contacted Zifa to explain Wenxing's situation, but what he received was, different people have different talents. Clearly, Colonel Wenxing's talent lies in the development of observation Haki and fruit abilities, not in martial arts. Implicitly, he meant for Mandy to advise Sheng to stop thinking about practicing martial arts. But every time he told Sheng he didn't need to participate in training, Sheng would agree. Yet once training time came, he would always desperately follow behind the other naval soldiers until he fainted from exhaustion. By the way, the training every 3 days for naval officers of lieutenant rank and above on Ed Island involves running 20 laps around the island. And that is just the first item of training. Warm up. Sure enough, the bodies of the indigenous people in the pirate world are the greatest cheat. Wenxing's mouth twitched, speechless. As for the fruit awakening that Mandy mentioned, Wenxing didn't want to discuss it or awaken his fruit ability. Because once the fruit ability awakens, it means that the development of the fruit ability has reached its limit. But Wenxing didn't want to reach that limit. He was still thinking about achieving flying speeds. No, surpassing the speed of light and becoming the fastest man in this world. Huh. Mandy noticed Wenxing suddenly looking in a direction and immediately became alert. What's wrong? He stopped his hand that was about to light another cigarette and asked, why are there suddenly so many pirate ships? We just destroyed one yesterday, and another one appears today. Mandy immediately stood up, hung the long knife at his waist, and handed Wen Sheng his iron rod. Take me with you this time. If you continue like this, I might lose my position as base commander to you. Seeing Mandy's relaxed expression, Wen Sheng smiled. Then you should smile too. You can return to the Navy headquarters and face those monsters of the New World. Taking the iron rod, Wen Sheng floated up, pulling Mandy with him, and the two instantly disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. Watching Mandy finish off the pirates one by one, killing those that Wen Sheng had knocked down on the pirate ship, Wen Sheng couldn't help but comment, "You shouldn't just follow your teacher. You should join Admiral Akainu instead." Swish. After slashing the second-to-last pirate, Mandy wiped the blood off his long knife before sheathing it. "I remember your words. If I can return to the Navy headquarters, I will definitely join Admiral Akainu." Mandy's strength is incredibly powerful. With both types of Haki mastered, he is also a super swordsman, his strength approaching that of a Navy rear admiral. But because he had always thought of following Zifa, he was transferred to the North Sea branch, becoming an ordinary colonel. Why? Of course, because the world government did not want another naval hero like Karp to emerge. Not to mention, Karp is just one person, while Zifa's disciples are all in high positions within the Navy, and even among the current 3 admirals, 2 were trained by him. If this continued, then is the Navy the world government's Navy, or is it Zifa's Navy? It is for this consideration that Zifa suffered such a fate, and his right arm was cut off. Here's a joke. Kizaru, who ate the light fruit, could not timely rescue Zifa. Here's another joke. The world government's technology couldn't cure Zifa's asthma. This is also why Mandy was transferred to the North Sea and has been suppressed for so long. Of course, Wen Sheng would never say these things to him. He just told him, "I heard from Major Virgo that Admiral Akainu's philosophy towards pirates is to eradicate them completely. Joining him will definitely be like a fish in water." Looking at the last remaining pirate on the pirate ship, Mandy said ominously, "Be grateful, pirate. If you weren't a devil fruit user, you would have been killed by me already." The superhuman staff fruit user is the captain of this pirate crew. He can summon long staffs infinitely and control them to attack enemies. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Mandy. Just one flying slash destroyed all the long staffs in the air, silencing the previously arrogant captain. Faced with the god of death before him, the captain could only desperately cover his mouth, trembling in fear as he looked at Mandy. Chapter 9, The End of Branch Life. Another pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. What is happening with these North Sea pirates? Suddenly wanting to enter the New World at this time? I don't know, perhaps something is going on in the New World. Mandy casually replied. Is that so? You don't know. After reading Mandy's thoughts, Wen Sheng finally felt relieved. He had already found the answer in the mind of that user of the stick fruit. Speaking of which, why not directly use your connections at headquarters to contact Admiral Akainu and express your desire to join him? That way, you won't waste time in the North Sea. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Mandy looked at Wen Sheng with a teasing glance. What? Are you so eager to take my place? I just feel sorry for you. With your military achievements and strength, you should be fulfilling your justice in the New World, not wasting time here. That's true. As long as one of us is stationed at Ed Island, we can ensure that no pirates from the North Sea can enter the Grand Line. I do feel a bit bored staying at Ed Island. It's decided. After I go back, I will contact my comrades to ask for their help. Still pushing the pirate ship back to Ed Island, unlike yesterday, when he merely knocked out all the pirates. Today, apart from one devil fruit user, the rest were corpses. Look, you've increased the workload for the soldiers. Mandy remained silent, just gazing at the sky. Bring over a set of sea prism stone handcuffs. Yes, sir. The soldiers stood at attention and handcuffed the only surviving pirate. From now on, his fate can only be spent in prison for life. The world government's judgment on pirates does not allow for parole. I'll leave the next matters to you. I'll go patrol. Mandy waved his hand, allowing Wen Sheng to do as he pleased. It was obvious that Wen Sheng was not going for a patrol, but to develop his devil fruit ability. Without this daily development, how could Wen Sheng possibly have developed his devil fruit ability to such a powerful degree? Watching Wen Sheng disappear in an instant, Mandy thought to himself, Bururu, bururu, bururu. Kacha, young master, my red heart cadre. Do you have any news to tell me? Recently, many North Sea pirates have been trying to enter the Grand Line. The snail imitated Doflamingo's expression at that moment, and Wensheng could tell he was not satisfied with this information. The reason they're doing this is that many monsters in the New World have invited them. It seems that the New World is about to erupt, and the eventual victors will become the pirate emperors of the New World, occupying parts of it while maintaining a superficial peace. Doflamingo. Wensheng clearly saw that the expression imitated by the snail suddenly froze at that moment. Wensheng, every piece of information I get from you never disappoints me. A maniacal smile appeared on the snail, letting Wensheng know that he was very pleased at that moment. It's my honor, young master. Very good, Wensheng. Doflamingo nodded to affirm Wensheng's contribution before changing the topic. You should go to headquarters now, Wensheng. That's where you can maximize your value. Understood, young master. I will wait for the Navy's orders. Gotcha. Wensheng put away the snail and sighed deeply. I didn't expect that I was just encouraging Colonel Mandy to go to the Navy headquarters under Admiral Akainu and shine in the New World meat grinder. And now I have to go to headquarters myself. Sigh. I wonder whose command I will fall under. I hope you mind my poor physical skills. Wensheng's iron rod? If swinging an iron rod while flying counts as physical skill, then fine. Wensheng's physical skills are not bad. How many pirate crews and devil fruit users is this for this month? Wensheng looked at Mandy, wanting an answer, but seeing Mandy turn his face away. Wensheng knew that asking Mandy for an answer was a wrong choice. It seems that those strong individuals in this world are all brawny, with simple minds. Mandy is exactly that kind of person. Wensheng, well, he doesn't know either, but he wants to admit he is a simple-minded person. He just doesn't want to remember. Brawny? Haha. With Wensheng's physical strength, I doubt anyone would consider him a brawny person. He has an office at the Navy branch on Ed Island, but he has hardly ever been there. He only does 3 things on Ed Island: participate in Navy training, fly, and go out to eliminate pirates. So how could he possibly remember how many pirate crews he has eliminated in the past month? A month has passed, and Wensheng has learned from Mandy's mind that today is the day his orders will arrive. Seeing that Mandy had no intention of discussing this topic with him, he pretended not to know. After all, regardless of the reason, farewells are always sad. When Wensheng pushed the pirate ship back to Ed Island, he saw a Navy warship from the headquarters docked at the port. Colonel Mandy, you have your orders. Mandy calmly took the letter and opened it slowly. Only Wensheng knew how excited Mandy was at this moment. After years of being suppressed by the Navy, he was finally about to turn the tables. Lieutenant Colonel Wensheng, you also have your orders. Huh, what? I have mine too. As Wensheng was still feeling happy for Mandy in his heart, he saw that the messenger from the Navy headquarters was also handing a letter to him. He had heard Doflamingo mention that he wanted to find a way to get him to the Navy headquarters, but was this speed too fast? You must know that at this moment, Virgo is only a Navy major. His authority cannot possibly get Wensheng transferred to the Navy headquarters so quickly. That's right. The content of the letter was identical to Mandy's, basically saying that they maintained the peace of the North Sea and were to go to the Navy headquarters to receive commendation, with specifics about future assignments to be discussed later. The two exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's hearts. Mandy originally thought that after he left, Wensheng could continue to guard Ed Island, ensuring that no pirates could enter the Grand Line. Little did he know that Wensheng would also be going to the Navy headquarters with him. Wensheng hadn't expected Doflamingo's influence to be so strong that he could arrange for him to enter the Navy headquarters in such a short time. What Mandy did not know was that it was because he had praised Wensheng's abilities when contacting his old comrades in the Navy headquarters that everything today came to be. Colonel Mandy, Lieutenant Colonel Wensheng, during your absence, I will temporarily take over as the base commander. You need to pack your things immediately and head to the Navy headquarters in an hour. Both were startled at the same time, realizing from the new base commander's words that the Navy headquarters was currently in urgent need of personnel. Mandy, what on earth happened that made the Navy headquarters so anxious? Wensheng, it seems the New World has already fallen into chaos. Chapter 10. A Akainu location, a training ground at Naval headquarters. Hey, is it really you who is meeting me, Red Dog? Looking at the overwhelming presence of Admiral Akainu before him, Wensheng felt a bit anxious. Especially after hearing his thoughts, he became even more unsettled. A weak Navy colonel like this has top-tier observation Haki? Akainu, smoking a cigar, looked at the weak Navy branch colonel in front of him with great dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand why his former subordinate would strongly recommend such a weak person, claiming that his effectiveness alone could match that of several warships. Let us give it a try. If he is strong, keep him. If not, send him back to the branch. Sheng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Akainu's thoughts. What does this mean? Does Akainu want to attack me? Sheng suddenly glanced at Akainu, only to find Akainu's right arm already transformed into magma, launching an attack at him. Boom! Sheng, is this just a test? You clearly want to kill me. Indeed, he managed to dodge my attack. Akainu looked at Sheng not far away and noticed his pupils glowing red. Realizing he had activated his observation Haki. Then let us see if you can dodge this punch of mine. Magma Dog. Akainu's magma-covered right hand lunged fiercely toward Sheng. The distance between them wasn't too far, but it wasn't close enough to just reach out an arm. However, Akainu's magma hand quickly elongated, rapidly striking at Sheng. Sheng, has my identity as a pirate undercover been exposed? Dodging Akainu's magma dog, Sheng thought to himself. Otherwise, Akainu wouldn't be attacking him like this. After all, Akainu was already using magma dog now. Shave. Using observation Haki, Akainu immediately pinpointed Sheng's current location. Utilizing the Navy's 6 styles, he instantly appeared near Sheng. The magma fist ruthlessly attacked Sheng. In Akainu's eyes, Sheng was not a Navy officer, but rather a pirate. Bang, 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 bang. In the training ground, Akainu's magma fists repeatedly struck out, but each time, Sheng easily dodged. Just as he was about to stop attacking and recruit the person before him, he caught a glimpse of Sheng's disdainful expression. Boom! Anger surged within him as he seemed to see the implication of Sheng's expression. Is this all you've got? Canine bite Red Lotus. Sheng sensed Akainu's anger and felt utterly helpless. What do you mean I look down on you, Admiral? Your anger is so inexplicable. I'm just being serious. But when he heard Akainu shout the name of his technique, he lost any thoughts of stopping. If he didn't run now, he would die. He had already seen in the future through observation Haki himself being devoured by the magma dog's head. Boom! The naval headquarters, no. The entire marine fort could feel the violent tremors of the earth. But none of this mattered to Akainu. He was currently looking up at the figure hovering in the air. A Paramecia-type flying fruit user? Unfortunately, this fruit has no combat capability. Akainu's hands transformed into magma, raising them high toward Sheng in the air. Meteor fire Akainu. An angry roar came from a distance. Akainu was taken aback, then withdrew his hands and returned to normal. Do you want to destroy the naval headquarters? When he heard the furious roar again, its owner had already arrived behind Akainu, angrily shouting at him. I was just verifying the strength of my subordinate Navy officers. Akainu said indifferently. So verifying means you directly destroy Marine Fort if I don't stop you? Sheng saw Sengoku's spit land on Akainu's face, but in an instant, it was evaporated by Akainu's magma skin. The natural type magma fruit can be used like this? I've learned something new. Akainu, at this moment, he could only remain silent. He knew he had indeed overreacted earlier. Looking at the figure floating in the sky, Sheng still had a face that seemed to invite a beating in Akainu's eyes. Akainu realized he had overthought it. Sheng didn't look down on him. He just had a face that deserved a beating. Sheng, yes, you're right. This is the branch officer just assigned to your command? Sengoku looked at Sheng, realizing that perhaps due to Akainu's attack, he had no intention of descending from the sky immediately. Sheng, come down. Mandy, stunned by the previous scene, finally came to his senses now that the battle had ended. Upon hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku mention Sheng, he hurriedly waved to Sheng, urging him to come down from the air. Sheng, glancing at Mandy, then at Akainu and Sengoku, Sheng descended toward Mandy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Colonel Mandy of the North Sea 122 branch, and Colonel Sheng have come to report as per the orders. Mandy stood at attention and shouted loudly. Seeing Mandy's actions, Sheng also reluctantly stood at attention behind him. He had his reasons for doing so. After all, arriving here under the naval headquarters orders only to be attacked for no reason, if he could still be overly excited to see the fleet admiral and admiral, then there would be a problem. Very good. Fleet Admiral Sengoku nodded at Mandy in response. He had seen such scenes many times. Many Navy soldiers often had such expressions when they saw him. However, looking at Wen Sheng behind Mandy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku found himself in a dilemma. After hearing Akainu's words, he had roughly guessed what had happened. Wen Sheng's reaction was understandable. Forget it, since these two officers have joined Akainu's command. Let him worry about it. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I wish to join Admiral Kazuru or Admiral Akiji's command. I hope you will grant my request. Wen Sheng interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. Yes, that's right. He was reading the minds of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu. Sengoku, Akainu, Mandy, normally, whoever recruits someone, that person belongs to their command. This is an unspoken rule among Navy rear admirals and admirals. And Wen Sheng's actions at this moment were undoubtedly a form of betrayal. Well, calling it betrayal might be a bit excessive, as they all belong to the Navy. But it's not much different from switching allegiances. Mandy tugged at the hem of Wen Sheng's clothes, wanting him to provide an explanation for such rebellious words. But at this moment, Wen Sheng could only let down Mandy's good intentions, because in Akainu's mind, he heard reasons that forced him to act this way. Chapter 11. What do you want me to do? As expected, Colonel Mandy's report was not false. Although Wen Sheng's combat ability might be poor, his survival skills were incredibly strong. This was already proven by the fact that he could last so long in my hands without any harm. Coupled with his vast observation Haki and the superhuman ability of the flight fruit, he would undoubtedly make outstanding contributions as a spy to monitor the red-haired pirates. Wen Sheng, pointing at himself, Wen Sheng cried out in his heart. Me? Monitor the red-haired pirates? Someone like me, who could be taken down by a mere touch from those people. If he didn't speak up to stop Akainu's thoughts, his fate might be to die without a burial place. It should be noted that red-haired Shanks's observation Haki could also foresee the future, and more importantly, red-haired Shanks possessed that invincible conqueror's Haki that Wen Sheng both feared and longed for. For a useless person like him, whose physical strength was only slightly stronger than the average person in the pirate world, to monitor red-haired Shanks was no different from seeking death. Does the Navy not yet have intelligence on red-haired Shanks? They still don't know about his top-level conqueror's Haki and observation Haki? Oh, is red-haired Shanks still powerful enough to be on par with the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords? Then I will definitely die without a burial place. Thinking of this, Wen Sheng no longer cared about whether the words he had just spoken would offend Akainu. Everything was meaningless in the face of death. Sengoku looked mockingly at Akainu and turned to leave. You brought this trouble upon yourself. You handle it. No. Seeing Sengoku turn to leave and Akainu looking at him with a hungry expression, Wen Sheng cried out in despair. I don't want to monitor the red-haired pirates. Reading Akainu's thoughts, which confirmed his intention to send him to monitor the red-haired pirates, Wen Sheng felt even more hopeless. How about letting me monitor the big MOM pirates instead? That way, I might be able to live. No. The homies that are everywhere in the Land of Souls would leave me nowhere to hide. Or let me monitor the Whitebeard pirates, then. No. If I really went, I suspect I would defect from the Navy and the Don Quixote family and join the Whitebeard pirates. Then the Beast pirates? Forget it. I don't want to face Kaido's Thunderbagua. Sigh. Wen Sheng sighed helplessly, feeling that life had lost all hope. What? Have I wronged you under my command? Wen Sheng, what can he do? He was just as desperate. He hadn't even thought about coming to the Navy headquarters at this moment. In his mind, no matter how much Doflamingo operated, it would at least take a year before he could be transferred to the Navy headquarters. He never expected such a result. Wen Sheng looked at Mandy and gave him a fierce glare. He had already learned from Akainu and Mandy that the reason for the order to transfer him to the Navy headquarters was entirely because of this person. When he contacted his old comrades, he highly praised Wen Sheng's contributions in the Navy branch, describing him as a functional talent capable of achieving the effect of several Navy warships alone, leading his old comrades to recommend him to Akainu. Wen Sheng, I really thank you to death. So, do you have any objections to joining my command? Akainu still stared at Wen Sheng fiercely, as if he would kill him without hesitation if Wen Sheng said anything unsatisfactory. Well, not just as if you dare say something I don't like, I'll take you out. That was Akainu's voice at that moment. Get to that lazy guy? Get to that idiot who is still indecisive? No way. No. Admiral Akainu, it is an honor to join your command. Sheng did not want to and could not leave the Navy. Otherwise, he would definitely turn around and fly away, defecting from the Navy at this moment. He could not bear to part with his civil servant identity. Yes. Sheng was such a superficial person. He dared not disobey Doflamingo's orders and remain at the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, he would have to face the encirclement of the entire Navy and the beast pirates. Yes, Sheng was such a person who feared death. Unless I joined the red-haired pirates or the white-beard pirates. Otherwise, the beast pirates would also be fine. The Bigamon pirates? Forget it. If you're not Charlotte Lean's biological child, you won't be valued in that pirate crew. Casting a cautious glance at the serious-faced Akainu, Sheng abandoned that thought. There was no way. Not to mention whether he could join these 3 future Yonko crews for protection. Just the mental barrier in his heart was insurmountable. The bottom line was, no matter how much one sugarcoats it, a thief is still a thief. Born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, Sheng looked down on actively becoming a thief. Don Quixote family cadre. That was forced. He had no choice. Unless I find an opportunity to approach Admiral Sengoku and communicate everything to him in a heartfelt way, becoming a true Navy. A sudden idea popped up in Sheng's mind. Just now was a great opportunity, but unfortunately, I missed it. Glancing again at Akainu in front of him, forget it. If I share this moment with him, he might just roast me alive next second. Since that's the case, congratulations from now on. You are a lieutenant colonel in the headquarters. I am now assigning you a mission. Bring sufficient supplies and immediately head to the New World to monitor the red-haired pirates. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Sheng. I have caused you trouble. Sheng. Looking at Mandy's remorseful face, Sheng no longer wanted to say anything. He had already stated that Mandy was only being kind when he brought him along to support Akainu. But he never expected that this action would lead Sheng to receive such a daunting task, with a high chance of life and death. This was also the reason for his deep sense of guilt. I have said it before, with my observation Haki and flight fruit ability, as long as I don't want to, very few people can harm me. My combat ability is poor, but my survival ability is very strong. Even though Sheng had already said this many times, it still had little effect. Mandy still wore an exceptionally guilty expression. Looking at the Navy G1 branch that was already in sight, Sheng took flight and patted Mandy on the shoulder. At Sheng's height of 8 meters, he couldn't perform this action in front of Mandy, who was over 3 meters tall, without flying. I and my warship are mobile, while the branch you fell into is fixed. In certain circumstances, your situation is even more dangerous than mine. Don't die. Chapter 12. Red-haired Mandy successfully joined under Akainu. But Akainu is a hardliner, and life under his command is not easy. However, as long as one has strength, there are plenty of opportunities to make achievements. After Akainu learned about Mandy's strength, he got promoted from Colonel of the Navy branch to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, which in a sense is like a 5-level promotion. By the way, Sheng was promoted from Branch Lieutenant Colonel to Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel, a 3-level promotion. Such things can only happen under Akainu's command. As long as you are strong enough and have enough military achievements, Akainu will not hesitate to promote officers. Moreover, Mandy, like Akainu, adheres to absolute justice and will unhesitatingly raise the butcher's knife to slay any pirate. This is also the reason Sheng recommended Mandy to join Akainu's side. However, his observation Haki's ability to foresee the future cannot predict such a long time. He knows that what happened yesterday will bring him heavy difficulties today. With General Mongoose stationed at the G1 branch, even though it is located in the New World, coupled with my strength, my safety is still somewhat guaranteed. But you, sigh, I really shouldn't have. Hearing Mandy's words, Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, grabbing Mandy and using his flying fruit ability on him. Quickly flying towards the G1 branch. Get lost. Stop nagging in my ear like an old lady. Feeling the distance was enough, Sheng immediately let go, launching Mandy towards the G1 branch. He was already tired of Mandy's nagging and had long wanted to throw him into the sea. Lieutenant Colonel Sheng. If you need any support, feel free to contact me. According to Admiral Akainu's orders, our warship's mission is to provide you with all the guarantees. Looking at the rear admiral, who held a higher rank than him and spoke so cautiously, Sheng felt a mix of emotions. I am targeted by Akainu, not favored and entrusted with an important task. At this moment, in Rear Admiral Adri's heart, the red-haired pirates were just a small pirate crew that couldn't stir up much trouble. Even though Admiral Akainu had regarded the red-haired pirates as a future super pirate crew, he still thought that Akainu was making a big deal out of nothing. And now, in his view, the orders were merely paving the way for Sheng, allowing him to gain more military achievements to promote his rank. If it weren't like this, how could such a weak navy possibly become a lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters? While constantly grumbling in his heart about Sheng, Rear Admiral Adri, on the surface, showed respect that did not match their ranks. This made Sheng feel extremely strange. I have no relationship with Akainu, and your fawning expression is misplaced. Rear Admiral Adri, you are the highest commander on this warship. Whatever actions are taken are your orders. Admiral Akainu's task for you is to take me to a nearby location of the red-haired pirates, allowing me a place to rest. Not for you to say provide me with all guarantees. It doesn't matter. When you fly away, I will command the warship's actions. Sheng, he didn't want to say anything more. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had gained the ability of observation Haki, which at least prevented him from feeling bored in the presence of others. Eavesdropping on others' thoughts is truly fascinating. Days later, Lieutenant Colonel Sheng, according to the intelligence sent from headquarters, the red-haired pirates are resting on Rolling Stone Island, not far away. Got it, thanks. After hearing the message from Messenger and confirming the direction, Sheng took to the skies. Rear Admiral Adri, after confirming that no matter how he fawned, he couldn't get along well with Sheng. He rarely appeared before him. Well, it was Sheng who kept avoiding him with his observation Haki. Looking at the clear sky, Sheng silently nodded. The clear sky is perfect for surveillance. He continued to ascend until the ships on the sea became mere black dots before stopping and moving towards the location of the red-haired pirates. Who would have thought that someone would use observation Haki to monitor others at such a high altitude? This was Sheng's way to break the deadlock. Red-haired Shanks, Conqueror S Haki, and observation Haki are both very powerful. But so what? Would he think that a Navy officer was monitoring him from above? How could I lose this way? I'm in the atmosphere. This is not a metaphor. It's a fact. Sheng silently praised his way to break the deadlock. Well, okay. This is an exaggerated expression. I haven't reached the height of the atmosphere. Once the red-haired pirates entered Sheng's observation Haki monitoring range, he floated in the air and took out a den mushi. Bururu bururu bururu. Bururu bururu bururu. Click. My red heart cadre. Do you have any good news to report to me? Young master, I have become a lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters and joined Akainu's command. Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo was extremely puzzled. He didn't understand how Sheng had become a lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters without him implementing the plan to send Sheng, the undercover officer, to the Navy headquarters. Did that mean his goal had already been achieved? With Sheng, who could read minds, staying in the Navy headquarters, would he gain more and more important information? And there's bad news, young master. I'm listening. Despite being full of doubts, he tried hard to calm down, listening to his cadre's bad news and resolving the trouble for him. Isn't that what a young master should do? According to Admiral Akainu's orders, I have now entered the new world and am monitoring the movements of the red-haired pirates. Doflamingo, this is indeed bad news, but sorry. Your young master is useless and cannot resolve this trouble. Well, that was not Doflamingo's true thoughts. No matter how powerful Sheng's observation Haki was, he could not read Doflamingo's thoughts through the den mushi. Everything was just Sheng's wild imagination. Do you need me to do anything, Sheng? After a moment of silence, Doflamingo's deep voice came through the den mushi. No need, young master. I'm just reporting my current situation to you. Doflamingo fell silent again. He couldn't help it. After the last call with Sheng, knowing that chaos was about to erupt in the new world, he paused his business in the new world and withdrew his industries. He didn't want to suffer losses due to the chaos caused by those monsters in the new world. So, He couldn't provide one Sheng with any help. Be careful, don't die. Yes, young master. I am quite confident in my ability to survive. Click. After hanging up the call, Sheng looked up and saw the thick dark clouds not far away. I spoke too loudly just now, sorry. Chapter 13 New World 1. Second, it was clear skies. The next, it was dark clouds pressing down. This is the most dangerous natural change in the New World. And this is precisely the first lesson for Sheng, a newcomer to the New World and a member of the Navy. To respect nature. Return to the Navy ship? At this moment, he had no idea where the Navy ship was. He needed to contact Rear Admiral Adri first, and only after confirming the location could he have a clear flight target. But by the time he finished all this, the opportunity might have passed. The main issue was that while he could fly and was very fast, he had no confidence in surviving the impending storm and thunder. Therefore, he immediately abandoned that route. That meant he could only take another path. Sheng's gaze turned toward a ship flying the Jolly Roger, with 3 knife scars on the skull's left eye, which was drifting away. Clang! 2 long swords, wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki, clashed violently, producing a tremendous sound. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. On both ships, the others tacitly refrained from joining the battle, staying on their own ships and watching their captain fight, cheering him on. Old man, you could hit harder, or you won't get another chance. Kid, if you want to defeat me, practice for another 100 years. The two exchanged harsh words, but their expressions revealed their true states. Red-haired Shanks looked relaxed, a slight smile on his lips, while the middle-aged man fighting him wore a serious expression, his face reddened from exertion. Bang! After another clash of swords, both men jumped back onto their respective pirate ships. If you don't use your devil fruit ability now, you won't have a chance. Shanks seemed to have had enough fun, his expression suddenly serious. Without Shank's reminder, the middle-aged man was also prepared to go all out. He hadn't expected that the one challenging him was just a kid he could easily handle. After all, he had roamed the New World for over a decade with his powerful armament Haki, having encountered many challengers like Shanks. Unexpectedly, shortly after they began fighting, he realized he was being completely overwhelmed in both Haki and swordsmanship, with his only trump card being his devil fruit ability. Discarding his long sword, the middle-aged man clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. He considered himself a pure swordsman, but unfortunately, he had accidentally eaten a devil fruit. This was also why he didn't like using his devil fruit ability, even though he had an exceptional talent for its development. Roar! With a loud shout, the middle-aged man's body gradually grew larger, and moments later, a towering tiger stood upright before Shanks. What was most surprising was that a black flame cloud ribbon wrapped around his shoulders. Was this a devil fruit ability awakening even rarer than that of a Conqueror's Haki user? Truly rare. Clang! As the armament Haki flowed, Shank's long sword became enveloped in pitch-black Haki. Zing! Zing! Not only that, but black-red lightning was continuously released from his long sword, indicating he had indeed used Conqueror's Haki. Feeling the immense pressure brought by Shanks, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise, and his inner ferocity was also ignited. Roar! A tremendous tiger's roar shook the mountains. It shook the people on the 2 pirate ships. Hey, 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 are you kidding me? At that moment, the sea seemed to be stirred into waves by the tiger's roar, instilling fear in everyone. How is this possible? Seeing their captain display such power. They should have been happy, but the shock to their souls caused many to faint. I don't remember our captain having Conqueror's Haki. The middle-aged man's subordinate exclaimed in awe. Even the members of the red-haired pirates were shockingly staring at their enemy on the ship. Ha! Just then, red-haired Shanks burst into laughter. That's more like it. This is how the roaring tiger, Wilson, should perform in the New World. Mixed with Conqueror's Haki, your tiger roar shows that you can roam the New World for over a decade. It's truly not just a name. I don't need your acknowledgement, kid. Come on, kid. Wilson was also very surprised, for he knew he didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, nor could he do a tiger roar mixed with it. He only felt the pressure from red-haired Shanks and, driven by the tiger fruit, let out that unwilling roar. Could it be that after transforming into a tiger, I possess Conqueror's Haki? Tigers are the kings of animals, so having Conqueror's Haki isn't surprising. Looking at the serious Shanks across from him, Wilson gave up thinking. Now is not the time to think about this. I'll deal with it later. Shanks narrowed his eyes, crouched down, and prepared the long-awaited attack. As he saw Wilson ready, he instantly launched his strike. God, Captain! Captain! Just then, the crew members of both ships suddenly shouted. Shanks activated his observation Haki and immediately understood why his crew was trying to stop his fight, dispersing all his imposing presence. Shanks looked sharply to his right and saw the nearly instant gathering of pitch-black clouds. Shanks froze for a moment then. Ah, the storm is coming. What should we do? Hurry and order a retreat. You idiot, Captain. How could we run away? My fight hasn't even. Shanks looked back and found that his opponent, Roaring Tiger Wilson, had already ordered the remaining conscious crew to steer the ship away upon seeing the approaching dark clouds. Guys, run away. Sheng, he didn't understand. Wasn't it just about running away to avoid the storm? What were these stupid pirates so happy about? Fortunately, he didn't care. Since he called them stupid pirates, if he tried to understand a stupid person's thoughts, it would only prove he was also stupid. Sheng was not stupid, so watching the red-haired pirates holding a feast in the rain, he felt no envy at all. Really, he felt no envy at all. At this moment, Sheng was hiding in the lookout tower of the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Fourth, carefully using observation Haki to monitor their every move. What about the lookout on the red-haired pirate's ship? Of course, he went to join the feast, looking at the sniper with a sharp nose. He was already feeling a bit dizzy from having drunk quite a bit. Whoosh! A flying slash shot out, splitting the towering waves in two. Ha! Having a feast in the rain has its own unique flavor. Sheng, of course, Sheng wouldn't dare to use his observation Haki on Shanks and Ben Beckman. Shanks may possess observation Haki that is no less than his own. Once his observation Haki is activated, it may be detected by him. Ben Beckman wouldn't dare either, as he is one of the emperors of the red-haired pirates, an existence whose depths are unknown. Sheng is very confident in his observation Haki, but he is not so confident as to think that he won't be discovered by an emperor-level powerhouse. As for others, my observation Haki is the best in the world. How could they possibly detect me? Everything seems to be developing in a positive direction. Sheng just needs to wait for this storm to pass, and then he can rise to the heights, continuing to monitor the red-haired pirate's every move without being detected by anyone. But, Boru. Chapter 14. Mockery. Sheng calmly stood up, directly exposing himself to the eyes of the red-haired pirates. He glanced at the pirates of the red-haired pirates who had suddenly awakened and were on high alert, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Boru. Kacha. Hey. Sheng calmly answered the transponder snail, as if the pirates staring at him and the curious Shanks did not exist at all. Great. Colonel Sheng, I heard there's a massive storm in the area where the red-haired pirates are, and I was worried about your safety. Now that I know you're fine, I'm relieved. Oh, I see. Sheng replied calmly. Is there anything else, Major Adderley? No, I just wanted to ask where you are now. Do you need me to provide support? I'm hiding in the lookout tower of the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Fourth, to avoid the storm. Adderley, by the way, because you suddenly called me, they discover my location. Adderley, if I remember correctly, as a frontline observer, I'm the one who should be calling you, my superior, Major Adderley. Adderley. Also, thanks to your call, I was exposed to them and revealed my identity as a Navy colonel. Adderley, not only that, but my mission details were also disclosed to them. Adderley, may I ask how the Major became a Rear Admiral? Was it through betraying colleagues? Adderley, I will report what happened to me to Admiral Akainu. If you have nothing else, I will hang up the transponder snail. Adderley, Kacha, ha. A huge burst of laughter erupted from the red-haired pirates, who found Sheng's unfortunate situation amusing. Sheng, silence did not mean he had nothing to say. It was simply because, well, he had nothing to say. Sorry, just a moment. Let me contact my superior. After speaking, regardless of whether they heard him or were willing to listen, Sheng dialed Akainu's transponder snail. You should have just arrived in the red-haired pirates activity area today, and you've already made progress so quickly. On the transponder snail, Akainu's serious expression was vividly imitated. The red-haired pirates are fighting against the Roaring Tiger pirates. Shanks is overpowering Wilson from the Roaring Tiger, both with his two-color Haki and swordsmanship. When Wilson transforms into his tiger form, black flame clouds appear on his shoulders and behind him. Oh, this Colonel Sheng. That's the awakened ability of the animal-type devil fruit. Seemingly wanting to avoid being ignored, Shanks suddenly interjected. Who is speaking? Colonel Wen Sheng? It's Shanks. I had to hide in the lookout tower of the red-haired pirates to avoid the massive storm. I was hiding well and hadn't been discovered. But because Major Adderley suddenly called me, I was exposed along with my name, rank, and mission, so I called you to report the situation. Akainu. Boom. Akainu's magma-covered fist smashed down on the desk in front of him. What did he just hear? That flying kid had just started his work and got crucial intelligence that the red-haired and roaring tiger pirates were in battle, with the red-haired being stronger. And Wilson from the roaring tiger had awakened the tiger devil fruit ability. Yet because of a foolish major he sent to assist, he was now in a deadly threat. A fool's self-righteousness had put a promising Navy officer with excellent observation abilities at risk of death. And the worst part was that the fool was one he had sent out. How could he not be angry? Ha 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 ha! The laughter that had just subsided erupted again, while Akainu, hearing the laughter, felt as if he were being slowly tortured. He wouldn't die immediately, but the pain was real. Hearing that Akainu had not continued speaking, Wen Sheng continued. When he transformed into his awakened tiger form and let out a tiger roar, he utilized a power called Conqueror's Haki. When Wilson was preparing for the final battle with Shanks, black-red small lightning bolts continuously released from Shanks' long sword, which was wrapped in armament Haki. I don't know what that is. Hiss, that's a technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki, which is difficult for even those who use Conqueror's Haki to master. It's a high-level application of Conqueror's Haki. Akainu explained to Wen Sheng. When the two were preparing to engage in their final battle, the massive storm arrived. So I took refuge on the red-haired pirate ship. Taking a deep breath, Akainu tried to calm the anger and shock within him before continuing. What do you need me to do? As soon as he spoke, he immediately realized the inappropriate nature of his words. It sounded as if he was asking Wen Sheng to leave a last message, so he quickly added, Can you escape? Wen Sheng looked at the dispersing black clouds in the sky, the stopped thunder, and the giant waves, and confidently said, Of course. As long as I want to run, no one could stop me. Hey. I can't just pretend I didn't hear that, Colonel Wen Sheng. Are you underestimating us, the red-haired pirates? Seeing Shanks and his crew's serious expressions, Wen Sheng did not respond. That's good. First, escape, and we'll talk about the rest later. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Kacha. Bang. Gunfire rang out, and a bullet shot towards Wen Sheng's chest. But before the gunfire sounded, Wen Sheng had already reacted to dodge, and the bullet grazed past him. Oh, not bad. The foresight ability of observation Haki. No wonder you dare to make such arrogant statements earlier. Seeing Wen Sheng's movements, Shanks immediately confirmed that this Navy colonel named Wen Sheng had mastered observation Haki to the extreme and awakened the ability to foresee the future. With this ability, his ship's sniper, Yasopp, would never be able to hit him. Seeing Yasopp still intending to attack, Shanks reached out to stop him. I can kill him, at most 3 more shots. Shanks sensed Yasopp's dissatisfaction, but said nothing more, just looked at him. Sorry, Captain, I was rude. It's fine. He possesses the same observation Haki as I do. Unless he's out of stamina and loses his composure. Otherwise, your attacks won't have any effect. I understand, Captain. When there was no danger, Yasopp could call Shanks by name and freely mock him. But in times of crisis, everything was up to Shanks' orders because he was the captain. Colonel Wen Sheng, would you like to come down for a drink? I can have my sniper apologize to you for the earlier rudeness. Hearing Shanks' words, Wen Sheng couldn't help but curl his lips. Are you asking me to drink with someone who abandoned his wife and child, causing his wife to die due to illness without money for treatment? While his son Usopp plays pirate games on a small island and tells lies every day. Sorry, I'm not that low. Most importantly, I'm not interested in drinking with pirates. Chapter 15 Tough. Escape. What did you say? Upon hearing Wen Sheng's words, Jesusberg instantly cried out in terror. What had he heard? Did his wife die? But this Navy officer named Wen Sheng directly called out his son's name, which could only mean that most of what he said was true. What did I say? What does it have to do with you? A man who abandoned his wife and child. A person who can disregard their own wife and children. Your expression right now truly disgusts me. Whoosh. Boom. Red-haired Shanks rushed over in an instant, cutting the lookout tower completely apart with a single strike. You can mock me all you want, but mocking my companions is something I cannot tolerate. Sheng stood on the straight cut of the mast, turning around with surprise in his eyes as he looked at Sheng floating in the air. Sheng had already flown away before Shanks severed the mast, now hovering not far above his pirate ship. Hearing Shank's serious and righteous words, Sheng laughed. This time, it was an unmasked mockery. "I mocked your companion? Come on, tell me, red-haired Shanks, which of my words mock your companion? Shanks, why don't you say that often-quoted phrase among pirates to refute me? Something like what's wrong with a man pursuing his dreams? Shanks, come on, refute me." Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were shot towards Sheng, but just like before, he had already prepared to dodge before the bullets were fired. "This is your companion. Your crew, red-haired Shanks." Sheng's smile grew wider as he stared directly at Shanks. "Shanks." Jesusberg raised his gun to shoot, but was blocked by Ben Beckman. "Jesusberg, you are bringing shame to our captain. Jesusberg. He can abandon his wife and child, and the companions on the pirate ship don't mind. But Jesusberg violating the captain's orders and attacking that Navy officer is something they cannot accept. The captain's authority cannot be desecrated, especially after Shanks, in his capacity as captain, ordered him to stop the attack. Yet Jesusberg violated that command, which is what Ben Beckman meant when he said he was bringing shame to Shanks. Putting down his spear, Jesusberg was filled with rage, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do. "Your ability to discipline your subordinates seems to be lacking, red-haired Shanks. Shanks, they are not my subordinates. They are my companions." At this moment, Shanks lowered his head, his expression terrifyingly serious, looking at the clear sky that had returned. Sheng wanted to escape. "When I return, I will report to Admiral Akainu, saying that red-haired Shanks is powerful, but his crew is just a bunch of useless people, not worth the Navy's attention." Boom! Just as Shanks said before, mocking him is fine, but he cannot accept Sheng mocking his companions. Therefore, his conqueror's Haki surged fiercely towards Sheng. "It's over. I've messed up. I forgot that Shanks has the observation Haki ability that can prevent me from seeing the future." Sheng's body sank, and then there was nothing after that. Hey, what is happening?" Not only was Sheng surprised, but even Shanks was extremely astonished. He could not imagine how this physically weak Navy could withstand his conqueror's Haki. When he saw Sheng, he had already confirmed that this Navy was a monitoring-type officer specializing in observation Haki and the ability of the flight fruit. And such a physically weak Navy should definitely be unable to withstand his conqueror's Haki. But the result was that this Navy, apart from initially sinking slightly, showed no signs of being intimidated by his conqueror's Haki at all. This situation was something he had never anticipated. Shanks, using observation Haki to its fullest. He wanted to see what kind of result this Navy would bring under his foresight. In contrast to Sheng's speechlessness, Sheng was smiling, because he discovered another of his abilities that was unaffected by Conqueror's Haki. In that case, it seems that the red-haired pirates are not off limits. When Sheng's observation Haki sensed Ben Beckman's body tense up the moment the thought arose, he sighed helplessly. With 2 Emperor-level powerhouses present, he dared to touch this bad luck only because he was emboldened. Moreover, he had already angered red-haired Shanks. If he didn't escape now, under his observation Haki, a careless move could lead to death. He was still young and did not want to die. His body gradually ascended, and the entire red-haired pirate crew watched Sheng leave. "Do you need me to take him down, Captain?" Jesusberg was very confident in his sniping skills. Even though he had already dodged 4 of his bullets before, he was confident that he could take him down with the next shot. "As long as your son dares to go to sea as a pirate, I will kill him without mercy. As for the red-haired pirates, Hearing Sheng's final threat, Jesusberg looked to red-haired Shanks, wanting him to give the order. But Shanks remained silent, quietly watching Sheng fly away. In my observation Haki's foresight, once the opponent fights seriously, 1 dead and 3 injured, while he flies away unharmed. Shanks looked at Jesusberg seriously and said, "The one who will die is you, Jesusberg." Jesusberg, hovering high in the air. Sheng was gasping for breath. How terrifying, how terrifying. I almost thought I was going to die just now. When he was intimidated by the Conqueror's Haki and his body sank, he thought he would faint and then fall onto the red-haired pirate's ship, being shot in the head by Jesusberg and dying. Yes, This was exactly the future he had seen. What he didn't expect was that he was not affected by Conqueror's Haki, which saved his life. System, what other abilities do I have? Can you tell me all at once? All right, Sheng doesn't have a system, so it is impossible for anyone to answer this question. Not being affected by Conqueror's Haki is another ability of mine. Sheng shook his head, dismissing that thought. Perhaps I overthought it. My abilities are only the top-level observation Haki, foresight, mind reading, and the ability to connect with others' intentions through contact. These are all abilities of observation Haki. The reason I wasn't affected by Conqueror's Haki is that, to put it simply, Conqueror's Haki is a form of mental attack, and with the top-level observation Haki I possess, I inherently have a high level of concentration and strong mental power, which allowed me to resist red-haired Conqueror's Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki being able to cause physical attacks, at least just now, Red Hair did not use that level of Conqueror's Haki on me. Otherwise, I would have been dead. His body is not just a simple glass body. Glass also has strengths and weaknesses, and he is the kind that shatters at a touch. The flight fruit? That is the benefit he received from traveling here, not an ability. Chapter 16, Future Choices Smack. When Sheng slapped his face, feeling foolish, truly foolish. He looked up at the sky, trying to hold back his tears. Why didn't he take the opportunity to join the red-haired pirates just now? That way, he could escape the coercion of the Don Quixote family and live safely. When Sheng regretted missing an opportunity to break free from his shackles. He didn't want to be a pirate? Well, that was fine, but his regret was only momentary. It was still true that a thief was a thief, no matter how one dressed it up. If possible, he would rather be a real Navy officer. The Navy is the watchdog of the celestial dragons. The Navy has its own tumors. Regardless of how one puts it, the Navy has maintained basic stability in the 4 seas and the Grand Line, which is an undeniable fact. If when Sheng were strong and ambitious, he would think about overthrowing the world government, leading the world down the path of the Red Empire. If when Sheng were strong but lacked ambition, he would live his life leisurely, free from any constraints. Unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to live as he wished. When Sheng was indeed a person without great ambitions. His combat ability was not strong, so he could only rely on one side for protection. Between the choice of the Navy and pirates, he naturally chose the Navy without hesitation, weighing the lesser of 2 evils. In 7 years, I won't be under any coercion anymore. After reaffirming his thoughts, when Sheng took out his transponder snail, he chuckled, "My dear family, have you been contacting me too frequently during this time? I don't want to hear news of your identity being leaked and getting killed." When Sheng was taken aback. Is this a warning? But soon he didn't care anymore. Doflamingo called Wen Sheng his family, but from start to finish, Wen Sheng was under coercion. It would be strange for him to be loyal to the family. He would never forget the death threats when he came to this world, and the constant coercion he faced. Virgo, Wen Sheng thought of the superior who taught him martial arts. Indeed, although Wen Sheng's physical strength was poor, destined to be hopeless in martial arts, Virgo still imparted his understanding of martial arts and Haki to Wen Sheng during their time together, hoping for his better development in the future. This was also the reason why Wen Sheng always carried an iron rod with him. He couldn't use Haki, so he could only carry an iron rod to use the stick techniques that Virgo taught him when needed. Unfortunately, I can't help you, and you wouldn't want my help either. When you're close to dying, I'll come to say a final goodbye. I'm currently in the New World, already monitoring the red-haired pirates. I discovered. Subsequently, when Sheng reported the information he previously reported to Akainu again to Doflamingo. You're saying the advanced use of Conqueror's Haki with Conqueror's wrapping attack. Doflamingo said, astonished. He had already connected with Kaido of the Beast Pirates, collaborating with this big figure in the New World. He had experienced Kaido's thunderous attacks and witnessed when Sheng's Conqueror's wrapping attack emitting small black-red lightning. However, he had never had that concept and didn't know how he was defeated. But now, he finally understood how he lost. Haha, dear family. You've made a great contribution again. Every time I talk to you, I receive surprises. It's what I should do. Keep in touch and report to me promptly if there are any discoveries. Yes, young master. Click. When Sheng put away the transponder snail, he wanted to see if you, the owner of Conqueror's Haki, would still be defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates after learning that observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki have higher tier applications. Whether you are a dragon or a worm, we'll see in 7 years my young master. What is Wen Sheng doing? Strengthening Doflamingo's power? He is repaying a debt with grievances and revenge. Although he desperately wants to break free from the Don Quixote family and become a true Navy officer according to his wishes, he cannot refute one point. Within the Don Quixote family, besides getting a great opportunity like the flight fruit, he also received a lot of help from Doflamingo and Virgo. Therefore, after he became an undercover Navy officer, he reported all the intelligence he gained to Doflamingo. Other officers reported to the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, but only he could contact Doflamingo directly for reporting because he was undercover with Virgo. In 7 years, regardless of whether the Don Quixote family would be destroyed by the background of Luffy, our ties would be severed. When Sheng believed that if given 7 more years to develop, he would. Originally confident, he suddenly felt dejected, having no expectations for his physical strength 7 years later. Not to mention learning to use armament Haki, flight fruit ability. Even if it reached the awakened state, it would be impossible to reach the speed of light like Admiral Kizaru, let alone the level of the Flash that could travel through time and space. This was a devil fruit ability, not a system or an external aid. Perhaps the awakened state of the Paramecia flight fruit would allow control over objects it touches to fly, just like the Paramecia float fruit. When Sheng was full of expectations for his devil fruit ability awakening, but it was so annoying. Reaching the awakened state only to attain the ordinary ability of the float fruit made him increasingly frustrated. Expectations turned into disappointment. When Sheng's emotional shift happened in just a thought. So it's better not to overthink things. Otherwise, it's easy to affect one's mood. Bloop. Click. When Sheng was startled, not expecting Akainu to pick up the phone so quickly. Akainu. Report to Admiral Akainu. I have successfully escaped from the red-haired pirates. Since Akainu wanted to maintain his cool image, Wen Sheng could only take the initiative to report. Very good. Although the transponder snail mimicked Akainu's serious expression, Wen Sheng could sense that he let out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing the report. I have already dismissed Rear Admiral Adri and sent him back to the West Blue. Your contact person has been changed to Rear Admiral Mandy. That annoying guy? For some reason, Wen Sheng felt that his ears would not be peaceful in the coming days. Is there any problem? No. Admire Akainu. I give you a choice. Continue monitoring the red-haired pirates, or go to the G5 branch and await the orders of Base Commander Rear Admiral Virgo. Wen Sheng. I don't want to choose either, you bastard. Chapter 17 Learning the Lesson. Even though Vincent was raging inside, he had to seriously consider the pros and cons between the two choices. Continuing to monitor the red-haired pirates was nearly impossible to gain more intelligence since he had already been exposed. At most, he could only gather information about who the red-haired pirates were fighting and which islands they had occupied. On the other hand, going to the G5 branch might be a compensation from Akainu for him, since he was brought out by Virgo, and this information was no secret within the Navy. Thus, Akainu offered Vincent the choice to return to Virgo's command. Unfortunately, he didn't want to choose either option. Soon, Vincent made his decision. I choose to continue monitoring the red-haired pirates. Admiral Akainu. Akainu. While speechless, Akainu felt very pleased. Allowing Vincent to go to the G5 branch was indeed a choice he had given him, enabling him to return to his old boss while also striking against pirates in the New World. However, he was gratified that Vincent chose to continue monitoring the red-haired pirates. If previously he had looked down on the red-haired pirates, after learning that Shanks had mastered the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, his level of respect for the red-haired pirates had risen to the highest. A wielder of Conqueror's Haki is a rarity among millions, and among those few, only a very small number of top-tier powers can master the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki. And Shanks was now a top-tier powerhouse who had mastered this advanced application. This elevated his importance in the Navy to an extremely high, almost peak level. Vincent taking on this monitoring task made Akainu believe that Vincent was a true Navy officer, basing everything on the justice in his heart, unafraid of fear, and marching forward courageously. This was also why he felt gratified upon hearing Vincent's choice. Very well. If you need any assistance, directly contact Rear Admiral Mandy. Report any intelligence you gather directly to me. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Gotcha. Vincent felt tears streaming down his face at that moment. Who wants to monitor Shanks? If I had the option to return to the North Sea, I would absolutely return without hesitation. The Navy there's friendly, the environment is beautiful, and I can easily deal with the pirates there. I really love the North Sea. In the New World, I don't even have the strength or confidence to fight back. The gangs in the North Sea? What does that have to do with the Navy? The Navy's duty is to maintain peace on the sea. Gangs are a kingdom's issue. Unfortunately, the option to return to the North Sea was not among the choices Vincent could make. As for why he didn't choose to go to the G5 branch and return under Rear Admiral Virgo's command, that was naturally because, wait, Virgo got promoted again? I remember he was just a Rear Admiral before. Sure enough, the world isn't just about fighting. It's also about relationships. Without the backing of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Virgo's promotion speed wouldn't be so fast. As for why he didn't return under Virgo's command, Vincent thought about the things Virgo had done at the G5 branch and reluctantly gave up that option. Human trafficking, using children as experimental subjects, researching viruses, and so on. Each of these was a landmine for Vincent. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take on Virgo and the Don Quixote family behind him, Vincent would have definitely found a way to eliminate these issues that tread on his landmines. Since these things hadn't happened in front of him, he could pretend not to know, using this self-deceptive thought to avoid falling out with the Don Quixote family. Therefore, knowing the heinous acts Virgo had committed and being unable to stop them, he could only choose to not get involved. With the two choices given by Akainu, he could only grit his teeth and choose to continue monitoring the Red Hair Pirates. This was fine. At least, acting alone would allow him more freedom. With his current abilities, as long as he didn't want to, he would definitely not. Vincent suddenly shivered and quickly looked at the distant sky, and seeing no changes, he let out a huge sigh of relief. No, I need to take precautions to avoid encountering such extreme weather again that could cost me my life. 10 days later, floating high in the sky, Vincent continued to use his observation Haki to monitor every move of the red-haired pirates from a long distance. From the behavior of the red-haired pirates' crew, they seemed unaware that they were being watched. Or perhaps they didn't mind being monitored. Bang! Vincent instantly felt his head ringing. An ice block the size of a baby's fist hit his head. Damn! I should lower my altitude a bit and not monitor the red-haired pirates from such an extreme distance. Otherwise, I wouldn't get hit by hail. Wait, hail! Vincent immediately dove into a tiny, fully enclosed, single-person boat floating behind him. Because it was a single-person boat, Vincent found it effortless to lift it into the air with a touch. With this flying vessel custom-made for him by Rear Admiral Mandy, well, he wasn't good at naming things. After getting the flying vessel, Vincent wouldn't have to face the embarrassment of having to land on the Red Fourth when encountering extreme weather again. Just like the current hail weather, as long as he ducked into the flying vessel and controlled it to land on the sea, there would be no threat at all. Who knows if a lightning bolt would suddenly strike and turn him and his flying vessel into dust. Therefore, to avoid such a tragedy, he had to land on the sea surface. Shanks. Ben Beckman looked into the distance with a very serious expression. I sensed it. Red-haired Shanks also said with a serious expression. They both sensed through observation Haki that a small boat was descending from the sky in the distance. It seems he learned from the last lesson and took precautions. Shanks instantly broke his serious demeanor and returned to his playful smile. Shanks! Ben Beckman shouted seriously. It's fine. Beckman. He.S. just monitoring us. If he wants to watch, let him watch. If he dares to come to our ship and provoke us like last time, we'll just unleash our full power and deal with him once and for all. Hearing Shank's very irresponsible yet domineering words, Ben Beckman sighed helplessly. He was always a hidden danger that should be eliminated as soon as possible. Ben Beckman wanted to seriously talk to Shanks, but seeing Shank's playful expression, he couldn't maintain his seriousness at all. We are the biggest hidden danger on the sea, aren't we? Once we achieve our goals, we can maintain a superficial calm in the new world. At that time, whether the world is peaceful or chaotic will be up to us. No wonder he possesses such powerful conqueror's Haki. This spirit is precisely why we are willing to follow you, Shanks. Chapter 18, The Treasure Tree Atom. Branches. Bolo bolo bolo. Kacha. Admiral Akainu. Do you have any intelligence to report to me, Brigadier General Wensheng? That's right, Sheng has been promoted. After monitoring the red-haired pirates for over a year, it is now the year 1516 of the sea calendar. He collected significant intelligence multiple times, and at the request of Admiral Akainu, the fleet admiral approved Sheng's promotion to Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters. At the age of 24, with 6 years of naval service, he became a flag officer in the Navy, which can be considered quite an achievement. However, compared to other predecessors who have crossed over, it is still far from sufficient. Originally, with the military merits Sheng accumulated, he should have at least been promoted to Rear Admiral or even Vice Admiral. But unfortunately, Sheng still has not mastered armament Haki, which has become an obstacle to further advancement in rank. His observation Haki is among the best in the Navy, even the entire ocean, and his speed is only second to Admiral Kizaru's light speed. However, his armament Haki and physical skills barely reach the level of a second lieutenant in the Navy. Simply put, in terms of physical skills alone, he is inferior to pirates worth tens of millions of berries. Although using the speed from the flying fruit allows him to defeat pirates worth less than 100 million or those who haven't mastered armament Haki in seconds. Once the pirates exceed 100 million in strength or have mastered armament Haki, Sheng's attacks would only be a mere tickle. Either he tires them out or it's utterly useless. With such a significant flaw, if Sheng does not make changes in physical strength and enhance his physical skills to master armament Haki, then he has already reached his limit in the Navy. Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters is his maximum. The Navy would not want to see a news report one day about a dignified Navy Brigadier General being killed in an instant by a newly emerged pirate worth over 100 million. Sheng feels helpless about this, but he has no way to change it. It's not that he doesn't want to train. It's just that no matter how much he trains, it seems futile. His body seems to have reached its limit of enhancement during this year and more of monitoring the red-haired pirates. Even the energy absorbed from the flying fruit has no effect anymore. Unless I can eat a second devil fruit. Then finding an animal-type devil fruit would solve the problem of weak physical strength. Unfortunately, this thought is merely a fantasy for Sheng. He does not possess the special physique like Marshal D. Teach that allows him to consume a second devil fruit. However, on the contrary, his flying speed and agility have seen further growth. He can no longer estimate how fast he can fly now. But the strange thing is that even so, he still hasn't touched the threshold of awakening the ability of the Paramecia-type flying fruit. It's as if this threshold does not exist. There's Admiral Akainu. The red-haired pirates have landed in the giant kingdom of Elbaf. He's been invited by the giant kingdom to Elbaf to deal with the troubles caused by Prince Loki. Have you found out what trouble Loki has caused? I don't know. Sheng honestly replied that Shanks and Ben Beckman knew he was monitoring them. So they communicated important information through special means that he couldn't access. Understood. Continue monitoring and report to me at any time. Yes. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sheng's gaze turned towards the giant tree atom in the giant kingdom. Find a way to get a piece of atom to upgrade my flying ship. Sheng looked at tree atom with greedy eyes, as if this treasure tree was incredibly valuable. Then let us get more. He was short on money. Well, not short on small amounts of money. The Don Quixote family's treatment has always been generous to him. Of course, no matter who you are, no matter how rich, you still need big money. It would be even better if he had a space ring. This is the inherent greed of all humans. He recalled that when the red-haired pirates discussed him, they had already changed his nickname from Flying Man to Ship Stealer, which made him furious. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat the red-haired pirates and had to hold back his anger. 3 days later, boom! A lightning attack struck beneath Tree Atom, and this lightning opened the war horn for the battle between Prince Loki of the Giant Kingdom and the red-haired pirates' giant corps. Feeling the powerful conqueror's Haki clash, Sheng was completely indifferent and uninterested. He didn't even bother to watch this monumental battle, but flew towards the giant kingdom from the sky. There was no helping it. Greed overcame reason, as he was tempted by the branches of Tree Atom struck by the lightning. Although referred to as branches, that was in relation to giants. For Sheng, a branch about 3 to 5 meters long and 1 meter wide would be enough. When Sheng used the flying fruit's power and prepared to take away a branch nearly 50 meters long and 5 meters wide from Tree Atom, he laughed with joy. forgetting everything else. Great. My flying ship can be upgraded, and such a large tree atom can be exchanged for a lot of berries. I could retire and enjoy a retirement life. Sheng knew he could never retire. The Navy wouldn't allow it, nor would Doflamingo, but that didn't mean he couldn't imagine a happy life after retirement. Just at that moment, while he was overjoyed about obtaining tree atom, he didn't notice a giant blade coming down on him from above. Flying tree thief, leave the atom tree behind. Sheng, due to his greed, lost his cool and focus, thus failing to perceive the attack intentions around him. If it weren't for the giant roaring as he attacked, he would have likely met a grim fate. When the giant blade struck the ground, and this was the closest Sheng had ever been to death. He even sensed the moment the giant blade passed just 5 meters away from him. But, whoosh, the strong wind generated by the giant blade's fall blew him, and the branch of tree atom he was touching away. Sheng forced himself to calm his rapidly beating heart and stabilize his body. However, as he looked up, he saw another giant spike club coming down. He realized that the giants pursuing him were not just one but 3. As the spike club missed him, the fierce wind blew again, sending Sheng uncontrollably flying away. But the giant axe was already waiting for him in the direction he was blown towards. Whoosh! The sound of the giant axe slicing through the air reached Sheng's ears. In the next second, Sheng, along with his spoils, vanished from the eyes of the 3 giants. Over there, a giant pointed towards the distant sea, angrily shouting. The 2 giants stood side by side, gripping their weapons tightly, raising them in preparation, and simultaneously swung out. Sea domination. Chapter 19. Injured at this moment, Sheng had freed himself from excitement, happiness, and greedy desires, allowing himself to enter a state of calm. In this calm state, Sheng's top-tier observation Haki was smoothly released. With his long-range observation Haki perception, combined with the ability to foresee the future, he immediately detected the attacks that the 2 giants behind him were about to launch, as well as the scene in the future where he and the atom tree were cut into pieces. Sheng's soul was in turmoil. He immediately discarded the atom tree that would slow him down and change direction, flying towards the distance. The destructive power of the Overlord Sea was astonishing, capable of causing immense vibrations and destruction, with the might to destroy seas and nations. Coupled with its large-scale attacks, it was nearly impossible to evade. Not to mention, the one unleashing the Overlord Sea was 2 giants, which meant their attack power was even greater. Even if Sheng pushed his speed to the limit, he would still be affected by the residual force of the Overlord Sea. Bang! Sheng felt as if he had been hit directly by a truck. Although he had no idea what it felt like to be hit by a truck, his body, on top of his original flying speed, was further accelerated by the residual force of the Overlord Sea. A mouthful of blood was spat out by Sheng, causing him immense pain, with his internal organs aching faintly. Ugh! The pain was evident, but Sheng could no longer care about the pain in his body, as a greater crisis was about to arrive. A pursuit by the giants? No, it wasn't that. Sheng had flown far away, and being swept by the residual wave of the Overlord Sea had thrown his figure even further, placing him outside the giant's attack range. However, due to the powerful inertia of his body, combined with the injuries he sustained, he temporarily lost control of his devil fruit ability to fly. He was falling towards the sea. He didn't have crew members like Zoro or Sanji, nor did he have any other Navy officers or soldiers nearby to help him escape from the sea. Once he fell into the ocean as a devil fruit user, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Therefore, at this moment, Sheng could only think about stabilizing his body and avoiding falling into the sea. Forcing himself to stabilize, his body endured immense pressure, and under the attack of the residual waves of the Overlord Sea, the situation worsened, causing him to spit out more blood. Ugh! Looking at the nearby sea surface, Sheng felt panic while secretly hoping for luck. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his body and did not fall into the sea. Unfortunately, his internal injuries worsened. Blub blub blub. Gotcha. Major Mandy, I'm injured and need rescue. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Mandy asked in terror. I'm at. Sheng assessed his physical condition and thought about his current location. I'm currently on an unnamed island near the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Okay, I'll be there in about an hour. Hold on. Gotcha. The snail phone was hung up. But Sheng looked at the atom tree that had been broken into several sections as sensed by his observation Haki. At this point, still thinking about the atom tree, it was precisely because he was at this point that Sheng was even more unwilling to give up on the atom tree. However, this time it wasn't out of greed. It was merely a bit of unwillingness and not wanting to suffer such a great loss, having already paid such a hefty price. If he returned empty-handed, wouldn't that mean he would suffer an even greater loss? Therefore, after confirming that his body could hold on, he thought he could at least endure until he retrieved the atom tree and waited for rescue. His body slowly ascended, flying towards the direction sensed by his observation Haki. Then, Sheng picked up the snail phone again. Young master, Doflamingo. He had told Sheng to contact him lest to avoid being discovered. But he never expected that his family cadre seemed to not understand his meaning or completely ignored his suggestion. Just a few days later, he contacted him again. I managed to get a 50-meter tall and 5-meter wide atom tree in the giant kingdom of Elbaf, but it fell into the sea when I was discovered while escaping. The location is near an unnamed island outside Elbaf. Doflamingo frowned on the snail phone. Are you injured? Sheng. He didn't expect that Doflamingo's concern was not about the atom tree, but rather whether he was injured. Moreover, Doflamingo had only sensed from the call that he was injured. He was affected by the residual waves of the Overlord's sea from the giant's wide-range attack, but he survived, although he was injured. I've already contacted the Navy for rescue. I'll be leaving in an hour. Good. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo continued. Even though the atom tree is precious, it can still be bought with money. So there's no need to risk your life for something that can be bought. Sheng. Yes, young master. Gotcha. Sheng put away the snail phone, selected a section of the atom tree that was sufficient for him to renew his flying ability, and flew towards the distant unnamed island. He never expected that Doflamingo would care about him so much. Thinking about Doflamingo and the plot, while valuing family cadres, i.e., those he referred to as family, he could mercilessly kill his own brother when it came to the interests of the Don Quixote family, allowing his loyal subordinate Monet to die to protect family interests. It could be said that Doflamingo was a contradictory person who valued family, yet disregarded the lives of everyone, including family. Yet it was precisely this contradictory nature that made him one of the 7 warlords and an underground emperor, wielding immense power along with a group of loyal subordinates. His concern for me is merely based on my value to the Don Quixote family. Sheng thought to himself, and he could only think this way, which allowed him to completely extinguish the slight happiness he felt for being cared for, enabling him to watch coldly as the Don Quixote family was destroyed without getting involved. A thief is a thief. No matter how much they dress it up, they're a bunch of garbage that must be swept into the trash can. Sheng thought, if Mandy knew his current thoughts, she would definitely feel gratified and excitedly tell him, "We are indeed subordinates of Admiral Akainu, sharing the same sense of justice." 3 months later, Navy Headquarters Hospital, Sheng assessed his healed body, but his mood did not improve. Instead, it got worse. The healing of his injuries was indeed good news. But once he thought that the indigenous people of this world might only need a meal or a few days of rest to recover, he couldn't feel happy at all. I really want a system, one that can enhance physical strength. Sigh. Fate must have its moments, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Just as he exited the room, a soldier stood at attention and saluted him. Brigadier General Sheng, Admiral Akainu wants to see you. Chapter 24 Emperors Seeing the Darkened Face of Admiral Akainu. Sheng knew he was about to be lectured. There was no need to use observation Haki to read minds. I don't remember asking you to steal the treasure tree atom from the giant kingdom. I knew it. Sheng remained silent. Years of experience being lectured in school had taught him that silence was the best way to escape the current embarrassment. Of course, if he encountered a particularly persistent teacher, that might provoke their anger, making him even more embarrassed. Never mind. Fortunately, Akainu was not the type to dwell on such matters. Because of your unauthorized actions, all your military merit points have been deducted. Sheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but thinking about those military merits that were of little use to him, he felt indifferent. Military merits were very important within the Navy system, but most of the things they could do, he didn't need. Promotion? Sheng was already a rear admiral. Given his conditions, there was no further promotion possible. Purchasing a two-color Haki training method, but Sheng's observation Haki was already at the peak of this world, even arguably the best in the world, and with his physical condition, he could hardly awaken armament Haki, which was also the reason he couldn't be promoted further after becoming a rear admiral. Buying a devil fruit? He was already a superhuman type flying fruit user. What would he want with another devil fruit? To commit suicide? To buy for the Don Quixote family? Buying precious items like sea prism stone? Sheng, exchanging for money? The Don Quixote family is wealthy enough to rival nations. The wealthy Freedom family cadre is worth checking out. Therefore, he didn't care about being punished by having his military merit points cleared. However, because of your outstanding contribution in monitoring the four emperors' shanks, I managed to secure this for you. An iron rod was taken out from behind a kainu and thrown to him, receiving the even more refined weapon. Sheng felt a surge of joy. Exchanging useless military merits for a more powerful weapon, enhancing my combat capability. What a bargain. Use your observation Haki to sense it. Just then, a kainu said something inexplicable. Following his instructions, Sheng released his observation Haki to sense the iron rod, only to discover that this iron rod seemed not to be an ordinary one. It had a form of consciousness. Looking at a kainu in surprise, a kainu, seeing the astonished expression on Sheng's face, nodded in satisfaction. By spending all your military merit points, I asked the world government to bestow the ability of the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit onto this iron rod through a devil fruit. Boat carrier? The Navy certainly didn't want to be embarrassed by having an officer with such a lowly nickname. A kind of scoffed at Sheng's nickname of boat carrier. Thank you. Through reading his mind, Sheng already knew that things were not as simple as Akainu claimed. Without Akainu's connections, even if Sheng had 10 times more military merits, he wouldn't have received such treatment or obtained a weapon endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. And yet, he had received such a weapon. The reason Akainu mentioned was that he looked down on Sheng having a nickname like boat carrier. But the true reason was that Akainu was worried that Sheng's flying speed would be limited due to carrying a boat, which could be dangerous. Sheng was somewhat averse to strict superiors, but he was very pleased with a superior who cared for his subordinates. Indeed, the people in this world are all contradictions, like Doflamingo and Akainu. Try this weapon's weight. Akainu's words were interrupted by Sheng, and his face darkened instantly. Only Akainu interrupted others. No one else dared to interrupt him, or they would be asking for a taste of his dark dog. You said, Shanks has become one of the four emperors? Although he had known about this situation for a long time, suddenly hearing the confirmed news still surprised him greatly. While you were healing, Shanks defeated the giant prince Loki with the giants in Elbaf of the Giant Kingdom and occupied a large number of islands, becoming the maritime emperor of the New World. And there are 4 such maritime emperors in the New World: the White-Beard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Big Amoan Pirates, and the Red-Haired Pirates, which the world government refers to as the 4 emperors. Seeing Sheng still with a surprised expression mixed with anger, Akainu assumed that Sheng was upset because he let the red-haired pirates become one of the 4 emperors, and continued, "This is not your fault. You completed your mission very well." Seeing Sheng still silent, Akainu continued, "This is something the world government is happy to see. The establishment of the 4 emperors, from a certain perspective, maintains stability in the New World, allowing the Navy to take this opportunity to firmly control the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, maintaining peace in most areas of the sea, and then focusing on taking the New World in one fell swoop. The current humiliation is for the sake of future peace on the sea." Sheng, listening to Akainu's words, Sheng felt a slight touch of emotion, just a slight one, because he was not surprised, nor was he angry. He was trying hard to suppress his excitement. He had read in Akainu's mind that he was about to return to the North Sea. After Sheng exited Akainu's office, he could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth that he had been holding back. With full speed, he flew toward the training ground. He wanted to test if the newly acquired iron rod truly possessed the abilities Akainu had in mind. First was a powerful kick. In the training ground, Sheng delivered a powerful chop, smashing heavily toward the ground. Just as the iron rod was about to strike the ground, The top of the rod transformed into a pair of muscular kangaroo hind legs. Bang! The powerful kick struck the ground, creating a 1-meter square depression. This was still the result of Wensheng's weak physical strength combined with the inherent power of the kangaroo fruit. Wensheng couldn't imagine how much destruction would occur if combined with the force from his flying speed. Huh? You dare look down on me? Do you believe I will throw you into the sea, leaving you with no chance to rise? Indeed, in Wensheng's perception through observation Haki, he felt the consciousness of the kangaroo fruit within the iron rod despising him in a naked and unreserved manner. Dare you? Am I going to drag you down? Wensheng held the iron rod and flew full speed toward the sky. Little pouch, I will let you know who is dragging whom down. If you can't withstand even my one attack, then you don't deserve to be my weapon. After reaching a certain height, Wensheng's body rapidly descended toward the ground. Little pouch, I hope your legs can withstand the pressure brought by this force. Otherwise, you better just be a space pouch. And don't come out to embarrass yourself again. Chapter 21. North Sea Inspector Boom. The entire training ground collapsed the moment the kangaroo's hind legs touched the ground. A massive imprint, reminiscent of the destruction caused by Admiral Akainu's hellhound, appeared on the training ground. Not only that, the Navy headquarters also experienced a significant tremor due to Wensheng's attack, which was felt by everyone within the headquarters. Whoosh! A golden light suddenly appeared, gathering not far from Wensheng. Oh my, today's young people are truly terrifying, each one like a monster. Looking at the distant Admiral Kizuru and then at the kangaroo's hind legs, which were torn apart from the immense recoil, Wensheng was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Why wasn't Wensheng injured? Of course, it was because he released his grip just before the attack made contact with the ground. Otherwise, the recoil alone could have instantly killed him. After the recoil subsided, he could just retrieve the iron rod. However, this time was different from before. The iron rod did not fly away after the recoil because the kangaroo's legs absorbed all the force. This was also why those muscular legs were so severely injured. You must be the flying man under Sakazuki, Kizuru said, looking at Wensheng, who was floating in midair and at a loss for what to do. Flying to a part of the ground that hadn't collapsed, Wensheng immediately came to attention and saluted. Reporting to Admiral Kizuru, I am Wensheng, a flying man who has eaten the flying fruit, Navy Brigadier General. It's really you. Such terrifying strength. Why not join my ranks? With your abilities? You're only a Brigadier General. It seems Sakazuki is suppressing you. The pungent smell of sulfur entered the noses of Kizuru and Wensheng, along with Akainu's dissatisfied voice. Kizaru, what do you want to do to my subordinate? Akainu's angry voice was heard. So scary, Admiral Akainu. Kizaru seemed unfazed by Akainu's anger. As for his earlier attempt to recruit Wensheng, it was merely a playful tease upon sensing Akainu's arrival. Among the three admirals, his relationship with Akainu was quite good, and he wouldn't engage in underhanded tactics. Even if he had a particularly favored Navy officer, he would straightforwardly ask Akainu for permission. Admiral Akainu. Wensheng saluted again. Akainu glanced at the state of the training ground and nodded in satisfaction. With the power of your strike, you should be safe as long as you don't encounter those few monsters. Thank you very much for giving me such a powerful weapon. It's you who is powerful, not the weapon. This thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of the two admirals. Get ready and go. You don't need to report back to me. Yes. After saluting the two again, Wensheng slung the iron rod on his back and flew towards the G1 branch. He needed to find Mandy to retrieve the new flying ship made from Adam's treasure tree that he had asked for help to find. 5 years until the downfall of the Don Quixote family. As the North Sea inspector, Wensheng had been serving in the North Sea for over a year. Wensheng rarely killed. It wasn't out of mercy, nor did he have a principle against killing. He simply didn't want to cause unnecessary slaughter or felt he had no right to take others' lives. However, for pirates who clearly committed crimes such as murder, arson, and intentional injury, Wensheng could kill them without hesitation, showing no mercy. Well, he was merely restraining himself with the laws and regulations of the Red Empire, preventing himself from becoming a senseless killer. Of course, for some crimes that did not carry the death penalty under the laws of the Red Empire, but he believed deserved it, Wensheng would also execute them without mercy, such as rape and human trafficking. At this moment, on a merchant ship, Sheng was on a killing spree. His expression was very grim because, through his observation Haki, he sensed dozens of terrifying auras emanating from the ship, making him uncomfortable. Those were the children and women who had been trafficked. Bang! A single strike shattered a person's skull, and Sheng tilted his head to dodge a bullet that was fired at him, his expression darkening further. He had seen the pirate flag in the cabin. So it's pirates, then there is no need to show mercy. Wait. This is a merchant ship belonging to the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. According to world government regulations, you Navy have no right to interfere. They saw Sheng in his Navy uniform and immediately brought up their background in an attempt to save their lives. The warlords are recognized by the world government as great pirates, capable of legally plundering. Sizzle. When Sheng saw the pirate flag painted in the cabin, he realized this merchant ship belonged to the Don Quixote family, but so what? He knew that the Don Quixote family was involved in human trafficking and had captured many children for Caesar's experiments. But since he lacked the strength to confront them previously, he chose to ignore it. But now, with the situation unfolding before him and having the ability to resolve it, he would naturally choose to act. Even if the ship belonged to the Don Quixote family, it didn't matter. Boru. After eliminating all the pirates on the ship, he flew high into the sky and contacted the nearby Navy branch to handle the rescued children and women from the pirate ship. Then he directly contacted Doflamingo. Kacha, young master, I've discovered another merchant ship flying the family flag, and they are engaging in human trafficking. Just like before, I killed them all. The honor of the Don Quixote family cannot be tarnished. Doflamingo. The Doflamingo imitated by the Din Mushy had veins popping on his forehead. My dear Red Heart officer, do you know what you're doing? Of course I know. I'm maintaining the family's honor. That's my property, my family business. Doflamingo yelled in furious disbelief upon hearing Wensheng's self-righteous words. What exactly do you want, Wensheng? Hearing Doflamingo's question, Wensheng couldn't control his emotions and shouted back. I want to ask you, young master, what do you want to do? Doflamingo, knowing that I want to go easy on scum like this. You keep sending people to challenge my bottom line. This is not the first or second time. Young master, I'll say this, whenever I encounter scum like this, I'll kill them every time. Wensheng, Brigadier General, do you really think you are a Navy maintaining justice? Remember, you are a pirate, a Red Heart officer of the Don Quixote family. Wensheng's undisguised anger made Doflamingo laugh in fury. Whether I'm a pirate or a Navy, in such situations, unless I lack the strength to deal with it, otherwise. Otherwise what? Sheng did not say, as he had already hung up the Din Mushy. Chapter 22, Anger and Law Bang. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo crushed the microphone in his hand, startling the maids nearby. That little brat. I should have killed him back then. Tori Pole, who was beside him, heard the conversation between the two and angrily suggested whether they should directly send family members to take him out or expose his identity to the Navy. Doflamingo. He glanced at Tori Pole, Pika, and Diamante, then shook his head. Since our Red Heart cadre still has his own persistence, let's grant his wish. Notify everyone, the family will no longer engage in human trafficking business in the North Sea. Doflamingo. The three wanted to stop him, but in the end, they said nothing. They did not expect that the weak little thief from 7 years ago had now grown to such a formidable level. According to the intelligence reported by Virgo, the only one who could defeat the current law was the young master. As for others, as long as he wanted to run, no one could catch him. Of course, the four highest-ranking cadres of the family, and some other cadres were not opponents law could contend with. His combat ability was not enough to defeat them. Do you have any objections? Seeing the three had thoughts of stopping him from issuing this order, Doflamingo directly asked. After exchanging glances for a moment, they finally said, No, everything is based on your opinion. Doflamingo. Doflamingo nodded, but he felt a bit disappointed. He really hoped the three would have some good suggestions. That way, he could avoid antagonizing law while also maintaining the nearly risk-free and highly profitable human trafficking industry. Unfortunately, they did not have such opinions. Law's role is very important to the family. We cannot lose him. Understood. Just as Doflamingo said, Law was very important to the family and to him. At the very least, through Law, he learned about observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki and their further development paths. By analogy, does armament Haki have other application techniques? Not only that, Law also brought him a lot of valuable intelligence, allowing the family's development to go smoothly. Now, since the family business has touched the bottom line in Law's heart, then let it go. After all, the value Law brings has far exceeded the losses from the human trafficking business. After several tests, all the subordinates on the ship were wiped out. Our Red Heart cadre also has a ruthless and brutal side. Indeed, Diamante's side, even when coerced into working for us, he only showed a hint of dissatisfaction. I didn't expect he had such a side, daring to resist, even in the face of Doflamingo's anger. Precisely because he has such a personality, we can better coerce him to gather more valuable intelligence for the family. Bika. He generally does not speak due to his voice issues. Even when only Doflamingo, Diamante, and Toripol were around, he remained the same. Let us quietly wait and see what remarkable intelligence our Red Heart cadre can bring us. Pirates? Bounty hunters? The previous merchant ship was not sailing alone. However, when they saw Law ruthlessly slaughtering the people on the merchant ship, they wisely fled. When Law finished his phone call and caught up with the ship protecting the merchant ship, he saw a group of people fighting them. After once again eliminating all the human traffickers on this ship, Law asked the people fighting them, "We are travelers. We are doctors. Oh, traveler doctors." A person wearing a spotted soft hat, accompanied by a white polar bear, and several people resembling doctors were shocked and dropped their jaws when they saw Law effortlessly take down a pirate with a bounty of 39 million. When Law looked at them, they instantly tensed up, standing frozen in place. Hearing the inconsistent answers, Law frowned and waved his hand. "Since you are not pirates, then it's fine." Trafalgar Law and the others breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Law's words and immediately returned to their submarine, sinking into the sea to leave. However, after seeing Law's pirate ship submerge, he still pulled out the Den Mushy. "You said you found Trafalgar Law's whereabouts?" The Den Mushy vividly mimicked Doflamingo's excited expression. "Capture him alive? I'm coming right over." "Sorry, young master, I didn't catch him." With veins popping, Doflamingo said unhappily, "I remember I told you, once you find this person, to spare no effort in capturing him alive. Right, Law?" "Yes, young master, but their pirate ship is a submarine. When they saw me in a Navy uniform, they sank into the sea. I couldn't catch him." Doflamingo. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo said, I said it after so many years. How come I couldn't find his trace? Turns out he has a submarine." "Law, keep monitoring and report to me immediately if you find his trace again." "Yes, young master." "Gotcha." "Sorry, Law. You're the sweet date I'm giving to Doflamingo and the others. However, I will not capture you. I'm still waiting for 5 years later when you and the background King Luffy will help to bring down the Don Quixote family." Hitting with a stick and giving a sweet date is the reason Law reported the intelligence about Law to Doflamingo. Previously, due to the human trafficking issue, he had a huge disagreement with Doflamingo, even reaching the point of angry arguments. By giving Doflamingo the intelligence about Law, he hoped to ease the emotions on both sides and prevent them from directly exposing his identity as an undercover pirate. Law did not know if there were still people in the family continuing the human trafficking business in the North Sea, but he hoped that after that argument, he would no longer engage in such business, at least not let such business appear in front of him. Otherwise, he would still slaughter all those kinds of people. There are less than 5 years left. I can wait. Law thought of Law and the others from before and couldn't help but sigh. They're still a very immature group of young people. They need quite a bit of time to grow. Thinking about the plot, in 5 years, Law would be able to develop the Op no Mi to its awakened state, and he and Kid, the user of the magnet fruit, could defeat one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Law found incredible. Is it because of his connection with the background King Luffy, being on the same front, that he has given you a cheat? Chapter 23. Devil Fruit Abilities. The background king not only is the child of the world, but also possesses a group buff aura. Not only can his own strength increase at an unreasonable speed, but even those who follow him can also experience rapid enhancement. In contrast, think about Kaido, who is of the same age and is still being studied by the world government. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin are seeking refuge in the Rocks Pirates, and Shanks. who is still wandering in the East Sea at the same age. It must be said that to survive in this world, one must not only have a strong background but also a solid identity. Otherwise, no matter how hard one works, it amounts to nothing. Of course, there are those who can defy fate through sheer hard work. Among the vast masses, there is always someone who surprises destiny. Bururu, bururu, bururu. Kacha, I am Sheng. Sheng, the inspection officer. Some strange things have happened here, and I might need you to come over personally to handle it. Looking at the expression imitated by the snail phone, Sheng immediately thought, isn't this the branch-based leader who contacted me 3 days ago about the women and children who were trafficked? What do they need me to handle? All right, I will be there shortly. Hanging up the snail phone, Sheng took out the North Sea map from the iron rod and checked the location of the branch. The animal-type kangaroo fruit ability inside the iron rod has already been used by him as a space bag, and Little Bag doesn't mind Sheng's decision. Little Bag. Sheng likes to stay in the North Sea, not only because the pirates here are easy for him to defeat, but also because as long as there is a map, he can easily fly there, unlike the New World and the Paradise, where without good navigators, it is hard to move even an inch. Are you saying that those trafficked women and children, even if rescued, still want to go to the Sabati archipelago and do not want to go home? Upon hearing the words of the branch-based leader, Sheng instantly became unsettled. With their identities as ordinary people and a vulnerable group, it's not to mention whether they can reach the Sabati archipelago, but even if they do, what can they do there? Yet those people indeed said so and acted accordingly. There was a strong sentiment of if you don't take us there, we will swim there ourselves. At this point, Sheng had already learned the answer through his mind-reading ability from the branch-based leader's heart. Yes, Officer Sheng. We wanted to send them back to their hometown as per your instructions, but they are very resistant to our arrangements. There was nothing we could do. I could only ask for your help. If it were another time, the branch-based leader wouldn't listen to these people's opinions and would directly send them back to their respective hometowns. But this matter was arranged by Sheng, the North Sea inspection officer, so they didn't dare to slack off. It should be known that the person in front of them is the inspection officer of the entire North Sea, responsible for supervising and ensuring that the Navy's various tasks and directives are effectively executed, while also inspecting whether there are collusions between military personnel and criminals, misuse of power, and other dereliction of duty behaviors in various branches. Faced with a task assigned by such a significant figure, they certainly didn't want to suffer unwarranted disaster due to poor performance. Yes, as the Navy station at the branch, they usually act a bit overbearing, but they have completed all the tasks that the Navy should do seriously without any discounts. If they were to be punished or demoted for this, who would they cry to? Staring intently at the branch-based leader, Sheng read from their hearts that they did not intend to deceive him. Then that's strange. When I first discovered them, I heard their hearts were filled with fear. How could they still want to go to the Sabati archipelago, this land of sin? The Sabati archipelago is a land of sin? In Sheng's view, it is indeed a land of sin. Or rather, just like the city he knew before crossing over, a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor. If you love him, send him to XX. If you hate him, send him to XX. With such descriptions, isn't this place a land of sin? Take me to see. In the branch military camp, Sheng saw those women and children. Navy, sir, we don't want to go home. We want to go to the Sabati archipelago. Could you please take us there? If not, could you lend us a boat so we can go ourselves? Sheng felt the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. What did he just hear? A group of weak women and children wanting to sail to the Sabati archipelago themselves? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? How can one expect those aspiring pirates, who cried and begged to return to the four seas shortly after entering the first half of the Grand Line, to accept this? Sheng frowned as he looked at these people. Hearing their desire to go to the Sabati archipelago, their expressions filled with longing, while their hearts were crying out in fear. When faced with indecision, quantum force. Ahem, no. In this world, when encountering unclear and mysterious situations, it's all due to devil fruit abilities. Although it's not always correct, it doesn't hurt to try. Throwing them all into the sea, they might be affected by the abilities of the devil fruit. Upon hearing Sheng's order, the branch-based leader was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Yes, Officer Sheng, I will arrange it right away. Sheng, The Love Kingdom is a member nation of the world. Without permission, the Navy has no right to interfere. I understand, Admiral Akainu. I didn't intend to interfere with the member nations. I just wanted to report the abnormal intelligence I discovered to you. Akainu looked at the expression of Sheng imitated on the snail phone and could hardly believe that Sheng would act as he said. He knew that his subordinate would definitely go find the devil fruit user within the Love Kingdom and kill them to avenge the trafficked women and children. He had learned from previous intelligence that his subordinate had a scale in his heart. As long as someone violated the justice in his heart, he would act ruthlessly and eradicate them completely. You really are the most suitable to join my ranks, Sheng. If you were under those two admirals, they would allow you to be so reckless. Don't expose your identity. On the snail phone, Sheng's expression revealed a big smile. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Kacha. Can I take it that you are condoning your subordinates to interfere in the internal affairs of member nations? Admiral Akainu. Bang! The sound of a table being slammed echoed instantly, and Akainu looked up to see Fleet Admiral Sengoku glaring at him. Did I condone my subordinates to do this? How would I know? Indeed, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Akainu has never issued such orders, and he even reprimanded his subordinates' thoughts. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru was sipping tea and smiling, saying, I just don't know what Admiral Akainu meant by don't expose your identity. Could you explain that to me, Admiral Akainu? Chapter 24 Preparation. After spitting out his cigar, Akainu said seriously, he is the North Sea Inspector, and he should keep his identity hidden, mainly conducting undercover investigations to monitor whether there are any abuses of power or dereliction of duty within the Navy branch. I'm just reminding him to pay attention to his methods of working. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Vice Admiral Crane smiled. I see. Then there is no problem. You, Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral, pointed at Akainu and Vice Admiral Crane, momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it. If any unexpected situation arises, you two can come with me to Mary Geos to explain to the 5 elders. Akainu scoffed. Those 5 old bastards, what is there to worry about? Though he thought this way, he still began to worry. If Sheng catches the attention of those 5 old bastards in this way, then, at the port of the People's Kingdom, a graceful figure disembarked, looking up at the bustling capital of the People's Kingdom in the distance. Unable to suppress a gulp. Can I really accomplish this task? She recalled 2 days ago when a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, the North Sea Inspector, suddenly approached her and asked for her help with the task. Are you Lieutenant Ninus from the Navy branch? When she first met the short rear admiral, who was only about 8 meters tall, her first reaction was, this rear admiral looks so weak. Maybe if I punch him, he might cry for a long time. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw the rear admiral's face darken instantly. I didn't just say what I was thinking, did I? Sorry. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Sheng, Ninus's branch commander. You didn't say anything, so what are you apologizing for? Ninus's commander helplessly slapped his forehead. Rear Admiral, her head seems a bit empty. How about we find someone else? Can you find anyone more suitable? Seeing the branch commander fall silent, Sheng knew that this Lieutenant Ninus was the most suitable person here to help him complete the task. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. You could discuss in detail. Thank you, Commander. After some back and forth, Sheng clarified, so, my task is to pretend to be a traveler going to the capital of the People's Kingdom, to lure out the devil fruit user who targets women and children. And then you'll take action to deal with them? Yes, Sheng thought helplessly. I'm starting to doubt whether this empty-headed woman can really help me with this task. He had told this woman named Ninus so much, but all she seemed to have heard was that one sentence. Sure, she smartly grasped the main point. But doing a job isn't just about understanding the key. There are many details that must be managed well, especially. All right, looking at the 18-year-old woman before him, whose figure and appearance were excellent, and with striking black waves of hair, albeit seeming a bit dim-witted. Sheng knew that choosing her was the right decision. It's a pity she's a bit too tall. Must be around 2 meters. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Smack. Sheng slapped himself across the face. Seeing Ninus look at her in confusion, Sheng emphasized internally, this is not the time to think about that. I need to explain to you in advance. The People's Kingdom is a member state of the world government. Although we are the Navy, what we are about to do will not be recognized by the Navy. Therefore, we have no support and no. I'll do it. Nina's clenched her fists, indignantly stating, protecting ordinary people from oppression and bullying is the justice I joined the Navy to execute. And for that, I can give my life. Silly girl, sometimes death is a kind of luck. Looking at Nina's in her pure Navy demeanor, Sheng couldn't help but sigh. This world is not as beautiful as it seems on the surface. Perhaps after this mission, your perception will change. Pulling at her collar to relieve the tightness in her chest, Nina's took a long breath. Let us start the mission. Encouraging herself, Nina's walked out of the port under the gaze of the crowd, heading into the people's kingdom. Hi. This one is a gem. It can definitely sell for a good price. This woman is mine. Don't fight me for her. TSK. A competition seemed to have begun, but the leading lady Nina's was oblivious. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Splash. At that moment, a submarine emerged from beneath the sea, startling the crowd that was still discussing who would get Nina's. They immediately retracted their previously lewd and evil gazes, transforming back into a group of ordinary port workers. Creak. The submarine opened, and a person and a bear came out. You all stay on standby nearby. After handling things here, we'll go directly into the cabin. Yes, Captain. Upon arriving at the port, Luo asked the staff standing by. Excuse me, is this the People's Kingdom? Yes. Welcome guests to travel in the People's Kingdom. Our kingdom is the happiest in the North Sea and even the whole world. Just spend a day here, and you will definitely fall in love with our People's Kingdom. The staff immediately began to enthusiastically introduce all the attractions in the People's Kingdom. Almost like reciting a script, customers are God, and their passionate reception was meant to treat every customer like a deity. By the way, the God they refer to is the one nailed to the cross by his people. At least, in their hearts, that is how it should be. Thank you. Interrupting the staff's lengthy monologue, Luo quickly thanked them and left with the polar bear, Beepo, heading into the capital of the People's Kingdom. Hi. This fur tribe is also a gem. It can definitely sell for a good price. I don't want that woman anymore. I want that polar bear. Don't fight me for it. TSK. High in the sky, when Sheng saw Luo and Beepo also enter the People's Kingdom, doubts arose in his mind. Why are they here too? Recalling their previous encounter on the slave ship, Sheng began to speculate. Could it be that they also came here for that devil fruit user who can control others? Chapter 25. The People's Kingdom. Why did he need to seek help from a woman named Nina's? Of course, it was because Vincent didn't want to take risks. What if he was controlled by someone hiding in the shadows, using the powers of a devil fruit to sell women and children? What would he do if he found himself helplessly flying to the Sabati archipelago to be sold? It's important to know that only a person's actions can be controlled. Their soul cannot be manipulated. This means that even if he were controlled, he would still be fully aware of what he was doing. Vincent did not want to experience such torment. So, seeking outside help was the only option. If he wanted to find the mastermind behind the trafficking of women and children, contacting a beautiful woman was definitely the way to go, hence the involvement of Nina's. However, what Vincent didn't expect was that this matter would also implicate Law and Beepo. Should I contact Doflamingo? He was very curious about how the involvement of his butterfly would change the outcome of the world. Forget it. I'll save that curiosity for after the Don Quixote family is destroyed. With the help of Law and Beepo, Nina should not be in too much trouble, right? What Vincent needed Nina's to do was to draw out the devil fruit user who could control others, and what kind of treatment Nina's would receive before that remained unknown. Of course, Vincent could not remain indifferent if he saw Nina's being killed or humiliated, but if it was just some superficial injuries, he would definitely not intervene. He had already told Nina's about this situation. This meant that during this operation, while she might witness the darker sides of the world, she would also likely suffer a fair amount of superficial injuries. In short, both her body and mind would sustain considerable harm. However, with Law and the others intervening, perhaps you will suffer a little less. Vincent sent his best wishes to Nina's in his heart. There was no way around it. After all, he was a fragile person and couldn't let himself take the front line. Ha! Scream all you want, it won't help. We are following the royal orders. Hey, you talk too much. Nina's pretended to be weak and continuously cried out for help. But the moment she cried out, the people surrounding her did not rush to capture her. It seemed they enjoyed the mixture of terror and a glimmer of hope in Nina's screams. Great. Everything is developing as the inspector expected. While continuously calling for help, Nina's was secretly pleased with her performance. But, a huge transparent dome enveloped Nina's and those who wanted to kidnap her. Swish! After the sound of a blade slicing through the air, Nina's realized that the heads of those people had been severed and dropped to the ground. But, my head has been chopped off. I'm going to die. Huh? Why doesn't it hurt at all? My head has been chopped off. Why can I still talk? The scene descended into chaos. Miss, are you all right? Nina's. Seeing the person who saved her, Nina's was instantly furious. She had wandered around the people's kingdom for half a day, finally managing to catch a few fish, and just as she was about to be captured according to the inspector's orders, one person and one bear, suddenly appeared to rescue her. But she didn't need a hero to save her. She needed to be taken away by those people. Why did you come to save me? Nina's couldn't help but ask the person who reached out to help her up. Law. Looking at the displeased woman questioning him, Law was momentarily at a loss for words. He had finally caught those few people, and now their arrival had ruined his plan. Law. All right, he had already guessed what was happening. The beautiful woman who had been calling for help was not genuinely in trouble. She had a purpose in wanting to extract information from those whose heads he had just severed. I'm sorry, beautiful miss, but I have business with them too. Once I get the information I want, I'll hand them over to you. The miss before him didn't need his help, so he wouldn't force his way in. He picked up the severed head that had fallen at his feet and tossed it in his hand. Hey, can you tell me who is behind you? After a series of threats, like if you don't talk, I'll put your head on your backside, Law got a name, Edel, the captain of the people's kingdom guard. Although he had anticipated it, he didn't expect it to truly be something that came from within the kingdom. Law muttered quietly, Are you also investigating the mastermind behind the trafficking of women and children? Law's actions did not escape Nina's notice, so she had already realized that the two who had just saved her shared the same goal as hers. This is our matter, and it has nothing to do with you. Beepo, seeing Nina's interrupting Law's thoughts, quickly spoke up to stop her. But, shut up. You cute and soft white bear that makes people want to keep rubbing you. I'm sorry. Beepo immediately lowered his head in apology. Law. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he weren't here, this woman would have already pounced on Beepo and kept rubbing him. That woman's words sound strange. For some reasons, we cannot turn a blind eye to the crime of trafficking women and children. I see. So you're also people with a sense of justice. Nina's was very pleased with Law's response, so she excitedly said, I've decided. I agree to let you join my team to help me expose the mastermind behind this. Sigh. High above, Vincent watched everything below clearly. He felt that seeking Nina's help was a complete mistake. This woman had not only achieved nothing, but had also revealed most of the information he had given her to Law. She was truly more of a hindrance than a help. As expected, the saying, big chest, no brains was not entirely wrong in some aspects. Fortunately, Nina's remembered Vincent's instructions. Absolutely must not reveal that I'm a Navy member. Otherwise, it would involve disputes between the Navy and the allied nations of the world government, and the consequences of such disputes are beyond what we can bear. Don't worry, Inspector. Even if I die, I won't reveal my identity. Although Law and Beepo had already guessed that Nina's was with the Navy, as long as Nina's didn't admit it herself, there would be no problem, and they could still salvage the situation. Who else but the Navy would constantly preach about justice? Chapter 26 Darkness. Are you a Navy? Upon hearing the information Nina had given him, and the constant mentions of justice from her mouth, Luo asked Nina. I'm not a Navy. Nina replied quickly and firmly, but her swift answer, coupled with her wandering gaze, made it clear to everyone that she was lying. Luo, she is a Navy. Beepo, hiding behind Luo, looked at Nina timidly. I already said, I'm not a Navy. Oh, got it, you're not a Navy, sorry. Apology Bear skillfully apologized, and his practiced demeanor made Nina's heart soften instantly. So cute, I want a hug. Nina's eyes were already sparkling with love, as if she was about to pounce on him at any moment. Well, she had already pounced. So comfortable, don't hide, don't run. Let me pamper you some more. Luo, he was no longer so sure about his previous guess. Is this woman really a navy? Or rather, what kind of foolish navy would send such a woman on a covert mission? Is the navy out of personnel and about to disband? Sheng, sorry. The one who sent this woman on a covert mission is precisely me. This foolish navy. Boru. Kacha. Captain Edel of the Guard is currently at his home near the gate of the People's Kingdom Palace. You can find him there. By the way, Nina, you absolutely must not go to the basement of Edel's house. Kacha. After locating Edel's position using observation Haki, Sheng relayed this information to Nina through the transponder snail. To prevent her from saying something she shouldn't, Sheng directly hung up the transponder snail without giving Nina a chance to respond. Why does this voice sound a bit familiar? Me too, Captain. It seems like I just heard it not long ago. Both of their gazes turned to Nina simultaneously. Did your Navy superior provide you with the information? Luo asked. I already said I'm not a Navy. Where would I have a Navy superior? Luo, who considered himself to be an intellectual type, was beginning to doubt his own intelligence. Or rather, he couldn't believe that the Navy would actually send such a gem on a covert mission. From another perspective, the fact that the Navy could send someone like Nina, a fool, such a naive person, was enough to prove that the Navy had run out of usable personnel, which was great news for him as a pirate. Let's go. Having enjoyed a good hug, Nina finally realized that this was not the time to indulge. If she wanted to enjoy, she could do so after the mission. For justice, charge. Luo, the two exchanged glances and sighed helplessly at the same time. Were they really going to act together with such a fool? Yes, indeed, a foolish Navy? Shaking their heads in resignation, they followed Nina to their destination. There was no other choice. That was also their destination, and by following this foolish Navy woman, they could complete what they wanted to do here more quickly and then continue their adventure. Of course, Luo and the others had their own things they wanted to accomplish. Otherwise, why would they risk opposing a member of the world government? He was not like Monkey D. Luffy, although claiming to be a pirate, was more like a traveler, helping anyone in trouble he encountered during his journey, right? Not to mention whether Luo was such a person, just talking about Luffy. He would help others only when someone called for help or when their goals aligned. The women and children of the People's Kingdom were all sold voluntarily. Who would be asking for their help? Is that the basement? After the three simply dealt with Captain Edel of the People's Kingdom Guard and all the guards in his home, as Luo was interrogating Edel, Nina's eyes were drawn to the entrance leading to the basement. If Sheng hadn't told her, she might not have thought about entering the basement, but now she was extremely curious about it. What could be inside that made the overseer remind her not to look? As Nina noticed that Luo wasn't paying attention to her, she slowly moved toward the entrance of the basement. Almost there. So curious. I'ma see what's inside. Seeing that Luo still wasn't looking her way, she quickly slipped into the dark entrance of the basement. But, bang! Nina felt like she had crashed into a wall. No, it felt like she crashed into a wall made of cotton candy. Beepo, you scared me. Nina waited for Beepo to apologize, although she knew that it was her fault for not watching where she was going. But it didn't matter. Apology Bear would apologize. But, after waiting for a moment, Nina didn't hear the apology she had imagined. She looked up and saw Beepo with a cold bare face, looking at her with what seemed like resentment. Beepo. Feeling something was off with Beepo, Luo immediately called out loudly, waking Beepo from his previous state. Nina, you shouldn't go down. Why, Beepo? I'm really curious. Beepo closed his eyes, forcing down the anger in his chest. Inside the basement, there are only countless severed limbs, mutilated bodies, and some women who have been tortured beyond recognition. You better not go down. Nina, pushing against Beepo, trying to make him move away from the entrance to the basement. Nina paused her actions. What happened to those women? She asked in a low voice. She had already guessed the fate of those women, but she still wanted to hear it with her own ears. They're dead. I killed them, Beepo said coldly. Nina's pupils contracted. She couldn't believe that this seemingly cute Beepo would kill those tortured women. But when she saw Beepo's bloodstained hands, claws, she believed it. Move aside, Beepo, I want to go down. Nina raised her head, and even with tears in her eyes, She spoke to Beepo with utmost seriousness. "Let me in, Beepo. I'm a Navy. The dark side of the world. I have to see it sooner or later. Otherwise, I can't become a good Navy." Beepo, looking at Nina, Beepo finally stepped aside from the entrance to the basement. As Nina entered the basement, Beepo immediately ran to Luo's side, hugging his leg and crying, "Captain, I didn't find Bella. What should I do, Captain? What if Bella is already dead or has been sold?" Chapter 27 Nina's Don't worry, Beepo. Bella will definitely be fine. It turned out that Luo and Bella had come to the kingdom of Imean because Beepo's sister had also been captured by human traffickers, and they had tracked them down to this place. Really, Captain? Bella is still so young and has to endure such a nightmare. It's so pitiful. Don't worry, Beepo. Bella is also from the polar bear fur tribe, a sought-after commodity. It won't be possible to sell her in a short time. To ensure her fur remains pure, she won't be abused. What you said is too frightening, Captain. It doesn't comfort me at all. It makes me even more scared. I'm just stating a fact. The apologetic bear roared. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, Captain. The apologetic bear apologized. Talp, talp, talp. Rapid footsteps echoed from the basement, and after witnessing a glimpse of hell, Nina's returned to the human world. Wow. Oh. Then she began to vomit continuously until there was nothing left to expel, and only then did she stop. Clang! Drawing the short knife hidden in her left forearm, Nina's, despite her trembling legs, angrily approached Edel, the captain of the Imean Kingdom's guard who was still alive. She wanted to personally kill this demon to vent her pin-up hatred. But Beepo stopped her and did not let her get closer. "Step aside, Beepo. I want to—" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the resentful look in Beepo's eyes again. Nina's tightly pressed her lips together, wanting to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth. She understood why Beepo looked at her with such eyes. She was part of the Navy, and the Imean Kingdom was a member of the world government. Everything happening here was due to the indulgence of the world government and the Navy. From another perspective, the Navy was an accomplice to these demons. She also realized why Beepo wanted to kill those women in the basement. They had been tortured to the point of no longer resembling humans, lacking even the ability to commit suicide, both physically and spiritually on the brink of collapse. No, it should be said that they had already collapsed. When Beepo appeared, perhaps their only thought was to have Beepo kill them. To them, Beepo was providing them with relief, not murder. So, when she saw Beepo's resentful gaze, despite all the hatred, dissatisfaction, and grievances in her heart, she swallowed them down. Beepo had every right to hate her. After all, she was part of the Navy. "Beepo, this person is no longer useful to us. Let her vent a bit." Beepo, looking at Nina's beautiful yet stubborn face, Beepo finally moved aside to clear the path. With the short knife in hand, Nina's approached Edel, who lay on the ground, eyes wide open in fear as he looked at her. Then, she began to stab Edel's body repeatedly, one knife after another. "I want to be a Navy that brings a stable life to everyone." She recalled her ambitions before joining the Navy, but soon her aspirations were extinguished. She was not suppressed by other Navy members. The reason her ambitions faded was due to her own weakness, crushed by those powerful Navy officers. Am I really worthy of such ambitions as a weak person? After repeated dissents, she could no longer confidently shout her righteous ideals, only continuously training, trying to catch up with those powerful individuals in her branch. She chose to practice swordsmanship. A woman's body is inherently weaker than a man's. So she selected swordsmanship to compensate for this physical weakness. But her talent in swordsmanship was not that strong either. Even after nearly 10 years of training, she still couldn't comprehend the legendary iron-cutting realm. Even though the swordmaster in the branch taught her selflessly and praised her, she still couldn't grasp the heavy sword intent of the master, which felt as solid as a rock once unleashed, nor the flying slashes that could attack from a distance. Is this really all I am capable of? Can I only watch such tragedies unfold before my eyes? Nina's kept stabbing the short knife into Edel's body, not caring whether this demon was dead or alive. She just wanted to vent, to release the anger and unwillingness within her. "No, I don't want this." Nina's gripped the short knife tightly and desperately stabbed it into Edel's head. "I want to become stronger, strong enough to slay all evil." Luo and Beepo exchanged glances, They could clearly feel that as this Navy girl continued to stab the knife into Edel's body, she was releasing anger, dissatisfaction, and pain. However, when she stabbed the knife into Edel's head, all those negative emotions vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Bang! Just as they felt this coldness, Edel's head exploded. However, even as his head burst, no blood splattered. Under the coldness released from Ninez's short knife, all the blood was frozen into ice shards. Drawing her knife and standing up, Ninez looked at Luo coldly and said, "What is the next destination? I want to kill all these scum." As Ninez stood up with her knife drawn, Luo and Beepo felt a mental shock that momentarily dazed them. Why didn't I practice swordsmanship? Why didn't I practice swordsmanship from the beginning? If I had started with swordsmanship, maybe now I would also be a swordsman with powerful attack capabilities. A swordsman capable of unleashing flying slashes would be so cool. In the sky, Sheng watched Ninez closely, clearly seeing the changes in her. But this observation shattered his resolve. He never expected that a pretty woman casually chosen from the Navy branch could, in her anger, comprehend the iron-cutting realm and become a swordsman with a place even in the Grand Line. As if that wasn't enough. She was also a swordsman who had comprehended the ice sword intent. Such a power increase made Sheng feel immense envy and frustration. Among all the swordsmen he knew, only a few of the great swordsmen had comprehended special properties of sword intent. Zoro's ghostly aura, Vista's petals from the White-Beard Pirates, the number of sword energies from Skypia's captain, and Mihawk's sword energy enhancement. And the only one he had witnessed firsthand was Ninez's newly awakened ice sword intent. This meant that among the swordsmen who would make a name for themselves in the world, Ninez would surely have her place. The Navy's ice sword flower, Ninez. Sheng even thought of a nickname for Ninez. Such a result made it impossible for Sheng not to feel envy and resentment. More importantly, that final feeling, Sheng looked at Ninez with a serious expression and whispered, Chapter 28. The palace Sheng clenched his back molars in frustration. He recalled the time right after he arrived in this world when Diamante made him swing a sword 10,000 times. After barely swinging it 100 times, his arms were so sore he could barely hold the wooden sword, leading him to abandon that idea. Your stamina is too poor, and your comprehension is too lacking. You will never learn swordsmanship. Don't waste my time anymore. He still vividly remembered Diamante's expression of utter disdain towards him. If given a choice, most traversers would likely want to cultivate not physical techniques, not devil fruits, nor the three-color Haki, but definitely swordsmanship. Why? Because it's cool. Without the drawbacks of devil fruit users, and still looking good, who would even think about practicing devil fruits or physical techniques? Of course, swordsmanship would be the first choice. Is the three-color Haki a version answer? Can't one practice three-color Haki while primarily focusing on swordsmanship? But Diamante's words completely negated all his aspirations to be cool. Watching the suddenly stylish, dashing Ninez, Sheng felt that if he could continue training in swordsmanship, he would definitely be able to. Alright, he couldn't deceive himself. With his body already pushed to its limits, he might not even reach the physical strength required to become a swordmaster, let alone a great swordmaster. If he had chosen to pursue swordsmanship from the start, he might never reach the realm of a swordmaster in his lifetime. Just like how, if he trained in physical techniques, he would never awaken the Busashoka Haki without unexpected circumstances. Indeed, this country has completely rotted. While Ninez was still in the basement, Luo had already learned through intimidation who was behind the trafficking of women and children. Undoubtedly, it was the royal family of the People's Kingdom. However, Sheng did not immediately act to eliminate the rotten roots of this country, as he still did not know who the devil fruit user controlling others was. Once Sheng took action without promptly dealing with that devil fruit user, he might face a setback. At this point, Ninez, as a vanguard, proved to be crucial. Not to mention, with the cooperation of Luo and Beepo, as long as they quietly infiltrated the royal palace and eliminated the king, queen, and prince, the behind-the-scenes devil fruit user would definitely be drawn out. Or perhaps one of them was that user. It seems the king of the People's Kingdom is the devil fruit user. Having such a devil fruit ability, becoming a king of a nation would be too easy. While Ninez was still on the boat heading to the People's Kingdom, Sheng had already arrived in the skies above the people's kingdom, monitoring the entire nation. During this time, he learned that the current king of the people's kingdom had been in power for 10 years. Based on this condition, Sheng believed that this king was the devil fruit user, since the trafficking of women and children also began 10 years ago. Just as Sheng was waiting for the 3 vanguards to infiltrate the kingdom and take down the king, a surprising scene unfolded. He saw Ninus arrive at the palace gate, her gaze icy as she waved her hand, unleashing a brilliant blue ice slash that shattered the palace gate. She forcefully and directly stormed into the palace. "I will use my fruit ability to instantly transfer us into the palace, then find and capture the king to interrogate who the mastermind is." Luo always strategized before acting, and this time was no different. "Okay, Captain, you are indeed pirates," Ninus said coldly upon hearing Beepo call Luo Captain. "Huh? We are not pirates. We are traveling doctors," Luo casually replied. At that moment, he recalled the voice from the phone bug he had used to contact Ninus. He had heard it before when they were tracking Bella and encountered that flying and extremely brutal Navy officer. He had previously asked if they were pirates, but when they claimed to be travelers and doctors, he let them go. "Oh, traveling doctors? Then it's fine, just like that Navy officer." Ninus also did not pursue them any further upon hearing they were traveling doctors. "Then let's move on and head directly to the royal palace of the people's kingdom." "All right. What are you doing?" "I said we should quietly enter, capture the king, and interrogate the mastermind." Upon hearing Luo's roar, Ninus shook off the ice shards from her short sword and sheathed it. "I'm not your subordinate. I don't need to follow your orders," Ninus replied matter-of-factly. "I have my own mission to complete. You don't need to mind me." After saying this, Ninus ignored Luo and Beepo and stepped into the palace. Sheng thought, "You finally remembered your mission, Vanguard Lady. What do we do, Captain?" "This is better. With her drawing fire, we can better locate the mastermind and rescue Bella." "But there are no buts, Beepo. She is a Navy officer. She can't fight alone, and once she realizes our identity, we will be in great danger. Let's rescue Bella first, and if we have the energy later, we can help her." "Yes, Captain." Huff, huff, huff. Ninus gasped for breath, not expecting the soldiers of this country to be so fearless. "Oh, I forgot. They are probably also being controlled by someone, right? Only then could they still protect you pests, even at the risk of being killed by me." Looking at the person in full armor, standing high on a platform, Ninus recalled what the Northern Sea Inspector had told her. She wasn't suddenly reminded. She had decided to storm into the palace of the people's kingdom in this way after recalling her mission. She is a vanguard and also a great beauty. Those who traffic women and children would definitely not give up on such a premium product. Thus, as long as she causes a scene, getting captured by the mastermind would naturally bring her close to that devil fruit user, who would then use their ability to control her. Once that devil fruit user appears, the Northern Sea Inspector will show up and eliminate all these scum. After confirming with Luo and Beepo that the mastermind was indeed within the people's kingdom, she had no other concerns. She just needed to create a ruckus. At the same time, she could vent the anger in her heart. Therefore, she chose the most inappropriate yet quickest way to storm the palace. Looking at the corpses scattered across the square, Ninus smiled. "You may be innocent, but what about the women and children who were trafficked? Let my hands be stained with blood to cleanse the sins upon you." Chapter 29 Swish. Another flying slash was unleashed, cutting through the bodies of the dozens of soldiers charging at Ninus, slicing them in half. They did not die immediately. Instead, undeterred by their injuries, they continued to crawl towards Ninus without a hint of pain on their faces. His icy sword intent froze their wounds, preventing them from dying right away. However, they were not far from death, as the coldness from their waist spread throughout their bodies, and soon they would turn into ice blocks and perish. This was not what I had envisioned for the flying slash. I had imagined a beautiful rose sword intent. At this moment, Ninus could still think of issues unrelated to the current battle, which showed just how relaxed she was. But she was already exhausted, and perhaps in the next second, she would collapse from fatigue. Crack! At the gesture of the armored man, all the soldiers stopped moving and merely surrounded Ninus. "You don't think those two can come to save you, do you, Navy?" "I'm not a Navy. By the way, who are you?" She did not forget the repeated warnings from Vincent, urging her not to reveal her identity as a Navy officer. Fine, let us assume you're not a Navy. I am General Vix of the People's Kingdom, in charge of all military operations and economic activities of the kingdom. Nina's tightened her grip on her dagger. So, you are the one overseeing the trafficking of women and children? I don't traffic them. They come willingly. Nina's could see the disgusting, arrogant expression on Vix's face. He seemed to be saying, yes, it's me, but they come willingly. What can you do about it? Nina's. At this moment, it seemed he understood why Vincent, the North Sea inspector, had repeatedly warned her not to identify as a Navy officer because the Navy could not solve the issues here. They had no evidence to prove that the People's Kingdom was involved in human trafficking. She dropped her dagger and moved to the side. What? Giving up resistance, wanting to willingly become our merchandise. Vix said, taking it for granted, watching Nina's actions. I have no such thoughts. Squatting down, Nina's picked up a long sword from the ground. I just find that dagger unwieldy. It can't kill you properly. Nina's gripped the hilt of the long sword tightly, closed her eyes, and poured all her spirit into the sword. Breathe in, breathe out. Adjusting her breath and calming her mind, Nina slowly recalled the moment she awakened her sword master's heart, condensing her anger, unwillingness, and the chilling intent against all darkness in this world into the long sword. Suddenly opening her eyes, she swung her arms towards the arrogant General Vix in the distance. This was her last and strongest strike, though she knew that the North Sea inspector would intervene to save her if necessary. She still wanted to personally kill the general who disgusted her so much with his final, full-powered flying slash. Creak, creak, creak. The flying slash swept through, cutting everything in its path with overwhelming force, and an icy chill spread around where the slash passed. One could see how powerful Nina's attack was. He didn't dodge. It's possible. I can definitely kill him. Seeing Vix's still arrogant expression and the flying slash approaching without even a hint of evasion, Nina's felt a surge of joy in her heart. Are you scared? After all, you are a palace noble who has never faced life and death battles. You just... What? Just when Nina's thought everything was about to settle, she realized that the flying slash she believed could cut through anything was suddenly blocked. This was not surprising, as powerful individuals were everywhere. What Nina's could not accept was that the general she wanted to kill, Vix, merely lowered the visor of his helmet at the moment the flying slash was about to strike him, blocking his face, and then took her flying slash head-on with his body. He took Nina's icy sword intent flying slash head-on and was completely unharmed. This was evident when he lifted the visor again, looking at Nina's with an arrogant expression, as if mocking her attack power for being too weak. Is that all? Well, no need to infer. Vix directly stated, your feeble flying slash could never harm me. Nina's. She was left speechless, for her full-powered strike truly did not harm Vix. The unwillingness and anger in her heart surged again, but now she was too weak to continue attacking. At this moment, even standing straight was incredibly difficult for her. If it weren't for her stubbornness, she would have collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness long ago. I am Vix, the armored man who ate the superhuman-type armor fruit. Your flying slash practiced for another 100 years, and perhaps you might scratch my surface a little. Nina's. She bit her lower lip, not caring even as it bled. She was angry at her own powerlessness and unwilling to let the person before her live. What she did not notice was that as she felt this unwillingness and anger, the coldness on her body was intensifying. Oh, it's you? The loser who was driven out of the Grand Line 10 years ago. The pirate Iron Armor Vix with a bounty of 130 million. So this is your sister. The pirate praiser Nicole Way with a bounty of 85 million. At that moment, Vincent, who had been on the sidelines, appeared, floating in mid-air, looking down at Iron Armor Vix. Sister. Vix looked sorrowfully at the woman in Vincent's grasp. In Vincent's hand was a woman's hair, lifting her corpse into the air. Looks like I was not wrong. Clap, 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 clap. All the soldiers collapsed at that moment, falling unconscious. This was because the mastermind behind their control, the superhuman-type motion fruit user Nicole Way, had died. Indeed, the motion fruit user could lock onto and control all bodily movements of others through sight. Once locked on, as long as Wen did not release it. It would remain effective. Of course, seawater and sea prism stone were also effective against it, which was an unavoidable weakness for devil fruit users. It was not the superhuman type hypnosis fruit or the superhuman type control fruit that Vincent had previously imagined. Well, although Vincent did not know if such a devil fruit existed. Indeed, Wen was the mastermind behind the trafficking of women and children and was the queen of the people's kingdom. Wen Law and Bepo killed the king of the people's kingdom, whom they believed to be the mastermind. They were locked onto and had their bodily movements controlled by Wen, and it was at that time that Vincent discovered her and killed her. Dropping the corpse from his hand coldly, he said, "Next up is you, Iron Armor Vix." Chapter 30. Resolution Wait. The I Mean Kingdom is a member of the world government, and you Navy personnel have no right to interfere in our affairs. Watching his sister die a tragic death, in his anger, he did not think about immediately killing Sheng, the murderer of his sister, but instead thought about how to save his own life. "I'm not a Navy officer. I'm not a Navy officer," both Sheng and Ninus said at the same time. Sheng wanted to conceal his identity, while Ninus, out of instinct due to Sheng's request, said so. "Don't lie. I can smell the strong scent of Navy on you from a distance. Also, I am a partner of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you dare to lay a hand on me, not only will you not be able to stay in the Navy, but you will also be hunted by the 7 warlords. I advise you to let me go, otherwise you will." "Say it again." "I'm not a Navy officer." Taking out the long stick he was carrying on his back, Sheng pointed it at Ninus in midair. "That ice-cold beauty is an officer of the Don Quixote family's Red Heart Army, and she has eaten the snow fruit, turning her into a snowman named Monet. As for me, I am an officer of the Don Quixote family's Red Heart Army, and I have eaten the float fruit, becoming a float man named Huashen. So, don't think you can threaten me with our young master." After saying that, Sheng dove down and struck Vix on the head with his stick before Vix could react. Clang! Vix was sent flying, and at that moment, Sheng looked at the iron stick in his hand and thought, the feel is wrong. He did not feel like he had killed Vix. It felt more like Vix had blocked his attack. Hey, it turns out you can't break my armor either. You scared me. The cowardice he showed when begging for mercy was gone, replaced only by the arrogance he had when facing Ninus earlier. Crack, crack, crack! As Vix's armor deformed, the originally deep red armor gradually transformed into a full body armor of deep gray. Does it change into different forms based on the type of enemy attack? Sheng did not immediately pursue Vix. Instead, he quietly observed the changes in Vix's armor. Most of the devil fruit users he had fought before were Zoan-type users, and he was curious about what magical transformations this Paramecia-type armor fruit could have. A deep gray long knife appeared in Vix's hand, and he pointed it at Sheng. "Huashen, right? Come on, pay the price for my sister's death." Avenging my sister? Vix had no such thoughts. He was just lamenting that without his sister's help, he could no longer act arrogantly in the I Mean Kingdom. He had sent his sister into the royal palace of the I Mean Kingdom to leverage their relationship to become a wealthy man and live carefreely. The New World? One Piece. Who wants such things? He would never venture into the Grand Line again. That was not a place for ordinary people. Fortunately, before he reached Reverse Mountain, he unexpectedly obtained the armor fruit, a Paramecia-type devil fruit, which allowed him to survive the hellish Grand Line and return to the I Mean Kingdom. Thanks to the layers of protection from the armor, remembering all the experiences in the Grand Line, his resentment towards his sister grew stronger. If it weren't for her, I would never have gone to the Grand Line. It was all her fault for constantly tempting me with money, making me make the decision to go to the Grand Line, a decision I would regret for the rest of my life. It's all her fault, all her fault. The deep gray armor seemed to sense its master's emotional changes, and on the smooth surface of the armor, grotesque monster reliefs gradually appeared, looking so evil. If it weren't for her marrying the king, if it weren't for him eating the move fruit in the royal treasury, which better helped me achieve the wealthy life I wanted, I would have killed that bitch long ago. As Vix's resentment grew, the deep gray long knife in his hand gradually transformed, with the hilt morphing into a gaping maw, as if it were swallowing Vix's hand that held knife, while its tail became the back of a knife, enhancing its hardness and highlighting its ferocity. If I kill these 2 Navy officers, I will take the treasures I have collected over the years and leave here, find a place where no one knows me, and live out my remaining days as a wealthy man. Just as Vix was filled with expectations for his future life, he felt a huge push from behind him. No, he was attacked from behind, and under the protection of the armor, he only felt the push. Whoosh! Wensheng had no idea what Vix was thinking. He only saw Vix standing there in a daze, not moving at all. An opportunity. Wensheng would certainly not let such a good opportunity slip by. He immediately flew to Vix's back and swung the iron stick to knock him away. With full speed, Wensheng flew in front of Vix and, as he arrived, executed an uppercut, sending him soaring into the sky. I really can't break your turtle shell. Wensheng's faint voice reached Vix's ears. But as a devil fruit user, especially a paramecia-type user, dealing with you is too easy. Vix's body, while protected by the armor, naturally heard all of Wensheng's words. As he was sent high into the sky, he saw himself being continuously knocked toward the sea. Wait, what are you trying to do to me? Realizing the possibility that he might die, Vix shouted in terror. Haven't you already guessed it? Devil fruit users are easy to deal with. I don't even need to think about how to break your turtle shell. All I need to do is knock you into the sea. The sea will naturally eliminate any devil fruit user thrown into its embrace. Wait. As his fears became reality, Vix was even more terrified. I am a noble of a world government member country. You, as a Navy officer, cannot do this to me. I already said, I'm not a Navy officer. I am a partner of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords. If you kill me, he will not let you go. I am an officer of the Don Quixote family, a float fruit user, and Doflamingo sent me to deal with you. Impossible. I am his main supplier for human trafficking in the North Sea. He can't possibly deal with me. He said, you want too much. He has already found a better partner. Wensheng's lies flowed easily from his mouth. Nonsense. You are a Navy officer. You're interfering with the member country. Glug, glug, glug. Vix had nothing more to say. As he was propelled into the sea by Wensheng's iron stick, returning to the embrace of Mother Sea. It's great that it's not a Logia type. After finishing his thoughts, Wensheng sensed that his stubborn female Navy officer was in trouble. When Wensheng returned to the Imene Kingdom, he saw an unexpected scene. You 2 little brats, what do you want to do to my lovely subordinates? Chapter 31. Bad taste they are. Members of the Don Quixote family? Upon hearing Vincent's self-introduction, Law instantly flew into a rage. He thought of that silly smile, but also of his savior who found him the superhuman surgery fruit to prolong his life, giving him a chance to live. And his anger shattered his rationality in an instant. Drawing his sword, the ghost cry, Law rushed to Ninus's side and viciously aimed for her neck. He intended to behead Ninus to avenge his Mr. Corazon. Members of the Don Quixote family should all die. Whoosh! Just as Ghost Cry was about to strike Ninus's head, he was knocked away by a fluffy body. Beepo desperately clung to Law, who wanted to kill Ninus, and shouted, Captain, she is the Navy, not a member of the Don Quixote family. Blinded by hatred, Law barely registered this, and had already shown remarkable restraint by not using his devil fruit powers against Beepo. Captain, they just saved Bella. We can't repay kindness with enmity. Law's mind gradually cleared amidst Beepo's obstruction and words. Beepo, let go of me. Captain. Beepo looked at Law pitifully, noticing that while his face was still cold, he was no longer blinded by rage, and finally released his embrace. Are you a member of the Don Quixote family or the Navy? Law directly asked Ninus as he and Beepo approached her. Think carefully before you speak. This will determine whether I will directly behead you. Ninus had long since collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. If it weren't for her stubbornness wanting to see the final outcome, she would have already fainted. Lying on her back, she looked at the starry sky and smiled. Remembering the exhilarating battle earlier. Although she hadn't personally killed that disgusting armored man, it was the most enjoyable fight she had had so far. Hearing Law's threat, she smiled and replied, Haven't you already heard? I am a cadre of the Don Quixote family, the natural type snow fruit user. Mona, Law, and Beepo exchanged glances, realizing they had identified the problem from Ninus's words. If I remember correctly, that person's name seems to be Monet. Law planted his sword into the ground, pressing it against Ninus's neck. I'll give you one more chance. Think before you speak. Law sternly reprimanded Ninus, wanting her to say she was from the Navy, which would ensure their safety. But Ninus's stubbornness flared up, and remembering the repeated warnings from the North Sea inspector before the mission, she was still prepared to give the same answer as before. But, you two little brats, what do you want to do to my lovely subordinate? I'm sorry. The apologetic bear immediately apologized, but Vincent had no intention of letting it go that easily. Looking up and sensing something, Vincent disdainfully laughed. Your domain is too small. What? Law didn't expect anyone to be able to see and feel the size of his operating room. I told you your domain is too small. At that moment, Law felt a tugging sensation from his palm. He looked down and saw that the cursed sword Ghost Cry had disappeared. How? Is that possible? The sword that had been in his hand was now firmly in Vincent's grasp. Nothing is impossible. It's just that my speed is so fast you can't see it, and even your senses are a step behind my speed. Wait. Beepo hurriedly stepped in between Vincent and Law. This is all a misunderstanding. Law thought you were members of the Don Quixote family, his enemies, which is why he attacked Miss Ninus. Do you have say in this? I'm sorry. The apologetic bear skillfully apologized again. The Don Quixote family? Vincent's bad taste suddenly sparked as he pulled out a din mushy from his pocket. Gotcha. He directly dialed Doflamingo's number and handed the receiver toward Law. Come on, Law, say hello. Law's pupils dilated in shock as he saw an image of Doflamingo being mimicked on the din mushy. They really are cadres of the Don Quixote family. Everything happening before him was telling him that the two people he had thought were the Navy were definitely members of the Don Quixote family, and they must be undercover pirates infiltrating the Navy, just like the former high-ranking officer Virgo. My dear subordinate Law, you've made it easy for me to find you. Hearing the voice from the din mushy, Law became even more certain of his thoughts. Remembering the speed of that float fruit user, he made the most correct decision at that moment. Beepo, let us go. To the slaughterhouse. Law and Beepo's figures instantly vanished from Vincent's sight. Ninas. When Vincent appeared, she had already fainted from the relief of her pent-up emotions. How strange, young master. Law actually teleported and vanished from my sight in an instant. Doflamingo, with your observation Haki, can he escape? Doflamingo's forehead twitched as he spoke discontentedly. I know where he is, but he instantaneously moved into a submarine in the sea. I can't pursue him, young master. Doflamingo, your current location. I'm in the kingdom of helping this country solve some problems. Doflamingo. He certainly knew about the kingdom of as it was where he had an important business partner involved in human trafficking. Anger once again filled Doflamingo's mind, but soon he calmed down. Compared to business, he cared more about Law, who had consumed the superhuman surgery fruit and was once his subordinate. Thus, he suppressed his anger toward Vincent's reckless behavior. Good, Vincent. Keep a close watch on Law. Don't let him escape your observation Haki's perception range. Understood. Vincent casually agreed, and seeing that Doflamingo had no further matters, he hung up the din mushy. Law. As mentioned before, Vincent had only acted out of bad taste, and wouldn't he pursue him. Stealing Law's cursed sword Ghost Cry was already considered punishment. Considering the cursed sword, Law's earlier attempt to kill Ninus would be overlooked. Of course, under his observation Haki, he saw Beepo blocking Law's future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Law off so easily. Ninus was someone he had borrowed from the Navy for help, so he certainly had to return her. Vincent glanced at the unconscious Ninus and sighed inwardly. This woman, I can't return her? Chapter 32, Future Ka-Cha. Admiral Akainu, this is Sheng. At this moment, Sheng was flying in the sky with the flying ship containing Ninus on his back. Are you trying to tell me about your heroic achievements in the Kingdom of Love, Brigadier General Sheng? Ah, Admiral, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been to any Kingdom of Love. Really? Well, according to the intelligence I've received, it was the cadre of the Don Quixote family. The superhuman type with the float fruit ability, Watson, and the natural type with the snow fruit ability, Monet, who caused a ruckus in the Kingdom of Love. Sheng. He was just rambling at that time, completely unaware that his boastful words had already been learned by the Navy. It must have been those palace soldiers who woke up and heard it. Then, Brigadier General Sheng, is there any intelligence you need to report to me? Yes. Admiral Akainu, I found a promising candidate in the North Sea branch. Oh, tell me about it. Although he said that, Akainu wasn't particularly concerned. the natural type with the snow fruit ability that Sheng mentioned. He knew that fruit had already been eaten by a green-haired woman, not the black-haired person beside him. Lieutenant Ninas from the branch has comprehended the sword intent of ice and has become a sword master. That's right. After she trains for another 2 years in the branch, she can be transferred to the headquarters. Once she masters the two-color Haki, the new world will have another powerful Navy officer. It seems she possesses the Conqueror's Haki. Akainu. His indifferent attitude vanished, and Akainu immediately became extremely serious. It should be known that among the entire Navy, only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Navy Hero Gar possessed the Conqueror's Haki, and the Conqueror's Haki was the stepping stone to becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the world. Alternatively, like the 3 admirals, one would need to have a powerful natural-type devil fruit to compensate for the lack of Conqueror's Haki. Now, that Sheng had brought him someone with Conqueror's Haki, how could he not take it seriously? Bring her back to the Navy branch immediately. I'll send someone to fetch her back to the Navy headquarters. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Is there anything else? I need some intelligence. I'll have someone deliver the intelligence to the Navy branch where Ninas is located. You can go there to collect it. Thank you, Admiral Akainu. Gotcha. Everything went as Sheng had imagined. After Akainu heard his report, he thought about bringing Ninas back to the Navy headquarters and nurturing her. In that case, the Navy's strength would be greatly enhanced. Akainu was not someone without ambition. To uphold his absolute justice, he needed more subordinates, especially powerful ones. That way, he could become the Fleet Admiral. Then, he could break away from the world government and become an independent department not controlled by them. He had not considered overthrowing the world government, but he knew quite a bit about the dirty deeds the Navy did for them, and he had even personally experienced some of them. This was not in line with his absolute justice. Therefore, breaking free from the world government's control and becoming a department that jointly manages the world with the world government was his greatest ambition. The world government managed the seas, while the Navy managed the oceans. Both departments on equal footing was what he wanted to achieve. More and stronger subordinates were what he needed to do now as an admiral. And Sheng had delivered him a Navy officer who was expected to reach the pinnacle of the world's strongest. How could he not take it seriously? Of course, Sheng did not know Akainu's thoughts. He only thought that Ninas had suffered a lot during this mission and deserved some compensation. As a Navy officer, and a lethal one at that, handing her over to Akainu, the admiral who executed absolute justice, was the most suitable choice. Of course, Ninas's grievances were partly his fault, and he should also provide some compensation. Thus, he snatched the demon blade, Ghost Cry, from Law's hands. Using someone else's generosity, this demon blade, Ghost Cry, was his compensation for Ninas. As a sword master, especially one who had comprehended the sword intent of ice and had a promising future, how could he not have a good sword in hand? Besides the demon blade, Ghost Cry, he also prepared a surprise for Ninas. It should be a surprise. Bella. Yes, it was Beepo's sister, Bella from the polar bear fur tribe. Law and Beepo had fled due to Sheng's mischievousness, and they did not take away Bella, who was about 5 or 6 years old. Ninas should be very happy to hold Bella and torment her nonstop. I hope Bella can withstand Ninas's torment until her brother comes to take her home. Without Sheng around, it was incredibly easy for Law and Beepo to sneak into a Navy branch and take Bella away. After bringing Ninas and Bella back to the Navy branch and informing the branch commander of Admiral Akainu's orders, he flew away directly to his next destination. What that kingdom's guard captain, Edel, had instructed was not just about the 2 siblings from the Kingdom of Love being the masterminds. He also revealed another organization that was collaborating with them in the North Sea. The Hound Pirates, a subordinate pirate crew under the Don Quixote family, was mainly responsible for capturing and transporting women and children in the North Sea, while the 2 siblings from the Kingdom of Love were responsible for altering the physical activities of those women and children, making them no longer have thoughts or actions of resistance. Therefore, the Hound Pirates were on Sheng's blacklist, and they had to be eliminated. Huff, huff, huff. Otto maintained the dog fruit model, bit hound, beastman form, panting heavily. As for all his crew members, who had been killed in an instant, he no longer had the heart to care. Is this the strength of a family cadre? No wonder I can only become an external member of the family. and my pirate crew can only become a subordinate pirate crew of the family. Do you know me? Wenxing's figure appeared in midair, looking down at Otto on the ground. Of course, you are the target we are all pursuing. And for the first time, Otto clearly saw Wenxing's face. Wenxing. As the latest cadre to join the Don Quixote family, he quickly became a core cadre and received a devil fruit reward from the family, becoming a devil fruit user. Everything you have gained is what we want to join the Don Quixote family, but cannot join envy and resent. Swish, 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 swish. 6 paths of blood-red flying slashes erupted from Otto's claws, the strongest move he created by combining his dog fruit model, bithound form, and his swordsmanship. The attack range was vast, and the force was strong, but how could such a slow attack possibly hit Wenxing, who was flying in the air and had activated his observation Haki? Chapter 33 Mother with just a sudden acceleration. He dodged 6 blood-red flying slashes and struck Otto in the chest with a stick. Bang! Otto flew out, but just like before, he did not fall. He used armament Haki to harden his body, taking Wendel's attack head-on. So tough. It was also because of this fighting style that this Zoan-type Devil Fruit user was already panting after only a short fight. My intel must have come from the young master, right? If that's the case, you must know I'm here to kill you. So why not run? Hoo. Because the young master promised that as long as I kill you, I can take your place and become the new core member of the Don Quixote family. Wendell. This must be something that Doflamingo set up to disgust me. That's right, Doflamingo did this purely to annoy him. Otherwise, why would he let this pit bull stay behind to wait for his attack instead of making him flee? Let me vent my anger. Huh. As the thought arose, Wendell couldn't help but laugh at his own idea. Would Doflamingo really give up the human trafficking business, which is not just profitable, but also risk-free? He could easily wait for Wendell to leave the North Sea and then organize these people to continue the trafficking business. With Wendell's significance in Akainu's heart, his time as the patrol officer in the North Sea wasn't too long. This was something Wendell knew, Doflamingo knew, and Akainu knew. Yet now, this pit bull was like an abandoned stray dog, desperately trying to perform well for its master. Perhaps he was still dreaming of returning to his master's embrace. Would the family really give up this human trafficking business? As the thought arose, Wendell was stunned. From what he knew of Doflamingo, given Doflamingo's displayed ambition, he could really do such a thing. Am I that important in Doflamingo's heart? Wendell was filled with such doubts. He wouldn't really call me family and actually treat me as one, right? He suddenly felt a mix of emotions, both funny and absurd. To verify this guess is simple, as long as before I kill this dog. Hearing Wendell's laughter, Otto mistakenly thought Wendell was mocking him. I know that with my speed, it's very difficult to attack someone who can fly, but I still have my chances. Otto, in his dog fruit, bulldog hybrid form, raised his head high, sniffing the air vigorously. I've memorized your scent. Don't think you can attack me again. Wendell, not using sight and observation Haki, but relying on his sense of smell? It's indeed a good idea, but whether it's practical or not will only be known after the fight. With a sudden increase in flying speed, Wendell swung the iron rod in his hand and smashed it towards Otto's head. At this moment, Wendell no longer worried about the recoil from the iron rod, as the small pouch would absorb that force for maintaining consciousness. It had now become an independent entity. To survive, it would naturally have to consume energy. Every time Wendell attacked, it would generate recoil energy, and this energy was exactly what the small pouch needed. The strongest strike Wendell had delivered after being belittled was due to the small pouch's inability to absorb that powerful energy, which resulted in his legs being severely injured. Clang! Seeing Otto cross his arms in front of his head to block Wendell's quick strike and lift his foot to counterattack, Wendell immediately flew back to evade Otto's attack. Woof woof! After swinging the iron rod around in his hand, Wendell placed it behind him. Your dog nose is indeed sharp. This is the first time you've actively blocked my attack, right? Previously, Otto had always relied on the technique of hardening with armament Haki just in the nick of time to enhance his physical defense. And with the help of observation Haki, he could withstand Wendell's attacks. Only this time did he actively defend with both hands and had the ability to counterattack. I said I've memorized your scent. Don't think you can attack me again. Is that so? Wendell replied nonchalantly. Then I can just kill you without attacking you. Otto. He wanted to ask what kind of nonsense Wendell was talking. But seeing Wendell's serious expression, he realized Wendell was not joking. Before I attack, do you have anything else to say to me? If you don't, you won't have another chance. Otto. He had just begun to feel he could counterattack, but now Wendell directly threw him this curveball. After a moment of silence, he still relayed to Wendell the words Doflamingo had entrusted him with regarding the family cadre. In the North Sea, besides having the background of the Don Quixote family, we are also protected by the Vano family. It is rumored that the Vano family is a white glove for a certain big shot in the Navy. Wendell. He got the intel he wanted, but Wendell couldn't feel happy. Doflamingo would rather give up the North Sea's human trafficking business to maintain his relationship with Wendell, not directly falling out with him, which meant he could gain more benefits from Wendell. But what exactly Doflamingo wanted from him, he did not know. With such a guess, it was no wonder he couldn't feel happy. The Vano family, huh? I see. With his body slightly crouched, Wendell made a motion as if about to charge. Do you have any last words? Since you were so straightforward in giving me intel, I'll give you a chance for last words, although I may not help you convey them. Otto shook his head, his claws wrapped in thick armament Haki. The day I set sail, I was prepared for death. The day I became part of the Don Quixote family's affiliated pirate crew, I was ready to be betrayed. I just feel a bit unwilling. I'm still just an outsider in the Don Quixote family. Bang! Wendell flew past Otto this time and did not absorb the energy created by the friction between his body and the air. The result was that as he flew past Otto, the violent sonic boom generated by the shockwave instantly sent Otto flying away. Otto's internal organs were shattered from the intense shockwave, and he died bleeding from all 7 orifices. This is the time for a smoke. Wendell exhaled deeply, fantasizing about the refreshing feeling of blowing out smoke from his lungs. I don't smoke? Then it's fine. Not smoking. He felt guilty towards the Red Empire, as he and contributed to the military expenses. A cigarette is like a bullet. Alcohol only gets one tipsy, especially when there's a friend around. He felt guilty towards the Empire's economic development, as he hadn't done his part in contributing to GDP growth. The Empire doesn't want me to do that. It only hopes we can live happily. Wendell just wanted to say, love you, mother. Chapter 34 Follow-up Bulu. Kacha. I need information on the Vano family. Admiral Akainu. I will arrange it. I received the message that Doflamingo deliberately left for me. The Vano family is a front for a high-ranking official in the Navy, a message I cannot verify. The implication is that, with my identity and strength, I cannot seek out this high-ranking official. So, this task can only be handled by you, an admiral of the Navy. The power struggles at the top of the Navy are beyond the reach of a mere brigadier general like me. Akainu. Actually, when Sheng was just playing along with Ortega, his exact words were that it is rumored the Vano family is a front for some high-ranking official in the Navy. This statement is based on hearsay from Ortega, not something Doflamingo told him to pass on to Sheng. But so what? What if there really is such a person? And because of Sheng's embellishment, Akainu finds and directly kills him? Wouldn't that be great? This high-ranking official, could it be Virgo? Upon considering this possibility, Sheng suddenly fell schadenfreude. He had long been displeased with Virgo's actions. If not for various reasons, he would have wanted to take action against Virgo long ago. Now, with the chance to expose Virgo, he was certainly happy to see it. If it really is him and he gets killed by Akainu, wouldn't that mean, living 5 years less? It wouldn't make much difference. After all, 5 years from now, he would die at the hands of law. This junior he looks down upon. Dying at Akainu's hands now would still be considered a worthy death. Just as Sheng was mentally playing out this drama, Akainu replied, I will handle it personally. Without needing to see the phone bug mimicking Akainu's expression, Sheng could tell just from Akainu's voice that he was extremely angry at that moment. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Kacha. Wait, hasn't Inspector Sheng returned yet? He has other tasks to complete. But I want to join Inspector Sheng's team to help maintain peace in the sea. Then you should immediately head to the Navy headquarters, because it won't be long before Brigadier General Sheng will go to the Navy headquarters. And the order to send you there comes from Admiral Akainu. Brigadier General Sheng is also Admiral Akainu's subordinate, and he was the one who recommended you to Admiral Akainu. But, seeing Nina's conflicted expression, Mandy felt helpless. It was indeed Vice Admiral Mandy who came to the North Sea Navy branch to take Nina to the Navy headquarters. Yes, in just over a year, Mandy had been promoted again. But one could assume his rank had also reached its peak like Wenxing's. Unless he suddenly got a powerful devil fruit. Then perhaps he could achieve the rank of admiral. Well, that would be very difficult. After all, in 5 years, the Navy's massive recruitment would feature superhuman type fruit users like the great swordsman Fujitora and natural type fruit users like Ryakuju. In Admiral Kazuru's words, they are all terrifying monsters. Besides these two monsters who would directly become admirals in 5 years, there are at least 2 other candidates. Mandy wanted to step further, but it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Sigh. Mandy sighed helplessly and directly dialed Wenxing's phone bug. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. The trouble Wenxing caused, let Wenxing resolve it. Bulu bulu bulu. Bulu bulu bulu. Bulu bulu bulu. Kacha, why are you calling my phone bug? Acting like we're familiar. Nina. Hearing Wenxing's rude tone, Nina looked at Mandy as if he were a villain. I say, haven't you calmed down yet? How can I calm down? I was happily flying around the North Sea, dealing with small pirates, until your reckless recommendation forced me into the Navy headquarters. Now I'm a patrol officer in the North Sea, working myself to death every day. How can I calm down? You tell me. Cough, cough, cough. Watch your words. There are many junior Navy members here. Wenxing. Vice Admiral Mandy. What instructions do you have? Wenxing very graciously changed his tone and asked, regarding your recommendation for Nina to go to the Navy headquarters, I came to pick her up, but she seems to want to join your team and return to the Navy headquarters with you. Inspector Wenxing, that's what I was thinking. When will you be back? Wenxing. He was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, Nina, do you think you're playing house? You're in the Navy. You must follow orders. Who gave you the right to make demands? I just wanted to. You want? Do you really think this is playing house? Not to mention whether I have the authority to take you in. Even if I did, I would have taken you in, but the orders from headquarters are absolute. You openly defy the orders from the Navy headquarters. Do you still want to continue? I follow Vice Admiral Mandy to the Navy headquarters immediately and report to Admiral Akainu. Yes. For some reason, Nina, who was originally very disappointed, suddenly became excited. It was as if Wenxing's reprimand made her understand the obligations of the Navy, and she gained a lot from it. Cough, cough. Mandy interjected at this moment. I have the information about the Vano family in my hands. Should I wait for you to return to the branch to give it to you? Or should I put it directly in the Navy branch? We haven't gathered in a long time. Do you want to have a drink together? As if we've had drinks together before. I'm busy right now, dealing with a group of pirates trying to rob Manhattan, along with many Navy scum colluding with them. I don't have time for idle chat over drinks with you. You should focus on completing your task. Bang, bang. Hearing the familiar sound of iron hitting flesh, Mandy knew that Wenxing was indeed busy. All right, then we'll have a good gathering next time we meet. Kacha. Wenxing didn't respond and directly hung up the phone bug. Lieutenant Nina, let's go. We're heading to the Navy headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral Mandy. This colonel in the Navy branch, knowing that the patrol officer in the North Sea, have already entered the North Sea, still dares to invade the city with pirates. What? Do they want to make a last-minute profit and then retreat to live as a rich man? Several colonel-level officers were frantically fleeing, but their speed could not possibly match Wenxing's flying speed. I surrender. I want to report the branch colonel. Bang! But before he could finish his sentence, Wenxing smashed his head with a single blow. Sorry, everyone, I have already reported your criminal records to the Navy headquarters. I can now directly execute all of you Navy vermin in my capacity as the patrol officer in the North Sea. So, don't think about surrendering to save your lives. Chapter 35. Big shot when Sheng's cold words pierced their hearts like a dagger, leaving them no choice but to continue fleeing in panic. When Sheng had no intention of playing cat and mouse, he could have killed those fleeing naval scoundrels immediately. But he couldn't. He was currently carrying out a task assigned by Akainu. The big shot among the Navy, Akainu had already figured out who it was. Even with Akainu's rank, he couldn't handle that big shot at will. He needed sufficient evidence. At this moment, when Sheng had activated the surveillance snail, directly transmitting the images of the group of collapsed naval scoundrels beneath him to Akainu's office. Wait. We are under the command of Admiral Candidate Edwy. You have no right to deal with us. Oh no, being associated with an Admiral Candidate. Have I gotten into big trouble? He had indeed gotten into big trouble. It should be noted that any admiral-level officer in the Navy has a complex web of relationships, let alone an admiral candidate. If this big shot were to fall because of this, the network of relationships behind him would definitely not let it go easily. And this whole situation was caused by when Sheng, a mere brigadier general. Who would the anger of those people be directed at? Without a doubt, it would be at when Sheng, this small brigadier general. They didn't dare to provoke Admiral Akainu and could only find this soft target in Wen Sheng. I won't let the identity of the Don Quixote family's cadre leak out, just because I've angered this admiral candidate. I won't even be able to stay in the Navy. No, I really don't want to become a pirate. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Just then, Wen Sheng's snail phone rang. Gotcha. Kill all these naval scoundrels, Brigadier General Wen Sheng. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The naval scoundrels naturally heard his conversation with Akainu and instantly became terrified. Wait, we are under Don Quixote Doflamingo. We are pirates recognized by the world government with legitimate plundering rights. The Navy has no right to act against us. In order to save their lives, these people spilled everything, even if it meant revealing their identities as undercover pirates. Perhaps, when they first joined the Navy, they were already prepared for death, but years of living in luxury had dulled their edges. At this moment, they just wanted to survive. Ha ha ha. Hearing the words of these naval scoundrels, Wen Sheng laughed. What a coincidence. So do I. Wen Sheng revealed a sinister smile. I am a core cadre of the Don Quixote family, a user of the float fruit, known as Sheng. Is that so? That's wonderful. The naval scoundrels all showed expressions of relief, thinking they had turned danger into safety. However, before they could rejoice for long, Wen Sheng suddenly erupted in rage. You bastards dare to leak information about the young master. All of you go die. Wen Sheng dove down, swinging the iron rod in his hand, killing this group of naval scoundrels. Oh no, killing this group of undercover naval pirates. Woo-woo. Swinging the iron rod vigorously, Wen Sheng imagined shaking off the non-existent bloodstains from it, then coolly putting the rod behind him. Oh no, I seem to have heard a naval brigadier general admit that he is a pirate from the Don Quixote family. What should I do? Admiral Akainu? Wen Sheng's cool demeanor shattered in an instant as he took out the snail phone from his pocket. It turned out that when he had previously placed the snail phone in his pocket, he hadn't hung up, and it was still connected. The others could let it go. As with Akainu's trust in him, perhaps he would help cover it up. But the problem was, he really was a core cadre of the Don Quixote family. That aside, the one who had just spoken was Admiral Tsuru, the one who could manipulate people's hearts the most. Being targeted by her was extremely dangerous. Superhuman type, wash fruit devil fruit user understand. It can wash enemies like clothes and transform them into flat clothing hung on a drying rack. The washed items will lose their form, and living beings will lose their strength. Additionally, the wash fruit can slightly wash away a person's evil, cleansing their soul and weakening their malice. To wash away the malice in others' hearts, he must first discover that malice. In other words, Admiral Tsuru can read others' thoughts and souls. Just as Doflamingo feared Admiral Tsuru, Wen Sheng also feared her the most, although he didn't want to admit it. It was undeniable that he was an undercover agent sent by the Don Quixote family into the Navy, and he had leaked quite a bit of naval intelligence. Once these things were discovered by Admiral Tsuru, he would lose his civil servant identity in the Navy and become a wanted pirate. Please no, I don't want to be a pirate. Wen Sheng's heart was in turmoil, as he seemed to see the tragic days approaching. Doflamingo feared Tsuru. Towards the end of the Marineford War, he dared to directly intervene to stop the Navy from pursuing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Casually brushing it off with a simple slip my hand, faced with the former Admiral Akiji who had left the Navy, he could completely ignore him and attempt to kill Smoker. But just seeing Admiral Tsuru's warship, he would run away without hesitation. This was not fear of Admiral Tsuru. What was it then? Admitting to being a pirate is Sheng, a user of the float fruit. What does it have to do with my subordinate Wen Sheng, a user of the flight fruit? Admiral Akainu, I will be loyal to you for a lifetime. Hearing Akainu's protection, Wen Sheng felt a surge of excitement. With such a superior who protects his subordinates, of course, Wen Sheng was overjoyed. The main thing was that because of Akainu's protection, he didn't have to worry. Well, for now, he didn't have to worry about his pirate identity being exposed. Oh, then forget it. Gotcha. When Sheng heard the other side, hang up the snail phone and let out a long sigh of relief. Next, it was the Vano family. This gang, hopefully, they would obediently be killed by me. Oh no, I'm a Navy officer. The gangs on land are not under my jurisdiction. There is no way. It was time for Hua Sheng, a core cadre of the Don Quixote family and user of the float fruit, to make an appearance. Edwi sigh. Seeing that the call with the Brigadier General from headquarters was disconnected, Admiral Saru sighed helplessly. This admiral candidate had become part of the Navy alongside her, Sengoku, and Gar from the same era. She never expected Edwi would actually harbor pirates, using gangs as his white gloves to collect wealth for him. In the process, who knows how many families were destroyed, how many lives were lost, and how many Navy regulations were violated. Creek, Akainu suddenly stood up, filled with killing intent as he walked outside. He was prepared to personally take down that naval scoundrel to uphold the justice of the Navy. Wait, Admiral Akainu. But he was stopped by Admiral Tsuru. Let Kazan handle it. He is also a veteran of the Navy. Give him some face. Chapter 36. The Vano family kill them all, my little ones, and take over this dock. Oh. At this moment, Wen Sheng, transformed into the superhuman type user of the float fruit, was leading the pirate ship and pirates he had stolen to attack the largest dock within the Vano family stronghold. This was also their most significant economic source that they could display openly. The Vano family was not a pirate crew. They were a gang. So their main forces were scattered across various locations, managing different industries. Pirate crews all had a main ship, and as long as all the pirates on that main ship were killed, the crew would be nearly destroyed. What Wen Sheng needed to do was to create a disturbance that would draw all the people from the Vano family together, so he could better uproot the entire Vano family without leaving any future troubles. First, Wen Sheng had to seize their economic lifeline, forcing them to concentrate their efforts to reclaim the port and maintain the stability of the Vano family. After coming up with this plan, Wen Sheng persuaded a relatively large pirate crew to take down their previous pirate flag and replace it with the flag of the Don Quixote family. He then led the pirate ship to launch an attack on the most crucial port of the Vano family. Boom. First came a round of cannon fire until the ammunition ran out, followed by close combat, with Wen Sheng's involvement and the main combat strength of the Vano family not present. The battle was, of course, a complete victory for the subordinate pirate crew of the Don Quixote family, the float pirate crew. Oh. The members of the Vano family were either killed or driven away, and the pirates cheered excitedly. My little ones. Yes, Captain. At this moment, these pirates didn't care about the captain who had been thrown into the sea. They only knew it was time to reap the fruits of victory. Loot the spoils and bring all the valuables in front of me. Oh. The pirates cheered excitedly again, as this meant they could also pocket some of the loot while scavenging. Although they wouldn't get as much benefit as the captain, it was still much better than their previous miserable days. They set out to sea for this purpose, after all. What? One Piece? That's just a deception for fools. Or something only the world's top powers can touch. They just wanted to acquire a certain amount of wealth on the sea and would be satisfied with that. Clatter! When a pile of gold, silver, and jewels was stacked in front of Wen Sheng, even he, who had already achieved financial freedom thanks to the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but have his eyes light up. At least, the wealth given to him by the Don Quixote family didn't have the same shocking impact as this pile of treasures before him. Ha. Like a true pirate, Wen Sheng laughed wildly and then waved the iron rod behind him, collecting all these treasures into a spatial bag. The pirates weren't surprised by this scene. They had already witnessed it before. At that time, Wen Sheng had taken all the food, drinks, and treasures from the pirate ship into that magical iron rod, just like now. My little ones. Oh. Get ready for battle. The Vano family gang is about to counterattack us. Buzz. Hearing Wen Sheng's words, the pirates began to discuss among themselves. They thought that after this round of looting, they would immediately escape. But they didn't expect their new captain to want to stay and continue. Wasn't that dangerous? They didn't want to die. My little ones, as long as we uproot the Vano family gang, the treasures we can obtain will be hundreds or thousands of times what we have now. By then, we won't be pirates anymore, but wealthy gentlemen living in luxury. Oh. The pirates cheered excitedly again. Wasn't that their purpose for coming out? When they set sail, they had long since put life and death aside, and now, as long as they fought one more time, they could realize their wishes. Why wouldn't they fight one more time? It was much better than following the previous pirate ship, only robbing small merchant ships, and after hard work, getting only a meager amount of wealth. Thinking of the thick stack of berries in their pockets, they instantly became fearless. The gold and silver treasures collected for the new captain didn't include any paper berries, and all the berries in the entire port had fallen into their hands. With this understanding, they were certainly willing to fight for more berries. In an instant, the pirates were filled with fighting spirit, exuding an aura that anyone who blocked their path to wealth would be met with a god-slaying or Buddha-slaying determination. Spalma, I'll return all the berries I stole. Swish! A sword severed the neck of the pleading pirate, and a member of the Vano family disdainfully said, "Foolish. Killing you means these berries are mine." A group of rabble dared to attack my Vano family's territory, truly overestimating themselves. As this Vano family member said, they swept away all the pirates occupying their port with overwhelming force. Only the pirate ship captain didn't know where he had hidden and escaped with his life. One couldn't speak carelessly. This young man said, "I didn't run away. I just wanted you to help me kill all these pirate scum." Hearing the voice from the sky, the Vano family members were startled and cautiously looked up, only to see a person floating in the air, looking down at them with eyes full of contempt and anger. Only the one who thought the pirate ship captain had escaped changed his expression. He could be sure he hadn't spoken his thoughts out loud. But why did the person floating in the sky seem to be speaking to him? No, it was definitely directed at him, because the person was still looking at him. The strongest is just someone who has just mastered armament Haki. Not worth worrying about. He was angry simply because, without the presence and protection of these people, the human trafficking business wouldn't have emerged in the North Sea, leading to countless families being torn apart, and those who should have lived stable lives losing everything like this. In this vicious cycle, they became self-destructive, either becoming pirates or joining in the criminal activities of trafficking women and children, causing more people who just wanted to live well to ultimately have only a hard and miserable fate. Indeed, in this world, only those who master power or authority can live well. Chapter 37 Vano, you say you are the heir of the Vano family. Vano Doc? Just like how the members of the Vano family quickly dealt with the pirates brought by Sheng, Sheng also easily slaughtered all these gang members, leaving only this person named Vano Document. Yes, I am Vano Document. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Money, women, power. As long as you don't kill me. You can have all these things. Sheng was still puzzled. How could a mere turf war bring out someone who mastered armament Haki? It turned out that the boss's son had come out to experience life and was accidentally kidnapped by Sheng, this rebel. Doc quickly wiped the blood flowing into his eyes and hurriedly said, "Our Vano family has good connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Whatever you want, my father can find it for you." "Oh, really? Then tell me about the people you have connections with in both worlds." As Sheng said this, he had already activated the snail phone in his hand, recording what he was about to say. To deal with that naval admiral candidate, it's best to kill him in one blow. Otherwise, Sheng, as the main instigator, would be in deep trouble. He was very confident in his flying speed, believing that apart from Kizaru, and Enel, who was the god on Sky Island, no one else could catch him if he wanted to escape. However, not being able to catch him does not mean they can't attack him. If that naval admiral candidate escaped, he would live in fear every day, afraid of retaliation. Therefore, Sheng decided to provide more evidence to Akainu and take that naval admiral candidate down with one blow. "We have business dealings with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo. It is through his connections that we were able to escape from the gang conflicts in the West Sea and come to the North Sea to recuperate. He saved us, and in return, we provide armed protection for his business in the North Sea to ensure its smooth operation." Sheng was willing to ask him these questions, and he was also willing to answer. Yes, he was just stalling for time. As long as I wait for my father to arrive, I can live. I don't want to die. To save his life, he was willing to say anything, after all. As long as he killed the pirate captain in front of him afterward, nothing would leak out. Every year, we provide a large amount of berry to Admiral Edwidge to seek his protection within the Navy. And we also help him solve some things he is unwilling to deal with, satisfying some of his peculiar preferences. Just then, While Vanodoc was still hoping his father and his father's bodyguards would come quickly to rescue him, he heard the loud sound of an iron rod striking the ground. Doc trembled all over and cautiously looked up at the captain. He didn't know which of his words had angered this devil. "It seems you haven't seen my pirate ship yet." Sheng turned sideways, allowing Vanodoc to see the pirate ship he had seized. "That is." Vanodoc's pupils shrank sharply because he saw the pirate flag of the Don Quixote family, representing Doflamingo, fluttering in the wind. "No, wait. I have no intention of leaking information about the warlord. I was forced." "Forced by whom?" "Woo-woo." Sheng waved the iron rod in his hand. The threat was unmistakable. Bye-bye. At this moment, Vanodoc no longer knew what to say. He had realized that it seemed anything he said couldn't escape death. No, it should be said that no matter what he said, the person in front of him never intended to let him go. This person was just treating him as a plaything to kill time. Out of words? Then go die. Woo! Bang! Vanodoc's head was directly kicked off by a muscular thigh protruding from the iron rod. There was no choice. Sheng was not in flight mode, and could only let Xiao Dai take this head. Why did he suddenly kill him? Because the person he was waiting for had appeared. "Stop! Don't hurt the young master!" Someone shouted loudly. Unfortunately, he was already too late. Or rather, it was precisely because Sheng had seen these people's appearance through observation Haki that he had let Xiao Dai kill Vanodoc. "How dare you? How dare you kill young Master Doc?" The first to arrive was a muscular man. When he looked at Sheng, the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Sheng's body slowly rose, warily looking at the person in front of him. "If I'm not mistaken, you used moonwalk to arrive quickly, right? Can you tell me where you learned it? Or are you a Navy man who has now degraded himself to be a watchdog for the Vano family?" "Shave!" The newcomer did not answer Sheng's question, but instead directly attacked him. Sheng rose in height, dodging the attack. Is it the float fruit's ability? It seems the golden lion Shiki is dead. Sheng. He could tell that the person in front of him had definitely been a Navy man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the Navy's 6 styles, including shave and moonwalk. Wait, he can use moonwalk. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of footsteps stomping through the air reached Sheng's ears as the man launched another attack at him in midair. Sheng was startled by the murderous figure flying toward him. But the sky was Sheng's territory. How could that person possibly attack him in the air? In just a blink of an eye, he had increased the distance between him and that person. It seems that trying to slack off without activating observation Haki to foresee the future is not going to work. Realizing this, Sheng directly activated his observation Haki to foresee the future, and then, whoosh whoosh, 2 bullets flew past his ears just as he tilted his head. One was a frontal attack to attract my attention, and the other was a long-distance sniper attack. "It seems you have a very skilled sniper." Looking at the muscular man who had fallen back to the ground, Sheng said, "Unfortunately, I still didn't directly kill you, a cadre of the Don Quixote family." "Sheng, has my identity been exposed?" Sheng frowned as this thought crossed his mind. Tap, 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 tap. At that moment, 2 more people entered Sheng's line of sight. One held a sniper rifle in both hands, while the other was an ordinary-looking old man, one of those who hadn't undergone much training. "This little brother of the Don Quixote family. Can you tell me why Doflamingo sent you to attack his partner?" Chapter 38. Former Rear Admiral. Upon hearing the old man's words, Sheng's anxious heart finally relaxed. From the old man's question, he understood that his identity as a pirate undercover agent had not been exposed. The reason they referred to him in such a manner was solely because of the Don Quixote family pirate flag he had casually drawn and hung on the pirate ship he previously boarded. Since you were his partner, why not just call him directly? Sheng's suggestion was indeed a good idea, but he was already prepared. If the old man really wanted to call Don Quixote Doflamingo, he would definitely kill him before the call connected. Otherwise, how could he shift the blame onto the Don Quixote family? The Mafia is not under the Navy's jurisdiction, just as the Navy has no obligation to capture members of the Revolutionary Army. Unless the kingdom contacted the world government for help and the world government ordered the Navy to act, only then would the Navy intervene to eliminate the Mafia. The old man shook his head, stating that even if he were to contact the Sky Knight demon, it would be after killing you to avenge my son before I reach out to him. Sheng suddenly realized that the reason was right here. If he had contacted Doflamingo in advance, they would not have referred to him as little brother of the Don Quixote family. After all, for Sheng to play a better role in the Navy, Doflamingo would not expose his identity. At least, he wouldn't do so before he betrayed. This is also why he felt relieved when he heard the old man address him that way. Do you think they can kill me, uncle? Also, as the head of the Vano family, isn't it too bold of you to appear before me in person? In the face of Sheng's threat, the head of the Vano family merely laughed. I have 2 former rear admirals guarding me. What is there to fear? Sheng, 2 rear admirals, who should be the backbone of the Navy, have now become bodyguards for a mafia boss. Why did they retire? Who approved it? And how did they end up as henchmen for a mafia boss? These matters need to be handled by Akainu, since Sheng is under Akainu's command. This issue naturally falls to Akainu as the leader. It seems he has caused more trouble for Akainu again. No, it should be said that he has increased Akainu's workload again. Perhaps at this moment, Akainu has smashed his desk again. The video snail that was opened previously was transmitting in real time to Akainu's snail phone, as Sheng was giving them a live broadcast. As Sheng had imagined, Akainu's fist turned into magma and smashed a desk. How terrifying! A rear admiral. Imitating Kazu's signature nonchalance, Sheng then turned serious, looking ominously at the old Vano man. However, some attacks are unavoidable, such as boom! A massive sonic boom erupted, and the powerful shockwave directly blasted the sniper and the old Vano man away. However, only the old man of the Vano family bled from 7 orifices and died, while the sniper, though looking disheveled, was not significantly affected. You are not from the Don Quixote family. Seeing Sheng kill the head of the Vano family, as if teleporting, the muscular man suddenly realized that Doflamingo could not have directly killed the Vano boss. Who are you exactly? Did other mafias hire you to take out the Vano family's business? Or are you a... He suddenly stopped speaking, looking at Sheng in shock. Sheng is a pirate? This is impossible, as all the pirates who came with him are dead, which does not align with a pirate crew's way of doing things. At least they should have left behind navigators, cooks, and other personnel. Sheng took out the video snail, addressing the 2 former rear admirals who had gathered together. Is there anything else to say? If not, I will send you on your way. Sheng looked at the 2 casually. That is, a Navy special video snail? The 2 screamed in terror, hastily covering their faces with their hands, as if they desperately did not want to be recognized by the person on the other side. Only now do they realize the embarrassment. It's too late. In shame, the 2 instantly unleashed their full speed and fled the port. Once he confirmed that the 2 had left, Sheng slumped to the ground. That scared me to death. Of course, he would be frightened. After all, these were 2 former rear admirals, and no matter what reason caused them to become henchmen of the Vano family, their strength as rear admirals was undeniable. The previous sonic boom attack was already one of Sheng's 2 strongest attacks. Yet even so, he did not inflict much damage on the sniper. He was unsure if a joint attack with Shaodai would really harm that muscular rear admiral. By that time, he would only have the option to flee. Fortunately, he had scared the 2 away using the video snail. People care about their reputation, just as trees care about their bark. If your former colleagues knew that you were now doing so poorly, I'm sure no one would want to face that reality. Based on this thought, Sheng directly took out the video snail to cause them social death. But, hey, Admiral Akainu, your intelligence did not mention that I would be facing 2 rear admirals. Who prepared this intelligence? How could it be so careless? If anything happened to me, wouldn't that mean? Gotcha! The sound of the snail disconnecting came through, as the other side actively cut off the call, not wanting to hear Sheng's complaints. Sheng, he was furious in his heart, but at this moment he decided it was better to slip away first. If those 2 made a comeback, then he would be the one to flee in panic. At the Navy headquarters, in a conference room filled with smoke, all caused by the old smokers among the Navy's decision-makers. Creak! He pushed open the window to let the smoke circulate out of the room. Really, every time I have a meeting with you, I feel like I'm losing years off my life. Vice Admiral Tsuru complained while looking grimly at Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who sat at the head of the table. Sengoku, give the order. Conduct a thorough investigation of retired Navy officers. Check if their retirement reasons are sufficient and legitimate. For those who disappeared in battle or died, especially flag officers, make further determinations. At the same time, check if the livelihoods of Navy officers who retired for reasonable reasons are guaranteed. We cannot let them suffer the pressures of life after risking their lives for the Navy. It's really interesting. One retired rear admiral is disabled, and another is blind, yet they become unscathed and turn into henchmen for the mafia. If it weren't for my subordinate accidentally discovering this, we wouldn't even know how many such cases exist. We also don't know how much undue stigma the Navy has to bear because of such people. Chapter 39, The Truth. Akainu's hands transformed into a lava-like state again. If it weren't for the fact that the desk in front of him had already been smashed, it probably wouldn't have survived now. Desk, I'll handle this matter. Marshal, the one who discovered this issue is my subordinate. So, according to regulations, I should be the one responsible. Akainu had just dealt with that big shot, Admiral Candidate Edward. And although he had taken care of the person, he was still filled with anger. What do you mean I'm ensuring the livelihood of retired subordinates? What do you mean you live without worries while they don't have their lives guaranteed? Even if it means bearing the blame, I will ensure it. Edward's words made Akainu furious even after he took him down, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. Now, with some targets to vent on, he certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity. Not worried about encountering another Navy like Edward imagined? So what? If he encountered someone who needed to be killed, he would do so mercilessly. Those who shouldn't be killed. Well, in any case, Akainu just wanted to vent all the anger he received from Edward onto the subordinates following Edward. But Akainu, I am the marshal. Akainu, he certainly wouldn't say, Sengoku. You will regret this. This is the Navy, which has a strict set of rules. Whoever discovers it is responsible. This is indeed the Navy system. But in the Navy, everything is based on the orders of the Navy Marshal. Akainu had no choice but to suppress the anger that hadn't been vented. What when Sheng didn't know was that when he contacted Akainu using the Den Mushi, Akainu was in a meeting room. Because of this, the highest levels of the Navy witnessed everything that just happened. For this reason, led by Navy Admiral Sengoku, the Navy conducted a thorough investigation internally. The result was that many people under Admiral Candidate Edward had been arranged to retire early and then, for various reasons, became his private army, sent to various places to profit, doing many heinous things. The two former vice admirals that when Sheng encountered were exactly under this Admiral Candidate Edward. But just as Admiral Candidate Edward said, the reason they did this was to provide an economic source for those Navy soldiers and officers who had no income after retirement, to provide basic living security for Navy families after their deaths. They had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Brigadier General Wen Sheng. Yes, Admiral Akainu, I have a task for you. The Dove Pirates, Redemption Pirates, Justice Pirates, and Glory Pirates in the North Sea are all pirate groups organized by former Admiral Candidate Edward's subordinates. I need you to deal with all of them. Wen Sheng. This was the first time when Sheng did not immediately accept the task after receiving Akainu's order. He really didn't want to take on this task because he didn't want to lay his hands on those Navy seniors. Yes, they had done many things that drew the wrath of heaven and man, but their purpose was for the fellow Navy personnel and their families. Facing such a group of people, Wen Sheng found it hard to act. I didn't hear your response, Brigadier General Wen Sheng. Seeing that Wen Sheng had not responded for a long time, Akainu's stern voice came through the Den Mushi. What could he do? He wanted to refuse. But he knew that in the entire North Sea, only he had the ability to deal with these three pirate groups. If he didn't act, perhaps they would escape. Perhaps, because former Admiral Candidate Edward was captured, they might think of hiding after making one more score. Even more likely, these people would go completely crazy without Edward's suppression. I'm sorry, Admiral Akainu. Akainu! He didn't expect Wen Sheng to directly refuse the task he arranged. Just as he was about to explode with anger, I was a bit distracted just now and didn't reply to you in time. Please provide me with the relevant information, and I will immediately go and handle them all. Good. On a pirate ship flying a skull with a dove standing on it, the leaders of the four pirate groups were silently smoking in the captain's cabin. Bang! Suddenly, one person angrily slammed the table in front of him. Lord Edward has been captured, and our affairs have already been exposed. What should we do next? Don't act dead. Give me an idea. Should we join forces to rescue Lord Edward from impelled down? Or should we continue doing what we were doing until we were captured by the Navy? The smoke in the captain's cabin thickened even more, but for a moment. No one spoke. You bastards 1T speak, then I will. All eyes turned to him. Just as Lord Edward said before doing this, we should disperse and hide, continuing to provide living guarantees for those who need us. I thought you reckless guy would risk everything to save Lord Edward. One of them said, in surprise upon hearing this. I may be reckless, but I'm not stupid. The man's anger flared up again, but instantly. He deflated and said, but Lord Edward had already talked to me, saying that after the incident, there's no need to rescue him. Just continue to help the families of those comrades. I listened to Lord Edward. Everyone was stunned and then extinguished their cigarettes. So, Lord Edward has also talked to you guys. The reckless man looked up in surprise, thinking that Lord Edward had only spoken to him. Before Lord Edward prepared to do this, he already knew that what we were doing would eventually be exposed. He would either be killed or imprisoned and impelled down. But this is exactly Lord Edward's goal. He wants the high-ranking Navy to know about this matter and take it seriously. He is using his life and honor, not hesitating to bear infamy, to ensure that those Navy colleagues and their families receive living guarantees. Everyone, how come I didn't know about this? Also, you bastards can't all know about this, right? Seeing the silence from the crowd, the reckless man felt even more exposed. There was no way. If you knew about this, you would definitely have made a big fuss. Looking at the expressions of Nit and the others, they also knew. The reckless man turned his head to look at the people behind him, only to see them awkwardly glancing around. A bunch of bastards. Just as everyone was curiously looking at their reckless colleague, an untimely voice entered their ears. So this is the idea of former Admiral candidate Edward. Truly magnificent. Crash. The sound of a chair falling over echoed, and they all looked towards the door of the captain's cabin in shock. Creak. The door of the captain's cabin opened, and they saw a person suspended in the air holding a blood-stained iron rod, looking at them coldly. Oh, I accidentally killed all your pirate subordinates. You want to mind, will you? Chapter 40. Engagement. Those trash are just temporary workers we summoned at will. In a few days, we will dispose of all of them. Kill them if we must. Sheng, looking at the muscular giant who responded to him. Sheng was momentarily at a loss for how to react. He was mocking someone. How could a simpleton think to answer his question? Was this even a question that needed an answer? Shouldn't he be angrily attacking him instead? Is it really okay to answer questions so seriously? Smack. Fortunately, perhaps someone felt as speechless as Sheng and slapped him on the mouth, pushing him back. Navy or pirates? That depends on how you think. I can apprehend all of you former naval officers who have disgraced the Navy's name in my capacity as a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters and an Inspector of the North Sea, or I can kill you all as a pirate of the Don Quixote family. It all depends on your choice. Is the Navy really this flexible now? If we could have done this before, wouldn't that mean? The person speaking was pushed behind the crowd, but there was no adverse effect from forcibly silencing him. Hearing Sheng's words, the muscular giant suddenly became excited. He seemed to forget that at this moment his identity was not that of the Navy, but of a pirate. Fortunately, his colleague forced him to shut up. Everyone, well, whether it was Sheng or them, everyone was thrown into confusion by the muscular giant's words. Momentarily forgetting what they wanted to say, the scene fell into silence. If possible, we would prefer you to face us in the name of Navy justice. Someone stepped forward, breaking the silence. But can a mere Rear Admiral really deal with us? He had already used observation Haki to check, and besides the Navy officer in front of them, there were no other people nearby. This meant that this little Rear Admiral actually wanted to take them all down by himself. But among them, there were 4 majors, 5 Rear Admirals, and dozens of colonels and lieutenant colonels from the previous Navy system. If you don't surrender, I want to give it a try. Woo! Swinging the iron rod in his hand, Sheng wiped off the blood on it and said, I like him. All right, the muscular giant spoke again. Indeed, trying to make this reckless muscular giant shut up was quite a difficult task. But I want to surrender. As a Navy officer, I can only stand and die, not kneel and live. Accompanied by his roar, he knocked aside the colleague blocking his path and charged toward Sheng, jumping into the air, avoiding the collision. Are you just going to hide, pirate? Sheng. Others. You got it wrong, big guy. I'm the Navy, you are the pirate. Sheng explained seriously. Muscular giant. Only then did he realize that he hadn't been a Navy officer for many years. He was now the captain of the Glory Pirates. Ha ha, I see, I forgot. Everyone. Watch out, Johnny. But just when a muscular giant was still grinning foolishly, he heard his colleague's warning. However, it was too late. Sheng instantly flew behind him and swung the iron rod, striking him on the back of the head. Bang! Johnny was knocked away by Sheng, struggling to stabilize himself. Then turned to look at Sheng and gave him a big thumbs up. What incredible speed. The current Navy is truly impressive. Then, Johnny just fell down straight. How terrifying. Armament Haki. At the moment Johnny was ambushed by Sheng, he hardened the back of his head, defending against Sheng's iron rod attack. He only feinted. You must know, although Sheng did not use his full strength, this attack was aimed at making someone lose all ability to resist. Yet now, Johnny merely feinted. It was still at a level where perhaps just a little stimulation could wake him up. This must be said, Haki really is the answer. That idiot. The others cursed, but still rushed forward to protect him, preventing Sheng from attacking again. Are you really the Navy? Being lenient with pirates is not a good habit. Some question Sheng's identity because he didn't kill Johnny. You don't also adhere to some so-called no-kill principle like Admiral Zifa, do you? Someone asked, recalling their instructor. Not at all. I am under Admiral Akainu and follow absolute justice, and I will never show mercy to pirates. But we are pirates now. So why didn't you kill Johnny? Someone asked in confusion. They felt fortunate that Sheng didn't kill Johnny, but were puzzled by his decision not to do so. While they didn't want to die as pirates, they certainly didn't want to see the current Navy displaying the same merciful justice as Admiral Zifa. Because Admiral Akainu's order to me is, deal with all of you, not kill all of you. Is there a difference? Sheng answered firmly, of course there is. The Admiral did not specify how to deal with you, so I will handle it my way, and it won't just be about killing you all. It sounds like you can kill us. Creak, creak. The two immediately transformed into their beast forms. Clearly both were Zoan-type devil fruit users. However, it was another person who attacked Sheng first. Bang, 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 bang. A series of shockwaves were released from one person's palms, striking toward Sheng, who was floating in the air. He is the jet man who ate the Paramecia-type jet fruit, capable of shooting powerful air blasts from his body to attack enemies. Such powerful observation, Haki. Is there suppression within the Navy? How could someone like him merely be a rear admiral? Peon exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Sheng effortlessly dodge nearly 100 air blasts released in an instant. If someone with such strength is just a rear admiral, then what does that make him? A former Navy major. Bang! A loud sound echoed as a figure leaped toward Sheng in the sky. That powerful jumping ability startled Sheng, who quickly increased the distance between them. Moonwalk, stepping on the air, combined with the strong, explosive power of his sturdy legs. He changed direction and flew toward Sheng again. Bang, 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 bang. In the sky, two figures were seen, one escaping and one pursuing, drawing a perfectly tight line. And these lines painted a rough, artistic pattern in the air. It had been a long time since he had seen it. The ability known as the Sky Flea. Chapter 41. Playing dumb and blind the bug fruit. Flea form, devil fruit user. Former Rear Admiral Jonpu of the Navy headquarters. Voluntarily joined the task known as the Colleague Support Plan, which was a candidate program for Admiral Edware. Due to the difficult living conditions of many families of his fellow townsmen in the Navy, he abandoned his naval identity and his own glory, all for the sake of ensuring the welfare of those disabled Navy personnel and their families. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that most of them maintained their sense of justice in their hearts. Even though they were no longer part of the Navy, they still upheld their own justice. However, a few had fallen into corruption, tarnishing the Navy's justice. Sheng's body suddenly plummeted towards the sea. Jonpu didn't think much and continued to pursue Sheng. Kid, when I was in the Navy, I had the title of Sky Flying Eagle. Don't even think about making me fall into the sea. Jonpu instantly saw through Sheng's intentions and mocked him. Wasn't he called Sky Flea? How had it changed to Sky Flying Eagle? Did I remember it wrong? Johnny, who had awakened with the help of his companions, asked in confusion after hearing Jonpu's words. He should have remained unconscious. That was a mistake. This thought crossed the minds of others simultaneously. Sheng didn't care about Jonpu's thoughts. His body was close to the sea surface, waiting for Jonpu to arrive. Then, Jonpu fell into the sea. Impressive. At the moment John Poo wanted to stop himself, he flew to John Poo's head at a speed several times faster than before and knocked him into the sea with a stick. When did the Navy have such an extraordinary rear admiral? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. 3 air masses attacked Sheng, forcing him away from the sea surface. Hurry and save John Poo, you bastards. When is there time to praise the enemy? Don't forget John Poo is a land duck. Several figures jumped into the sea and rescued John Poo. Sheng just silently watched and did not intervene. It seems we have become lambs to be slaughtered. Yes, his flying speed is too abnormal. Above the sea, we have nowhere to hide and can only become targets for his attacks. Creak, creak. Another former rear admiral who had eaten the animal-type dog fruit, blackback form, bitterly smiled and retracted his beastman form, shaking his head with a wry smile. I am the one who cannot hide. At least you can swim away, while I don't even have that ability. I can't either. Johnny interjected. I haven't eaten a devil fruit, but I can't swim. Everyone. Moreover, I still haven't learned the moonwalk. By the way, how can anyone step on air and gain the ability to float in the air? Everyone, you better shut up. The battle hasn't even started, and you've exposed all your weaknesses. Former Admiral candidate Ed Ware has been captured and impelled down. You should have received the news by now. Sheng did not continue to attack, but instead asked. Everyone remained silent. Although they knew this day would come, they did not expect it to arrive so quickly. Did you know that 2 of his former vice admirals joined the Vano family and became their watchdogs to help protect the human trafficking business? What? Sheng's words instantly infuriated everyone. Those 2 bastards actually did such a thing. Didn't they say they wouldn't do anything that harms the innocent or bullies the common people? How dare they? I want to go take them down. They have tarnished the Navy's justice and disgraced Admiral Ed Ware's honor. Cough, cough. Seeing everyone's anger and hearing their words, Sheng deliberately coughed, interrupting their righteous indignation. Have you done similar things? Damn it, what do you mean, you bastard kid? We are the Navy. How could we do something that tarnishes the Navy's dignity? Johnny roared angrily at Sheng after hearing his words. What are you now, a pirate? Or the captain of the Glory Pirates? Johnny fell silent instantly. He forgot his current identity. It seems that although you have left the Navy, you are still acting according to the justice in your hearts. That's good. Bururu, bururu. Kacha, do you have good news for me? Rear Admiral Sheng? Yes, Admiral Akainu. First, according to your command, I killed all members of the White Dove Pirates, Redemption Pirates, Justice Pirates, and Glory Pirates. Here is a photo I took on site, which I have sent to you. A photo was spat out from another snail phone, and Akainu picked it up to view. He saw 4 dilapidated pirate ships sinking into the sea, and from the tops of the 4 pirate ships, the flags belonging to the 4 pirate crews were clearly visible. Akainu, at this moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or angry. He should be happy because Sheng followed his orders and eliminated 4 pirate crews with Navy backgrounds, maintaining the Navy's honor and dignity. But he was also a bit angry because there were officers trained by the Navy on those 4 pirate ships, and they were all continuing their sense of justice in their own ways, and such people were killed by his orders. This left him unsure of how to face Sheng's report. And next, since that's the case, he decided to directly ignore this issue and listen to what news Sheng would bring him next. Secondly, with the help of some retired Navy personnel, I captured the former Navy Vice Admirals Sheng and Heater, who had escaped before. Akainu, a bad thought suddenly crossed his mind. His subordinate was getting him into trouble again. When he saw another photo spat out by the snail phone, his suspicions were confirmed. In this photo, 2 people were tightly bound and lying on the ground in the front row, while in the back row, there were dozens of figures standing and saluting. Sheng, if I'm not mistaken, they are all. Ah, right, Admiral Akainu. Before Akainu could continue, Sheng excitedly interrupted, continuing in an enthusiastic voice. These retired soldiers said they retired too early and want to return to the Navy to continue contributing to the Navy's cause. I hope Admiral Akainu will grant their wish. Akainu, does he take me for a blind man? These people clearly established those 4 pirate crews, robbing the wealthy and slaughtering and looting other pirate ships in the North Sea. Admiral Akainu, do you want me to take them to the nearest Navy North Sea branch to wait for orders? Or should I let them return to the Navy headquarters to report directly to you? Akainu, thinking of the things those 4 pirate crews did in the North Sea. Akainu sighed helplessly. Let them come directly to the Navy headquarters to find me. I will find a way to ask Admiral Sengoku to restore their positions. Chapter 42, The Final Result, Kacha. After hanging up the phone, Vincent kicked the 2 fallen former Navy admirals, Muir and Helder. Hey, Vincent, you can't be rude to the 2 admirals. The one speaking was Johnny, as always, this reckless guy who didn't know manners. Vincent completely ignored Johnny's words and said to the 2 people on the ground, with your strength, escaping should be very easy, right? The 2, who were beaten to a pulp, opened their eyes and looked at Vincent. If we run away, how are you going to explain it to Admiral Akainu? Huh? Why do I need to explain? I'm just a mere brigadier general, and you can take care of these people in a few moves. The 2 former Navy admirals, how is that possible? Weren't they just beaten to the ground and captured by us? Johnny's presence was always very strong, and here he was showing off again. Vincent shook his head, having lost all hope for Johnny, the former Navy Rear Admiral. If he died, it would definitely be from stupidity. Indeed, the 2 former Navy admirals had been beaten up by them, but it seemed more like they were pretending to be exhausted to let these people beat them freely. Perhaps they also thought that participating in human trafficking was a grave sin and wanted to let their former subordinates vent their frustrations, while also making themselves feel a bit better. Or maybe they simply wanted their old subordinates to capture them, as a way to present their loyalty to the Navy for better treatment. Otherwise, why would these 2 former Navy admirals, who had already escaped, come here on a small boat? Even when they saw the tension between them, they rushed towards Johnny and the others without hesitation. They must have heard Vincent mention the disgraceful things they did within the Vano family, prompting them to rush over to let their frustrations out. The 2 admirals closed their eyes and did not respond to Vincent's question. Is this a default? Seeing their reaction, Vincent thought, just to be safe, let us listen to your thoughts. Moments latte. So, it turns out, it was all part of your plan. Vincent looked at Muir and Helder, feeling a mix of emotions. For the disabled Navy personnel and the families of the fallen, using yourselves as bait, you deliberately did these things. Before being discovered, you made money through various means to secure their basic living. After being discovered, it drew the attention of the world government and the higher-ups of the Navy. Whether or not you would be discovered, you could achieve your goals. No, even if you wouldn't be discovered, it wouldn't be long before you would deliberately expose yourselves. Those you sought to collaborate with were all people with a firm will for justice. In the end, only the 3 of you, Admiral Candidate Edwy, Muir, and Helder, plunged into darkness. You even prepared to reunite and impel down. I must say, you are all heroes of the Navy. Vincent stood at attention and saluted, then flew away. After you go to the nearby Navy branch to switch to a warship, bring the 2 admirals back to the Navy headquarters to hand over to Admiral Akainu. How to handle it afterward will depend on Admiral Akainu's opinion. Huh? Johnny looked at Vincent, who had already flown away, unsure how to react. He left just like that? Isn't he afraid we'll run away? Idiot. Don't you want to return to the Navy? If you do, you have to listen to him. But what if Muir and Helder want to run? We can't hold them. Johnny scratched his head, puzzled. Of course, he is sure that the 2 admirals won't escape. After saying that, several people went to help the 2 up, reaching out to untie their bindings. Don't move. Do not untie. The 2 former Navy admirals shouted simultaneously. Hey, do you want to let them go? Johnny asked, but no one answered his question. We are different from you. We can never become Navy again. We have done many wrong things, and we must pay the price. Everyone fell silent. Johnny felt the atmosphere was off and, like everyone else, put on a serious expression. So, they 3 sacrificed their own honor and justice to contribute to the deficiencies in the Navy system? Yes, that's why I defaulted your act of pretending to be ignorant. They are all excellent Navy members and should not have to bear this humiliation. However, Edwy Muir and Helder are different. They are the masterminds, and regardless of their motives, someone must be held accountable for doing such disgraceful things in the name of Navy justice. But fortunately, with their uproar, the world government has decided to allocate exclusive funds every year for those Navy members who have contributed to the sea to solve their living problems. Vincent, they are already in the Navy's upper echelons. Why not report this? Akainu. Vincent understood. It was definitely the world government that did not want to provide the funds and rejected it. He had already read Muir and Helder's thoughts and knew their intentions. But when Akainu's snail phone contacted him to discuss these people's situation, he could only pretend not to know and listen earnestly. Brigadier General Vincent, from now on, do not act on your own accord. Do you understand? Yes, Admiral Akainu. After a moment of silence, Akainu continued, within the Navy system, everyone has different interpretations of justice. Not to mention others, even you and I, when executing justice, will have different opinions and methods of handling things. I do not want a day in the future when you become someone I order to attack. Understood, Admiral Akainu. Received, but how to do it? I have my own set of methods. Vincent knew that Akainu was warning him to be cautious in his actions. Perhaps his methods had already drawn some opinions from the Navy's high command. After all, he had intervened in the internal affairs of the world government's member states, touched the mafia, which should not have been handled by the Navy, and even assumed that some retired Navy officers who had become pirates could be brought back to the Navy. What is worse, he often claimed to be a pirate of the Don Quixote family, doing things that violated regulations. The pressure of all this was being borne by Akainu. Fortunately, Akainu was willing to take on this burden and could withstand it, but if it involved matters even Akainu could not handle, could Vincent, this little brigadier general, withstand it? If it really came to that, Vincent would inevitably have to visit Impel Down, or perhaps he would be killed on the spot. Vincent's physical strength was so weak that Akainu had already seen it when Vincent was injured and recuperating due to his greed for the Atom Tree. Akainu was worried that Vincent's reckless behavior would bring disaster upon himself. Admiral, rest assured, I will try my best not to disappoint you. Akainu. He felt that Vincent's use of try my best was very good. Forget it. He must regulate his behavior in the future. Many people had already reported to the Navy that an officer of the Don Quixote pirates, Sheng, was undercover in the Navy, stealing Navy intelligence. Those nonsensical words. Do not say them again. Yes, I will try my best. Akainu. Chapter 43. Admiral Tsuru's deterrence exposed? When Sheng heard Akainu say he was an undercover agent, he was taken aback. Fortunately, he was just scaring himself. Akainu didn't mean it that way. When you return to the Navy headquarters, meet Admiral Tsuru. She is very interested in you. Sheng thought in horror, why does that terrifying old lady want to see him? Could it be that his identity has really been exposed? Admiral Tsuru is someone even Don Quixote Doflamingo avoids, and he certainly didn't want to meet such a person. If this old lady could really read minds, wouldn't he be in great danger? He really was a pirate sent by the Don Quixote family to infiltrate the Navy as an undercover agent. Once he appeared before Admiral Tsuru and was tested with her devil fruit ability, wouldn't everything be exposed? Was his civil servant life about to end like this? Would he have to become the pirate he despises and be hunted by the Navy forever? He's a warlord, so he wouldn't be hunted by the Navy? That would be great. Not. He didn't want to be a pirate. He just needed to endure for another 5 years to escape the Don Quixote family's coercion. He had already endured for 7 years. He didn't want to give up like this. Can I not meet Admiral Tsuru? Sheng asked cautiously. You've heard about her devil fruit ability? Don't worry. She just wants to see if the evil in your heart is directed towards pirates or others because you always impersonate the Don Quixote family's cadre. That's what I'm worried about. Admiral Akainu, the evil in my heart is directed at everyone who doesn't meet my moral standards, and my current mindset, my sense of justice, won't pass Admiral Tsuru's test. I don't want to be hung out to dry like freshly washed clothes. Mainly, I feel like I can't pass Admiral Tsuru's test. Akainu thought to himself, is this an admission that you have issues with the world government and the celestial dragons? This thought instantly appeared in Akainu's mind. Don't worry. As long as you have your own sense of justice in your heart, Admiral Tsuru won't deliberately make things difficult for you. This is something all Admiral-level officers must face. You are no exception. I'm very worried. If she examines me, I'm definitely doomed. Besides, I'm just a rear admiral, a transitional rank from a school-level officer to an admiral-level officer. I'm not technically an admiral. Sheng was filled with impotent rage, but he couldn't say anything. What Sheng didn't know was that if Admiral Tsuru were as terrifying as he imagined, not only would he fail her test, but also the 3 admirals, numerous vice admirals, and rear admirals would fail her test as well. She just wanted to see if Sheng had his own sense of justice, and if he was a true Navy officer. Of course, Akainu also lied to Sheng, Meeting Admiral Tsuru was not something every admiral-level officer had to face. Otherwise, Virgo's undercover identity would have been exposed long ago. The evil in Virgo's heart was as dark as his fully armed Haki. Akainu only sensed Wensheng's rejection and, coupled with Admiral Tsuru's special instructions, spoke to Wensheng this way. After all, Wensheng kept saying he was a loyal cadre of the Don Quixote family. Does Admiral Tsuru not feel regret for not being able to catch the inherently evil Doflamingo? Gotcha. To prevent Wensheng from rejecting again, Akainu directly hung up the Den Mushi, not giving him a chance to refuse. Wensheng, he felt his identity was about to be exposed, so he immediately dialed Doflamingo's Den Mushi without hesitation. The ability of the wash fruit is not as terrifying as you think. Old Lady Tsuru doesn't have the ability to peek into others' memories. That's the ability of the Paramecia-type memory fruit, not the wash fruit. Her fruit ability, simply put, is to cleanse the evil thoughts in a person's heart and make their character better. You don't need to worry. Oh, in that case, I can rest easy. After talking to Doflamingo, Wensheng realized that his previous guess about the Paramecia-type wash fruit was just self-induced fear. It wasn't as terrifying as he thought. Otherwise, the Navy would have long been a united front, and there wouldn't be factions forming. Phew! Wensheng let out a long sigh of relief for narrowly escaping. Well, okay, for being overly cautious. As long as there was no danger of exposure, he just had to hold on for 5 more years. 5 years from now, the Don Quixote family would be destroyed, and he would be free. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, there were still 4 years until the fall of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, Wensheng was on Ed Island in the North Sea's 122nd branch, which was the island he had previously stayed on, the closest island to Reverse Mountain in the North Sea, equivalent in status to the island of Lowtown in the East Sea. That's right, Wensheng had returned to Ed Island, but now he was here as a North Sea inspector. Task. What task? He had already properly handled everything that needed to be dealt with in the North Sea during this year. Well, just properly. For example, he didn't get involved in the mutual battles between the North Sea gangs, the weapons trade of the Vinsmoke family, or the dirty business within many kingdoms in the North Sea. After all, he had been warned by Akainu, so of course, he had to play the obedient child for a while. No. It should be said that he had to sincerely listen and courageously correct some of his previous overstepping behaviors. Yes, that's right. And now that Wensheng had finished those matters, he certainly wanted to enjoy himself. Anyway, even if he trained hard, his physical strength had no chance of increasing, so why not just relax? Wensheng didn't just lie around and enjoy. He still trained with many Navy officers from the 122nd branch. But he could only run around Ed Island a couple of laps before feeling like he was about to faint. However, without Mandy's presence, he no longer held back and would fly away before he was about to lose consciousness. At this moment, it was his leisure time after training. As for those other branch officers, they were still continuing their training. Ace had already become the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Looking at the smiling, freckled face on the newspaper, Wensheng muttered, "So, in 2 years, the Marineford War is about to start?" To be honest, Wensheng did not wish for the Marineford War to happen. Even if the Navy ultimately won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Because in this war, at least tens of thousands of elite Navy soldiers would die, and the result would be the death of an old man who was about to exit the historical stage. The son of a pirate king who had little impact on the world, a giant, and some insignificant small pirates. Followed by another year of turmoil in the New World until the Blackbeard Pirates seized most of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, after which the New World finally calmed down again. And during the turmoil in the New World, who knows how many civilians would die because of it? Unfortunately, Wensheng was just a small rear admiral with little say and could do nothing to stop the inevitable Marineford War. Chapter 44 New Identity, in fact. Compared to Ace, the one who should be killed is Luffy, the background king. Lost in thought, Wensheng murmured softly again. The background king Luffy had indeed saved several countries and helped many people during his travels. However, because of his help, many innocent people also died. So, who was responsible for those deaths? The more you know, the more you think. The more you think, the more you get lost in thought. Wensheng covered his face with a newspaper and closed his eyes to rest. Those previous thoughts? He couldn't care less. He was insignificant and powerless. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Just as Wen Sheng was dozing off, his transponder snail rang. Gotcha. Hello. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. You. What are you doing, Colonel Wen Sheng? Hearing Akainu's voice, Wen Sheng jolted awake from his daze. Sorry, Admiral Akainu. I just finished training and was resting. Remembering the effects of Wen Sheng's training he had seen before, he understood why Wen Sheng had been so dispirited earlier. You have a new mission, Colonel Wen Sheng. Please give your orders. Due to the stability in the North Sea, Wen Sheng's identity as a North Sea inspector is revoked. Due to the chaos in the East Sea, Wen Sheng is now ordered to serve as the East Sea inspector and is to travel to the East Sea to inspect various branches and pirate-related situations, with discretionary authority granted to Wen Sheng as the East Sea inspector. This is an order from Admiral Sengoku. Wen Sheng. No, I just returned from Eddy Island less than 10 days ago, and now I'm being sent to the East Sea? Moreover, isn't the East Sea the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp? Isn't it the weakest sea? How did it become chaotic? This is Admiral Sengoku's order. You have no right to refuse, Colonel Wen Sheng. Seeing that Wen Sheng did not immediately take the order, Akainu scolded. Yes, I accept the order. Sorry, I was just distracted. That's good. After hearing Wen Sheng's words, Akainu replied. He thought that Wen Sheng was sulking because he wasn't being called back to the Navy headquarters. By the way, Admiral Akainu, I heard that Vice Admiral Garp frequently returns to the East Sea to deal with the pirates there, which is why the East Sea has the title of the weakest sea. How did it become chaotic? Cough, cough. This is Admiral Sengoku's command. Just execute it. Don't worry about anything else. What could he say? Should he tell Wen Sheng that Sengoku didn't want Garp to take leave again and, having seen Wen Sheng's outstanding contributions in the North Sea, dispatch him to intimidate the entire East Sea so Garp wouldn't find excuses to take leave? Such matters are only for a few high-ranking Navy officials to know. He didn't want a mere colonel like Wen Sheng to be aware of it. Yes, I will head to the East Sea immediately after I pack up. Gotcha. After hanging up the transponder snail, Wen Sheng looked at the Navy branch behind him. What a pity. I just returned to Eddy Island not long ago, and now I have to leave again. I wonder when I will come back next time. After crossing into the world of One Piece, Wen Sheng felt most at ease on Eddy Island, where he could just deal with small pirates every day. Unlike other times, where he had to fight desperately, his dream was simply to be a good civil servant, living a life with a clear endpoint until retirement, and to spend this life easily. After telling a passing Navy soldier to inform the branch-based commander of his departure, Wen Sheng flew away. Packing up? Don't forget he has a spatial bag, and all his belongings are within it. My luck is really good. I found it so quickly. Wen Sheng fell from the sky, landing on a gigantic floating platform shaped like a ship with a huge bluefin tuna head statue at the bow and a fishtail at the stern, with the words Barity printed on the side. The Sea Restaurant Bartai, I hope it doesn't disappoint me. At that moment, a Bartai chef hurriedly approached Wen Sheng, rubbing his hands and cautiously saying, Esteemed guest, welcome to the Sea Restaurant Bartai. Please come inside. Looking at the person directing him, Wen Sheng stopped in his tracks. Give me someone else. Ah, what did you say, esteemed guest? I didn't hear you clearly. I said, you're too ugly, and being in front of me will affect my appetite. Get someone else who won't affect my appetite. It wasn't Wen Sheng's preference for looks. It was just that this burly man was making an obsequious expression that made Wen Sheng a bit nauseous. So, he said it without hesitation. You can go. I will take care of this guest. Just as the man was feeling extremely awkward and unable to react, someone came to his rescue. There was no choice. He had seen Wen Sheng fall from the sky, and the iron rod on Wen Sheng's back gave him a deep sense of threat, making him dare not act recklessly. Since he was a chef, he shouldn't be doing reception work. It would affect the appetites of others. What the guest said is correct. I will make corrections. The newcomer slightly bowed in gratitude and continued, I am Zeph, the owner and head chef of Bartai. Esteemed guest, please follow me. I will take you to dine in the restaurant. Good. Wen Sheng followed Zeph inside. By the way, I heard there is a special dish called the 99 Vitality Menu, which has miraculous effects such as strengthening the body, healing injuries, and relieving fatigue. Does Bartai have such dishes? The guest is joking. Bartai is just an ordinary restaurant and doesn't have such miraculous dishes. Really? That's disappointing. Is there really such a dish, esteemed guest? In my opinion, a chef's task is just to fill people's stomachs. Those miraculous effects shouldn't be the chef's responsibility, but should be handled by pharmacists and alchemists. Sitting in the chair opened by Zeph, Sheng smiled at him. That's because your time sailing on the Grand Line has been too short. Otherwise, you would definitely know about the famous 99 Vitality menu. Zeph was taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure. This guest doesn't seem to be here to cause me trouble, right? I have been away from the Grand Line for many years. I am a failure and cannot provide you with any information or advice. If the guest is here to eat at Bartai, I welcome you. If it is for other purposes, perhaps you will be disappointed. Wensheng's smile grew wider. To make a name for oneself on the Grand Line. No pirate is an ordinary person, wouldn't you agree, Redleg Zeph? Chapter 45 at Bartai. Zep, looking at the slender man in front of him, who seemed so fragile that he might fall over with just a touch, yet also gave him a very dangerous feeling. Zep couldn't remember who he was. As he had said before, he was a failure of the Grand Line, and after returning to the East Sea, he had given up his identity as a pirate to focus on running his own restaurant. Those who could remember his identity as a pirate were either pirates wanting his previous sailing logs, or the Navy, or perhaps his former enemies. Yet the person in front of him gave him a contradictory feeling, resembling both a pirate and a Navy officer, but definitely not one of his enemies. But if he were a pirate, would someone of this man's strength need the logs of a failed pirate like him? If he were Navy, he could just capture him. Why go through the trouble? If it were an enemy, no, definitely not an enemy. If it truly were one of his enemies, he might have already been dead the moment they met. This guest, please have some water. At that moment, a man with blonde hair and curly eyebrows appeared, placing a menu in front of Wensheng. I wonder what this guest would like to eat. Seeing the familiar figure, Wensheng's smile widened. I'll have a serving of sea boar hormone soup. Zep. Sanji. This was the first time they had heard such a dish name. How could it even be made? Sorry, that dish isn't on our menu. Please take a look at the menu and order again. Thank you. Sanji, he said carefully. He had noticed that his master was very nervous at that moment, and that was why he had stepped in, wanting to help his master. But the result seemed to be that he had also gotten himself involved. Is that so? Wensheng reached out and placed his hand on the menu, looking at Sanji. No need to rush. Can you answer me a question, young man? Please ask, guest. I find your eyebrows somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere. Could you enlighten me? Sanji. The smile that had been on Sanji's face instantly darkened. He had been hiding for so many years, and he never expected to be recognized now. Did that mean his suffocating family was going to come here to find him? If that were the case, what should he do? Zep pulled Sanji behind him, shielding him completely. This guest, we're just chefs. We don't know what you're talking about. Please order. At that moment, Zep showed his tough side, simply to protect Sanji behind him. Even if he might not be able to accept the consequences of such actions, he would do it without hesitation. I see. Wensheng reached behind him and grabbed the iron rod on his back. Seeing Wensheng's movement, Zep immediately pulled Sanji away from Wensheng, preparing to brace for an attack. But the two awkwardly found that Wensheng simply took the iron rod down and placed it on the table, showing no intention of attacking them. Order. All right, this guest. Wensheng's simple action frightened Zep into such a huge reaction, and his abrupt movement startled all the customers in the restaurant. Boss Zep, do you need help? Yes, if you need help, just say so. We won't charge you. Just prepare a table of free drinks and dishes for us, or you could just waive our bill. Zep hurriedly waved his hands at the crowd in the restaurant, indicating that he was fine. But while Zep wanted to let it go, Wensheng did not. He once again put down the menu he had just picked up and looked at those who had been cheering earlier. Are you all pirates? So what if we are? Zep was a smart man, or perhaps Wensheng's entrance had frightened him, so he had not wanted to confront Wensheng, even showing a bit of flattery. But those pirates who had just spoken did not all think the same way. They were accustomed to settling everything with violence, believing that violence could solve everything. When they heard Wensheng ask if they were pirates, most of them openly admitted their identities without any concealment. Oh, that's great. Why did Wensheng say it was great? Of course, it was because when he made his move next, he could go all out. Wensheng thought this way and acted accordingly. Suddenly, the other patrons in the Bartai restaurant witnessed a miraculous scene. They saw several pirates in the restaurant being sent flying outside Bartai, as if they had been attacked in an instant. The place fell into silence. They had no idea how Wen Sheng had attacked those people. They hadn't even seen how he had made his move. From their perspective, it seemed as if Wen Sheng had never moved at all, just sitting there the entire time. To show off, Wen Sheng quickly flew in to attack those who admitted their identities and then quickly returned. It was at this moment that the diners in Bartai realized that the person who had appeared so arrogant and even seemed to threaten the head chef and sous chef of Bartai possessed such immense power. Was that some kind of devil fruit ability? In the restaurant, many knowledgeable people began to speculate how Wen Sheng had sent those pirates flying, while others remained silent in shock. They had witnessed Wen Sheng's prowess, but didn't want to provoke his wrath at that moment. Regarding the thoughts of others, Wen Sheng agreed. They wanted to remain silent and not provoke his anger, but Wen Sheng would not let that happen. His gaze turned to several people in Navy uniforms in the restaurant. As the Navy, why aren't you capturing and killing pirates? Why are you eating in the same restaurant as pirates? Have you forgotten your duty? Faced with Wen Sheng's questioning, the Navy members remained unmoved, calmly eating the food in front of them. We are the Navy. How we act is our business. What is your identity? And what right do you have to criticize us? Their condescending attitude made Wen Sheng frown. For a moment, he looked confusedly at Zepp beside him. Are the Navy in the East Sea so arrogant and domineering? When they see pirates, they capture them if they want, and if they don't want to, they just ignore them? Are they really the Navy that maintains justice on the seas, or have they taken the East Sea as their own territory? Zepp, don't ask me. How can I run a restaurant in the East Sea in the future if I offend these Navy officers? Hearing Zepp's thoughts, Wen Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder he has someone who survived sailing the Grand Line and made it to the East Sea. So smart. Creak. With several people suddenly standing up, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed throughout the Bartai restaurant. State your identity, stranger. We will treat you differently based on your answer. Chapter 46, Dining the big hat that Wen Sheng placed on them if it got out would not just be a problem for them, but for the entire East Sea Navy. Treating the East Sea as their own territory? Doesn't that mean they are just like those pirates from the Grand Line? Occupying, dividing islands, declaring themselves kings and emperors. Such a crime they could not bear. Therefore, they could only shift the blame and point the finger at the person who placed the big hat on them. As long as they could confirm his identity as a pirate, then no one would pay attention to what he said. Identity? Wen Sheng picked up the menu and leisurely began to order. One serving of Sea King fried rice, another meat and a vegetable dish, and no need for alcohol. I don't drink, thank you. After handing the menu back to Jipu, he immediately pulled Sanji towards the kitchen. As for the tense atmosphere in the restaurant, he had no time to care. Otherwise, both he and Sanji would be dragged into it. He just hoped these people wouldn't directly dismantle his Bartai. As a member of the Navy, I order you to immediately declare your identity, stranger. Seeing Wen Sheng still looking relaxed, completely disregarding them, a Navy officer couldn't help but speak sternly. My identity? What do you hope I am? A pirate, a Navy officer, or a revolutionary? Please answer our question directly. Stranger. Looking at the serious faces of these Navy officers, Wen Sheng suddenly felt a bit of an urge to laugh. All right, as you wish, I could be a pirate. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of drawing swords echoed, and at that moment, these Navy officers seemed to recall their duty and wanted to apprehend Wen Sheng, the pirate, to uphold Navy justice. I am a cadre of the Don Quixote family under one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Navy officers, do you want to take action against me? The Navy officers looked at each other, momentarily unsure of how to respond. They knew that the 7 warlords of the sea had the legal right to plunder granted by the world government. Their original intention was merely to avoid bearing the big hat that Wen Sheng had placed on them to maintain the dignity of the Navy. But now if they acted, wouldn't that directly offend the 7 warlords and violate the orders of the world government? However, if they didn't act, then they would have to confirm that the entire East Sea Navy had problems. For a moment, they found themselves in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Are you idiots? They didn't know how to respond, but Wen Sheng was getting angry. Just because I said I'm a pirate, does that make it true? At this moment, what you should do is directly apprehend me, stabilize the situation, and then hand me over to your superior for processing. Are you really the Navy? Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? Wen Sheng's anger startled them, but what he said made their faces turn pale. Before Wen Sheng said this, They might have been able to do so, but once he said it, they couldn't carry it out even if they wanted to. Once they acted, they would bear the stigma of being taught how to do things by a pirate. This reputation, once it spread, would be a source of ridicule for everyone above the sea. The East Sea Navy occupying the East Sea? That was merely an internal issue for the Navy to handle. But once the reputation of being taught how to do things by a pirate spread, it would leave the entire Navy infamous for all time. At this moment, the Navy officers were even more restless and at a loss. Is this the quality of the East Sea Navy? Sheng reached for the iron rod on the table and stood up. His action made the Navy officers step back half a step, revealing panic on their faces. Puff! A cloak was taken out by Sheng from his small spatial bag, shook it out, and draped it over himself. Commander, seeing Sheng's Navy cloak, the Navy officers immediately stood at attention and saluted. Go deal with those pirates for me. Yes, Commander. I am very disappointed in your performance. Return to your respective Navy branches, prepare the inspection materials, as I will be inspecting you in my capacity as an EC inspector. I hope you haven't done anything to disgrace the Navy's reputation. Otherwise, be prepared to be dealt with. Yes. Seeing Sheng wave his hand at them, the Navy officers hurriedly ran out of the restaurant to deal with the pirates that Sheng had sent flying. Did these Navy officers commit any crimes? Would they run away? Sheng didn't care, or rather, he hoped they would run away. That way he wouldn't have to check all those messy documents. Just find them and either capture or kill them. This Navy officer, this is the meal you ordered. Jipu personally served Sheng, as he didn't dare let Sanji appear in front of Sheng again. Otherwise, who knows what this commander might do? They couldn't handle the fright. I only ordered 3 dishes. Looking at the 5 extra delicious dishes on the table, Sheng said, "These are complimentary from our small shop. Thank you for visiting, Navy officer." However, Jipu's flattery was interrupted by Sheng raising his hand. "Take it away, I can't finish it." Jipu, he felt very puzzled, as if he had heard an extremely niche phrase. A Navy headquarters commander can't finish this little bit of food. In this world, it seems there is a belief that the more one eats, the stronger one becomes. Conversely, the same applies. But this Navy commander before him said he couldn't finish these 8 dishes? How could Jipu believe that? Take it away. I don't want to be seen by you fierce-looking chefs as wasting food, because I can't finish it and then be made difficult. You're joking, Navy officer. Although they didn't believe it, they still followed Sheng's request and took the dishes away. Of course, they didn't directly take the dishes back to the kitchen, but sent them as a gesture of apology to nearby diners. If it were another time, they might have had some objections. You want to give me what others don't want? You look down on me, right? But now, because of Sheng's presence, they didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't want to attract the attention of this Navy commander. Half an hour later, Sheng finished dining. When Jipu returned to Sheng's side, he looked at him with a strange expression. He could clearly see that this Navy commander was indeed as he said. If he really accepted their hospitality, he wouldn't be able to finish it. This was exactly what puzzled him. How could a person who had become a Navy commander have such a small appetite? Sheng, I'm really sorry for eating so little. What can he do? His physical strength was just that poor. If it weren't for relying on the ability of the flying fruit and the external enhancement of observation Haki, he wouldn't have the ability to survive in this world at all. Chapter 47 Pirate King's Crew, he was also puzzled. Wasn't it said that using devil fruit abilities requires physical strength? However, his flight fruit seemed to consume a lot of stamina when he wasn't familiar with its capabilities. As he became more skilled with the flying ability, the stamina he consumed decreased significantly. After years of use, he could now use the flying fruit abilities almost without any consumption. His speed had reached a level that even ordinary rear admirals found difficult to perceive. Of course, he had no way to deal with rear admirals who possessed both observation Haki and armament Haki, unless they were devil fruit users. He could exploit their fear of the sea to defeat and kill them by throwing them into the ocean. But even so, he still felt that his superhuman type flying fruit ability was far from awakening. This was something he couldn't understand. Wiping the grease from his mouth, he took out some berries to pay before saying to Zep, "I was originally thinking of flipping the table and taking you pirates down after this meal." Zep shuddered and forced himself to calm down. But, of course, Their S.A. but otherwise, when Sheng wouldn't he be wasting his breath with Zep. However, considering that you recruited these pirates as cooks and didn't he let them continue to cause trouble at sea, I will let you go this time. When Sheng stood up and picked up the iron rod on the table. I hope you will only be cooks from now on and no longer pirates. Otherwise, I will personally come to slay you all. Thank you for your mercy, Marine Captain. Looking at Zep, who slightly bowed in thanks. When Sheng nodded and paid before slowly flying out of Baratai, amid the astonished gazes of everyone. Wow, such speed. How terrifying, Marine Brigadier General. Is this what a flag officer of the Marine headquarters is like? I suddenly don't want to go to sea anymore. I didn't expect Boss Zep to be a big pirate before. Boss, what is a Grand Line like? Can you tell us about it? What when Sheng didn't know was that his visit to Baratai for a meal had brought an almost catastrophic disaster to Baratai. Those pirates who had a desire to go to the Grand Line all wanted to obtain Zep's navigation logs to advance into the Grand Line. If it weren't for the intervention of the background character Luffy, Baratai, this giant ship might have been taken away. I'm talking about you, the future East Blue Overlord. The Creek Pirates. Wururu wururu. Kacha, Admiral Akainu. I have discovered a crew member from Pirate King Joel D. Roger's ship. Who? When Sheng could sense that Akainu was very angry upon hearing his report. It was precisely because of the words of the Pirate King before his death that the world had fallen into chaos. And now, when Sheng said he had found a crew member of the Pirate King in the East Sea, which could not help but infuriate him. The intern crew member on the Pirate King's ship, who was once on par with red-haired Shanks, was the intern Clown Buggy, flying in the air. When Sheng looked down at the ground, where Buggy, who had been frightened into dozens of pieces by when Sheng's report, still resolutely said, "No." Buggy screamed in terror when he heard the information reported by when Sheng through the Den Den Mushi. This was information that Buggy had been hiding and was unwilling to disclose, but now was exposed by a flying brat. Clown Buggy? When Sheng heard the sound of Akainu flipping through papers, and soon, Akainu, puzzled, said, "You mean the Clown Buggy? Who has a bounty of 15 million in the East Sea? How could such garbage possibly be a person from Roger's ship?" Obviously, what Akainu had been flipping through earlier were the bounty notices of pirates. But upon seeing Buggy's bounty notice, he was unwilling to believe it. "I'm not. I didn't don't talk nonsense." Buggy didn't mind Akainu calling him garbage. In fact, he was very grateful that Akainu looked down on him so much. "It's true, I did detailed research on the Pirate King's crew while monitoring red-haired Shanks, and they all have a common characteristic. Red noses." Who said red noses? Damn Marines. Let me show you my buggy ball. Boom! Akainu heard a massive explosion sound coming from the Den Den Mushi. It really is exactly the same. Following Wen Sheng's hint, Akainu also confirmed with the information in his hand that Clown Buggy was indeed a crew member of the Pirate King. The intelligence personnel of the Marines were truly negligent. They hadn't discovered such information. "Commander Wen Sheng, can you capture him?" If it were anyone else, Akainu wouldn't ask this. He knew how powerful Wen Sheng was, but at this moment, Wen Sheng was facing a crew member of Pirate King Roger, which made him uncertain. He also knew how weak Wen Sheng's physical strength was, to the point where any touch could pose a death crisis. That is why he asked this question. I can't guarantee it. He is a paramecia-type split fruit user, and I don't know if his fruit development has reached the awakening stage. Akainu. He immediately understood the implications of Wen Sheng's words. The awakening of a paramecia-type devil fruit ability could have effects on other things, meaning that if Clown Buggy's split fruit awakened, he could instantly split nearby people or objects into pieces. Just imagining it, Akainu could tell how powerful this devil fruit ability was. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, test Buggy's strengths and weaknesses. If things can't be done, you're allowed to act cheap. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Kacha. When Sheng hung up the phone and saw Buggy looking at him angrily. What did you do? Do you know what you've done to me? Buggy, filled with anger, looked even more desolate. He looked at Wen Sheng with tears streaming down his face, as if Wen Sheng had done something extremely excessive to him. Seeing Buggy's expression, Wen Sheng felt not a bit of empathy or sadness. Instead, he found it quite amusing. But he remembered that when Buggy appeared in the plot, he had plundered and occupied several towns, using the buildings in those towns to experiment with the power of his buggy ball. Such a person, of course, when Sheng wouldn't be polite to, He is going to be one of the future four emperors? So what, when Sheng only knew that under his observation Haki, Clown Buggy posed no threat to him at all. Woo-woo. Swinging the iron rod in his hand a few times, when Sheng was ready to attack. When Sheng had not thought about chasing Clown Buggy, at least not before. His original destination was Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village, to deal with Arlong pirates and the Navy scum collaborating with them, Captain Mouse of the branch office. Since he encountered Clown Buggy, he didn't mind dealing with him as well. The reason for the phone call? Of course, it was to gain more military merit points. Military merit points, indeed, didn't have much effect on him, but he couldn't do without them. Chapter 48. The East Sea Convention, knowing the weakness of the Paramecia-type split fruit ability, lies in its user's feet. Wen Sheng found it quite easy to deal with the Clown Buggy. Moreover, the Buggy pirates were essentially a bunch of weaklings. With just his high-speed maneuvering, Wen Sheng killed everyone except for Buggy. As for Buggy, he initially wanted to struggle using his fruit ability, but after Wen Sheng struck his feet twice with a metal rod, he obediently surrendered. Wen Sheng then took him to the nearest Navy branch, where they put sea prism stone handcuffs on Buggy. Buggy's fate was to enter Impel Down and spend the rest of his life there. The Impel Down riot 2 years later? Wen Sheng didn't care. It should be noted that the background figure, Monkey D. Luffy, was merely a trigger for the riot, while Buggy was the key figure causing it. But now, with Buggy's Paramecia-type split fruit ability exposed, he would remain in handcuffs in Impel Down. With his current state, could he still help Luffy escape? Wen Sheng deeply regretted. Absolutely. Wen Sheng, who was once so resolute, suddenly changed his mind. Given the nature of this world, if Luffy didn't escape from Impel Down, the plot would certainly be greatly affected. As the son of the world, Luffy had a high probability of escaping Impel Down and continuing his journey. Buggy? He was the man with the rare Conqueror's Haki and was destined to become one of the future warlords of the sea, a Yonko, and someone who would put a bounty on the Navy. He would definitely escape from Impel Down. Forget it. We'll see what happens then. As for the future, that could be addressed when it came. Buggy had already been taken to Impel Down, and it was impossible for Wen Sheng to kill him now. At this moment, Wen Sheng only thought about killing all those disgusting fishmen. I can give you 100 million berries, but when you go to buy back your hometown, I want to be there. Wen Sheng was very fortunate to encounter Nami, who was stealing treasure from a pirate ship on his way to Cocoa Village. He then put on his navy cloak and, with a thunderous might, killed all the pirates. That tattoo of yours, it's from the Arlong pirates, right? No, wait. Seeing Wen Sheng's murderous gaze directed at her, Nami trembled all over and slumped helplessly to the ground. Waving the iron rod in his hand, now stained with blood, Wen Sheng exerted enough pressure on Nami. Why are you doing this? Of course, to make Nami voluntarily reveal her fears and sufferings and seek his help. Either tell me the reason behind your Arlong Pirates tattoo, or die. There's no third option, just as Wen Sheng had anticipated, in order not to be killed. Nami tearfully recounted everything that had happened to her in their village. Wen Sheng wanted to use 100 million berries to lure out the rat colonel behind the Arlong Pirates. But before he acted, he needed to contact Admiral Akainu. Is there something you need, Major Wen Sheng? Admiral Akainu. I received reports from the villagers that Colonel Rat from the East Sea Navy's 16th branch is suspected of colluding with the Arlong pirates, oppressing and occupying over 20 villages for a long time. I'm about to gather evidence. You are the East Sea Inspector. Handle this yourself without reporting to me. Colonel Rat is the younger brother of General Weasel. Akainu. Upon hearing the conversation between Wen Sheng and Admiral Akainu, Nami was instantly terrified and covered her mouth. She had initially planned to say that she never mentioned the rat colonel from the Navy branch, but she immediately stopped herself. The person in front of me is a Navy officer. He definitely knows more than I do. With this thought, she chose to trust Wen Sheng. But soon, she heard a piece of information that filled her with despair. That Colonel Rat, who had invaded Cocoa Village with Arlong, actually had a brother who was a general in the headquarters. It's bad enough that corrupt officials collude. Now they're protecting each other? Is Cocoa Village really hopeless? I'll handle General Weasel. You focus on your duties. Yes, Admiral Akainu. After hanging up the transponder snail, Wen Sheng looked at Nami, who was slumped on the ground, and asked, "Do you have acrophobia?" Huh? Squeak, 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 squeak. take all the berries that Nami stole from the Arlong pirates away. Unlike the original plot, at this moment, Nami did not show any anger at the thought of her hard-earned berries being taken away by Colonel Rat. She simply coldly watched the Navy officers in front of her. Everything was just as Sheng had imagined. When Nami contacted Arlong early, hoping to buy back Cocoa Village according to their agreement, Colonel Rat appeared, wanting to seize Nami's 100 million berries. By the way, 30 million of that was Sheng's. Meanwhile, Sheng was in the sky, broadcasting everything through the transponder snail to Admiral Akainu, providing a live report. When Colonel Rat was still surprised by why Nami was unfazed, he saw the mocking expression on her face as she raised her finger to point at the sky. Following her gaze, Colonel Rat finally saw Sheng, draped in the cloak of a Navy major. At that moment, Sheng slowly descended from the sky, his cold gaze fixed on Colonel Rat. You must have received the news that the EC inspector has entered the East Sea, right? To dare to do such things at this time. You truly bring shame to the Navy's justice. No, you aren't Navy. You dare impersonate a major from the Navy headquarters. Shoot him. The moment Colonel Rat saw Sheng, he completely lost his mind, disregarding everything else, and even wanting to kill Sheng to leave no witnesses. The Navy soldiers behind him had long been corrupted by Colonel Rat and actually opened fire on Sheng. Having foreseen the future, Sheng had already taken Nami to Dodge. Nami was right behind him. Without her, she would surely die. Perhaps this was what Colonel Rat needed after all. Nami was a participant in this matter and knew everything that had happened. Bang, 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 bang. With a swift maneuver, all the Navy soldiers who dared to shoot at him were killed. As for Colonel Rat, after a moment of hesitation, Sheng decided to kill him. But just as he was about to act, his transponder snail rang. Major Sheng, this is General Weasel. Big brother, save me. Hearing the voice of his older brother on the other end of the transponder snail, Colonel Rat instantly became agitated, as he had just almost been killed. Hello, General Weasel. He's my younger brother. Please spare his life. Understood, General Weasel. After hanging up the phone, Sheng looked at the now limp Colonel Rat, who had escaped death, and handed the iron rod in his hand to Nami. As per General Weasel's request, just spare his life. Chapter 49, Still East Sea. The screams of Colonel Mouse echoed continuously as Nami swung her iron stick pouch, striking at Colonel Mouse. Crack! Ah! Oh, Colonel Mouse's leg has been broken by Nami. Nami paused her movements and looked back at Vincent. She thought she might have hit too hard, but when she saw that Vincent didn't stop her and was instead watching with great interest, she knew she could continue to beat this naval disgrace to release all the suffering she had endured over the years. The screams continued, while Vincent sat cross-legged, floating in the air. Why not kill Colonel Mouse? At that moment, Vincent hesitated because he thought of his brother, Rear Admiral Weasel, at the Navy headquarters. But then he wanted to kill Colonel Mouse directly. After all, Akainu would take the blame, and he had nothing to fear. But there was no way. That snail phone call came at just the right time. Perhaps Rear Admiral Weasel was also in Akainu's office at that moment, watching the footage Vincent sent over. When he saw Vincent about to kill his brother, he hurriedly called to plead for mercy. The world is not just about fighting. It's about human relationships. Correspondingly, the Navy is not a place where you can just fight and kill, accumulate countless achievements, and then be at ease. Look at how glorious former Admiral Zifa's first half of his life was. But what about the latter half? His latter half can be summed up in one word: tragedy. His reputation as the non-killing admiral contradicted the justice the Navy should uphold, laying the groundwork for the tragic deaths of his wife and son. His status as a renowned teacher made him too prestigious within the Navy, threatening the world government's control over the Navy, leaving him without a foothold. His final radical actions made it impossible for the world government and Navy to tolerate him. The outcome was his death at the hands of his own student, Admiral Borsellino. From beginning to end, Zifa was someone who only knew how to act recklessly and wouldn't make any adjustments. Once he set his mind on something, he wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. And after hitting the wall, he adjusted too extremely, which brought about his own demise. Perhaps this is what he wanted. So, since Rear Admiral Weasel had managed to convince Akainu, what would be the harm in giving Rear Admiral Weasel a favor? Nami? Her goal was to free Cocoa Village from Arlong's control and return peace and tranquility to the village. It was enough to let Nami have her way. Bang! The iron stick pouch struck the ground next to Colonel Mouse's head, creating a significant dent. Do you want to carry the reputation of having killed a naval colonel and then have to go out to sea and become a pirate? Clang! Nami dropped the iron stick and covered her face with her hands, crying uncontrollably. If it weren't for the pouch remembering Vincent's orders not to kill Colonel Mouse, that last strike would have surely killed him. That's right, it wasn't that Nami missed. She was so consumed by anger that she had no thought of holding back. So, she struck without any restraint, wanting to pour all the grievances and hatred she had felt over the years on a Colonel Mouse. In this situation, the only reason Colonel Mouse was still alive was thanks to the iron stick pouch. The iron stick pouch was conscious, and it was its restraint that prevented Nami from killing Colonel Mouse directly. Seeing Nami crying with her head in her hands, Vincent didn't know how to comfort her. So he just watched her cry without offering any words of comfort. Do you want to take revenge yourself and kill the Arlong pirates? Nami paused. Can I really do it? She knew how powerful the Arlong pirates were. Otherwise, their village wouldn't have suffered under their oppression for so many years. If you want to, you can. Vincent pointed to the iron stick pouch, indicating that as long as she had it in hand, she could. Pouch, take a break for a while and go have some fun. Nami didn't understand who Vincent was talking to, but soon she figured it out. She felt the iron stick in her hands suddenly expand and drop to the ground. Then, to her astonishment, the iron stick transformed into a gigantic kangaroo nearly 3 meters tall. But what surprised her was that she didn't understand why there was a black flame cloud ribbon wrapped around its arms, floating behind it. Hey, what are you going to do? Her astonishment quickly turned to terror, because she felt a great force pulling her towards the kangaroo's embrace. Save! Nami's words were not finished when the pouch had already exerted its legs and leaped high into the distance. That direction was exactly the Arlong Pirates Dragon Empire. How dare you, Nami? When Vincent leisurely arrived at the Dragon Paradise, the entire Dragon Paradise had turned into ruins, and those fishmen who had once terrified Nami had all had their heads smashed and died. Only Arlong, covered in blood, glared at Nami with rage and grief. At this moment, Nami looked like a person dressed in a kangaroo costume, except the mouth of the costume was open, revealing Nami's face. It seemed like she wanted Arlong to know who destroyed his Dragon Paradise, and she did it intentionally. When you killed Belmere, how dare you? I am just returning the favor. An angry voice came from the costume. It was Nami's hysterical roar. The kangaroo costume bent its legs slightly and suddenly exerted force, leaping towards Arlong at a speed faster than shaving. I will definitely kill you, Nami, and then I will kill everyone in Cocoa Village to accompany my brothers in death. Arlong was still shouting, but his shouts felt somewhat blusterous. You have no chance now, Arlong, go die. Bang! The powerful jumping ability of the kangaroo, combined with the attack from the iron stick connected to the costume and the pouch's immense power, shattered Arlong's head with just one strike. The costume flowed from Nami's body, quickly revealing her figure. Nami stared blankly at the lifeless Arlong on the ground, speechless for a long time. After a moment, she began to cry silently, until a middle-aged man with a windmill hat appeared beside Nami and patted her shoulder. Ajien! Nami looked at Ajien with tears on her face and threw herself into his embrace, crying loudly. Vincent couldn't bear to see such a scene, so he left early, flying towards the edge of the small island. Moments later, a warship appeared. Brigadier General Vincent. Numerous Navy personnel disembarked and stood at attention, saluting Vincent. As the EC inspector, he certainly wasn't alone. However, he found these people too slow, which was why he acted alone. Take Colonel Mouse away and deliver him to Rear Admiral Weasel at the Navy headquarters. Send people to the 16th Navy branch to search for evidence of Colonel Mouse's crimes and embezzled funds. Submit the evidence to the headquarters. Half of the funds will be submitted to the headquarters, and half will be distributed to the more than 20 villages bullied by the Arlong pirates. Search for the property within the Dragon Empire and distribute everything. Chapter 50. Following the plot? In Cocoa Village, a grand banquet was being held, and Nami was searching everywhere for Sheng, but she couldn't find him until the end. Attend the banquet? What qualifications does Sheng have to attend such a banquet? The suffering of Cocoa Village was entirely caused by the world government and the Navy. How could he have the face to celebrate with them? If it weren't for the world government's 7-warlord system, Arlong would have remained an impelled down and wouldn't have been released due to Jinbei becoming a warlord, leading to the persecution of Cocoa Village. If it weren't for Colonel Mouse hiding the truth, Arlong would have been dealt with by Smoker, Garp, and other Navy members long ago. And how could over 20 villages have endured so many years of suffering? Nami has been looking for you. She wants to thank you properly. Sheng dodged Nami, but he didn't avoid Nojiko. Do I deserve her gratitude? Does the Navy deserve her gratitude? Ultimately, the disasters that Cocoa Village has suffered were caused by this world to completely solve similar issues. Unfortunately, Sheng lacked that kind of will, didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, and had no thoughts of changing the world system. He just wanted to continue being a civil servant, waiting for retirement, and then die. Well, if death can be avoided, it's better to avoid it. This was Nojiko's first time meeting the person who helped Nami and rescued them from Cocoa Village. But she had no idea what kind of personality he had or if he minded hearing the truth. So Nojiko wisely chose not to answer Sheng's question. How about having a drink? Nojiko handed Sheng a wine jug, wanting him to taste the wine brewed from her hometown. Sorry, I don't drink. After glancing at the wine jug in Nojiko's hand, Sheng still refused. He didn't like drinking in the first place, and he didn't have much tolerance. If he indulged in a few more cups and ended up live streaming, he would completely embarrass the Navy. You're really strange. Oh, sorry, I accidentally said what I was thinking. Seeing the panic flash in Nojiko's eyes, Sheng smiled, not minding. Is that so? I think so too, but I think the strange one is this world, not me. I'm a model youth raised under the red flag and in the spring breeze. Huh. Thinking back to before, Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Nojiko, have you found him? Hearing Nami's voice, Nojiko looked in the direction of the sound. Just as she was about to say she found him, she realized that Sheng had already disappeared the moment she turned her head. The next day, the vacationing little bag returned to Sheng's hands. Set sail. Yes, Commander Sheng. You are to head to the Navy's 153rd branch and directly arrest Colonel Monka there for abusing his power and harming the village. If he dares to resist, just kill him. Then, go to Road Town and wait for me. Yes. After giving the orders, Sheng flew up and disappeared in an instant. Sigh. Watching Commander Sheng disappear again, his aide, Navy Headquarters Colonel Dillon, couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Following Commander Sheng's rise was quick. It had only been a few years, and he had already been promoted to the position of Major at Navy Headquarters. However, what troubled him was, maybe Commander Sheng still doesn't know my name. At most, he feels I'm a bit familiar. It made sense. Someone who only issued orders when needed and was otherwise alone on missions could only recognize Dillon as somewhat familiar. Their tasks were merely to act as tools for Sheng, assisting him in completing troublesome tasks when needed. For example, arranging for someone to send Colonel Mouse to Navy Headquarters to hand over to Vice Admiral Koala. Jesus Burgess, I'm here to beat up your son. When Sheng arrived at Syrup Village, he recalled his past grievances with Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, muttering to himself, he certainly wouldn't beat up Usopp for such a reason, but scaring him was necessary. Why? Because it's fun, of course. Is it revenge? Taking out frustrations on the son for what was endured with the father? Sheng didn't have such a malicious character. Well, actually, it's not impossible. Thinking about bullying Usopp made Sheng smile. However, what he should do now was not seek personal revenge, but to eliminate the pirate who wanted to seize someone else's property. Excuse me, Navy sir. What orders do you have? When Sheng landed at the entrance of Kaya's house from the sky, he was noticed by the servants inside, who inquired about him. Sometimes, appearances are very important, because Sheng was wearing his Navy uniform. Even though he made an entrance that was beyond their comprehension, the servants didn't panic, but instead politely asked, please notify the head of the household. I need to see her regarding a matter of life and death. Thank you. Oh. Hearing Sheng's response, the servants immediately panicked. However, even so, they first politely bowed to Sheng and said, please wait a moment, before they hurried inside to notify Kaya. Of course, he was also invited in to wait for a short while. Soon, Kaya appeared in front of Sheng. This Navy sir, may I ask what happened? Before Kaya could finish her words, she was interrupted by Kuro, who was dressed as a butler, standing beside her. I don't remember the Navy being able to execute duties alone, and especially not come and saying anything related to life and death matters. Kuro, oh no, now called Clabber, stood in front of Kaya, his eyes sharp as he looked at Sheng. Miss Kaya, I suspect he is not a Navy officer, but a pirate disguised as one. The reason he said such things is to trick you out and then kidnap you. Kaya looked at Sheng, who was dressed in a Navy uniform, in disbelief, and involuntarily took a step back. Clearly, she trusted her butler more than this sudden Navy officer. If you ask why I suspect you, Clabber continued to stare at Sheng, his expression filled with confidence. The uniform you wear is the justice cloak of Navy headquarters, not that of a branch office. Sheng looked at the justice cloak on his body and didn't feel there was anything different. After all, he mostly acted alone, rarely wore Navy uniforms. And the justice cloak was to signify his identity. Looking at your expression, you can't tell the difference between the uniforms of Navy headquarters and the branches, can you? Chapter 51. Kuro of many schemes looking at Kiribatel, who was full of confidence and seemed to have rendered Sheng speechless. Sheng suddenly smiled for some reason. No wonder he can be called the second person whose IQ is only below Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. He still doesn't know my purpose for coming here. Yet in just a few words, he has made everyone here regard me as a pirate, leaving me unable to say what I wanted to say next. Impressive. Do you have anything to clarify, Mr. Fake Navy? Kiribatel said finally, with a tone that suggested he had already won this battle that hadn't even begun. Huh. Sheng laughed. He admitted that he was lacking in verbal wit. He had nothing to say. Was he really a Navy officer? Yet he still couldn't answer Kiribatel's question. He genuinely didn't know the difference between the Navy uniform and the branches. To him, weren't they all the same? But hearing Kiribatel's certain words, he couldn't be sure anymore. Am I being exposed and laughing in anger? Sheng shook his head and said to Kiribatel, who looked righteous, I just didn't expect that, upon our first meeting. It would be such an awkward situation. Please leave, Mr. Navy. You are not welcome here. At this moment, Koya, who was hiding behind Kiribatel, also brought out the aura of the head of the family, trying hard to put on a serious expression, glaring at Sheng, truly being led by the nose. Sheng shook his head again with a smile, and then took off his Navy cloak, putting it into the spatial bag of the iron rod. Miss, be careful. Seeing Sheng's actions, Kiribatel was taken aback, then reached out to shield Koya, waving to have the servants escort her into the villa. Although he didn't know what the iron rod in Sheng's hand was about, he knew it was definitely not an ordinary item. Oh, are you interested in the iron rod in my hand? Seeing the greed in Kiribatel's eyes, Sheng held the iron rod up in front of him. This is a product of the technology that grants the abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits, allowing the powers of devil fruits to be conferred onto weapons. The ability bestowed upon my iron rod is the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit ability, which has a small space in the kangaroo's pouch that I can use. Sheng extended the iron rod towards Kiribatel and said, Your Miss Koya has already returned to the villa, so you don't need to pretend anymore. Come and take the iron rod from me in your pirate way, Kiribatel. No, I should call you Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, with a bounty of 16 million berries, nicknamed Kuro of Many Schemes. Kiribatel, or rather, Kuro of Many Schemes, had his pupils suddenly constrict. He didn't expect that his identity would be exposed like this. His plan should have been foolproof. Even his bounty had been revoked due to his fake death scheme. But now, this person in front of him had directly called out his true identity. How could he not be surprised? He is alone. Kuro's eyes revealed a killing intent. Kill him, then kill Koya and the others, and push all the blame onto this person. I can also seize his property and fulfill my dream. What dream did Kuro have? Didn't he want to continue being a pirate? He aimed to seize Koya's family's wealth and then live a peaceful life as a wealthy man. That was his dream. But because of his identity as a wanted pirate, he had to fake his death to evade the Navy's pursuit. Now, all he had to do was kill the person in front of him and Koya, and he would achieve his goal. Oh, such a threatening gaze. Seeing Kuro's undisguised killing intent, Sheng said something that made Kuro extremely angry. Unfortunately, Colonel Monka has already been captured by my men, and I have reported your fake death to the Navy headquarters. You can't escape. Thud. Kuro exploded with speed and charged at Sheng fiercely. But in Wenxing's eyes, his speed was like that of a snail. His furious punch was easily dodged by Wensheng. As if that weren't enough, while dodging the attack, Wensheng extended his iron rod. Smack! Kuro fell awkwardly onto the ground. He got up, pushed his sliding glasses back up with his palm, and glared at Wensheng with malice. Thud! Another loud thud sounded as Kuro's figure transformed into a black blur, lunging at Wensheng again. But the result was the same. Kuro fell again, looking even more embarrassed. Want to keep playing? I can play with you all day. Wensheng smiled brightly at the dark-faced Kuro, their expressions forming a stark contrast. Wiping the dust off his face, Kuro slowly took 2 steps back. Trying to run? You should know that with your speed, you can't escape. Wensheng continued to smile, feeling like he was teasing a wildcat. And though the wildcat couldn't escape his grasp, it dared to hiss at him repeatedly. This, however, made Wensheng even more amused. Swish! Wensheng's smile froze. He didn't expect Kuro to run towards the villa. In his mind, Kuro's identity had been exposed, so he should be running far away from here. Yet he didn't expect this surprising turn of events. With his future-seeing ability activated, Wensheng smiled. It turned out that the wildcat hadn't brought its claws before. It was going to arm itself. Wensheng did not pursue, quietly waiting. For his own safety, Wensheng's observation haki was basically always active. But that didn't mean he used his future-seeing and mind-reading abilities all the time. He only activated these special abilities when needed, based on the situation. So, he didn't know what Kuro was planning to do earlier. It was fortunate that he had not activated his future-seeing ability in advance. Otherwise, how could Kuro have given him so many surprises? When Kuro reappeared in front of Wensheng, he held a suitcase in his hand. Sir, I have already notified the Navy, and they're on their way. If you don't leave soon, it will be dangerous. Koya, hiding on the 2nd floor of the villa, threatened Wensheng. However, her words sounded so gentle and soft in Wensheng's ears. Did you hear? The Navy is coming. Oh, if you don't run now, there won't be a chance. It's all right, Kuro said as he placed the suitcase on the ground and slowly opened it, responding to Wensheng's question. I just need to kill you before the Navy arrives. At that time, Miss Koya and everyone in the villa will testify that you, a fake Navy officer, attempted to harm Miss Koya, and I will be the hero who protects her. Chapter 52, Kuro Clang. Kuro brought his exclusive weapon and looked into Wensheng's eyes, his killing intent even more apparent. He was determined to kill Wensheng to ensure he could acquire all the property of the Kaya family. Now, he could only think of the property. After all, he didn't know whether the person in front of him was really a naval officer. If what he said was true, and his fake death information really reached the Navy headquarters, he only had time to take the property away. As for the identity of an ordinary rich man, he would have to think of another way. He was the crafty Kuro, and as long as he wanted to, he could always think of a solution. The most important thing now is to kill the person in front of me first. Putting on his claw gloves was to kill Wensheng more effectively. Silent steps. In an instant, Kuro's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. He also vanished from Wensheng's eyes. Unfortunately, Wensheng's physical strength was indeed not strong. His abilities were inferior to those top-tier powerhouses at sea, even to some naval generals and colonels. However, his observation haki was the best in the world. In other aspects, Wensheng could admit he was inferior, but when it came to observation haki, if anyone dared to say he was the best in the world, Wensheng would be the first to disagree. That's right, Wensheng truly believed. My observation haki is the best in the world. For Wensheng, dealing with Kuro was very simple. He just needed to fly into the sky to avoid Kuro's ultimate move. But Wensheng did not do this. Not to mention that Kuro's speed was not something Wensheng took seriously. Even with his observation haki, Kuro wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Kuro's instant disappearance and rapid movement, silent steps, were merely the flying speed Wensheng obtained after eating the paramecia-type flying fruit. Such speed was indeed invisible to ordinary human eyes. But how could it harm Wensheng, who possessed the best observation haki in the world? It was merely comparable to the speed of the Navy's 6 powers technique, SOARING, which Wensheng could easily dodge. Wensheng flew a couple of steps to the side and then extended the iron rod in his hand. Puff! Just like before, Kuro took another hit. Ha ha! You really are in a sorry state, crafty Kuro. Compared to his embarrassing predicament, Kuro was more concerned about Wensheng's unabashed ridicule. You bastard. Kuro stood up again, this time not even wiping off the dust on his body or the marks on his face, standing straight with his feet together, slightly bending at the waist, his head lowered, and his hands hanging naturally. Oh, is he going to unleash his big move? Wensheng remained nonchalant, even glancing at Kaya, who had been peeking and giving her a bright smile. Unfortunately, in Kaya's heart, Wensheng had already been labeled as a bad guy. His smile startled her, and she hurriedly pulled down the curtain she had raised to peek outside. Shwa, 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 shwa. Kuro's figure disappeared again, but this time, unlike before, Kuro did not directly attack Wensheng. Instead, he launched indiscriminate attacks centered around him. Is this attack meant to make me laugh to death? Wensheng understood why Kuro's ultimate move was an uncontrollable indiscriminate attack, because he couldn't control his speed and could only attack randomly propelled by his speed. But to Wensheng, this was a completely illogical way of attacking. If one cannot control their speed, it proves they cannot control their power. And power that cannot be controlled shouldn't be displayed for others to laugh at. Wensheng, who also used speed as a means to kill, suddenly felt a strange sadness for Kuro. So, after executing a flourish with his rod, he instantly increased his speed, appearing beside Kuro, and struck his leg with the rod. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic howl, Kuro fell to the ground again. Unlike before, this time he was clutching his broken leg, writhing in pain on the ground. Do you know how much disaster your actions have brought to the good Navy officer whose character has completely changed because of you, causing chaos in Shell's town? Wensheng placed the iron rod on Kuro's other leg coldly. He prepared to break Kuro's other leg as well, making Kuro lose the speed he was so proud of. Stop. But just then, a trembling voice reached Wensheng's ears. Wensheng looked up and saw Kaya holding a gun, trembling as she aimed it at him. Let go of Kuro. Otherwise, I will shoot. Wensheng looked at this gentle and kind, yet resilient girl, feeling both gratified and deeply helpless. As expected, there are very few people in the world of One Piece who like to think. Even this seemingly weak girl first thinks of resorting to violence. This beautiful girl must have a limit to her naivety. Wensheng sighed helplessly, pointing at Kuro. Do you think a butler would have such martial power? Aren't you curious why someone with such power would willingly be a butler in your family? Wensheng could clearly see Kaya's hands tremble as she gripped the gun, evidently for the first time considering this question after Wensheng's reminder. Let me ask you a question. When did your parents die? The question entered Kaya's ears, and recalling Wensheng's previous words, she looked incredulously at Kuro, who had stopped howling and was covering his face with his hands. Is this true, Kuro? Did you really cause my parents' deaths? Kuro did not answer Kaya's question, remaining silent. Perhaps at the moment he unleashed his strongest move and was easily interrupted by Wensheng, breaking his leg. His spirit had already died. Answer me, Kuro. Kaya asked Kuro again in a tone she had never used before, but Kuro still did not respond. Perhaps at this moment, he wished Wensheng's earlier strike had directly killed him. Puff, puff, ding. A figure enveloped in thick smoke descended from the sky, landing between Kaya and Wensheng. Hey, Smoke Man, there's a child here. Disperse your smoke. That's right. The person who appeared was none other than Smoker, the current Navy colonel who had eaten the Logia-type smoke fruit, stationed at Logtown, the last island before entering the Grand Line. What are you doing here? Wensheng asked. After a moment of being stunned, Wensheng finally retorted, That should be my question to you. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be stationed at Logtown? Aren't you afraid I'll accuse you of dereliction of duty for appearing in front of me, an Eastern Sea Patrol officer? Chapter 53. Kuro's wish comes true. Wensheng certainly recognized Smoker. He had encountered him during his first battle in the East Sea, and the two had never seen eye to eye. Wensheng looked down on Smoker for smoking in front of the foolish beauty swordsman, Tashiji, while Smoker disdained Wensheng for his weak physical strength, especially since someone like him held a higher military rank. After putting on a show in front of Smoker and requesting his cooperation for the patrol work in the East Sea when needed, they parted ways unhappily. However, up until now, Wensheng had not asked for Smoker's cooperation. Do as you please. Smoker didn't care about Wensheng's authority. He was more concerned about what was happening on the scene. Colonel Smoker. The sound of Koya's crying reached Smoker's ears. Is he really a Navy? Smoker glanced at Wensheng and scoffed. Although he didn't want to admit that this frail person was part of the Navy, he indeed was a Navy officer, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, and also the EC patrol officer. Koya, who was initially holding back tears, suddenly burst into tears. She didn't know Sheng, but she did know Smoker. She had only wanted to ask Smoker to contact other Navy personnel for help. Unexpectedly, Smoker was nearby, which was why he arrived so quickly. Now that the truth was revealed, Koya's faint hope vanished completely. Accompanied by her cries, she ran back to the villa in despair. See? Your smoke scared that little beauty away. Smoker. This was also why he didn't like Sheng. His mouth was too sharp. The large Navy warship from the Navy headquarters was right in front of Lowtown. Which pirate would dare to land there? Not to mention that the Navy on that ship had already managed Lowtown so well that they were bored. I came out just to stroll around. Is this your answer to my earlier question? As expected, all the oddballs trained by Admiral Zifa. Akainu is, Kizaru is, and so is Smoker. What's going on? Smoker pointed at Kuro, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and asked, let me formally introduce you. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. I really don't know how you all do things, to be so blind as to think he's already dead. If this gets out, the Navy will lose face. Smoker. Although he still didn't know the specifics of what happened, he understood that it was best not to take Wenxing's words at this moment. He didn't even need evidence. Kuro was right there in front of him. What more could Smoker say? I'm considering a question now. Smoker. Should this pirate be killed directly, or should he be handed over to Vice Admiral Tsuru? Just a pirate, of course, he should be killed directly, or imprisoned and impelled down. Well, he was still very curious. Since Sheng entered the EC, he had only imprisoned an ex-pirate king in turn, the Paramecia type Clown Buggy, and impelled down, while all other pirates were killed by Sheng. He was now very curious why Sheng, who upheld a merciless justice against pirates, would view this clearly non-devil fruit user pirate Kuro differently. After poking Kuro with an iron rod and finding him still in a state of mental collapse, Sheng said, "Don't be fooled by his current state of despair. His intelligence is among the top in this world." Sheng looked at Smoker and added, "You guys, who only know how to show off your muscles, can never understand how much a brainy person can help the Navy." Smoker. I shouldn't have been curious about him at all. Puff. Exhaling a mouthful of smoke, Smoker looked helpless. Make a decision quickly whether to kill or not. Otherwise, I'm leaving immediately. Upon hearing Smoker's words, Wenxing began to think seriously. Kuro was indeed a pirate, and according to Wenxing's previous style, he would have directly killed Kuro. But Kuro was a rare intellectual talent in the pirate world and had no intention of continuing as a pirate. It would be a shame to kill him directly. After all, Kuro had been a right-hand man to many fellow travelers, contributing significantly to their rise. If sent to the Navy, he could definitely thrive and make great contributions. Keeping him around to serve him? Sorry, Wenxing no longer needed to rise. His path to success had already come to an end. Or send him a Doflamingo? As this thought arose, Wenxing shook his head, dismissing it. He had 4 years before he could break free from the Don Quixote family's shackles and become a free Navy officer. Why would he want to bring trouble upon himself? So, he decided to take Kuro back to the Navy headquarters, let Granny Tsuru give him a few bathing packages, and have him serve in the Navy. After saying that, Wenxing poked Kuro a few more times with the iron rod. Little black cat, your wish may soon come true. Are you happy? You might become a Navy officer who firmly executes your sense of justice and completely shed your identity as a pirate. You should thank me properly. Say thank you. But Kuro still covered his face with his hands, giving Wenxing no response. After Wenxing made his decision, Smoker didn't give him a chance to continue speaking, bent down, grabbed Kuro, and transformed into a smoke jet, flying towards the warship. Damn it, Wenxing. He was a bit puzzled. Did he just use observation Haki to read Smoker's thoughts? That couldn't he be. Was there a possibility that Smoker's remark about being unlucky was something he actually said out loud, feeling that meeting Wenxing was unlucky? Hey, Smoke Man, what do you mean? Unfortunately, Smoker had already flown away and did not answer Wenxing's question. Creak. Wenxing pushed the door open and entered a simple room, slightly frowning. Looking at the humble decor and somewhat shabby furniture, his earlier intention to scare Usopp vanished entirely. He is also a pitiful person, having such a father. At that moment, Sheng had entered Usopp's home. He had initially thought to vent his frustrations on the son for the grievances he suffered from the father, but now he abandoned that thought. From the economic conditions of this home, he realized that the famous sniper of the red-haired pirates, Usopp, was not only a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and child, but also an asshole who disregarded his son's life and provided no financial support. Given that, what reason did Sheng have to trouble Usopp? Just because he played pirate games in Syrup Village? The Navy wasn't that overbearing. Chapter 54 Deterrent Airborne Forces. Hey. I can't handle such a big shot. As Sheng left Zilabu Village, intending to fulfill his duties as an East China Sea inspector and properly investigate the situation of various branches, he was still in the air when trouble fell from the sky. An island came crashing down towards Sheng. Fortunately, Sheng's observation Haki was activated at all times and from all directions. Otherwise, he might have met his end today. When he learned he was coming to the East China Sea, he had thought about what he would do if he encountered this big shot. He then recalled that this old man had been hiding for 20 years for a baseless IQ drug, so he wouldn't be easily encountered. But the result was that the more Sheng feared encountering something, the more it happened. That's right. Sheng encountered one of the 3 legendary pirates on par with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate from 20 years ago, the captain of the flying pirate crew. The user of the superhuman type, float fruit, gold lion Shiki. Is it because I always impersonate the superhuman type, float fruit user? Is this my retribution? Sheng didn't know, but he realized he was in big trouble. Wait, that old man doesn't seem to be coming for me. Soon, Sheng discovered that things were not as he had imagined. After the small island landed, his observation Haki did not detect the presence of Gold Lion. Was this an accident? Of course, it was an accident. Although Sheng often impersonated the superhuman type float fruit user Watson when needed, this matter had not appeared in the newspapers. Only a few high-ranking Navy officials knew about Sheng impersonating a pirate and a float fruit user. With Gold Lion's current power and connections, he couldn't possibly know. Cough. What a surprise. That startled me. Then, Sheng took out a din mushy. At this moment, the benefits of joining a large force were evident. When he couldn't handle it himself, he could call for help. You say you encountered Gold Lion Shiki, who escaped from Impel down 20 years ago. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Sheng had already flown into the air, using his observation Haki to lock onto the floating islands in the sky. Although he hadn't detected Gold Lion Shiki yet, he could still firmly answer Admiral Akainu's question. Monitor Gold Lion's position from a distance. Don't expose yourself. I will report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku right away. Yes, Admiral Akainu. After hanging up the din mushy, Sheng recalled what Akainu had said and felt deeply puzzled. He can't possibly think I would recklessly charge in alone to fight Gold Lion Shiki, right? What kind of person does he think I am? Shaking his head helplessly, Sheng sensed the islands in the sky and chose one to fly to. Gold Lion's observation Haki isn't strong, so he probably can't monitor everything on the small islands, right? He chose a small island without any humans or beasts. Then he just needed to wait quietly. When a Navy headquarters gathered personnel to capture Gold Lion Shiki, he would just need to act as a guide and then take credit. So, after 5 days of discussion, the headquarters came up with an answer that provided enough deterrence to make him leave naturally. When Sheng received Akainu's din mushy call, he was met with an answer that left him immensely surprised. Is this still the Akainu I know? The one who always enforces absolute justice? Akainu. He wanted to personally lead the charge to capture Gold Lion Shiki, but thinking of Shiki's fruitability, he considered sending Admiral Kazuro Borisolino to lead the team to capture Gold Lion Shiki. However, Admiral Kazuro had tasks and could not be reassigned, so his suggestion was shelved. Back then, Gold Lion Shiki was difficult to defeat even when the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp teamed up. Now, capturing Gold Lion Shiki again would require a significant amount of manpower and resources. Therefore, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru believed that since Gold Lion had hidden for 20 years without causing any impact on the seas, it was best to let him continue hiding. They only needed to dispatch some Navy personnel who could pose a certain threat to him for deterrence. This was the result the Navy headquarters reached after 5 days of discussion. Although Akainu was extremely unwilling, the Navy was not solely his decision. He could only convey this unsatisfactory result to Wen Sheng, who was still monitoring Gold Lion Shiki. When Wen Sheng heard such an answer, he was utterly disappointed. He had thought that Admiral Kazuru, as a user of the natural type glint fruit, would definitely show up, allowing him to just sit back and watch a battle between top ocean powerhouses, thereby capturing Gold Lion Shiki and preventing the damage he would cause to the East China Sea 2 years later, while earning some military merit. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Oh, don't they know that after 20 years, Gold Lion Shiki's strength has greatly diminished? Then it's fine. But now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as the Navy commander, could not lead an expedition. Akainu and Akiji's fruit abilities were not suitable for aerial combat, and they had other tasks, making them unable to come for the assault. Vice Admiral Karp was nowhere to be found. And finally, Admiral Kazuru, who might capture Gold Lion Shiki, also had other tasks. So, who else in the Navy could deter the legendary pirate Gold Lion? Wen Sheng didn't know, but he had to accept the fact that Gold Lion Shiki would continue to be carefree for another 2 years until the background character Monkey D. Luffy used his unbeatable plot armor to defeat him. Pouting slightly, Wen Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction. What else do you need me to do, Admiral Akainu? Since there would be no assault, and others could not pose enough deterrence to Gold Lion, does that mean I can leave now? What Wen Sheng wanted to ask was this. Maintain surveillance, keep in touch, and it won't be long before the deterrent airborne forces will contact you to deter Gold Lion together. Who? You mean who'll deter Gold Lion with them? Me? Wen Sheng was puzzled, but he had no choice but to accept the order. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Hey, this isn't a friendly gathering. Why are all the familiar faces here? When Wen Sheng saw the so-called deterrent airborne forces, he couldn't help but exclaim. The so-called deterrent airborne forces consisted of 5 people, 4 of whom Wen Sheng recognized. There was the current Navy Major Jian Pu, known as the Flying Flea, who had eaten the animal-type bug fruit in flea form. The muscular bald man with decent armament Haki, current Navy Major Johnny, the Jet Man, who had eaten the superhuman-type jet fruit, current Navy Major Peon, and Wen Sheng's gaze shifted to the one holding 2 cigars, looking intimidating, the natural-type smoke fruit user, Navy Colonel Smoker. Smoke Man, everyone here are officer-level military officials. What are you, a mere colonel, doing here to join in the fun? Chapter 55, Candidates Puff. Smoker exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking displeased as he said, if it weren't for the headquarters orders, do you think I would want to be here? By the way, what is our mission here? Wen Sheng. Well, seeing the other 3 also looking confused, Wen Sheng knew that apart from him, only the beautiful woman beside him knew the content of this mission. All right, enough with the pleasantries. You must be Brigadier General Wen Sheng. Standing at attention, Wen Sheng called out loudly, Yes, Admiral. This person's appearance and the long sword at his waist, she is. I am Vice Admiral and candidate for Admiral Peach Rabbit Gun. The upcoming deterrence mission will be arranged by me. Yes, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. The 5 of them stood at attention, simultaneously, awaiting orders. We are to deal with the Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates who was famous alongside Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard 20 years ago. Wen Sheng naturally knew who they were dealing with, but the other 4 had no idea. Hearing the mission content, Johnny couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Are we being targeted for elimination? He thought the Navy was going to settle scores with them and had given them a mission that was a guaranteed death sentence. Cough, cough. Peach Rabbit coughed a few times, but did not seem to blame Johnny for speaking out of turn. On the way from the Navy headquarters to the East Sea, she had already seen Johnny's personality and his lack of a filter. Our mission is merely to give the Golden Lion a certain degree of deterrence, letting him know that the Navy is aware of his existence and has the strength to take him down. After this deterrence, if he dares to act recklessly on the sea again, the next Navy that comes will not be a deterrence, but an arrest. Oh, what does that mean? Johnny tilted his head to ask Wen Sheng beside him. He had heard the mission content, but couldn't grasp its meaning. Just show your face in front of the Golden Lion, engage in a casual skirmish, and then withdraw. Oh, after hearing Wen Sheng's simplified explanation, Johnny understood. By the way, is the Navy short on personnel? How did they get you to participate in this mission? He remembered that when they first met, he had sensed through observation Haki that Johnny said he couldn't use moonwalk. not being able to use moonwalk, and not being a devil fruit user. What are you doing here? Of course, it's because I've learned moonwalk, and my moonwalk is even better than Pian's. The instructors at headquarters said I was born to learn moonwalk. Cough, cough, cough. Peach Rabbit's coughing came again. Now is not the time for you to chat. Pay attention to me. Yes. When Sheng and Johnny immediately stood at attention, listening carefully to Peach Rabbit's mission arrangement. The 6 of us will either be Navy officers who can fly using devil fruit abilities or Navy officers who excel in moonwalk. However, the Golden Lion Shiki we are facing, even though he is now an old man, is not easy to deal with. Therefore, I will take the lead in the assault on Golden Lion Shiki. If we can capture him, we will take him back to impel down. If not, we will withdraw based on our respective situations. Do you understand? Understood. The 4 answered simultaneously. Only Johnny stood there in a daze, clearly not grasping what this order meant. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. Without Johnny needing to ask, when Sheng explained in simple terms. Understood. Only then did Johnny respond loudly. All right, let's take a short break, and then we will go meet the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Johnny has good moonwalk. Jiampo has decent devil fruit abilities in moonwalk, but what about you? When Sheng looked at the superhuman type, Jet Fruit user Pian, he remembered that this person's devil fruit ability allowed him to shoot air blasts from his hands. But where did his flying ability come from? Could it be? When Sheng looked at Pian's bare feet, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. You guessed it. Pian smiled, and then, to Wen Sheng's astonishment, with his palms facing down, he continuously shot air blasts from both his palms and soles, slowly lifting his body off the ground. Is this a low-budget Iron Man? Impressive. Retracting his devil fruit ability, Pian landed back on the ground. What he didn't tell Wen Sheng was that they all developed decent abilities due to their previous battle with Wen Sheng, where they had been utterly overpowered by him. This was why they quickly regained their positions and became the current rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. When they first returned to the Navy, they were just like Wen Sheng, mere brigadier generals. This is Smoker, who has eaten the Logia type, smoke fruit. This waste, who doesn't even have Haki, could die at any moment. Just ignore him. Smoker. Everyone. Although they hadn't spent much time together, they had all come aboard the same warship since Road Town and were colleagues participating in the same mission. They had already introduced themselves to each other. But now, hearing Wen Sheng's blatant accusations, they were momentarily speechless. Once I'm Master Haki, and my rank is higher than yours. Let us see if you dare to slander me like this. Smoker took a deep puff from the cigar in his mouth and said fiercely, you? Maybe by the time Desbones becomes a great swordsman, you still won't surpass my military. When Sheng's sarcastic words suddenly got stuck in his throat, he suddenly remembered that in about 4 years, this guy Smoker will become a Navy Vice Admiral, 2 ranks higher than his current Brigadier General position. Moreover, he had indeed mastered Haki and was a bona fide Vice Admiral, although his performance was lacking. That was because he always matched up against silver and gold level opponents with his bronze level strength. It wasn't because he was genuinely lacking. More importantly, he was a Logia-type smoke fruit user, someone Wen Sheng, who couldn't master armament Haki, couldn't touch, let alone defeat. Thinking of this, Wen Sheng felt that the world was filled with malice towards him. What was happening to him? Seeing Wen Sheng turn into a gray-white form, as if he had lost all color, Johnny asked in confusion. Who knows? Maybe he feels sorrowful at the thought that in the future, not only will his strength be inferior to mine, but his rank will also be lower. Smoker's little honey mouth mercilessly mocked. What he didn't know was that he had indeed guessed Wen Sheng's thoughts correctly. No, I must learn armament Haki. Otherwise, in the future, I can only sit at the same table as Kid. Wen Sheng, spurred by Smoker's mockery, ignited his desire to learn armament Haki. But how exactly do I learn it? Chapter 56. About to begin, armament Haki is essentially the awakening and utilization of the body's latent power. It allows the user to harden their body or weapons, enabling them to attack the physical forms of Logia-type devil fruit users and significantly enhances both attack and defense capabilities. This ability is inherent to all individuals. However, the all referred to here specifically means the natives of the pirate world, not this outsider from another world. His top-tier observation Haki is due to his powers as a traveler. His superhuman fly fruit ability is an additional power he gained after consuming a devil fruit. After that, there is nothing more. His body has indeed received considerable enhancement, but that is a result of his continuous training. Yet, his physical strength merely reaches that of a newly promoted Navy lieutenant, having hit his physical limit with no possibility of further improvement. How can Sheng awaken armament Haki with such a body strength that has only just reached the level of a lieutenant? Without considering physical strength, he is still an outsider, and whether he can autonomously awaken armament Haki remains uncertain. In terms of attack capability, he can reach the level of Admiral Akanu's Hellhound with the speed granted by his Iron Rod and Flight Fruit. Though he does not reach the world's top tier, he is not lacking. In terms of support capabilities, he possesses the top-tier observation Haki and a mind-reading ability derived from it, which allows him to foresee the future and share intentions through contact, placing him at a world-class level. He even feels like he is the best in the world when it comes to observation Haki. Coupled with the incredible speed from the Flight Fruit, he can evade almost all attacks in this world with the aid of observation Haki. It seems that as long as Sheng does not pursue the level of the world's top powerhouses, his abilities are already quite perfect. However, Smoker's words left him feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, awakening him to the reality. He was still completely at a loss when it came to dealing with Logia-type Devil Fruit users. If he could not rely on armament Haki, then Sheng needed to find ways to deal with Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Exchange military merit points for a weapon made of sea prism stone? As soon as this thought arose, Sheng abandoned it. He himself is a Devil Fruit user and does not want to have such a significant weakness on him. What if he accidentally touched it? Seawater? It seems that if Sheng wants to deal with Devil Fruit users, this is the only method left. Hey, Flying Man, Lady Peach Rabbit is calling you. Just then, Sheng's thoughts were interrupted. Johnny gently pushed Sheng, and, under Johnny's force, he flew a distance of 3 to 5 meters. Ha ha! Pain surged, causing Sheng to involuntarily gasp. What made it even harder for Sheng to accept was Smoker's unabashed laughter. I didn't use any force. Johnny quickly explained to everyone. He really didn't use force. He simply did what Smoker suggested, waking Sheng, who was lost in thought. So, he really just gave Sheng a light push. Alright, enough messing around. Peach Rabbit looked at the team that was about to face the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, and suddenly felt that she should not harbor any unrealistic expectations. Are you alright, Major Sheng? She recalled the information Admiral Akainu had shared with her about Sheng, which included one crucial point. His physical strength was extremely poor, and there was no possibility of awakening armament Haki. Mefine. Sheng glared fiercely at Smoker, only to see the smug expression on his face. It must be that bastard who made Johnny push me. Why suspect Smoker? Because a similar situation had occurred at Logtown, and back then, Smoker had been reprimanded by Tashiji. However, after Smoker's reprimand, Tashiji suddenly turned into a weak little girl. It was because of this incident that the two began their unabashed banter with each other. Since that's the case, lead the way, Major Sheng. Great swordsman and moon step expert, Sheng marveled at Peach Rabbit's flying performance in the sky. Among the 6, Sheng was the most at ease. Then there was Peach Rabbit, the candidate for Admiral, followed by Smoker, who was flying using the smoke fruit. Among the remaining 3, the Sky Flea was slightly better, followed by Peong and Johnny, who were about equal. Overall, reaching the floating island in the sky was not a problem. Sheng did not take them directly to the location of Golden Lion Shiki, but instead found an uninhabited floating island. When dealing with a significant figure like Shiki, it was essential to wait until everyone was well rested before engaging in battle. Otherwise, wouldn't that be underestimating this legend. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow is the time for the decisive battle. Yes. After everyone boarded the uninhabited floating island, Peach Rabbit ordered everyone to recuperate, then turned her gaze to Sheng. Sheng, I heard Admiral Akainu say you have a space bag that can provide us with food and drink. Sheng, as he distributed food to everyone, when it came to Smoker, he really wanted to say, oh no, we don't have enough supplies. And you're out of luck, what a pity. But thinking it over, he decided against it. He and Smoker merely had mutual disdain for each other. There was no real enmity. However, not long after they started eating, Sheng suddenly stood up. Did you discover something? Peach Rabbit asked upon seeing Wen Sheng's movement. The coverage range of my observation Haki is the widest among the people I know. This was also something Admiral Akainu had privately told her when he knew she would be leading the team to intimidate Golden Lion Shiki. No wonder Admiral Akainu values you so much. He keeps reminding me to protect you during the mission. With observation Haki and the flight fruit ability, if this Navy were to awaken armament Haki, he would undoubtedly at least possess the strength of a top-tier rear admiral, or even a candidate for admiral. Unfortunately, his physical strength is too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a Navy major. Everyone, we should have been discovered. Prepare for battle. Johnny, hearing Wen Sheng's words, scarfed down his food and excitedly stood up. How many enemies? 10 pirate ships, nearly 500 people. Hiss. Everyone involuntarily gasped, frightened by the impending number of enemies. Haha, we could have a big fight again. All right, there's one completely oblivious to fear. The bald man Johnny, excitedly shouting. What about Golden Lion Shiki? He hasn't appeared. He is just controlling these 10 pirate ships to drift towards us. Peach Rabbit sighed helplessly, realizing that the idea of resting and recuperating before launching an attack was wrong. Since that is the case, let us go straight into battle. After eliminating these 500 people, they would directly execute the intimidation task against Golden Lion Shiki. Yes, Lady Peach Rabbit. Chapter 57. The competition 10 pirate ships. 2 ships per person. The fast ones, go help the others. Yes, Lord Momotori. Upon hearing Lord Momotori's command, no one voiced any objections. On the contrary, they were all very excited, as it meant they would begin a silent competition. Who is faster? Who kills more enemies? Who gets injured the least? And so on were all part of the competition. This way of one person taking 2 pirate ships not only involved luck, but also showcased everyone's strength levels. Hey, Smoke Man, if you're scared, you can call for help, and I'll come to save you. You should take care of yourself and not let a little pirate knock you out with one punch. Oh! While Wen Sheng and Smoker were still exchanging barbs, the bald brute Johnny had already stepped forward, flying towards the pirate ship. With Johnny leading the way, others also showcased their abilities and flew towards the pirate ship. Only Momotori remained on the floating island, not intending to make a move. Her opponent was the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who had yet to appear. Really, why is this group filled with such childish people, completely immature and unstable? Momotori couldn't help but complain as she observed the 5 people's performance. What she didn't realize was that her smile and mood had unknowingly improved. Rubbing her smooth cheeks with her hands, Momotori murmured, "Being with them makes me feel much younger. Ah, my luck isn't great. I picked the ship with the most people." Seeing the crowd of pirates on the deck glaring at him, Wen Sheng sighed. Then, he unabashedly revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Choosing the ship with the most pirates is just perfect. Wen Sheng was, of course, talking nonsense. His observation Haki had already revealed everything, which was why he chose this largest and most populated pirate ship. Whoosh! Swinging the iron rod in his hand, creating a strong sound of air being cut, Wen Sheng whispered, "If I kill some pirates, so be it. It's for the good of the people." With red, glowing pupils, Wen Sheng's speed skyrocketed with the boost from the flying fruit. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! Wen Sheng moved between the pirates at a speed they couldn't see, and each time he passed by a pirate, one of their heads would burst and die. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Come out! Come out! A pirate, scared by the scene before him, lifted his gun and fired wildly, not caring whether he hit anyone or who he hit. He just wanted to use this method to expel the fear in his heart. Come and fight me like a man. Before he could finish, Wen Sheng smashed his head with a single blow from the iron rod. Fight like a man? What a joke. Right now is the silent competition time between the 5 of them. He had no time to waste on a boring duel with pirates. What he needed to do was eliminate all the pirates as quickly as possible, and then go to the second ship, even the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Bang! Clash! Blocked? The sound of metal clashing echoed as Wen Sheng's iron rod was intercepted by a long knife. You dare to slaughter my crew so casually? The long knife slashed down, but Wen Sheng easily dodged it. Is he also someone who can use observation Haki? No. It must be that my attack method and flying direction are too monotonous, and he noticed it. Seeing that even after changing positions, the long knife still locked onto him, Sheng made this judgment. Then for the next strike, I'll attack you under the premise that you can use armament Haki to enhance your defense. Sheng instantly changed his flight direction and appeared behind the pirate, raising his rod to strike, just as the long knife quickly attacked towards Sheng's position. Now, with a burst of speed, Sheng arrived right in front of the pirate, placing the iron rod against his chest. Bang bang! The two muscular legs shot out from the iron rod, propelled by Sheng's speed, kicking hard into the pirate's chest. Ugh! After a cry of agony, the pirate crashed through several wooden walls and heavily slammed into the ship's mast. Struggling to look up at the person continuing to slaughter his crew, he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. His speed can be more than double. I'm not unjustly losing. The head that was raised with difficulty seemed to relax as he let out a breath, and it drooped helplessly. The captain is dead. Run away. Run. But where could they run? At this moment, the pirate ship was floating in the sky, with no sea for them to escape to. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sound of heads being smashed echoed into the ears of those pirates who had yet to be attacked. In their panic, they didn't care about being in the sky and jumped off the pirate ship. Staying on the ship means certain death. Jumping off the ship might give us a slim chance of survival, although that chance was extremely slim. The number of pirates jumping off the ship out of fear kept increasing. Sheng sensed the foolish actions of those pirates, but had no intention of stopping them. After all, this would reduce his workload, so why not let happen? Moments later. Bang! With the sensitivity of his observation Haki, the last pirate on that ship was killed, and without hesitation, Sheng flew towards the second pirate ship. If Sheng was rapidly interspersing attacks at an invincible speed, then Peong was like a bulldozer, continuously pushing forward to attack. He could always launch long-range attacks through the propulsion of air before the pirates could get close, thus eliminating them. He advanced at extreme speed, and during this process, there were no missed targets, plus with his observation Haki, he could always spray air to eliminate enemies before they could shoot at him. When he encountered the captain of the pirate ship, the captain thought Peong was a sniper and attempted to attack him up close. But what he didn't know was that Peong's spray fruit ability meant that the closer he was, the stronger the attack. Consequently, under the air blast, the captain's upper body was directly obliterated. Sheng was rapidly interspersing, Peong was pushing forward, and then there was Jiangpu, who, in beast form, was continuously killing pirates with stomps and claws from above, his harvesting speed not at all slower than Peong's. Johnny? Abite Brute. What kind of attack could he have? Just mindless brawling. Smoker? He was the slowest and least efficient among them all. No wonder some said Smoker was the second most useless among the Logia-type devil fruit users. Chapter 58, Encountering a Strong Enemy, Sheng only sensed the four individuals briefly before losing interest in them. They were all rear admirals from the Navy headquarters. Their strength and ranks earned through hard work, and dealing with these relatively unknown pirate crews was as easy as pie. Smoker? After consuming the smoky fruit, unless he was intent on fighting to the death, it would be hard for him to die. After confirming that they were no threat, Sheng headed towards the second pirate ship he had chosen. Bang! The hardened black forehead of the pirate captain took Sheng's iron rod head on. His head merely swayed slightly. The speed was fast, but the attack power was too weak. The tall pirate captain's gaze shifted towards Sheng and constantly changed direction as Sheng moved quickly. He looked at Sheng darting around with a dismissive attitude. Do you only know how to buzz around like a fly? Hearing the contemptuous words from the opponent, Sheng realized he was facing a formidable adversary. Not all of Golden Lion Shiki's subordinates were useless. Sheng felt embarrassed about his earlier thoughts and quickly adjusted his perspective. He had thought that Golden Lion Shiki's subordinates were a group of pirates that could be easily eliminated by the Straw Hat Pirates crew members who had not yet mastered the two-color Haki, and that such pirates should be dispatched like cutting vegetables in front of their admiral-level strength. That's why there was the so-called competition among the five. But now, Sheng knew he was wrong. After all, no matter how weakened Golden Lion Shiki's power was, he had once been one of the 3 legendary pirates 2 decades ago, and his strength was evident. Therefore, it was not surprising that some of his subordinates were quite powerful. just like the tall pirate captain when Sheng was facing. His Busashoka Haki could withstand when Sheng's iron rod attacks. His Kinbunchika Haki could lock onto when Sheng's moving position. There is no doubt that this person was a powerful martial arts user with strong two-color Haki. Of course, this also had to do with when Sheng not using his full speed. Thud! The tall pirate dashed towards Wen Sheng, his fist covered in black Busashoka Haki, angrily attacking. When, with a loud explosion, Wen Sheng was smashed into the lower level of the pirate ship. The tall pirate jumped into the hole created by Wen Sheng, pursuing him relentlessly. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of strikes continued as Wen Sheng was relentlessly beaten down. Due to the height difference between the two, Wen Sheng was continuously pushed down into the lower level of the pirate ship. You're dead, Navy. The tall pirate laughed maniacally as he jumped into the hole, saying, This is already the last level of my pirate ship. You will either be beaten to death by me or fall down and die. Wen Sheng. He shook his arms to relieve the numbness caused by taking the opponent's attacks head-on with the iron rod. So, our feet are on the so-called keel, right? Seeing that Wen Sheng's face showed no panic before death, but rather a sense of relief after achieving his goal, the tall pirate suddenly became alarmed. What do you want to do? Wen Sheng did not reply. After recovering some strength in both hands, he tightly gripped the iron rod and struck down with a powerful chop towards the bottom of the pirate ship. His target from the beginning was the most important keel of the pirate ship. Bang, bang! Just as the iron rod was about to hit the ground, two muscular legs extended out, and with the force and speed of Wen Sheng swinging the iron rod, they struck heavily on the keel of the pirate ship. Crack! The keel shattered, and a fierce wind rushed into the pirate ship. But the tall pirate had no time to care about that. As the keel broke, a huge hole appeared at the bottom of the pirate ship, and the pirate fell from the sky as part of Wen Sheng's plan. Next, relying on gravity, it would be easy to finish him off. The plan worked, but Wen Sheng showed no signs of joy. Instead, he became more cautious. Indeed, trying to use such underhanded means to kill a martial arts expert was impossible. Wen Sheng shook his head and smiled at his earlier naive thoughts. Then, he began to fall down. Trying to use such tricks to kill me? You're going to be disappointed. I'm still doing just fine. The tall pirate sneered as he saw Wen Sheng floating in the air, looking down at him. He was currently stepping on the air continuously, maintaining the momentum to stay suspended in the air. Moonwalk. Seeing the pirate's movements, Wen Sheng was surprised. But it was only a moment of surprise. It was not surprising for a martial arts user with two-color Haki, like the tall pirate, to mimic the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. If I can't kill you, I can still bring you into my domain. Hearing Wen Sheng's words, the tall pirate was surprised to find that Wen Sheng was not stepping on the air like him, but seemed to be floating directly in the air. Just like Boss Shiki, Wen Sheng accepted the surprise on the tall pirate's face and loudly declared, That's right, I'm the red-hearted officer of the Don Quixote family pirate crew. The floater Hua Sheng, who ate the paramecia-type float fruit. It was as if he had triggered some switch or condition. Wen Sheng's self-introduction came out naturally. But his introduction seemed so bizarre in the current scene. The tall pirate looked at the pirate ship that was still floating even after the keel was broken, momentarily not knowing what to say. He had never seen someone blatantly lie like this. Just as the tall pirate was stunned by Wen Sheng's words, Wen Sheng took action. No, it should not be said that Wen Sheng took action. Rather, at the moment the tall pirate was stunned, he felt a strong impact on the back of his head, followed by a strong dizziness that flooded his brain. Wen Sheng seized this critical moment to launch a powerful strike against the tall pirate. After the pirate's body dropped a distance, he floated back up into the air, recovering from his dizziness. Then, an astonishing scene appeared before Wen Sheng's eyes. The tall figure in his line of sight, as he stabilized himself, covered his entire body with black Busashoka Haki just before Wen Sheng's next attack was about to arrive. Wen Sheng immediately distanced himself, gazing at the tall pirate. This is full-body Busashoka Haki. Looking at the scene before him in shock, Wen Sheng was greatly shaken. It was important to note that among those who recklessly used full-body Busashoka Haki, Wen Sheng only knew two. One was the highest red-heart officer of the Don Quixote family, Virgo. The other was the highest spade officer, Pika. Although their method was proven to be wrong and a waste of Busashoka Haki, There was no doubt that the shock it gave was incomparable to partial Busashoku Haki hardening. Now this was troublesome. My attacks seemed to have little effect on him. Chapter 59. The Golden Lion using full-body Busashoku Haki is indeed a wasteful act, but Sheng has to admit that it is the best way to deal with him. Is using only partial Busashoku Haki the correct method? However, in the face of Sheng's flying speed, this tall pirate absolutely has no time to temporarily harden his Busashoku Haki to enhance his defenses against Sheng's attacks. Just like before, when he was momentarily distracted, Sheng seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. If Sheng had used his full power, that tall pirate might have already been dead. He chose the best response to Sheng's speed, although it was a bit of a waste of Busashoku Haki and would tire him out. But now, facing a pirate with full-body Busashoku Haki, Sheng felt as if he were confronting a turtle that couldn't be broken and had retreated into its shell, feeling helpless. Let's give it a try. Sheng accelerated, continuously attacking the turtle shell in front of him from different angles. Clang, clang, clang. The result was just as Sheng had expected. He couldn't break through the defense. Annoying fly, don't let me catch you, or I will definitely kill you. Annoying turtle, don't let me break your shell, or I will definitely kill you. Sheng was confident in messing with his opponent's mindset. Sure enough, a single mocking remark made that pirate rush towards him recklessly, stepping on air. But that little speed, in Sheng's eyes, was no different from a turtle crawling. I hate turtle shells. The two seemed to be at a stalemate. Sheng couldn't deal with the other's turtle shell, and the other couldn't handle Sheng's speed. Until not long after, someone called out, "Hey flyer, need help?" Hearing that annoying voice, Sheng knew that Smoker and the others had taken care of the other pirates. Sheng dodged the pirate's attack, flew up, and joined the four. "If you have the ability, go," Sheng said to Smoker, pointing at the pirate with full-body Busashoku Haki who was also following them. Smoker, who had originally been arrogant and wanted to mock Sheng, instantly lost his bravado upon seeing the pirate that was keeping up with them. "What the hell is this?" Smoker exclaimed in shock. Now, he was seeing such a shocking scene of full-body Busashoku Haki for the first time. Perhaps his teacher, the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, had never taught them anything about full-body Busashoku Haki. To someone like Blackarm Zephyr, who excelled in martial arts and Busashoku Haki, full-body Busashoku Haki might just seem like a misuse of the technique. And as the instructor, he would never teach his students such a misguided use of Busashoku Haki. That was why he was so surprised to see Sheng's opponent using full-body Busashoku Haki. Full-body Haki, so scary. In contrast to Smoker, Johnny and the others looked disdainful. Then, the three of them unhesitatingly launched a joint attack on the pirate. Fair? Don't make me laugh. This is the Navy fighting pirates. They are executing the justice in their hearts. Where is the need for so-called fairness? A few minutes later, Johnny, with his Busashoku Haki-wrapped fist, crushed the pirate's skull. Impressive. Seeing the three successfully kill the pirate, Sheng clapped to congratulate them. Hey, clap. He even elbowed Smoker to join in the congratulatory cheer. What he got in return was Smoker's impatient puff of smoke in his face. Hey, Smoke man, you're going too far. Sheng retorted, if it weren't for our support, you might still be tangled up with that pirate. That's Johnny and the others' help. What does that have to do with you? Do you dare to reach out? Believe it or not, I'll break your hand. The daily bickering between the two began again. If it weren't for the fact that Sheng's earlier entanglement had exhausted a lot of his stamina and Busashoku Haki, it might have taken them considerable time and effort to kill him. Peiyong, hearing their argument, expressed his objective opinion. Yeah, that pirate isn't just tough. My hand is a bit numb from hitting him. Seeing Sheng's triumphant expression, Smoker instantly became unhappy. The result was that Sheng couldn't do anything about that pirate. His attack power was still too low, and he had to keep working hard. Little brother, Sheng. Upon seeing Smoker's smug expression when he called him little brother, Sheng felt anger rising. I'm better than you. Who dares not take action? Oh, my mistake. It turns out someone still can't use two-color Haki. What a pity for that person. Smoker turned red instantly, just as he was about to say something. Admiral Peach Rabbit arrived nearby, stepping on a moonwalk. Admiral Peach Rabbit. Everyone stood at attention and saluted. Good. You quickly eliminated nearly 500 pirates. You are all excellent Marines. Before the five could respond, Peach Rabbit continued, but there's no time for you to rest. We need to head immediately to the island where the Golden Lion Shiki is located to complete the deterrence mission. Sheng, lead us to find the Golden Lion Shiki. Yes, Admiral Peach Rabbit. Haha, did Sengoku send you here to die? One admiral, 3 commodores, 1 colonel, and Golden Lion Shiki was a bit surprised. He couldn't believe his discovery because the last person was actually a. It seems the Navy is finished, sending a lieutenant to deal with me. Would the Navy underestimate him and deliberately send a lieutenant to humiliate him? This was something Golden Lion Shiki absolutely wouldn't believe. After all, he was not only one of the 3 legendary pirates, but also invaded Marineford alone back in the day. Even with the joint efforts of Admiral Sengoku and Garp, they only managed to capture him and imprison him in Impel Down after suffering painful losses. Now, although 20 years had passed and his strength had declined a bit, he was still not someone a mere vice admiral could handle. Not to mention, the idea that they would underestimate him enough to send a lieutenant against him was absurd. This meant only one possibility. The Navy really had no one left. Otherwise, at least 2 admirals should have come. What he didn't know was that the Navy had no intention of dealing with him. The 6 people in front of him were merely there to let him know. The Navy has discovered your whereabouts, and you better behave. Otherwise, next time will be your capture. Peach Rabbit looked at the wildly laughing Golden Lion Shiki without engaging in verbal sparring. Instead, she calmly observed him and issued commands for the upcoming battle. Sheng, Colonel Smoky, you 2 go check out the nearby island and find out the purpose of the Golden Lion's reclusiveness over the past 20 years. The rest of you, stay with me to hold back Golden Lion Shiki. Yes, Admiral Peach Rabbit. Chapter 60 Plan IQ. What Sheng didn't know was that the command issued by Peach Rabbit was in accordance with Akainu's request, protecting both him and Smoker in this way. In Peach Rabbit's eyes, these 2 individuals are the future of the Navy. One, as long as his physical strength improves, is guaranteed to become at least a vice admiral, and may even have the potential to be promoted to admiral. The other is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, also starting at least as a rear admiral. With limitless potential, as long as they're given enough time to grow, their achievements will be extraordinarily brilliant. However, the upcoming battle is not something that the 2, who have yet to awaken their Haki, can participate in. You want those 2 little brats to enter my base? Are you serious, this rear admiral? Hearing the arrogant words of Don Quixote Shiki, Sheng couldn't help but curl his lip. Hey, Smoke Man, need any help? Sheng glanced sideways at Smoker and said, just take care of yourself. Don't let me have to collect your corpse. Sheng shrugged and flew towards Don Quixote Shiki. Smoker quickly followed, using Moonwalk to fly towards Shiki's base. You really are a little brat who doesn't know when to quit. In that case, you could just go die. Slash wave. 2 golden flying slashes came towards Sheng and Smoker, clearly intending to kill them directly. Watch out. Peach Rabbit drew her long knife, Kinpyra, and unleashed a pink flying slash to block Shiki's flying slashes aimed at the 2. Just as she was preparing to slash again, she noticed that Sheng's speed suddenly surged, and he vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Smoker also abandoned his clumsy moonwalk, transforming his lower body into smoke and propelling his upper body forward, rapidly following Sheng. Oh, that Smoke Man is pretty impressive. He learned my method of using the Devil Fruit ability so easily. Pian couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Smoker's smoke propulsion. He hadn't expected that the method he used for flying and changing direction would be learned by someone else so easily. As expected of a Logia user, in the future, he might even become our superior. Giant also noticed this, and like Pian sighed, what are you guys chatting about here? Charge. Let's see the power of a legendary pirate. Wahaha. Johnny couldn't care less about anything else. He only knew that their mission was to deal with Don Quixote Shiki together with Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Now that those 2 had left, and Peach Rabbit was already fighting Shiki, he just needed to go fight Shiki. Fight if you can, run if you can't, right? Then let's fight first. He remembered what Sheng had told him about their mission. So, shouting loudly, he used Moonwalk and charged forward. Hey, how shameless. Smokeman, stealing Technikvis. Shut up. Being called out for his stealing, Smoker's face turned a bit ugly. So he hurriedly changed the subject. Split up and search. Be careful. If danger appears, no one will have time to save you. Sheng waved his hand. Better take care of yourself. Little Colonel, how dare you be so rude to me? A Commodore. Smoker. He refrained from saying more, giving Sheng a fierce glare before transforming into smoke and spreading out. Searching for the secrets hidden by Don Quixote for so many years? Buzz. Observation Haki spread outwards, enveloping the island that was used as Don Quixote's base. Moments later. Found it. Spotting the target, Sheng flew rapidly towards it. Bang, bang, bang. Of course, any pirates he encountered along the way were easily dealt with by Sheng. At this moment, Don Quixote Shiki was still in hiding. Those 10 pirate ships and nearly 500 pirates were probably all of his powerful subordinates. As a result, the enemies Sheng encountered were all weaklings that he could easily eliminate with a quick swing of his iron rod, relying on his fast flying speed. Moments later. Is in the laboratory up ahead. Sheng hovered down, sensing the scene inside the laboratory. Is that person the so-called Dr. Indigo? The ship's doctor of the flying pirate crew. A hero who single-handedly allowed Don Quixote Shiki to waste nearly 20 years in the sky and save countless lives that could have perished at Shiki's hands. A hero who silently dedicates himself. Thinking of this, Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. If it weren't for such a foolish ship doctor, perhaps Shiki wouldn't have wasted 20 years, and even that ridiculous helm on his head would have been removed long ago, allowing him to return to his strongest state. Removing the helm would be life-threatening? Nonsense. In this sea, even immortality can be achieved. How could a mere surgical procedure be a problem? However, facing such a foolish ship doctor, Sheng didn't dare to be careless. He remembered that this ship doctor had an attack method called chemical magic, capable of releasing explosive spheres from his gloves. Sheng didn't care about the explosions. What worried him were the other chemical spheres that could cause fainting, blindness, and other effects. Therefore, the ability to foresee the future is activated. Bang! Sheng smashed through the door, and before Dr. Indigo could react, a pair of huge, muscular kangaroo legs appeared in his sight. Boom! Dr. Indigo was instantly turned into mush by the little kangaroo. Are all scientists monsters? They actually prepared so many explosives on themselves and in the laboratory. If he hadn't killed him instantly, this laboratory would have been blown to pieces. Unfortunately, I predicted your prediction. Landing, Sheng picked up the experimental records on the table and began to read them. TSK. Has Don Quixote Shiki lost his spirit after being defeated? To actually think of using IQ to enhance the combat power of rare beasts, borrowing these rare beasts to destroy and dominate the world. What an unrealistic idea. It's truly laughable. In this world, only great power belongs to oneself. Can one dominate the world? Everything else is a joke. Don Quixote's thoughts are no different from Crocodile's quest for the 3 ancient weapons or Gecko Moria's creation of a zombie army. They all think of relying on external forces to dominate the world. If they were in other worlds where factions vie for supremacy, their ideas might succeed, but unfortunately, the pirate world is not such a world. This is a world where the strong possess everything, where the strong plunder everything, a world dominated by the strong. Shaking his head, Sheng discarded the experimental records in his hand and looked at the IQ cultivated in the laboratory. Suddenly, a great idea appeared in Sheng's mind. He took out a camera snail and collected all of Dr. Indigo's experimental records, then gathered a small amount of plant IQ into the space bag of the little kangaroo. Perhaps Doflamingo would like something like this. If I give these to them, will it accelerate the downfall of the Don Quixote family? I'm really curious. Chapter 61. The Angry Golden Lion with Many Evil Thoughts in His Heart. Sheng took out the photo phone bug. Until smoke filled the laboratory. Cough, cough, cough. Smoke man, I hate you. Quickly putting away the photo phone bug. Sheng was choking and coughing from smoker's smoke. That bastard did it on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Smoker materialized in front of Sheng, retracting all the smoke back into his body. Did you find any clues? After speaking, Smoker deliberately exhaled a thick cloud of smoke towards Sheng. Sheng, if I could use armament Haki, I would definitely beat the crap out of you. I found something. Pretending to put Indigo's experimental records and several plants with IQ into a space bag, Sheng continued. Let's go. We can leave now. He wondered how the battle between Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and the Golden Lion was going. Sheng could tell that Smoker was very eager to participate in this battle. Even if he wasn't qualified to join, he still wanted to see the fight between these top-tier powerhouses. According to the plan they had previously discussed, the two of them should now leave the floating island directly and return to the warship they came from. He also noticed that Smoker wanted Sheng to speak so they could participate in or watch the ongoing battle together. However, Sheng had no intention of doing so. He did not want to be in danger. Therefore, he completely ignored Smoker's thoughts and aimed to return to the warship, waiting for their successful retreat. After all, they only needed to harass the Golden Lion Shiki as planned, showing the Navy's strength without needing a life-or-death fight. Seeing Sheng unmoved, Smoker pouted and quickened his pace a bit. He was not a Navy officer who followed orders blindly. He was known as a mad dog in the Navy, always doing things his own way, refusing to be restrained. He wanted to participate in or watch that battle, and since Sheng, the Brigadier General, didn't want to go, he would ignore him. The plan Peach Rabbit had laid out for them? He had disobeyed orders from superiors before and only faced suppression, demotion, and a scolding. So he didn't care. As he passed Sheng, Smoker's lower body turned into smoke, ready to rush forward when he suddenly realized. It seemed like there was an earthquake. Haha, so the Navy has no one left? You let a woman like you become my opponent. I've been a great swordsman for decades. Navy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless flying slashes came toward Sheng's direction. But even faster was their mission leader, the Vice Admiral and candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit. When Sheng's observation Haki saw Peach Rabbit being sent flying by the Golden Lion Shiki toward them, he immediately took to the air. Using the ability of the flying fruit to absorb her kinetic energy, he flew her away into the distance. Smoke man run. Countless flying slashes from Shiki were about to strike. If they didn't dodge, all three of them would be in great danger. Without Sheng's reminder, Smoker had already turned into smoke and fled upon hearing Shiki's words. Boom, 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 boom. The flying slashes shattered the ground, raising clouds of dust, which greatly aided Smoker's escape. Smoke man no. Under Sheng's foresight from his observation Haki, he saw a scene. Smoker, like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers, transformed into smoke and charged at Shiki, wanting to attack him. However, he was struck by a flying slash from Shiki and sent flying, injuring him significantly. Lord Peach Rabbit, do you still have the strength to fight? Peach Rabbit assessed her injuries and remaining stamina, nodding, if I fight without regard for cost, I can hold on for another 10 minutes. Good. Just as Peach Rabbit was still puzzled about what Sheng meant by good, she noticed that the scene in her eyes was rapidly changing, transforming from real objects into bright streaks of light. Is this a visual illusion caused by ultra-high-speed movement? Peach Rabbit looked at Sheng in astonishment. His flying speed is astonishingly fast. He had been holding back such strength before. Lord Peach Rabbit, hurry and act. Act. What should I do? Just as she was still confused, the scene in her eyes slowly began to restore. That is, the Golden Lion's flying slash. Clang. Whoosh. A pink flying slash accompanied by the metallic sound of a sword being drawn was released from Kinairo. Bang. Two flying slashes collided in midair and then vanished. What kind of speed? Is this? For the first time, Shiki's expression turned serious in front of Sheng and the others. Not only Shiki, but even Peach Rabbit and Smoker looked extremely puzzled. They felt that in the blink of an eye, Sheng had moved with Peach Rabbit to a different position. It was as if he had teleported. If you want to die, do it far away. Don't drag us down. Sheng did not care about Shiki's confusion. He glared at Smoker and roared in anger. Smoker! He was rebellious and did things his own way, but that didn't mean he couldn't see the situation clearly. Just now, if Sheng hadn't come to take Peach Rabbit away, he might have perished under that flying slash. Even if he survived, he would have ended up seriously injured. Although he was very unhappy with Sheng's anger, he could only endure it. Lord Peach Rabbit, what about the others? Smoker changed the subject and asked. They couldn't withstand the Golden Lion's attack, so I had them leave. I see, that's good. Hearing this answer, both Sheng and Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was for this reason that Peach Rabbit was sent flying by the golden lion Shiki without anyone to help her. Fortunately, Peach Rabbit wasn't too seriously injured and still had the strength to fight. Of course, they could say their mission was already accomplished, and it was time to retreat. Deterrent effect? The golden lion Shiki's crew had basically been wiped out, and he had almost become a lone commander. If that didn't create a deterrent effect, then they would have to kill the golden lion Shiki directly. Hey, brat, answer my question. Shiki had never been ignored like this. He angrily shouted at Sheng and the others. But did Sheng care? Not at all. Still, as he said, with Sheng's mastery of observation Haki and the speed of the flying fruit, if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. And now, Sheng was already prepared to retreat. Ha ha ha, if you dare to escape, I will start from the East Blue and destroy one kingdom a day by dropping islands from the sky. Sheng's footsteps toward retreat halted, then continued, and then the West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, and finally the Grand Line, Mariewa. Shiki's eyes glared fiercely at Sheng and the others as he continued. You destroyed everything I had, so I will destroy this world, sinking all islands and lands into the sea. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 62. Fierce battle with the Golden Lion. It seems there is no way to leave with peace of mind. Sheng. This was not said by Sheng, but by Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. However, her words made Sheng, who had been very hesitant, firm in his thoughts. Growing up under the red flag and in the spring breeze, people like him inevitably have a sentiment in their hearts that cannot bear to see others suffer. There's no helping it. Those who have suffered always want to shield others from the rain. Sheng is such a person, but in the face of life and death crises, that is another matter altogether. The golden lion Shiki can't kill Sheng? Oh, then there's no problem. In that case, Sheng follows his heart and reveals his good side. What is wrong with that? Not to mention, in his hand, while under his palm, there is a Peach Rabbit who can rival a Marine Admiral, so dealing with a top-tier powerhouse from the original world. Especially one whose strength has declined to what extent is unknown, the golden lion Shiki is not impossible. Ha ha ha, are you not going to run away? The golden lion Shiki looked at Sheng and Peach Rabbit with pride filling his heart. You justice-claiming Marines are really easy to manipulate. As long as I threaten you a little, you must act according to my wishes. Is there a possibility that because of your threat, you could have lived, but now we can only choose to kill you? The smug expression on the golden lion Shiki's face made Sheng very displeased, and he retorted. He is not someone who will just accept things passively, let alone a verbal duel like this. Ha ha ha. Little Marine, is it possible with your strength? Is it? At this moment, Peach Rabbit, who had been watching, joined the battle. For the justice of the Marines, for the peace of the sea, we want to give a try. Ha ha. Then come, try to challenge me, the golden lion Shiki. Hey, Sheng, how long can you keep flying fast with me like this? Peach Rabbit asked a question similar to Sheng had asked her before. Sheng thought for a moment and confidently said, I can keep flying with you until I die. Peach Rabbit turned her head in surprise to look at Sheng, then revealed a gentle smile on her face. Really? Then I can only strive to kill the golden lion before you die. Peach Rabbit thought Sheng wanted to bet everything to help her kill the golden lion. She never considered that Sheng was telling the truth. With his current fruit ability, flying while in contact with Peach Rabbit can basically achieve zero consumption. The energy absorbed by the flying fruit from the friction between his body and the air is partly used to strengthen his physical strength. But once his physical strength can no longer be enhanced, that energy turns into recovering Sheng's stamina. That is why Sheng can almost fly indefinitely now. Lion's might, earth roll, the entire base island of the golden lion instantly shook. As the ground flowed, it transformed into a gigantic earthen lion, charging towards Sheng and Peach Rabbit in the air. Hey, 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 is this the ability of the float fruit? I feel like my flying fruit is garbage. Watching the float fruit's ability that could instantly change an island, Sheng instantly lost his composure. As he increased altitude, he noticed that the huge earthen lion did not detach from the floating island, but remained connected to it. This meant that the gigantic earthen lion could continuously replenish soil, becoming larger and stronger in its attack. Sheng had a guess before that if his superhuman fruit, flying ability awakened, Would he then have the ordinary state of the superhuman fruit? Float ability? But now, seeing the magnificent scene before him, Sheng was uncertain. He felt that even if the flying fruit ability awakened, it would still be impossible to create such a shocking scene. Ha ha, die Marines! Roar! The gigantic earthen lion roared in anger, its speed increasing as it lunged at the two. But such speed would not be taken lightly by Sheng. He merely activated his ability slightly and instantly widened the distance between himself and the earthen lion. Watch your head. At that moment, Peach Rabbit's warning entered Sheng's ears. It turned out that while the golden lion used the earthen lion to attract Sheng's attention, he had already flown above them, raising his right foot high, ready to attack them. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley. No, the golden lion had already launched his attack. With his feet continuously swinging, countless flying slashes were directed at the two. Judging by the extent of the coverage, it seemed the golden lion intended to end the battle with this attack and then execute his plan to destroy the world. Through the left-hand palm touching Peach Rabbit's back, Sheng could clearly feel that Peach Rabbit's body instantly tensed, her hands gripping the long sword Jinbira tightly, ready to endure the rain of flying slashes. Huh! Accompanied by a delicate cry from Peach Rabbit, an incredibly powerful flying slash was released from her long sword. Something's wrong. At the moment of releasing the flying slash, Peach Rabbit suddenly felt that the countless flying slashes that had just been in front of her had disappeared, as if everything before was an illusion. No, it's not an illusion. Those flying slashes didn't disappear. Sheng used his fruit ability to take me around the flying slashes and arrived in front of the golden lion. Seeing the sudden pink flying slash, the golden lion was startled. However, his years of combat experience made him instinctively release 2 slashes to stop the pink flying slash. That's right. It was merely to stop it. How could his hastily released flying slash compete with Peach Rabbit's powerful flying slash that had been charged up by the great swordsman? Boom! Boom! After 2 explosive sounds, just as the golden lion had imagined, the 2 slashes were broken by the pink flying slash, continuing to fly towards the golden lion with unstoppable momentum. However, while the golden lion was stopping the pink flying slash, he had bought enough time to easily dodge Peach Rabbit's sudden attack. What just happened? At this moment, the golden lion was still deeply shaken by the sudden attack. He did not know how the two had dodged his lion, Thousand Cuts Valley, nor did he know how they had approached him and launched an attack without him noticing. Hey, old lion, where are you looking? Chapter 63. Fierce Battle. Sheng intentionally reminded the golden lion that he was about to launch an attack. Not really. He was actually reminding Taodu that it was her turn to attack. Just as the golden lion was surprised, Sheng's speed surged, and he reached above the golden lion. However, he found that Taodu, whom he had taken along, was also in a daze just like the golden lion. There was no choice. He had to remind her. Was it a mental connection from their contact? He didn't want to expose his special abilities related to observation Haki. He wasn't at ease without keeping a few trump cards in hand. Bang! Because of Sheng's reminder, a great opportunity for a surprise attack vanished. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of Jinbira and Sakura's clash immediately reached Sheng's ears. The 2 great swordsmen were engaged in close combat in the sky, causing Sheng, who had curled up behind Taodu and was only sensing with observation Haki, to exclaim, "No wonder they were once legendary pirates and now candidates for admiral. Their strength is indeed formidable." Sheng was merely thinking this. He wanted to play a role that was much more than just a tool to save Taodu's stamina. He wanted to kill or capture the golden lion to prevent him from causing blind destruction to the world. Since that was the case, he certainly had to showcase his abilities. Swish! Pulling Taodu away from the golden lion, Sheng prepared for action. What? Do you want to run? Sheng completely ignored the golden lion's provocation and said to Taodu, "Get ready. Next, it's going to be high-speed combat." Okay. Taodu opened her observation Haki completely. Although she knew that her observation Haki was not as fast as Sheng's flying speed, she had realized this from their earlier dodge and attack. She still fully activated it, hoping to seize the attacking opportunity Sheng created for her. As long as she could catch him once, they might really be able to kill this legendary pirate. Golden Lion Shiki. In silence, Taodu felt a flash before her eyes, and she found herself behind the golden lion. She raised her sword and struck down with all her might. Ha ha ha, I saw through your little trick long ago, brat. After one strike, she immediately retreated, and the golden lion's mocking voice reached Sheng and Taodu's ears. Oh really? I don't think so. In silence again, the two flew behind the golden lion once more. I told you, I've already seen through this little trick. Just as Taodu reacted and raised her sword to strike, the golden lion Sakura was already in front of them, seemingly ready to kill them in the next instant. Blat. Swish. Taodu did not do what he intended. She simply wanted to bring down her Kinbaira. Even so, she was willing to be injured. But, ugh, a knife mark appeared on the golden lion's back. That was the wound left by Taodu's Kinbaira. Just as Taodu was about to be injured by the golden lion Sakura, Sheng once again changed their position, bringing them to the back of the golden lion and inflicting damage. You just focus on attacking. I'll handle the rest. Taodu, who was still surprised by having injured the golden lion just now, heard Sheng say this. Oh, is that so? Then it's simple. She was feeling a bit sad for wasting the opportunity Sheng created for her, not knowing that it would turn out like this. She had thought that Sheng was her tool, helping her save stamina, but little did she know, she was actually the one being used as a tool to kill for Sheng. What is up with your flying speed? Feeling the sting on his back, the golden lion asked the question he had not received an answer to before, but Sheng, as before, did not respond, because Taodu had both hands on the sword, about to unleash her flying slash. Swish! The pink flying slash was unleashed, and just as it was about to be executed, Sheng brought Taodu in front of the golden lion and unleashed a close-range attack. Zzz. In a critical moment, the golden lion raised his foot to block Taodu's flying slash, but his body was pushed far away by the tremendous force of the attack. Ah! With the golden lion's roar, Sakura shattered the pink flying slash. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. Instead of wasting time roaring ineffectively, you might want to think about how to escape from impelled down again after you're caught. Cut off your hands. The golden lion's anger rose to its peak after hearing Sheng's words, and then he instantly calmed down. Everyone knew that if the golden lion was captured again at impelled down, it wouldn't just be a matter of being locked up with sea prism stone on his legs or hands, but rather directly locking his neck. No, it would be more accurate to say that once the golden lion escaped from impelled down, all devil fruit users wouldn't just be facing the issue of being locked with sea prism stone handcuffs or shackles. Instead, depending on the strength of the devil fruit users, they would increase the number of sea prism stones used to restrain the hands and feet while having to lock the neck. In other words, Sheng's words not only carried a mocking tone, but also contained his determination and will to capture the golden lion back to impel down. You little brat, do you really think you can deal with me just with your speed and that woman's attacks? I'm not only a dual-wielding great swordsman, but also a user of the float fruit, the enormous earthen lion, which the golden lion had failed to maintain in its previous form, moved again and charged at the golden lion. Oh no! Sheng exclaimed, immediately telling Taodu, keep attacking quickly. Taodu did not understand what Sheng meant. Hadn't the golden lion been using his fruit abilities to attack them all along? Why was Sheng showing panic now? Fortunately, Taodu was not someone who overthinks. Hearing Sheng's words, she held Kinbaira and, even though she was far from the golden lion, she swung down with all her strength. When, just as she thought, without any sense of resistance, she seemed to teleport beside the golden lion. However, her attack was still blocked by the vigilant golden lion. Bang, 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 bang. Sheng told her to attack continuously, so she did just that. This was Taodu's current thought, but each time she attacked, her Kinbaira was blocked by the golden lion. No wonder he's a legendary pirate. His reflexes and combat power far exceed that of most people on the sea. Taodu sighed in her heart, but she did not hold back in her attacks. Oh! Suddenly, she felt her body sink, as if the feeling of flying had completely disappeared. Oh! Once again surprised. It was because she saw Sheng appear above the golden lion, then extending his iron rod to knock down the ship's helm from the top of the golden lion's head. Chapter 64 Weakness? No. Strength, just like teleportation, is Sheng's fastest speed? Not at all. Even teleportation is not the fastest speed. To others, Teleportation is merely an illusion created by the human eye's inability to see Wensheng's flight speed. More importantly, the illusion of him having teleportation is only caused by a short-distance speed burst. Didn't he block all of Taodu's attacks after the first one with the Golden Lion? And now, without Taodu, Wensheng charged at the Golden Lion's head at an even faster speed than before, aiming to deliver a lethal blow. His goal was achieved. He snatched the ship's helm from the top of the Golden Lion's head. It's important to know that the reason the Golden Lion kept the helm on his head was that forcibly pulling it out would pose a life-threatening danger to him. In Wensheng's view, this was an excellent means to kill the Golden Lion. So he took the risk. Success? Glory awaits. Failure? Of course, it means running away. That giant Earth Lion was transformed from an entire floating island through the Golden Lion's floating fruit ability. If it didn't stop him before the Golden Lion made contact with the floating island, Wensheng and the others would undoubtedly lose. At this moment, what the Golden Lion lacked was not attack power, but defense. Wensheng couldn't imagine what they would do if that Earth Lion wrapped around the Golden Lion, leaving them helpless. If that scene really occurred, they would have to flee directly, contacting the Navy headquarters to let the Admiral or Vice Admiral Carp come to their aid. Only those five would have the possibility to capture or kill the Golden Lion. Fortunately, Wensheng succeeded. Under constant misdirection, he approached the Golden Lion at an even faster speed and truly snatched the helm from his head. Wensheng returned to Taodu's side and reached out to touch her. It turns out that all my previous attacks were feints. You were the real killing blow. Taodu turned her head back to look at Wensheng with resentment and complained. Wensheng pretended not to hear and looked at the distant Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion Shiki must be in immense pain at this moment, as can be heard from his screams. However, what his eyes saw confirmed this claim even more. Because the helm on his head was taken by Wensheng, the Golden Lion's head was now covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. So pitiful. Seeing the Golden Lion in such a state, Wensheng couldn't help but mutter softly. His murmuring earned him a roll of the eyes from Taodu. Why do I suddenly feel guilty for bullying an old man? Should I apologize to him? Seeing Taodu's eye roll, Wensheng couldn't help but banter. Taodu's charming eye roll would confuse anyone who saw it. I feel like he doesn't need your apology. He would rather chop you into minced meat to feed the fish. That's the problem. I don't want to be minced meat. So, you don't mind being used to feed fish? Hey, don't talk about such a terrifying topic. Major Taodu, but I can see you're quite interested. It's not interest, it's just a thought, and it feels thrilling. Pervert? Definitely not. A normal man's curiosity. Isn't that perverted? I said it's not. Perverts wouldn't think they're perverts. Wensheng, sure enough, in any world, you can't reason with women. The two might have shifted their attention away from the Golden Lion due to his miserable state. They didn't even notice when Golden Lion Shiki stopped screaming until ha. The arrogant and wild laughter entered their ears, and only then did the two look back at Golden Lion Shiki. In their line of sight, they saw that the Golden Lion had wiped the blood from his face, and in his eyes appeared a sharpness and dominance they had never seen before. Externally, he still looked like a person, but on a spiritual level, he was entirely different. The Golden Lion they had faced before was like a powerful exterior hiding a decaying core. Entirely different from the legendary pirate known as one of the three great pirates of the sea. Now, whether externally or internally, Golden Lion Shiki gave an overwhelming sensation of dominance. Previously, when he said he wanted to destroy the world, it seemed purely for the sake of venting violence, but now, even without saying anything, he exuded an aura that made it seem like everything he did was justified and convincing. I seem to have caused trouble. Seeing Golden Lion Shiki in such a state, Wensheng couldn't help but mutter, "What have I been doing for the past 20 years?" The wild laughter stopped, and the Golden Lion showed an entirely different emotion. He seemed to be regretting and lamenting the time he had wasted, almost unable to believe how he had spent so many years. "I want to thank you, little Navy." The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes locked onto Wensheng, and he said seriously, "You have awakened me, allowing me not to die in ignorance. So you'll let us go?" Wensheng replied, "If we could leave like this, that would be the best outcome. So, are you ready?" "Ready for what?" Just as Wensheng was puzzled in his heart, he witnessed a surprising scene. Pucci, The two large knives, Sakura, tin, and dry wood, which the golden lion used as legs, were pulled from his legs under the influence of his floating fruit ability and fell into his hands. Ready for a showdown on the sea, will the pirate flag prevail, killing the navy and escaping, or will the navy's justice triumph, killing the pirates and maintaining peace in the sea? Come on, navy, let's see who will have the final dance among us. When Shiki roared out his words, Sheng and Taodu saw the black-red lightning constantly jumping and bursting on Shiki's Sakura tin and dry wood twin swords. That's right, you caused trouble. At this moment, Taodu affirmed Sheng's earlier words. Although she had also been pressured and attacked by the golden lion in the previous round, she could sense that her life was not in danger. But after Sheng snatched the helm from Shiki's head, Shiki displayed a technique of conqueror's haki that only the top-tier strongest in the sea could use, which brought a strong sense of death to Taodu. It was precisely for this reason that Taodu could confirm Sheng's words, telling him not to doubt. He really had caused trouble. Is it still too late for us to run away now? Chapter 65. Full Firepower / Airwave. A massive cross-shaped flying slash attacked the two, leaving Peach Rabbit astonished. Hey, I can't withstand such a flying slash. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the attack can greatly enhance the user's attack power, causing overwhelming damage. Previously, Peach Rabbit could only barely resist in front of Shiki, let alone now when Shiki was using the Conqueror's Haki wrapped attack technique. Of course, she could struggle for a while, but fighting against the current state of the Golden Lion was truly asking too much of her. Therefore, at this moment, Peach Rabbit had no thought of resisting unscathed. Gripping her twin swords tightly, she could feel her entire body heating up. It seemed that her own inner heat was about to transform into a fierce blade like the Kinjur. Just as she was ready to go all out and resist Shiki's brand new flying slash at all costs, she felt that sudden sensation of the scene in front of her changing again. Sure enough, have we changed positions again? But then she saw the headless golden lion, Shiki, suddenly appear before her. It was still the kind of distance, so close that Shiki's face seemed to enlarge a lot. Haha, my speed has returned. Sakura tin, the withered wood, slashed horizontally towards the two, giving off the impression of cutting them in half. But Peach Rabbit only felt that the scene in front of her seemed to change once again. No, not just once, but countless times in succession. She only knew that every time the scene changed, the golden lion Shiki would immediately appear, blocking their view and attempting to attack them. But each time, before Peach Rabbit could react, the scene would change again. Is this turning into a speed competition? Or a speed competition between the superhuman type flying fruit and the superhuman type float fruit? Peach Rabbit felt her eyes becoming a bit sore and swollen from the rapid changes in the scene and the overwhelming information. So, she simply closed her eyes. Since these two are competing in speed, there won't be any collisions, so I might as well take this opportunity to rest. Before Peach Rabbit's thoughts could finish, she felt a powerful mental pressure descending upon her. Oh no, it's the intimidation effect of Conqueror's Haki. Peach Rabbit quickly turned her head to look at Vincent behind her, very worried that if Vincent's willpower wasn't strong enough and was affected, then they would be doomed. Ow, is that possible? But what she saw was that Vincent was not affected at all, as if he hadn't felt the shock effect of the golden lion Shiki's Conqueror's Haki at all. After all, Conqueror's Haki is just a form of mental impact. Although I don't have Conqueror's Haki, my observation Haki has made my mental strength quite formidable. The mental impact of Conqueror's Haki has no effect on me. Swish! After a sound of breaking air, the golden lion Shiki stopped his pursuit, panting slightly as he looked at Vincent, who had also stopped. Both knew that in their speed competition, Shiki had lost. Not to mention that Vincent was participating in this competition alongside Peach Rabbit. Just the fact that Vincent still had the energy to explain to Peach Rabbit why he wasn't affected by Conqueror's Haki while flying was enough to show that his speed was far superior to Shiki's, allowing him to appear so relaxed. Not to mention that Shiki had cheated using Conqueror's Haki and still couldn't catch up to Vincent. Haha, indeed getting old. Losing to Vincent in speed seemed to have dealt a significant blow to the golden lion Shiki. At least, the tone he spoke this time was not as fierce as before. Clang! The two large knives, Sakura tin and withered wood, collided, producing a metallic clash sound. with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki wrapping around the twin swords. However, speed cannot decide everything. Battles between strong individuals are still battles of power. Don't die, you little brat of the Navy. Chaos Airbreak. The Golden Lion Shiki wildly waved his twin swords, unleashing strong flying slashes centered around him, striking out in all directions. Since qualitative slashes couldn't defeat, couldn't touch the two Navy members, Shiki would use quantity to win. You're fast and good at dodging, right? Then I'll use an undodgeable density of attacks to force you to resist head-on. The Golden Lion's idea was good, but unfortunately, he still underestimated Vincent's speed. With the help of observation Haki, Vincent effortlessly weaved through the dense golden flying slashes as if it were just a simple game of dodging, not a series of powerful flying slashes that could take lives. You've fallen for it, little brat of the Navy. Vincent. But Shiki held Sakura tin and withered wood in both hands on his right side, constantly charging power, then suddenly swung them out. Two crimson slashes, wrapped in armament and Conqueror's Haki, flew towards the two who were still dodging the chaotic flying slashes. Air wave assault. The Golden Lion Shiki's strongest strike was unleashed, targeting the two Navy members who had put him in such a predicament. Especially that Navy brat who had turned the whole situation around and broken the Navy's defeat with speed. His Chaos Air Wave was merely to restrict Vincent's flying area, while the Air Wave Assault was the real killer move. Boom! The two crimson flying slashes caught up with the flying slashes used in the Chaos Airbreak, resulting in a violent explosion. The area where Vincent was located seemed to be engulfed in this massive explosion, and both Vincent and Peach Rabbit had nowhere to hide, facing certain death. Little Navy brat. If I had met you 20 years ago, I might have let you be my vice captain. What a pity, the timing of our meeting is all wrong. Amidst the arrogance, there was a hint of regret in the Golden Lion Shiki's tone. It was as if he felt extremely reluctant to see a Navy brat with such speed die at his hands. Unfortunately, Shiki didn't want to hold back, nor could he afford to. If he let Vincent drag it out any longer, he might not have the chance to unleash his strongest strike. What an honor it would be to have the same treatment as Pirate King Roger. Hearing the voice of that Navy brat behind him, Shiki turned sharply. He saw the two quietly hovering not far behind him without him noticing. How did you escape my assault? In that attack range with your speed? You shouldn't be able to. Shiki's expression lost its previous arrogance and defiance, replaced only with calm. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly stopped, thinking of a possibility. Just as you thought, I simply left your attack range at a speed faster than you understand. No matter how large your attack range is, as long as my speed is fast enough, I can easily dodge it. Shiki, even now, you haven't used your fastest speed. Swish, swish. Sakura Tin and Withered Wood were thrown out by the Golden Lion Shiki, flying toward Vincent. Chapter 66. The Island Falls Bang. Peach Rabbit and Sheng each caught a knife, both looking at Golden Lion Shiki in confusion. Is this a voluntary surrender? This thought appeared in both of their minds simultaneously. However, they quickly dismissed it as impossible. The person before them was Golden Lion Shiki, one of the three legendary pirates. How could the concept of surrender exist in his mind? Navy, you win. Peach Rabbit was very confused. How could they have won? With the fighting power Shiki had just displayed, as long as Sheng was hit by one unavoidable attack, he would certainly die, and she would also be seriously injured. But why did Shiki give up? When she looked at Shiki, she understood the reason. His head was bleeding continuously, and with the previous dual swords he had drawn from his bound legs, his legs were also bleeding profusely. The wounds and the amount of blood loss were enough to ensure death for anyone. Most importantly, after Sheng removed the helm from Shiki's head, it triggered the fatal injury to fully erupt. Shiki's final burst of strength was merely a flash in the pan. During this fleeting moment, he spent most of his time competing in speed with Sheng. No way. Peach Rabbit looked at Sheng, her eyes filled with surprise. He knows the Golden Lion's condition. That's why he is stalling for time by competing in speed, waiting for the Golden Lioness injuries to erupt. The Navy had indeed won, but not through sheer combat strength. They had won through Sheng's premeditated strategy. After Golden Lion threatened to destroy the world, Sheng had already set his plan for their confrontation, to remove the helm from Golden Lion Shiki's head, causing his injuries to erupt, leading to his death. Hiss! Peach Rabbit gasped, greatly impressed by Wenxing's courage and strategy. Navy brat, my Sakura, 10, Kumu, has fallen into your hands. You won't disgrace them, will you? I really want to see how terrifying your flying slash would be at your speed. Previously, Golden Lion Shiki was still using the power of the Fuwa Nomi to control the blood flowing from his body, preventing Wenxing and Peach Rabbit from seeing his embarrassing state. But now, as his end drew near, he no longer cared. In the blink of an eye, Shiki's face was already covered in blood, and beneath his feet, blood was gushing out, looking terrifying and heartbreaking. Sorry, old lion, my physical strength is insufficient, and I'm not a swordsman. I can't unleash a flying slash. This was something Wenxing could only think in his heart. Otherwise, Golden Lion would probably wish to come back to life just to kill Wenxing if he died. After all, this was his last request. Perhaps, in his final moments, he could only let go of the two swords in his hands. When one is about to die, their words are kind. When one is about to die, let them die with dignity. Wenxing decided to be respectful to the elderly and not to attack this old lion anymore. Let him die content, knowing that the two beloved knives he recognized had a new master. As Peach Rabbit thought, everything was within Wenxing's plan. When Wenxing removed the helm from Shiki's head, everything had already ended. Shiki's final eruption? It was all clearly seen by Wenxing under his foresight. Everything went as Wenxing imagined. Without needing to confront the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki directly, he could simply kill him. Boom! Suddenly, numerous floating islands began to fall, making a tremendous explosive sound as they broke through the air. And Golden Lion Shiki was also falling into the sea. Wenxing was preparing to catch Golden Lion Shiki's body to report to the Navy headquarters, but he was stopped by Peach Rabbit. He was a legendary pirate of the sea. Let him be buried in the ocean. Peach Rabbit looked at Wenxing, her eyes filled with strangeness. By the way, are you really a swordsman capable of unleashing a flying slash? Wenxing. Hearing Peach Rabbit's question, Wenxing was speechless. Come on, you must have heard about my abilities from Akainu. Don't you know what kind of strength I have? Releasing his hand from Peach Rabbit, Wenxing flew down. He needed to see if there were other islands beneath these floating islands. If there were there people living on those islands? Just thinking about it, Wenxing felt that his future work wouldn't be easy. I just hope there are no inhabited islands beneath these floating islands. Swish! Wenxing held Sakura 10 and Kumu, pretentiously swinging them forward with all his might, but no flying slash appeared. He pouted in silence. If I really unleashed a flying slash casually, how would that make those hard-working swordsmen feel? Indeed, Sakura 10 and Kumu had fallen into Wenxing's hands, becoming his trophies. In Peach Rabbit's words, these two short knives were originally given to him by Shiki. It was just that Wenxing couldn't catch them both at the same time, so she helped him catch one. Moreover, Peach Rabbit felt a bit ashamed. Originally, she was the main combatant against Golden Lion Shiki. Who would have thought that Wenxing, a mere rear admiral from the headquarters, would come and turn the tide? If she took another large knife, it would further betray her sense of justice. But Wenxing didn't want to accept these two knives. Holding two short swords, especially ones used by the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, would surely make him a target for many swordsmen. There are only so many famous swords, and now, two renowned short swords had fallen into the hands of a non-swordsman Navy officer. No matter how you look at it, it was an extremely ironic situation. The swordsmen in the Navy would covet them, but they might try to obtain these two short swords from Wenxing through exchange or purchase, since Wenxing was not a swordsman and didn't need them. However, other non-Navy individuals would not have such thoughts. In the sea, the strong possess everything. They would only think about what right Wenxing had to possess two great knives and then try to rob him. Whether they could succeed or not was another matter, but it was troublesome, and Wenxing didn't want to attract such trouble. Not to mention, holding Sakura 10 and Kumu would be like announcing to the world, the death of Golden Lion Shiki is related to me. Not to mention those who admired Golden Lion Shiki. Many pirates would surely come at him under the pretense of avenging the Flying Admiral. Just thinking about it made Wenxing feel that the two knives in his hands were a huge headache. For now, I'll keep them. Wait until I encounter the right person, or when I can use the flying slash someday, then I'll use them. What everyone treasures as weapons would just be stored in Wensheng's spatial bag, perhaps never to be taken out again, ordinary items buried deep. This must be said to be a form of irony. Chapter 67 Frostmoon Village. The gale foot from a Navy's 6 styles rapidly contracts and expands the muscles in the legs to generate kinetic energy, then swiftly extends the leg. After surpassing the speed of sound, it compresses the air in front of the leg, creating a vacuum that releases a sharp cutting wave. It does not directly kick the enemy to inflict damage, but rather attacks with the powerful cutting ability endowed by the vacuum slash, killing the opponent. Before leaving, Peach Rabbit wanted to see just how powerful the flying slash released by Wensheng really was. So, she asked Wensheng to demonstrate it for her. Wensheng. He was too lazy to roll his eyes. As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and a candidate for admiral, as well as the person in charge of the Deterrence Air Force, Wensheng did not believe she did not know the information about her subordinates. Wensheng was a Navy officer known for his observation Haki and the ability of the flying devil fruit. Although he had achieved remarkable feats, he was only a Navy brigadier due to his weak physical strength. Peach Rabbit was definitely well aware of this information. As a great swordsman, she knew that without a certain level of physical strength, it would be impossible to even become an ordinary swordsman, let alone perform a flying slash. In Wensheng's view, she was completely teasing him. It was strange, if that was the case. Why did the Golden Lion Shiki think she could perform the flying slash and give her his 2 swords? Peach Rabbit did not understand. She was very puzzled. What is so strange about it? He must be getting old and confused. Seeing the withered branch handed over by Peach Rabbit, Wensheng did not want to take it. But seeing that Peach Rabbit had no intention of retracting it, he thought about it and accepted the withered branch anyway. After all, Peach Rabbit already had the great blade Kinpyra, a weapon that was very compatible with her. It would be silly for her to give up Kinpyra's long sword to use a short sword like the withered branch. If she really switched swords, it would mean she would have to spend a lot of time adapting to this new short sword and change her combat habits. In short, it was a losing deal. Therefore, it was almost a certainty that Peach Rabbit would not use the withered branch, but Wensheng did not expect her to give it to him. Even if he did not use it, having it as a trophy to collect was also a good choice. Reluctantly, he accepted it, just as he thought. What if one day he learned the flying slash? There are no absolutes in this world. As for why Wensheng had information about the gale foot among the Navy's 6 styles, that was because shortly after Peach Rabbit left, relevant information and training methods for the gale foot were faxed to Smoker, who then passed it on to Wensheng. That's right at this moment. Wensheng was recuperating in Smoker's log town. Recuperating? Isn't that slacking off? He had just cooperated with others to clear the hellish dungeon of Golden Lion Shiki. What was wrong with taking a break? Gale foot, compressing the air in front of the leg after surpassing the speed of sound, creating a sharp, cutting wave. He seemed to understand why Peach Rabbit wanted to give him the training method for gale foot. Ha ha ha, with your weak body. You dare to covet the training of the Navy's 6 styles. You really are delusional, kid. The mocking voice of Smoker entered his ears. And the current scene was happening after he had passed the training method of gale foot to Wensheng. Shut up, Smoke Man. As if you could do it. Wensheng gestured to Smoker with if you can do it, show me motion. Come on, if you can, demonstrate one for me. Smoker. He couldn't do gale foot. He was a natural type smoke fruit user. So why would he need to learn the Navy's 6 styles, a combat technique he didn't require? Admiral Kizuru relied too much on his fruit abilities, but his natural type light fruit was so powerful that he could reach admiral level just by developing his fruit abilities. Smoker relied even more on his smoke fruit abilities. At this moment, apart from the devil fruit ability, he had almost no other capabilities. His 2-color Haki had not awakened. His physical skills were sparse, and he didn't know swordsmanship. He had risen to the rank of Navy Colonel solely through the power of the smoke fruit. However, unlike Kizuru, his smoke fruit ability was not a particularly strong natural-type devil fruit ability. To enhance his strength and rank, he needed to reinforce himself in other areas. Otherwise, like Wensheng, he would at most be a Navy brigadier. Smoker turned his head to the side, unconvinced, and said, "Watch me learn this gale foot within 3 days." Wow, Colonel Smoker is so amazing. Wensheng gave Smoker enough emotional value, then flew off into the distance. Kid, where are you going? To find a place where I can learn gale foot. The Golden Lion called me kid, but what qualifications do you smoker have? Wensheng thought about his age. He had crossed over at 18 and had spent 8 years in this world. Well, being called a kid wasn't too bad. After all, Smoker was nearly 6 years older than him. Looking at the island that appeared before his eyes, this was the place Wensheng sought to learn Gale Foot, Frostmoon Village. Indeed, it was the location of Rorinoa Zuro's swordsmanship dojo, the One Mind Dojo. The teacher Wensheng wanted to find was none other than Zoro's master, Shimatsuki Yasuhiro. Why look for him? Because the Gale Foot from Navy's 6 styles bears a striking resemblance to the swordsman's flying slash. Gale Foot rapidly contracts and expands the muscles in the legs to generate kinetic energy, swiftly extends the leg, compressing the air in front of it after surpassing the speed of sound to create a vacuum that releases a sharp cutting wave. The flying slash, on the other hand, is when the blade traces an arc in the air to create a vacuum wave, which is propelled forward under atmospheric pressure, forming a long-range attack. Both have one common point. They both require the formation of a vacuum wave to achieve a long-range attack. The only difference is that one uses the leg and the other uses the sword. Why look for Yasuhiro? Of course, because he has the time and the ability to teach Wensheng. Wensheng could find plenty of swordsmen in the Navy, even great swordsmen, to teach him. Or he could look for the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, among the pirates to teach him. He believed many of them would be willing to teach him. But would they have the time to do so? Or rather, could they put down their work to wholeheartedly teach Wensheng? Clearly, that was impossible. Not to mention, what Wensheng needed to do was not to learn Gale Foot or the flying slash, but to utilize the theories of Gale Foot and flying slash to research a way to create a vacuum wave effect similar to them through rapid weapon swings. This would require even more time for research. Therefore, he needed a teacher who had the time and energy to help. And without a doubt, Shimatsuki Yasuhiro, who was already the instructor at the One Mind Dojo, was the most suitable person. Chapter 68. Vacuum slash a fascinating research direction. In the Isen Dojo, Gung Shirlang brought Wensheng to his tea room, sipping tea while listening to Wensheng explain his purpose and thoughts for coming here. After hearing everything, Gung Shirlang couldn't help but exclaim. However, even if such a research direction were realized, no one would be able to use it. Not to mention physical strength or understanding of swordsmanship. In Gung Shirlang's view, Wensheng's idea was indeed wonderful but impractical. To him, Wensheng's thoughts were like wanting to perform a flying slash without even having learned how to wield a sword. It was impossible to achieve. Unless Gung Shirlang looked at Wensheng, wanting to get a definitive answer from him. That's right, I have very fast speed and can easily break the sound barrier. The reason I came here is to ask Master Gung Shirlang to help me develop a unique vacuum wave technique specifically for speed-type individuals like myself. Gung Shirlang. Upon hearing Wensheng's unexpected yet reasonable answer, Gung Shirlang was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed. It seemed he had forgotten that this vast sea was full of miracles. Another user of a devil fruit ability? In my opinion, rather than doing such a clever research, it would be better to directly practice the Navy's Gale Foot or learn swordsmanship from the beginning. Who knows? That might be faster than researching a specialized vacuum wave technique. I wish I could, but I can't. Wensheng replied, if there were any other way, I wouldn't have come to you. My physical strength may never reach the conditions needed to learn Gale Foot and flying slashes. Gung Shirlang frowned, looking at Wensheng with surprise. To him, only those who were not diligent would fail to meet the learning conditions. But seeing Wensheng's determined expression, he began to doubt. Let me, go ahead. Wensheng gestured as Gung Shirlang made a move to check his body. At that moment, Wensheng was still a guest at the Isen Dojo, and perhaps Gung Shirlang was worried that such an impolite action would cause misunderstandings, which was why he asked. After a moment, Gung Shirlang showed a puzzled expression. Physical strength is weak, but there is a powerful energy within. Is this also due to the devil fruit ability? After a simple examination, Gung Shirlang realized that Wensheng was not lying to him. He did not want to train. It was just that no amount of training would be effective. The energy gained from training is stored in the body and cannot be used to enhance physical strength. This is troublesome. With such a devil fruit ability, it was impossible for him to reach the physical conditions needed to learn Gale Foot or flying slashes. Even reaching a slightly stronger swordsman level was not possible. I can study with you, but I can't guarantee success. Thank you very much. Gung Shilang raised his hand to stop him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Navy. Wenxing nodded. That's right. I'm a brigadier general from the Navy headquarters, also serving as an East Blue inspector. Is it okay for you to stay here with me? Gung Shilang expressed his concerns. It was important to note that their upcoming research was tailored for Wenxing, meaning only he could use it. This implied that without Wenxing's presence, regardless of whether Gung Shilang's research results were successful, he would have no way to verify them. Therefore, Wenxing needed to stay in Frost Moon Village at all times to cooperate with the research and verification whenever he had any ideas. However, Gung Shilang believed that Wenxing's identity as a Navy officer made it impossible for him to remain in Frost Moon Village indefinitely. It's fine when I have time. I can just check on a couple of Navy scoundrels or catch a few pirate crews to manage things. I have plenty of time. Really? That's great. To achieve supersonic flight using the body to drive a weapon and to swing the weapon when it generates strong friction with the air, a year later, Gung Shilang developed a method that allowed Wenxing to successfully unleash the vacuum wave. However, this method made Wenxing involuntarily laugh. It turned out that the ability of the devil fruit had always been the limitation preventing him from unleashing the vacuum wave. The flight fruit allowed Wenxing to absorb the friction between himself and the air while flying, enabling him to fly silently. Yet, to perform a vacuum slash similar to a flying slash, friction was needed, which resulted in numerous failed attempts throughout the year. He had indeed previously canceled the fruit's ability to absorb friction to create sonic booms to kill enemies, but that was as an ordinary old man. However, that required completely canceling the absorption across his entire body, and the speed wasn't too fast. Otherwise, he might have died from the immense friction before even killing the enemy. But if he abandoned the absorption of friction on the weapon, his physical strength wouldn't be able to support him in holding and swinging the weapon steadily. Seeing Wenxing's dejected face, Gung Shilang also sighed helplessly. You should give up trying to use the vacuum wave with your current physical strength. After wasting a year, even though Gung Shilang was reluctant to accept it, he still advised Wenxing as a teacher. Whether it's gale foot or flying slashes, both require strong physical support to be released. Try to learn the vacuum wave through clever means without meeting the basic conditions was just wishful thinking. You either need to find a way to enhance your physical strength or continue fighting in your previous manner. I do not recommend you waste more time on the vacuum wave. Wenxing, he could certainly tell that Gung Shilang was trying to make him give up unrealistic fantasies and focus on reality. I see. Wenxing understood Gung Shilang's reasoning and felt no anger. However, the unwillingness in his heart still prevented him from giving up on this idea. He just needed to find another way to realize his desire to perform the flying slash. That's right, everything was caused by his weak physical strength. So all he needed to do was increase his physical strength until he could execute the vacuum wave. As mentioned earlier, this vast sea is full of miracles. Thus, finding a way to enhance his physical strength was not impossible. For instance, using technology to enhance physical strength, or having others use devil fruits to strengthen his body. Or perhaps, eat a second devil fruit. The image of Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who had eaten 2 devil fruits and was rumored to be able to eat a third, instantly appeared in Wenxing's mind. Well, forget it. I'll think about these complicated matters later. Though he didn't get what he wanted, Wenxing only felt a little unwilling, but was not particularly sad. The reason he came here was simply that Shiki had given him his twin swords and said something inexplicable. Now, after a year of effort with no results, it was time to give up. Most importantly, Master Gung Shilang, it seems you have 3 remarkable friends. Chapter 69, Testing the Leaders of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, the Tyrant, and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. That's right. The 3 who came to find Gung Shiro are the 3 main figures in the Revolutionary Army. Oh, Kuma used to be Creek. Just as Gung Shiro was wondering what kind of friends could be worthy of the great title from Wenxing, the door of the tea room they were in was pushed open. Hey, Mr. Gung Shiro, we came to see you. Sabo greeted skillfully as he entered. But when he saw that there were other people in the room, he suddenly froze. I'm considering whether to really let you be my second in command. Can your hasty personality really contribute to our cause? Dragon's calm voice came from behind Sabo. Isn't this what you hoped for? Otherwise, how could he just barge in without knocking? Right? Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Sheng, using his observation Haki, could sense the arrival of Dragon and the others. And of course, Dragon could also sense through his observation Haki that there was a stranger in the room. That's why he didn't stop Sabo's impulsiveness. He wanted to test the identity and purpose of this stranger in this way. Navy? Pirate? Dragon asked the question Sheng often asked before taking action, confirming the identity before preparing to act. At this moment, perhaps Dragon had the same thought. What difference does it make? Or rather, what do you want to do to me? Sheng replied defiantly, showing no signs of fear. Dragon glanced at Geng Shiro, who was still calmly drinking tea, as if confirming whether this person needed to be eliminated. If the Navy or the world government were to find out that Geng Shiro had close ties with the Revolutionary Army, his peaceful life would be completely shattered. I didn't expect that Sheng not only possesses unparalleled speed, but also has powerful observation Haki. Understanding Dragon's gaze, Geng Shiro put down his teacup and smiled leisurely. In these seas, if I didn't have some life-preserving skills, I would have died long ago. Sheng knew that Geng Shiro's words were not directed at them, but rather at Dragon and the others. Firstly, it indicated that he knew the person in front of him. Secondly, it leaked the information that Sheng possessed unparalleled speed to them. As for what Dragon and the others would do afterward, Geng Shiro need not worry. Our presence here cannot be known to others. Sabo wrapped his hands with armament Haki, transforming them into dragon claws, with the intention of taking action against Sheng immediately. However, he needed to wait for Dragon to give the order. Of course, his desire to silence Sheng also stemmed from wanting to make up for his earlier recklessness. As a rear admiral of the Navy, taking down Sheng, who possessed the flight fruit, would be an achievement. If it weren't for his insufficient physical strength, he would at least hold the rank of a Navy vice admiral by now. It seems the Navy has many of your subordinates. When I return, I must suggest to Admiral Akainu to thoroughly investigate the Navy. Hearing Dragon so readily disclose his information, Sheng was not surprised, but rather thought it was only natural. Without such means, how could Dragon have the confidence to want to overthrow the world government's rule? Do you think you can escape? Sabo spoke again, but his words made Sheng frown slightly. He didn't know that Sabo had such a personality. In his memory, Sabo was a gentle, kind, brave, and resolute person. After all, I'm not a part of the Revolutionary Army, nor am I his good brother. It's only natural for him to face me like this. I want to leave. There is no one in this world who can stop me. Sabo confidently believed he could keep Sheng, a mere rear admiral, while Sheng was even more confident, certain that if he wanted to, no one in this world could keep him. Want to try, kid? Sheng looked at Sabo, his eyes filled with provocation and pride. He was proud that he, who was always called a kid, could finally use that term to refer to others. Crack! Sabo got into position, ready to make a move, but he was blocked by an arm. It was not Dragon who stopped Sabo, but the silent tyrant Kuma. Is there anything strange about the pirates and the Revolutionary Army colluding? Sheng said naturally, still full of disdain for pirates. No. But Sheng's answer was clearly not what Kuma wanted. You are not surprised because of my identity as a pirate. It feels more like. You already knew that I was once a Revolutionary Army officer. Sheng. He didn't expect Kuma's intuition to be so accurate, to guess his thoughts so quickly. It is said that Rear Admiral Sheng shows no mercy to pirates and is a staunch supporter of Admiral Akainu's absolute justice. However, in your eyes, I don't sense any killing intent towards me as a pirate. Instead, it's what he didn't say, but he indeed received the emotions hidden in Sheng's eyes. Pity, compassion, and hidden anger towards the world government. Let him go. Although he's a Navy officer, he won't harm us. Kuma expressed his thoughts, unsure of Dragon's decision. No, if we let him know about today, yes. Sabo. Sabo wanted to object, but was stopped by Dragon's reprimand. We can't keep him. Dragon's words stunned Sabo, who then looked at Sheng, who was still leisurely drinking tea. In astonishment, a Navy rear admiral, with the top two leaders of the Revolutionary Army and a former officer present, could not keep him? Such a situation made it hard for Sabo to believe. But since it was Dragon who said it, He had to believe it. What did you see in your foresight? Wensheng asked Dragon. But Dragon did not answer his question and remained silent. Wensheng pouted, dissatisfied with Dragon's reaction. He was still thinking about whether Dragon's observation Haki could foresee the future, but little did he know it was all in vain. Teacher Gong Shiro, thank you for this past year. Wensheng stood up and slightly bowed to Gong Shiro. It's no trouble, I also enjoy. But before Gong Shiro could finish, Wensheng interrupted him, continuing, our relationship is also severed today. Gong Shiro. He knew that Wensheng was blaming him for leaking his information earlier. Wensheng walked towards the door, his steps steady and firm, as if the three blocking his way were of no concern. But just as he was about to pass by Kuma, he suddenly stopped. In the North Sea, the captain of the Heart Pirates is named Trafalgar Law. He is the user of the Ope no Mi, and there is no illness in this world that he cannot cure. When looking for him, be a bit patient. Their pirate ship is a submarine. Chapter 70 Feasibility. While Bear was lost in thought, Dorag blocked the path of Wensheng, who wanted to leave. You seem to know a lot of impressive information. Wensheng, could you tell us a bit more? The reason why Kuma became one of the 7 warlords should only be known by the world government, a few leaders of the Revolutionary Army, and Kuma himself. Yet now, this person who should not know about it has directly grasped Kuma's lifeline, which made Dorag extremely curious, prompting him to block Wensheng's way. What if I don't want to say? Wensheng was not intimidated by Dorag. As he said, his combat power might not be enough to harm these top-tier powerhouses. But if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Thank you. Kuma seemed oblivious to the tension between the two and stood upright, bowing to Wensheng with excitement and sincerity. He, observing Kuma's demeanor and recalling Dorag and Seibo's expressions, Wensheng couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, there's no harm without comparison. Don't you think, Dorag? Dorag, taking out a transponder snail, Wensheng decided to give this gentle person Kuma more help. His entire life has been filled with suffering, enduring numerous injustices and tortures, yet he has never complained about his fate, but accepted everything calmly. He just wanted to cure his daughter, well, his adopted daughter. Even with great strength, his wish remained so humble, but in the end, the two were worlds apart. This is undoubtedly one of the common tragedies in this world. He even became a pirate just to avoid implicating the common people. This world is utterly rotten, so why shouldn't Wensheng help those he cares about as much as he can? Hello, is this Brigadier General Wensheng? An excited female voice came from the transponder snail. Clearly, she was very happy to receive Wensheng's call. Ninus, where are you now? I'm at the Navy headquarters receiving instructor training. By the way, I've already mastered the 2-color Haki. Brigadier General Wensheng. Wensheng. He regretted making this call. Why did he make himself uncomfortable just to help others? Is Bella with you? Yes. I've been taking good care of her. It's time to let her go home. I'll send someone to pick her up. How can you do this? Getting the answer he wanted, Wensheng didn't care about Ninus' emotions and directly hung up the phone. Before heading to the North Sea, take Bella with you. It's very difficult to find Luo and the others. Let them come to you. Thank you. Although Kuma didn't know Wensheng's reasons for doing this, he listened seriously and then deeply bowed again in gratitude. Sigh. Dorag helplessly saw Kuma looking at him with pleading eyes and sighed softly. He knew that whatever little plan he had just thought up could not be realized. At least, it was impossible while Kuma was still present. Under Kuma's gaze, Dorag gave up the idea of blocking Wensheng. Wensheng continued to step away, and just as he was about to close the door to Gong Shirlong's room, he stopped again. Kid, Wensheng's gaze mischievously turned to Seibo. On that day, when you suffer greatly in the future, remember one thing. Everything was self-inflicted today. Creak. Bang. The door closed, leaving Seibo in a daze. Bang. Seibo was stunned, but Dorag was not. He immediately rushed out of the room, searching for Wensheng's trace. However, in just the moment it took to close the door, he found that Wensheng had completely vanished. Not only could he not see him, but he also couldn't sense him with Kinbunchika Haki, and even the wind gave him no feedback. It was as if the person who had appeared before them had never existed at all. Mr. Dorag, Seibo, and Kuma also ran out, but they only saw Dorag alone and did not witness the scene they had imagined. In their minds, Wensheng should have been caught by Dorag by now. But the reality was contrary to their expectations. A Logia fruit user? Totally fussed. Dorag looked at the empty sky and couldn't help but marvel. He patted Sabo on the shoulder to comfort him. Although he didn't understand what Wenxing's words meant or whether what was happening to Sabo would come true, he still chose to believe, seeing Kuma next to him so excited. How would he know about future events? It was impossible, right? Sabo looked at Dorag and Kuma with eager eyes, but neither gave him a definitive answer. Developing Kinbunchika Haki to its peak could allow one to foresee a few seconds into the future. He wondered if Brigadier General Wensheng could foresee Kuma wanted to comfort Sabo. But he realized that his words were not comforting. They seemed to stab deeper into Sabo's already anxious heart. Therefore, he immediately stopped the thought of continuing to speak and remained silent. Dorag, however, patted Sabo's shoulder again, saying, "Any tragedy stems from a lack of strength. Improve your strength until no one can bring you pain." So, you studied for a year and still haven't learned the Gale Kick? Looking at Smoker's gloating expression, Wensheng just wanted to punch him. Puff. All right, Wensheng did punch, but unfortunately, the Logia-type elemental transformation ability was too abnormal. His feeble attack couldn't inflict any damage on Smoker. Ha 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 ha. Just moments ago, Smoker was gloating, and now he was openly laughing. When I learn the flying slash or armament Haki, I'll instantly become a general, and then you'll be my subordinate. Ah ha ha. The laughter that had already calmed down erupted again, even more boisterous than before, as if Wensheng had just told a colossal joke. In Smoker's view, Wenxing's words were indeed a grand joke. With Wenxing's body strength comparable to a Navy lieutenant, becoming a general? Wenxing knew what Smoker was thinking. Not only did he think this way, but Wenxing himself also thought the same. Everything stemmed from his weak physical strength. However, Wensheng did not give up on learning the Gale Kick or flying slash. If the issue of physical strength couldn't be resolved for now, then he would make up for it in other ways. As is well known, Zoan-type devil fruits not only grant the user the ability to transform into the corresponding animal, but also significantly enhance the user's physical strength. Remembering when he lent a metal stick to Nami to take revenge, she looked like she was wearing a kangaroo costume. A seemingly feasible idea appeared in Wenxing's mind. Chapter 71. One more trump card. Are you planning to use the Iron Rod to perform the Galefoot? Or are you planning to use the Iron Rod to execute the Flying Slash? At the seaside of Rog Town, Smoker looked at the serious Wensheng, who was holding the rod with both hands, and a sense of absurdity emerged in Smoker's heart. He had no idea why Wensheng, who had just clearly stated his research had failed, suddenly said he had a way to perform the Flying Slash. But what did he see now? It was still the same as before, with no changes at all. The same weak body, the same Iron Rod. Is that it? What's wrong with using the Iron Rod to perform the Flying Slash? I've seen people use their arms to execute the Flying Slash. Wensheng was referring to Roronoa Zoro, who performed the no-sword style in Wano country. Smoker. Wenxing's words sounded to Smoker like someone trying to save face. Come on, little bag. As Wensheng softly called out, the iron rod in his hand began to change. First, a fluid-like flesh appeared on the iron rod, and this flesh quickly crawled up Wenxing's hands, which were holding the rod, and started to envelop his body. Hey, are you really okay like this? In Smoker's eyes, Wenxing's current state looked like he was being wrapped up by this suddenly appearing flesh, giving off a feeling that it was going to eat him. Wensheng gave Smoker a roll of his eyes, letting him comprehend the meaning behind it. It really feels like wearing a mascot costume. When Little Bag revealed its complete form, over 3 meters tall, completely enveloping Wensheng, Wenxing couldn't help but softly exclaim. Crack! Little Bag opened its large mouth, revealing Wenxing's face. Hey, this looks very dangerous, especially when Smoker saw the black flame-like ribbons floating and intertwining behind the huge kangaroo. He couldn't help but exclaim. Wensheng turned to look at Smoker, causing Smoker to instinctively take 2 steps back. He was startled by Wenxing's current state. At this moment, only Wenxing's face was exposed, while the rest of his body was completely wrapped by the giant kangaroo in front of Smoker. It was as if Wensheng had been completely swallowed. Are you okay? Smoker asked worriedly upon seeing everything in front of him. I'm fine. Or rather, I've never felt so good. It was as if he had endless energy, making him want to run around Rogtown 20 times as a warm-up. All right, He was still brooding over the fact that he could only run around the island twice before fainting. He finally understood how strong the physical strength of those officer ranks was, and how great the gap was between his physical strength and theirs. No wonder there was a hard requirement to master both types of Haki to become a rear admiral. It all made sense. Rear admiral? The rear admiral is a transitional stage from the colonel level to the admiral level, holding the position of an admiral but lacking the strength of one. Essentially, is still a colonel rank. This is also one of the reasons why Smoker, as a colonel, has never looked down on Sheng. Even if Sheng were a true admiral, Smoker might not still look down on him. Come on, little bag, cooperate with me. Hiss. Little bag made a hissing sound in response to Sheng's words. It's starting. Sheng raised the iron rod high and delivered a heavy strike. Isn't this just like before? Just as Smoker complained that this was no different from what he had seen before with Sheng swinging the iron rod, he suddenly saw Sheng's figure flash and arrive a few meters in front of him. Sheng used the incredible speed granted by the flying fruit to move a few meters away in the extremely short time while swinging the iron rod down. Then, boom! Swish! A massive flying slash, nearly 10 meters long, was unleashed from Sheng's iron rod, splitting the sea in front of Smoker and Sheng in two with their astonished gazes. The giant flying slash continued to shoot forward for hundreds of meters before finally disappearing. Splash! The sea returned to its original state, creating a huge splash, and it was this sound that brought the two back to their senses from their astonishment. Hey kid, your hands. When Smoker saw Sheng's hands explode and bleed profusely, he couldn't help but exclaim, I'm fine, it's little bag that's injured, not me. The fluid appeared again, but this time, in contrast to before, it flowed from Sheng's body back into the iron rod. You really did find a way to use the flying slash. Smoker sighed. He had always doubted that Sheng could truly develop an attack method like the Gale Foot or Flying Slash, but the evidence was right in front of him, and he had to believe it. However, he saw Sheng shake his head, denying his thoughts. Not quite successful, just a semi-finished product. Indeed, it was just a semi-finished product. Rather than saying Sheng had developed the Flying Slash, it was more accurate to say that Little Bag had executed the Flying Slash with Sheng's assistance. If this technique isn't a semi-finished product, what is? Looking at the iron rod in his hand, Sheng couldn't help but sigh. At least, I didn't completely waste this year. With the help of Gung Shiro, and under the premise that Little Bag endured immense pressure and was significantly injured, Sheng had indeed executed the Flying Slash. It was still a very powerful Flying Slash. But what use is this ability that can't be used as a permanent technique? Didn't Little Bag's transformed body have its hands explode? Like the sound explosion impact, let it be a trump card. No need to hold back. Sheng thought to himself, perhaps I could use a lower speed to reduce the power and make the Flying Slash a permanent attack method. In fact, for Sheng, the simplest attack method is still to use the speed of the flying fruit to smash someone's head in with the iron rod. But if he had no aspirations, he would truly only remain a rear admiral forever. Sheng didn't aspire to become an admiral, but at the very least, he wanted to become a vice admiral within 3 years. He didn't want Smoker to become a vice admiral 3 years later and mock him. He especially didn't want to salute Smoker, who had become a vice admiral. That would be extremely embarrassing for him, just like how he had ridiculed Smoker before. Is it still a matter of physical strength? Sheng clenched his hands and murmured. The fully unleashed Flying Slash relied entirely on Little Bag's selfless contribution. But this speed of the Flying Slash could only deliver one strike. It would take quite a bit of time for Little Bag to recover before it could be used again. Therefore, if he wanted to unleash a large number of flying slashes like the Golden Lion Shiki, he would have to reduce his flight speed. Of course, such an attack method would require him to make considerable attempts and efforts. If only my physical strength could continue to strengthen. Chapter 72, The Rising Wind. In a year, the background character Monkey D. Luffy will set sail, and then the Marineford War will break out. In another 2 years, it will be the downfall of the Don Quixote family, and I will be completely free. Sheng silently counted the time in his heart. In 3 years, he would be entirely free, able to work as a civil servant and wait for retirement in peace. In the Marineford War a year from now, I will definitely be required to participate. I should find a way to improve my strength. However, due to the limit of his physical strength reaching a bottleneck, he could not continue to enhance it. His observation Haki was already at max level from the start, leaving no room for improvement. The flight ability granted by his devil fruit allowed him to reach a level among the top 3 in the world, so he didn't need faster speed. The abilities he had already mastered had no room for further enhancement. Even Virgo's stick techniques could not be fully utilized due to his physical strength, but he had completely mastered those he could use. The only option left for Sheng seemed to be swordsmanship. Should he return to Frost Moon Village to learn from Kung Shiro? It was a good idea, but Sheng refused. He had previously left with words of severing ties with Kung Shiro, and returning to seek guidance now would be too embarrassing. He couldn't bear to lose face like that. He decided to find a swordsmanship dojo in Road Town. After all, with his physical strength, he wouldn't learn any powerful sword techniques anyway. Do you still want to learn swordsmanship? Smoker asked upon hearing Sheng's muttering. Of course. My current strength has reached a bottleneck, so I can only try to break through in other areas. Then go learn from Doflamingo. He's a good swordsman. Sheng, thinking of that clumsy, nearsighted female Navy officer for some reason. Sheng felt a strong sense of resistance. She was indeed a decent swordsman, but what Sheng needed was a teacher who could start from scratch and teach him swordsmanship, not someone as clumsy as Doflamingo. Therefore, Sheng declined Smoker's kind suggestion. I sent you to the East Blue not to enjoy life and learn swordsmanship. Have you forgotten your duties as an East Blue inspector? When Sheng received a call from Akainu again, a year had passed, coinciding with the time when the background character Luffy set sail and the Marineford War was about to begin. Sheng, when a leader wants to reprimand you, especially when he has a valid reason, no matter how you explain, it will be of no use. Thus, Sheng chose to remain silent. The main issue was that he really had done as Akainu said during these past 2 years. Aside from briefly fulfilling his duties as an East Blue inspector when he first entered the East Blue, he had been doing his own things, completely ignoring the responsibilities he should have fulfilled. A pirate crew, the Krieg Pirates, had entered the Grand Line from the East Blue and caused quite a bit of chaos in the first half of the Grand Line. Now, they had been driven back to the East Blue by Dracula Mihawk. Although he didn't know why Mihawk hadn't killed them directly, the fact that the Krieg Pirates had returned to the East Blue was now his task. Go eliminate them all. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Sheng replied loudly. Click. After hanging up the phone, looking at Smoker, who had awakened his observation Haki with his help, Sheng glared at him angrily and said, You useless fool. You let a pirate crew enter the Grand Line right under your nose without noticing. He was the East Blue inspector, not stationed at Road Town, the last stop for entering the Grand Line and a necessary passage. Thus, it was understandable that he was reprimanded by Akainu, while Smoker had to bear most of the responsibility. To this, Smoker responded that he wouldn't take the blame. Who told you to focus only on practicing swordsmanship and not cover all of Road Town with your observation Haki? If I had your range of observation Haki, would I have let those pirates enter the Grand Line? Sheng, he seemed to be left speechless by Smoker's words. That's not right. I'm not the base commander of Road Town. Why should I care about this? It's your job, so don't try to shift the blame. Because of your uselessness, those small pirates were allowed to enter the Grand Line. You have to take most of the responsibility for this. Smoker, he was left speechless by Sheng. After awakening his observation Haki with Sheng's help, he wanted to immediately awaken his armament Haki and surpass Sheng, causing him to forget his responsibilities and only focus on hard training. He had even handed over all the work at the branch to Doflamingo, completely neglecting his duties. You, as the East Blue inspector, cannot escape blame either. Just focus on developing your invincible flight devil fruit ability. Don't expect to awaken armament Haki or flying/techniques, kid. You're going too far. Smoker, do you believe I will fulfill my duties as the East Blue inspector and take action against you, the derelict base commander? I have not derelict my duty. I am training with you as you requested. Don't try to shift the blame. I never made such a request. Who knows? Damn it, Smoker. I will definitely make you pay for this today. Natural types, how terrifying. Remembering the previous experience, Sheng wanted even more to awaken his armament Haki. Although he had been suppressing Smoker throughout the fight, and Smoker, with his poor observation Haki, couldn't even detect his position, The elementalization ability of the natural type allowed Smoker to remain unscathed. When he realized he couldn't effectively counter Sheng, he began to taunt him incessantly. His physical and magical attacks couldn't harm Sheng, so he resorted to mental damage. Despicable. How could Sheng endure such a result? Well, he endured it because he genuinely couldn't do anything to Smoker. Smoker's sea prism stone? Not to that extent. They were merely colleagues, friends teasing each other, nothing more. Oh, found it. Within the range of my observation Haki, I discovered the traces of the Krieg pirates. This is great. I can vent all the frustration I experienced with Smoker on them. One advantage of being a Navy officer is that capturing or killing pirates is a matter of course. And during this process, whether it involves personal feelings or revenge doesn't matter. Sheng was very glad to be a Navy officer, as this allowed him to vent his anger on those pirates who caused chaos in the sea. However, in his excited state, he didn't notice a peculiar little boat leisurely following the Krieg pirates nearby. Chapter 73. Hawkeye Mihawk looking at the dilapidated pirate ship and the starving pirates on board. Sheng felt no pity for them at all. Perhaps he would show mercy to someone like Redfoot Zeph, who had completely distanced himself from his pirate identity and held kindness in his heart. Perhaps he would give someone like Kuro, who could make amends for past wrongs, a chance for redemption. Or perhaps he would hesitate to strike against pirates like Nico, Robin, and Kuma. But for the vast majority of pirates, his approach was still to kill whenever possible and to talk less. No matter how it was dressed up, a thief was still a thief. This was something he had firmly believed from the very beginning. Background King Luffy? As long as he called himself a pirate, Sheng would still show no mercy. All right, I can't kill the background king, but I can still capture him and send him to impel down. Sheng's figure, floating in the sky, was too conspicuous and was quickly spotted by the pirates of the Krieg pirates. But did Sheng care? Not at all. So, he slowly picked up the iron rod with a small pouch, gripping it tightly with both hands. Little pouch, let's see the true results of my training over the past 2 years. The consciousness of the Zoan type kangaroo fruit heard Sheng's command and transformed from the iron rod into a fluid, wrapping around Sheng's arms. With both hands firmly gripping the iron rod, Sheng instantly felt a surge of power. His flying speed increased dramatically, and he swung the iron rod with force. Swish! A flying slash, even more powerful than the one he executed a year ago, was unleashed, heading straight for the Krieg pirates' flagship, the irresistible warship. After 2 years of practice, Sheng had learned to limit the energy absorption of his fruit's abilities during the flight process to a certain range. At this moment, as long as the little pouch protected his arms, he could unleash the flying slash. It seems that as long as I don't run into a Logia-type devil fruit user, I'm invincible. Swish! Boom! But soon, Sheng was slapped in the face. An even more powerful flying slash came rushing from the other side, blocking and shattering Sheng's flying slash. In less than 2 seconds of entanglement, Sheng's flying slash was broken and dissipated in the air. Sheng, turning his head to the side, he saw Hawkeye Mihawk standing on a mini-ship that resembled a coffin, and Sheng's feelings became mixed. That's right. His flying slash had been blocked and destroyed by Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk. Do you know what you're doing? Sheng's face darkened as he looked at Mihawk, filled with anger. Mihawk was saving the Krieg pirates? How could that be possible? The world government established the 7 warlords of the sea precisely because the Grand Line has 7 routes, and each warlord is responsible for preventing pirates from traversing their respective routes. The Krieg pirates had entered the route guarded by Mihawk, which was why Mihawk had decimated their fleet down to just the flagship, the irresistible warship. And the only reason this flagship could return to the East Blue was that Mihawk was bored and treated it as a pastime. Such a Mihawk would never save the Krieg pirates. Perhaps the only reason he intervened was simply to protect his own toys from being taken by others. Regarding Sheng's glare, Hawkeye Mihawk was completely unconcerned, and instead, he felt even more curious. You must be the backship man, Sheng, the one who ate the flying fruit, as Shanks said. Sheng, you're the backship man. Your whole family is backship men. While he was mentally complaining, in reality, he could only remain silent. The person before him was the world's greatest swordsman, capable of fighting evenly with red-haired Shanks. Given his identity as a Navy officer, Sheng couldn't just leave. So he uttered a harsh word. This was already quite remarkable. He didn't dare to actually fight Hawkeye Mihawk. Just talk tough, and then leave. That was Wenxing's thought. Unfortunately, Mihawk did not answer Wenxing's question, but instead expressed his own confusion. You are not a swordsman. How did you execute such a powerful flying slash? The flying slash that this brigadier general had just unleashed was incredibly powerful, and he had experienced it firsthand. But when he saw the unknown things wrapping around Wenxing's hands, he realized that Wenxing had used cheating methods to execute the flying slash. This was an insult to him as a pure swordsman, so he wanted to figure out how Wenxing did it. Wenxing did not answer Mihawk's question, but instead took out a den mushi. If he was wronged, of course, he had to tell his parents and report to his superiors. Otherwise, why would he join the Navy? Wasn't it to have a powerful backing while becoming a civil servant? Admiral Akainu, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is blocking my pursuit of the Krieg pirates and is filled with hostility towards me. The hostility part was a stretch. Mihawk was at most just curious about him and wanted to seek answers from him. Akainu. He was quite fond of this subordinate, as Wenxing could indeed carry out absolute justice and show no mercy to pirates. Well, to most pirates. However, this subordinate also occasionally created a lot of trouble for him, and these troubles required a considerable amount of his energy to resolve. After receiving Wenxing's call again, he already had a premonition, but he didn't expect it to be such a matter. Since that's the case, let's withdraw for now. The mission to eliminate the Krieg pirates is temporarily shelved. That's not what I meant, Admiral Akainu. Wenxing interrupted Akainu, continuing, what I mean is, I want to ignore Mihawk's existence and completely wipe out the Krieg pirates. If I do this, I might fall out with the 7 warlords. Is that acceptable? Akainu. Mihawk. Mihawk had, of course, heard the conversation between Wenxing and Akainu, and this discussion only made him more curious about Wenxing. Does this brigadier general mean to kill my prey under my obstruction? He was very eager to know how Admiral Akainu would respond. Do you have confidence? Wenxing looked at Mihawk with disdain and said firmly, of course. Then go do it. Execute your justice. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Cutscene. Huh. Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wenxing. A little Navy brigadier general dares to underestimate me? When Wenxing slung the iron rod on his back and took out 2 short swords, Mihawk's eyes narrowed. Is that Sakura 10 and Drywood? The swords of the great swordsman Gold Lion Shiki. He suddenly remembered what Shanks had told him back then. If the dual-color Haki does not reach a certain level, one would be instantly killed when facing the backship man. If he truly wanted to kill someone, unless that person had unlimited stamina, the final victor would still be him. If his physical strength improved, without a doubt, he would replace Whitebeard and become the world's strongest man. Previously, Mihawk had scoffed at Shank's remarks, believing they were just drunken talk. But now, looking at Wenxing's determined expression, he seemed to believe it a little. Chapter 74. Flying slash. The small pouch still wrapped around Wenxing's arms gave him a strong sense of security. Wenxing tried swinging the 2 short knives in his hands a couple of times, muttering, not bad. These 2 short knives were not as heavy as the likes of Sandai Kitetsu or Yuki's sword. Their weight was not much more than the wooden sword he practiced with, which provided Wenxing with a great first experience using a blade. After glancing back at Mihawk, Wenxing turned to look at the pirates on the warship, the Indomitable. Swish! Hawkeye Mihawk instantly appeared on the Indomitable, wanting to see how Wenxing would kill those pirates under his protection. He also wanted to verify the truth of what Shanks had said. I want to see just how fast you are to dare to speak so boldly about wanting to. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. Under Mihawk's observation, with his observation Haki, he felt as if Wenxing had instantly transformed into a nearly imperceptible flash of light, disregarding his obstruction, and in the blink of an eye, had already decapitated several pirates. He wanted to intervene, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Unless he used a large-scale attack, he couldn't touch this naval commander at all. Or, Mihawk reached a pirate who was paralyzed in fear on the ground. He needed to protect this pirate closely to prevent Wenxing from carrying out his task. Perhaps this way, I can directly engage this Navy officer. Is Wenxing not just a pure swordsman? To Mihawk, that didn't matter. He was merely curious and a bit angry about Wenxing's cheating behavior that disrespected swordsmen, and he wanted to have a duel with Wenxing. Clang! When Sakura 10 and the Supreme Great Blade Knight first collided, a sharp buzzing sound was produced. Sheng looked at Mihawk in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected his attack to be blocked. Although this was not his fastest speed, it astonished him greatly. What he didn't notice was that Mihawk was also looking at Sheng with a face full of disbelief. He hadn't expected that this mere commander could have such speed, and his strength was surprisingly great, making it a bit challenging for him to intervene. No, it's not that he is strong, it's that he is too fast. Speed is power. Just as Mihawk was about to counterattack, Sheng suddenly vanished from his sight and the range of his observation Haki. Is he leaving? His observation Haki might be slightly inferior to Shanks's, but the sensing range was still quite large. But, bang! The sound of a pirate's head hitting the ground rang out again, making Mihawk turn his head. Because the pirate whose head had just fallen was precisely the one he wanted to protect. I really underestimated you, Navy. Mihawk already knew what Sheng had done. Sheng had flown out of his observation Haki's sensing range, then appeared at a speed even faster than before. Killing the pirate he was protecting before Mihawk could complete his blocking action. His eyes, like a hawk's, focused on a direction within his sensing range, where Sheng was located. Even though Sheng was moving at high speed, his eyes remained fixed on Sheng's direction. If I can't stop you from approaching these pirates with speed, then I'll stop you from getting close to this pirate ship. Swish! A massive flying slash was unleashed from the Supreme Great Blade Knight, aimed directly at Sheng's position. Just as Sheng was about to change directions to kill the pirates on the ship, he saw another flying slash coming straight at him. No! Seeing Mihawk constantly swinging the Blade Knight, Sheng was startled. He wants to use this impenetrable flying slash to stop me from boarding and continuing to kill pirates. Sheng believed that even with Mihawk's strength, he could not continuously use such relentless and impenetrable flying slashes for long. Yet, he was using this clumsy method to prevent Sheng's approach. It seemed like he was saying to Sheng, if you dare kill another person for me to see. Would Sheng be provoked by such a challenge? Of course, just a mere pirate. What are you so proud of? With both hands tightly gripping Sakura 10 and Kumu, Sheng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Mihawk, who was still relentlessly releasing flying slashes in all directions. Sakura 10 and Kumu seemed to sense Sheng's anger, responding with a phoenix-like cry of the blades. Flying slash, void wave. Two flying slashes radiating golden light were released from Sakura 10 and Kumu, charging towards Mihawk. Ambitious, aren't you? Not only are you not avoiding my flying slashes with speed, but you also dare to face me head-on. Navy, I recognize you. As Mihawk felt Sheng's fighting spirit rising, he stopped his fooling around attack method. When he saw the two attacks, which were clearly sharper, breaking through his reckless flying slashes and coming towards him, he became even more excited. With a swing of his blade, a massive flying slash was unleashed. Clang! Three originally insubstantial flying slashes collided with a loud clang, like metal meeting metal. After a brief moment of stiffness, even though Sheng's flying slashes were 2 against 1, they were still broken through. So, Navy, from which direction are you going to launch your next attack? With eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings and expanding his observation Haki, he wanted to know immediately where Sheng's attack was coming from. But Sheng made Mihawk realize immediately that his recognition of Sheng was far too early. Puffed, bang, puffed, bang, bang. At that moment, Sheng ruthlessly moved, eliminating all the pirates on the Indomitable. All the pirates who had barely escaped from the Grand Line back to the East Sea had their heads severed. This was an achievement completed by Sheng even under the obstruction of one of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye Mihawk. Navy, Mihawk, who had always remained calm, was taken aback by Sheng's sudden action. He didn't understand why Sheng had suddenly changed his attack target when he was supposed to be ready for a serious duel with him. This made him feel a bit played with, and he was slightly annoyed. But did Sheng care? Not at all. He even revealed himself not far from Mihawk, leisurely and with a smug expression, putting Sakura 10 and Kumu back into the small pouch. Are you finally going to fight me seriously? Seeing Sheng's serious expression, Mihawk's previous anger vanished completely. In his eyes, Sheng was making a move to challenge him. Even if Sheng was merely a cheating swordsman, the world's greatest swordsman was willing to accept such a challenge. Did you not see that Sheng had already picked up the iron rod behind him again, looking at him with a serious expression? Come on, Navy, as long as you defeat me, the title of the world's greatest swordsman will be yours. Chapter 75. Making a name in the sea. Sheng pouted. I'm not a swordsman. What do I need such a title for? Little bag. With Sheng's shout, his figure instantly appeared on the pirate's ship, and he slammed down with his staff. Little Bag's muscular thighs suddenly revealed themselves as he kicked fiercely against the hull of the warship's sword. From the very beginning, he had no intention of fighting against Hawkeye Mihawk. His goal had always been to complete the task given by Akainu to eliminate the Creek pirates. Now that he had completely wiped out the pirates, all that was left was to destroy this pirate ship. According to his usual practice, he would take this pirate ship back to the branch for money, but now, due to Mihawk's presence, it seemed he could not do that, so he could only destroy the ship. However, to Mihawk, Sheng's actions were an insult, although Sheng had no such intention. Marine, Mihawk muttered coldly as he jumped back onto his small boat. Crack! Sheng snapped a photo of the warship's sword sinking into the sea and sent it to Akainu. Then, under Mihawk's cold gaze, he left gracefully. However, Sheng did not notice that high in the sky, a messenger bird had witnessed the entire battle and captured many photos. It's him. That's right, it's him. Location, Bar Thai restaurant. Sheng returned here a month later. During this month, he had done only one thing: evade Hawkeye Mihawk's pursuit. For some reason, Mihawk always seemed to find his location and launch fierce attacks against him. The reasons for coming to Bar Thai were threefold. He was craving food, he was escaping danger, and he wanted to see what would happen if he captured the background king, Luffy, and brought him to impel down ahead of time. As for the people inside Bar Thai who were secretly observing him, he chose to ignore them. Pirates? By the time he arrived at Bar Thai, all the pirates had already been thrown into the sea. He was the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman. Sheng paused his meal upon hearing such news. He could no longer choose to ignore it. What is this turning into? This is tarnishing my reputation. When did I ever become a swordsman? Impressive. The first time we met, you were just an unknown Marine, and now you've become the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. What a big change in just 2 years. Hey, old man, if you want to lament about your age, please stay away from me. I'm still young. Upon hearing Zepp's words, Sheng instantly lost his composure. He had traveled here at the age of 18, and although 10 years had passed, he was only 28 years old and could not understand the old man's thoughts. Thus, he retorted fiercely, all right, you're still a vibrant young man. How could you understand the thoughts of an old man like me? It seemed that Zepp no longer felt fear upon seeing Sheng again, knowing he wouldn't act against him. Look at you now. You've made a name for yourself across the sea, becoming a figure of great importance. Not only are you the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman, but you've also become the gatekeeper for anyone wanting to challenge him. Once Sheng finished his meal, Zepp had someone clean up the table and placed a newspaper in front of him. Sheng looked over, and the first thing that caught his eye was a huge photo that nearly filled an entire page. The photo showed Sheng wielding Sakura 10, executing 2 golden flying slashes, while Mihawk swung his long sword, Yuru, releasing a massive flying slash that clashed with Sheng's. Upon seeing the photo, Sheng instantly felt something was off. Sure enough, his feeling was quickly validated. The newspaper detailed the battle between him and Mihawk, portraying their fight as evenly matched. It also explained that Mihawk pursued Sheng because he didn't want to become the world's greatest swordsman. In the end, as Zepp had said, they exaggerated him to be the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman, stating that to have the qualifications to challenge Mihawk, one must first defeat Sheng, the gatekeeper. In summary, due to Sheng, the reputation of the Marines had increased, and Sheng's title of Rear Admiral resounded across the sea. Hey, this is too exaggerated. I only exchanged a couple of blows with him and then ran away. Sheng exclaimed in disbelief while looking at the contents of the newspaper. So you don't deny that. With his interference, you wiped out the Creek pirates. There was such a thing, but hiss. Before Sheng could finish speaking, a series of gasps erupted in the restaurant. It's spreading that Rear Admiral Sheng admits he is the man closest to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. It's spreading that Sheng believes if Mihawk were not a warlord of the sea, he would already be the world's greatest swordsman. It's spreading that Sheng has the strength to defeat the world's greatest swordsman and doesn't he care for the title. Hey, you all are going too far. Sheng slammed his hands on the table and stood up, glaring at those who wanted to spread such absurd rumors. The room instantly fell silent. Then, truly the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman. How imposing. Feel sorry for Mihawk for a second. He encountered a powerhouse like Rear Admiral Sheng. With this kind of aura, I wouldn't be surprised if he could defeat Mihawk. Sheng. He felt he needed to call Akainu immediately to help suppress such false news. What would he do if those crazed swordsmen came to challenge him? Indeed, Sheng was referring to Roronoa's Zoro, the three-sword-style swordsman. Meat, I want to eat meat. But before Sheng could pull out his den mushi, a voice he found incredibly familiar entered his ears. Turning to look, Sheng saw the familiar figure wearing a straw hat, dressed in a red tank top, blue shorts, and open-toed sandals. The background king, Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, I didn't expect you to show up so soon, Straw Hat Kid. Luffy. Sheng glanced at Zoro, who was hanging 3 long swords at his waist, and felt a sense of confusion. Why is he here too? Logically, the Axe Emperor, Monka, should have been dealt with by my people. He shouldn't be reuniting with Luffy yet. And also, Sheng looked at the last person to appear, a pink-haired kid wearing round glasses, and his doubts deepened. With the titles of Effort King and Coward King, Kobe, have you become Luffy's navigator? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords being drawn reached Sheng's ears. I want to challenge you, the gatekeeper of the world's greatest swordsman. Please engage me in a battle between swordsmen. Chapter 76. Monkey D. Luffy, this is the downside of fame, trouble. Watching Zoro draw 3 swords and prepare for battle, Sheng helplessly thought. Others may not know, but you are well aware of how terrible my swordsmanship is. The newspapers just exaggerate. He had often seen Zoro while researching the flying slash with Gung Shiro in Frost Moon Village. But now, even someone like Zoro wants to challenge him. Sheng could tell how much trouble the newspaper's content would bring him. Not to mention those 2 titles that would make all swordsmen instantly excited upon seeing him. The reasoning was strong, but when Sheng saw the battle-hungry look in Zoro's eyes, he knew his words were useless. People often only want to believe what they want to believe. As for the facts, who cares as long as it doesn't involve them? Zoro, is this the person you want to challenge? He seems very ordinary, not impressive at all. Sheng looked at Luffy, who had come to Zoro's side, chewing on a piece of meat he had somehow obtained, and felt a ripple in his heart. After all, this person in front of him had accompanied him throughout his growth phase. Seeing someone so familiar, it would be strange if he wasn't excited. Unfortunately, his current identity was that of a Navy officer, a mature adult, and he couldn't express his excitement. Men are such contradictory beings. Is this skinny monkey your partner, Zoro? Just a temporary partner. After answering Sheng's question, Zoro wanted to attack. As for whether Sheng agreed, what did that have to do with him? However, his movement was interrupted. Whoosh! Luffy extended his arm, wrapping it around Zoro's shoulder. What do you mean temporary partner? You are my first crew member. So Zoro, have you become a pirate? Sheng looked at Zoro with a gloomy expression. No, that's right, Zoro is a pirate. Zoro wanted to deny it, but was stopped by Luffy. As if remembering something, Luffy stood up straight and slightly bowed. Hello, I am Zoro's captain, the man who will become the Pirate King. Monkey D. Luffy. Zoro is my crew member, the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. I see. Sheng stood up, putting the iron stick bag on his back and taking out a piece of withered wood. Of course, he had to take out the withered wood. Luffy's fruit ability could ignore any blunt weapon attacks that were not infused with armament Haki, and unfortunately, his iron stick was also a blunt weapon. I originally didn't want to fight you, but who told you to be pirates while I'm the Navy? Zoro, who initially wanted to explain that he wasn't a pirate, gave up that thought when he saw Sheng take out a short knife. He only thought about having a fight with Sheng and never considered that his actions were no different from admitting he was a pirate. More importantly, he is one of my targets. Leave him to me, Captain. Okay. Hearing Zoro call him Captain, Luffy happily stepped aside, ready to watch the battle between the two. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the qualification to watch. Come on, Sheng, let me see how powerful you have become after a year apart. A wound appeared on Zoro's body, slashing from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, blood gushing out as he fell to the ground. Just as Sheng thought. Luffy didn't even have the qualification to watch Sheng fight, and the same reasoning applied to Zoro. Their strength was too weak. Zoro! Luffy exclaimed, extending his arm toward Sheng, who had suddenly changed position. In his line of sight, he only saw Zoro suddenly severely injured and Sheng suddenly changing position. Beyond that, he saw nothing. You said, "What king do you want to become?" Luffy heard Sheng's voice, which had disappeared without him noticing, and thinking of his fallen comrade. He angrily replied, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." A wound identical to Zoro's appeared on Luffy's body, blood spraying out as he fell to the ground. Seeing such a scene, the cowardly king KB screamed and fell backward, his expression pitiful. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Bang! Cowardly king KB flew into the sea. Hey, Major Sheng, dealing with 3 little brats is a bit too much. Zepp looked at the large pool of blood on the restaurant floor, worried. KB? Flying into the sea signifies what? Zepp was clear on that. Who told them to be pirates? By the way, what was their bounty? Zepp. Looking at the obviously pretending to be confused Major, Zepp sighed helplessly. 2 newly set sail little pirates. What bounty could they possibly have? Is that so? It doesn't matter. As long as they admit to being pirates, it's fine to kill them. As for KB flying into the sea, sorry, no one cares. This is also a strange question for me. With your ruthless nature, why show mercy to these 2 little brats? Zepp could see that, despite these 2 little brats looking very pitiful, they were still alive and well. Which was different from Sheng's treatment of the pirates encountered earlier at the Bartai restaurant. Previously, Sheng would directly throw those pirates into the sea. However, Sheng's strike had directly killed them. Throwing them into the sea was more like a means of destroying the corpse. And now, the 2 little brats were just injured and unconscious. Zepp certainly knew the difference. Sheng shrugged helplessly. It couldn't be helped that these 2 little brats were familiar faces. So he didn't want to be too harsh. After all, Sheng was also intimidated by the background of Luffy behind him and didn't dare to kill directly. Taking out the Den Mushi, Sheng hesitated for a moment before dialing Gung Shiro's number. "I injured Zoro at the Bartai restaurant. Fortunately, he doesn't have a bounty yet, or he would already be a corpse." After saying this, Sheng hung up the Den Mushi. Then he dialed Akainu's number again. "I am at the Bartai restaurant in the East Sea, and I injure a man who claims to want to become the Pirate King." The Den Mushi, mimicking Akainu, frowned at the mention of injured. "Why keep him alive? Just kill him directly. He is wearing the straw hat of red-haired Shanks." Akainu. After a moment of daze, just as he was about to pressure Sheng to kill him directly, Sheng spoke again. "His name is Monkey D. Luffy. Akainu. If he were just a successor to one of the 4 emperors, he might have been able to withstand the pressure and let Sheng kill him directly. But he heard the emphasis on that surname and understood its significance within the Navy. So he didn't continue to suggest that Sheng kill him. Do they have a bounty? No, they just claim to be pirates. Do not act against them for now. I will report to the Admiral and then make a decision." "Yes, Admiral Akainu." Chapter 77. Son of the Devil Sheng put away the phone bug and looked at Zepp. Zepp, being very understanding, arranged for someone to treat Luffy and Zoro, not allowing them to die here. What does Shanks, the user of the face fruit, count for? Come and witness the power of King Luffy, who has a formidable background. The Navy, pirates, and Revolutionary Army all have to give him face. Thinking about the background behind King Luffy, Sheng suddenly had a bad feeling. By the way, Carp and Dragon are currently in the East Sea. Is it okay for me to injure Luffy like this? Just as the worries arose in his heart, Sheng decided to stop thinking about it, because another troublesome guy had caught up. What a troublesome guy. Can't you just do your job as a warlord properly? Sheng originally planned to leave the Bartai restaurant after properly handling Luffy and Zoro, but sensing with observation Haki forced him to choose to leave early. Because one of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye Mihawk, was eyeing him closely and had caught up. As for how to handle Luffy and Zoro, Sheng could only leave it to Zepp. He must have heard what I said on the phone bug. He probably knows what to do. Without lingering too long, Sheng immediately took off. If he didn't leave now, the Bartai restaurant might be split in half by a massive flying slash. Swish, 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 swish. Several powerful flying slashes came from behind. Sheng could easily dodge them, but the anger in his heart was about to explode. But the one attacking him from behind was Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords and the world's greatest swordsman. He had transformed his weapon, the supreme great sword Yuru, into a black blade and possessed powerful armament Haki, making him a top-level world powerhouse. He was not some mere Navy rear admiral like Sheng could contend with. Explain to him? Say that I'm not a swordsman? Forget it. With Mihawk's understanding of swordsmanship, how could he not know Sheng wasn't a swordsman? Perhaps it was precisely because he realized this that he kept chasing him. Whatever, let him be. Sheng looked down at the huge island beneath him and had an idea to put on a false front. Because on this island, there was a kingdom known as Alabasta. That's right, Sheng had evaded Mihawk's harassment and left the East Sea, arriving in the first half of the Grand Line in the Land of Paradise. By the way, he had reported this situation to Akainu, hoping to use the Navy's strength to make Mihawk stop chasing him. Unfortunately, Hawkeye Mihawk didn't care about the Navy and continued to do as he pleased. Big, 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 big. In the casino, a group of people surrounded Sheng, shouting wildly. They were, of course, ecstatic because they had followed Sheng and won 12 rounds in a row. Leopard, the dealer wins everything. The crazy gamblers froze when they saw the revealed dice, and the atmosphere shifted from wild cheers to a terrifying silence. How is this possible? Damn, you must have cheated. No way. Then, the gamblers erupted in anger. They couldn't believe that someone who could win 12 rounds in a row could possibly lose. But when they looked at where Sheng had been sitting, they found no trace of him. He had already left with the winnings. At this moment, Sheng had arrived at the rain banquet in Alabasta, enjoying himself for a few days. Mihawk? Who knows? Who cares? Maybe he had given up on chasing Sheng. Maybe he had other things to attend to. Maybe he was off bonding with Crocodile, another one of the 7 warlords. In any case, Sheng knew he had been having a great time these past few days. Sure enough, he had once again toyed with the emotions of those easily provoked gamblers. Indeed, all those who gamble madly are fools. They willingly fall into such obvious traps. This was a trap that had occurred daily for the past few days. Did those people have any brains at all? Sheng expressed his confusion and disbelief. That's because they can't resist their greed. They all know you will leave them broke. But they just can't help wanting to bet for more money. Sheng turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a beautiful, intelligent older sister sitting on the other side of the roof, smiling at him. So, beautiful lady, what brings you to me? He certainly knew who the person in front of him was. The last surviving archaeologist from O'Hara, the current vice president and commander-in-chief of the underground assassination organization Baroque Works, known as Mississippi, all Sunday, who had eaten the flower fruit, Nico Robin, a woman who could be considered a lifelong enemy of Sheng, as speed would be useless against her. How is that possible? Thinking of Nico Robin's boastful words, Sheng shook his head disdainfully. Speed is useless in front of her. That's just because others aren't fast enough. The ability of the flower fruit does allow her to sprout any part of her body on any tangible object within her line of sight. But there's a precondition for her line of sight, and that is she must be able to see it. However, Sheng's speed could reach a level where even if he flew past Nico Robin, she wouldn't be able to see clearly. Therefore, the idea of a lifelong enemy was simply non-existent. Our boss wants to see you. Can you please come with me? Nico Robin still wore a smile, and her words were as gentle as water. But the meaning behind her words was not as friendly as she said. If I say I won't go, will you threaten me with something like you must go or else? The young man is joking. If you don't want to go, then don't. After all, I've notified you, and the task is considered complete. How you decide next is entirely up to you. Nico Robin maintained her smiling expression, showing no emotional fluctuation at Sheng's words. However, what she was thinking in her heart was not as she portrayed. If you don't go, perhaps Crocodile will find you and suck the moisture out of your body, turning you into a dry corpse. Hearing Nico Robin's inner thoughts, Sheng couldn't help but sigh. As expected, Robin is still the same Robin. Well, going to meet your boss isn't a problem, but I need to make a call first. Sheng took out the phone bug and dialed that very familiar number. There is important intelligence to report. Sheng pointed the eyes of the surveillance phone bug at Nico Robin and continued, "This beautiful lady says that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is plotting to usurp the country to obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluton from the historical texts of Alabasta." Chapter 78, Understanding Akainu. Robin. Neither of them expected that Sheng would suddenly deliver such shocking intelligence. But soon, Akainu reacted first. He looked at the image transmitted by the Den Mushi and said with a grim expression, "Brigadier General Sheng, shouldn't your priority be to capture the demon child Nico Robin right in front of you?" Robin instantly came to her senses from her panic. The person in front of her was actually a Navy brigadier general, and he even knew the deepest secrets of the Baroque works. And all this leaked information was pinned on her? What a shameless man. But before she could process this, something even more terrifying happened. Her identity was exposed, and it was right in front of Admiral Akainu. "What are you talking about, Admiral Akainu? This beautiful young lady is not Nico Robin. Her name is, Nicole Kidman. Just listen to that beautiful name, just like her, so kind-hearted." Knowing that I am with the Navy, she actively reported Crocodile's crimes. Robin had no idea what Sheng was babbling about. She only knew that she should run now, otherwise the Navy and the world government would come after her. "Look, Admiral Akainu, because of you, that beautiful Nicole Kidman has run away." Akainu. He already knew that his subordinate was acting up again, acting like a fool, just like when he dealt with those retired naval officers, pretending to be clueless. "Sorry, my subordinate's prosopagnosia has flared up again." Hearing Akainu's words come from the Den Mushi, Sheng knew he had gotten his leader into trouble again. "Brigadier General Sheng, you need to immediately—" "Admiral Akainu, I can't deal with Crocodile. He is a Logia-type Sansan fruit user. You know I haven't awakened armament Haki." Akainu. Sheng knew that those with Akainu also understood that Akainu was not asking Sheng to deal with the warlord Crocodile, but to capture Nico Robin. For this reason, he interrupted Akainu and shifted the topic to Crocodile. "Brigadier General Sheng." Akainu's furious voice came through. This time, he was genuinely angry. All right, I'll go deal with Crocodile." "Gotcha." Sheng directly hung up the phone, not giving Akainu a chance to continue speaking. Deal with Crocodile? Sheng would never do that. Just as he said, he had not awakened armament Haki, and he couldn't handle the Logia-type Crocodile. Asking him to capture Nico Robin? Even more impossible. Among all the bountied pirates, if Sheng was the least willing to lay hands on someone, it was undoubtedly the so-called demon child Nico Robin, destroying others' hometowns, killing their mothers and relatives, and making Nico Robin witness the darkness of the world for 20 years since she was 8. All of this was a tragic human drama created by the world government, and the Navy became an accomplice in this tragedy. How could Sheng bring himself to lay a hand on such a person? Nico Robin is a beautiful young lady? Cough. Cough. That is indeed one reason. Well, just a little bit. Although I won't go after Crocodile. I think he will definitely come after me once he knows his plot has been exposed. Sheng still had some understanding of Crocodile's character. It seems he needed to be prepared. Bang! The Den Mushi connected to the conference table was instantly smashed through by Akainu's magma arm, causing everyone to turn their heads. "I have a Den Mushi. Do you want to borrow mine?" Suru immediately saw through Akainu's thoughts and handed over her Den Mushi. Akainu glanced at it but did not take it. That's right. He wanted to destroy the Den Mushi so he wouldn't have to contact Sheng anymore. Because he knew that even if he contacted Sheng and gave him orders, Sheng would never capture Nico Robin, as it would go against his sense of justice. "Admiral Sengoku, I propose to activate the demon-slaying order against Alabasta and directly destroy Nico Robin and the Poneglyph. We can't let her continue to live and threaten the rule of the world government." Akainu looked at Admiral Sengoku, who sat at the head of the table, and said with righteous indignation, "Agreed. Nico Robin poses too great a threat to the world government and must be eliminated immediately." Akiji, hearing Akainu's absurd suggestion, also firmly stated, I agree. This way, we can settle everything once and for all." Suru, not wanting to miss out on the chaos, chimed in. Bang! The already shaky conference table suddenly collapsed under Sengoku's anger. "What are you joking about? Alabasta is a member of the world government with a population of 10 million. For the stability of the seas, for justice, for the rule of the world government, I can bear this sin. Akainu still said with righteous indignation, ready to move at any moment as long as Sengoku nodded. He, Sengoku, furious, laughed in anger and roared at Akainu, go ahead. If you want to go, then go. The power to activate the demon-slaying order is the duty of an admiral. So press your golden den mushi and issue the order against Alabasta. Akainu. The conference room suddenly fell into silence. Cough, cough. Let's discuss how to deal with Crocodile, who is trying to research the Poneglyph and get involved with one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. Suru broke the silence and said, Creak. Akiji stood up. I'll go take a look. Without waiting for others to agree, Akiji walked out of the conference room. Is there anything else? If not, let's adjourn. Sengoku made his final statement, and seeing no one else speaking, he left the conference room. I'm becoming more and more interested in your subordinate, Brigadier General Sheng. I must find an opportunity to meet him. By the way, how many years has he been avoiding me? He dares to come see me now, right? Akainu. Are they just going to leave the intelligence about Nico Robin unattended? What about Akainu's absolute justice? What about the opinions of other senior Navy officials? What about the orders from the world government? Do they really think the Navy can't catch a Nico Robin who has been on the run since she was 8 for 20 years? They just haven't gone after her. Evidence? There is no evidence. Only one fact. Why is it that only Admiral Akiji is trying to capture Nico Robin and take action? He can suppress other navies, but can he suppress the other 2 admirals and Admiral Sengoku? Why isn't anyone else taking action? Because they all don't want to. The Navy has already borne enough infamy from the O'Hara incident, and that infamy was still born for the world government. They do not want to further tarnish the Navy's reputation by capturing Nico Robin. Of course, perhaps some people, like Sheng, are also unwilling to do so. Chapter 79 Preparation, Conversation, and Surprise. With these preparations, perhaps I can take down Crocodile. After distributing the berries to the many residents of Tamalisk who helped him, Sheng let them leave. Maybe after Crocodile learns about my preparations, he won't come looking for trouble. Sheng thought to himself, it makes sense. Anyone with some influence in the area could easily find out about Sheng's preparations. Once this information fell into Crocodile's hands, he would likely abandon any plans to deal with Sheng. Of course, he would have to investigate and obtain such intelligence first. Is this for Crocodile? Sheng glanced at Nico Robin, who was nearby, and helplessly said, you should be leaving Alabasta now, Miss Nico, instead of appearing in front of me. Didn't you say so? I'm Nicole Kidman, not a pirate. Why should I run? She seemed to have escaped her previous fear, realizing that Sheng wouldn't harm her, which is why she stopped to chat with him on her way to escape. Who would believe that? Do you believe it? Nico Robin, some members of the Navy, for various reasons, might choose to ignore you without attracting the attention of the world government, but not everyone thinks that way. Upon hearing Sheng's explanation, Nico Robin's expression turned serious, as it related to how she should face the Navy in the future. Even if you have the protection of Admiral Akiji, you should still avoid the Navy and the world government as much as possible. After hearing Sheng's words, Nico Robin looked at him incredulously. You mean Akiji is protecting me? Nico Robin laughed involuntarily, as if she had heard an absurd joke. She hadn't forgotten that during her 20 years of fleeing, it was this Admiral Akiji who had given her the most pressure. Many times, she had narrowly escaped with her life. But now, Sheng was saying that Akiji was protecting her. How could she believe that? Sheng shook his head, not intending to explain further. After all, no matter how he explained it, Nico Robin might never believe him. Only if Akiji personally explained a reason to her would she believe it. In any case, don't hold too much goodwill towards the Navy. Sheng's gaze shifted sharply as he looked at Nico Robin. If back then my superior ordered me to kill you through the den mushi, I would have done so without hesitation. Talp, talp, talp. Seeing the murderous look in Sheng's eyes, Nico Robin hurriedly took a few steps back, feeling an impulse to turn and leave immediately. I am the Navy, tasked with maintaining peace on the seas. Your existence could cause turmoil in the seas. So, don't hold too much goodwill towards me or the Navy. Right now, I might spare you for other reasons, but perhaps the next moment I could kill you for another reason. Do you understand? Nico Robin bit her lip tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. However, as she still felt the killing intent emanating from Sheng, she knew she had to continue her escape. This was not a safe place for her. Having made that judgment, she chose to flee as usual. Indeed, the reason she came to see Sheng was to seek refuge. However, Sheng's harsh words made her swallow the words she was about to say. She knew that continuing her escape was the only way to survive. Run away. Flee to the New World. The Red Hair Pirates and the Beast Pirates are both good places to take refuge. At least, they wouldn't hand you over for a mere 79 million berries. Why didn't Sheng recommend Nico Robin to join the Revolutionary Army? Because he couldn't say. After seeing Nico Robin disappear from sight, Sheng said, "Aren't you going to chase after her, Admiral Akiji?" I seem to have seen a Navy officer intentionally letting a bounty criminal escape. What to do? Should I report it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Sheng, how can you say such a thing? It was you who let Nico Robin go. If I had captured her, wouldn't I have to bear a backstab? Should I go catch her? She's still within my observation Haki range. With my speed, I could catch Nicole Kidman in less than a minute. Akiji. So it turns out that Sheng's observation Haki range is indeed as extraordinary as Akainu said. Oh, so that woman is Nico Kidman, not the person I thought she was. Is this Nico Kidman also wanted? Not all, Admiral Akiji. Sheng gave Akiji a way out, and Akiji stepped down as Sheng had thought. In that case, the topic of Nico Robin ends here. I didn't expect it would be you dealing with Crocodile. That's great. The topic shifted abruptly, but both continued to discuss the issue of Crocodile. Do you have evidence, Major Sheng? You must know he is a warlord recognized by the world government, and we have no reason to capture him without evidence. Of course, he owns a ship specifically used to release dance powder, named the Rain. It is precisely because he has been continuously releasing dance powder that it has not rained anywhere except Alabasta for 3 years. He is also the leader of Baroque Works, and incited by his members. The King's army and the rebels are on the brink of a major war. Good, we have both witnesses and physical evidence. And coupled with his conspiracy with Nico Robin to research the ancient weapon Pluton, it is enough to remove him from his position as a warlord. Akiji nodded in approval of Sheng's efficiency. By the way, do you want to transfer to my command? I can give you more freedom. Sheng, he didn't understand. Weren't they discussing Crocodile-esque crimes? How did it suddenly turn into an offer for him? I have no objections, Admiral Akiji. I have no objections. As long as you can persuade Admiral Akainu, I can transfer to your command. Akiji. After hearing Sheng's words, Akiji was momentarily taken aback. To recruit Sheng would definitely require the consent of Akainu, his former superior. It was clear that Akainu was a difficult person to deal with, making it very challenging to recruit Sheng, whom Akainu valued highly. Oh, in that case, never mind. Akiji chose to give up since it was a sudden whim to recruit him. However, at that moment, he saw Sheng suddenly turn his head to another direction, as if he had discovered something significant. What is wrong? Akiji asked curiously. Due to Akainu's promotion, the fact that Sheng's observation Haki range was exceptionally broad had become well known among the Navy's upper echelons. By the way, Admiral Akiji, are you interested in capturing the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Chapter 80, Fire Fist Ace you mean? Fire Fist Ace? Polgadi is. The 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates has made a huge name for himself in the New World in just 3 years, becoming a notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries. That's right, Fire Fist Ace. Under the perception of my observation Haki, he is about to land at the port of Tamalisk. Akiji rubbed his forehead in frustration. Come on, Sheng, don't cause me any trouble. Dealing with Crocodile is already giving me a headache, and now another Fire Fist Ace? Even as an admiral, I'd find that very troublesome. You just want to be lazy. Admiral Lazy Chicken. However, during my surveillance of Shanks, I became very interested in the information regarding Pirate King Roger. So I asked the headquarters to send me all the information about them. Sheng looked at Admiral Akiji, his tone filled with temptation. I discovered something very interesting. Do you want to know, Admiral Akiji? Akiji sighed helplessly at Sheng's unabashedly mischievous expression. If I say I'm not interested, you'll still spill it, right? I checked the records and found that Roger lived on an island called Batarilla for a whole year before his death, and after Roger died, the world government and the Navy executed all the pregnant women on the island. But one woman gave birth to a child nearly a year later. This woman is named Port Gasti Rouge. Admiral Akiji initially didn't react, but when he thought of the full name of the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, he looked at Wen Sheng in astonishment. Are you saying? Akiji stared at Wen Sheng in disbelief, seemingly trying to discern the truth from Wen Sheng's face. Is there a possibility that a great mother, in order to protect her unborn child from persecution by the world government and the Navy, desperately delayed the birth until she was helped by a friend of Roger, and then died exhausted after giving birth? Wen Sheng continued ambiguously. As for who that friend of Roger was, and whether this friend was willing to raise Roger's son, that's a tough one to guess. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Wen Sheng asked, "So, Admiral Akiji, who do you think that person who helped Roger was?" Akiji rubbed his forehead and shot a sidelong glance at the pretentious Wen Sheng. He quickly pinpointed the answer with just a little memory. After all, he could say he was a first-hand witness to that event. That's right, it was Vice Admiral Garp. Adding in the child who suddenly appeared and was taken in by Vice Admiral Garp, everything made sense. Then you should know, that person owes me a favor, so I really shouldn't take action against Ace. Oh really? Wen Sheng sighed. I was thinking, if Admiral Akiji takes action, at least we can temporarily save his life. If Akainu comes, Ace might not survive. Wen Sheng shook his head regretfully while pulling out a transponder snail, pretending to call Akainu. All right. No matter how lazy I am or how wavering my sense of justice is, facing Port Gasti Ace, who might be the son of Pirate King Roger, I still have a reason to take action. Because he is a Marine and one of the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy, Admiral Akiji Kazan. If Ace weren't a pirate, he might be able to look the other way. If Ace weren't a pirate, he might let Ace go out of respect for Garp. If Ace weren't a pirate, he might even let Ace go for having a great mother. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world, only what has already happened. Port Gasti, Ace is a pirate and a renowned 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. So, he has a reason to take action. Tell me his exact location. I will freeze the path of Fire Fist Ace. So, why didn't you tell me about this discovery earlier? The transponder snail mimicked Akainu's frown, scolding Wen Sheng. But at that time, Ace was just an ordinary person. Did we have a reason to act against him? Akainu. Once Fire Fist Ace's fame had risen, he had already reached the New World, joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and became the 2nd Division commander. Did the Navy have a reason to fight the Whitebeard Pirates to the bitter end? That old man may be old, but the title of the world's strongest man is not just for show. Akainu. He had no way to refute Wen Sheng's reasoning. Yes, he was a Marine who executed absolute justice, but under Vice Admiral Garp's protection, he couldn't bring himself to act against an ordinary person. As for fighting the Whitebeard Pirates, he was 100% in agreement, but knowing Sengoku's character, he knew that a war couldn't happen. At least, until they captured Port Gasti, Ace, and got the world government's consent. There would be no war. But now it was different. Fire Fist Ace was landing alone in Arabasta, detected by Wen Sheng's broad range of observation Haki. Coincidentally, Admiral Akiji happened to be in Arabasta to deal with the Shichibukai crocodile. So without a doubt, this was the perfect time to resolve this historical issue. Admiral Akiji asked me to contact you and prepare for the Whitebeard Pirates' crazy counterattack. Okay, I understand. I'll notify Admiral Sengoku right away. Akainu responded. Just when Wen Sheng thought the call was about to end, Akainu's voice came through again. You've reviewed a lot of documents over the years, haven't you? Have you discovered any secrets that you haven't reported to me? Wen Sheng was taken aback by this question. After thinking for a moment, he replied, uncertainly, nothing. I guess. Akainu. Gatsa. Akainu was speechless. Upon hearing Wen Sheng's pause, he resolutely hung up the transponder snail. Hee. It seems our little major has quite a few secrets he hasn't reported. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had heard the contents of Akainu and Wen Sheng's call, smiled and said, Akainu. He completely couldn't understand why this subordinate of his always called him during meetings. But every time Wen Sheng called him to report intelligence, it was very important information, important enough that he needed to connect immediately. As a result, many of their conversations took place during high-level Navy meetings. What a frightening young man. But isn't that good? It saves time on relaying information. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of Pirate King Roger. How terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Sengoku knocked on the troubled conference table, attracting everyone's attention. Looking at the empty chair, Sengoku couldn't help but feel lucky. Good thing Garp isn't here, or things would be even more difficult. Now, let's discuss how to deal with Fire Fist Ace, the son of Pirate King Roger. Chapter 81. Akiji vs. Ace Boom. Crackle, crackle. The sounds of roaring flames and freezing ice continuously echoed, repelling all other elements that should exist around, creating a true scene of ice and fire. And the only observer of this scene was one Sheng. This naval uncle can't just pretend he didn't see me and let me leave, can he? Fire Fist Ace. While launching an attack on Akiji and blocking the incoming freezing ability, chuckled. He transformed his arm into a high-temperature flame and, with a fierce punch, released a massive fiery fist aimed at Admiral Akiji. That won't do, Ace. You're a pirate, and I'm a Navy soldier. Isn't it natural for soldiers to catch pirates? Akiji said. Seeing the fierce fire fist coming, Akiji gathered cold air in his right arm and waved his hand, releasing a giant ice bird that charged towards the fire fist. Sizzle. The sound of the ice bird melting echoed, steam expanding and enveloping everything around in mist. However, this did not mean that in the battle between fire and ice was being defeated. Ace's flames were also diminishing in the clash until both disappeared completely. This exchange seemed to be an evenly matched confrontation. Hee, doesn't this mean I can escape? Ace laughed as he saw the surroundings completely shrouded in mist. But before he could make a move to escape, he heard a voice beside him. It seems Whitebeard has protected you too well. It turned out that while the mist enveloped the battlefield, Akiji had already used his observation Haki to approach Ace and placed a hand on Ace's shoulder. Freezing moment. Huh, that was so easy? As the only observer, One Sheng said in disbelief. He knew that Ace, with the Flame fruit ability, would lose. But he didn't expect it to be so simple. In his mind, the battle between the two should at least last for a while, not end in less than an hour. When the mist cleared, what appeared before One Sheng's eyes was Ace, already frozen into an ice sculpture by Akiji. It seemed he was no longer able to. No, the freezing moment could be considered just Akiji's small trick. Such a technique could not freeze someone who could transform into flames like Ace. Just as One Sheng was about to activate his observation Haki to foresee the future, the situation changed as he had imagined. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ice sculpture of Ace, and from these cracks, flames surged out continuously until, boom, the ice sculpture exploded and a swirling column of fire surrounded Ace. Clearly, before being frozen by the cold air, he had also made defensive preparations to free himself from the ice. I prefer the warmth of flames over the cold. Looking at Ace, who still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and wore a carefree smile, Akiji sighed helplessly. Can't you just be frozen into an ice sculpture? That would save us both a lot of pain. That won't do. I have things I must do now, and I don't want to be caught by the Navy at this time. No, I never want to be caught by the Navy, no matter when. Is that so? But this matter is not up to you. Akiji abandoned the idea of being lazy, and his expression became unusually serious. The nature type is troublesome. It seems I can only defeat you until you can no longer escape, and then freeze you. Creak, creak. The ground instantly froze, turning into an ice rink-like arena. Oh no, Ace exclaimed, realizing the disadvantageous situation for him, and was about to melt the ice, but suddenly found that Akiji had appeared before him as if teleporting. Then, bang! A punch wrapped in armament Haki struck hard at Ace's abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed from Ace's mouth as he struggled to raise his head, looking at Akiji's fist, which had turned pitch black. Armament Haki. Since eating the flame fruit, Ace had never received such a blow. Whitebeard. That's just a father hitting his son. It doesn't count. Akiji's sudden punch made him momentarily dazed. This moment of distraction led to him being frozen again. Indeed, have you been too well protected by Whitebeard? You can't even use Haki, thinking that eating a nature-type devil fruit makes you invincible? If it weren't for Whitebeard's protection, you would have been killed long ago. Retracting his fist to his waist, gathering strength, he struck. Akiji delivered another punch wrapped in armament Haki towards Ace's head encased in ice. Bang! The ice sculpture's head shattered. Though he was a protected good boy, he still had some cleverness. Akiji did not shatter Ace's head. He elementalized in advance, transforming into flames to avoid Akiji's strike when the ice sculpture was shattered. But, can I just knock you out? That would be beneficial for both of us. I don't think that will be beneficial for me at all. Ace reformed his body from a distance, clutching his injured abdomen, cautiously watching Akiji. His face no longer held that carefree, relaxed smile, but instead displayed a look of pain. It seemed Akiji's punch had a significant impact on him. Boom! Flame ring, fire pillar. Perhaps fearing Akiji's teleport-like speed, even though Akiji had not yet attacked him, Ace still unleashed a fire pillar that completely surrounded him, defending against Akiji's sudden attack like before. It seems I've angered him. Looking at the towering fire pillar, Akiji murmured softly. However, his expression remained lazy, seemingly unconcerned, even if he provoked Fire Fist Ace. Great flame ring, accompanied by Ace's roar, the fire pillar surrounding him rapidly expanded outward, intending to turn the entire battlefield into a land of flames. Ice Age. Seeing the fierce flames, Akiji did not dare to underestimate Ace. He released a large amount of cold air, and the temperature around him dropped rapidly. Starting from Akiji's feet, the ground instantly froze and spread outward at high speed. He was countering Ace's great flame ring by changing the environment. However, he still held back. Otherwise, the frozen ground wouldn't just be the battlefield they had chosen, but the entire Tamalisk port city. The battle between nature-type devil fruits is a battle of natural environments. And the natural environment on the battlefield is the geographical advantage that both need to compete for. Therefore, no matter how confident Akiji was, he could not just watch Ace turn the battlefield into a land of flames. Chapter 82. Unleashing Big Moves? Experimental Big Moves? Boom! Flames and cold air collided, forming a striking divide between the two, half frozen, half aflame. Only the airborne Ace could see it clearly. It was as if two natural forces were evenly matched. Yet the frosty terrain clearly had a wider range and greater advantage. Can't you just let me go, Admiral Akiji? Ace seemed to have recovered from Akiji's earlier blow. Although he was not as carefree as before, a confident expression returned to his face. It was as if he was offering Akiji a chance to escape, rather than begging for mercy. No way. Today you must come with me, to impel down. Oh, is that so? Ace's confident demeanor shifted. From a sunny, fiery boy, he instantly transformed into a cold, godlike figure. And there rest no other choice. Great flame ring. Raging flames erupted from Ace's body, spreading outwards like a fiery vortex. However, as the flame vortex attempted to cross between the two, Ace realized that no matter how hard he tried, his flames couldn't cross that seemingly easy but actually insurmountable barrier. An even fiercer flame erupted from Ace, as he aimed to reshape the environment to unleash his powerful strike. But soon, he was astonished to find that no matter how much fire he released, he couldn't step over the threshold. Ace looked incredulously at Akiji, as if for the first time he was truly acknowledging the strength of this Marine Admiral. Perhaps it was Whitebeard's protection, or perhaps he believed he could fight Whitebeard without being much weaker than the world's strongest man. So he always viewed the so-called Marine Admirals with a casual and even dismissive attitude. Even after being struck and coughing up blood, he thought it was due to his own carelessness, feeling no sense of inferiority to the Marine Admiral. It was only at this moment that he realized he had always underestimated the top-tier powers at sea and the strength of the Marine Admirals. As he looked at the towering flames that nearly filled his entire field of vision, Akiji shook his head slightly. Impressive, but the flames lack refinement. He continuously released cold air to prevent the flames from approaching. As for the attack Ace was about to launch, he didn't care. Underestimating? Not at all. He simply had the confidence of having grasped Ace's strengths and weaknesses with a surety of victory. Just like Ace was still preparing for his upcoming super strike, Akiji was already ready, waiting to counter once Ace made his move. Attacking preemptively? That wasn't out of the question. But considering that this might be Ace's last time using the Mera Mera no Mi S powers, he decided to let it happen. Can't wait anymore. Just attack directly. Seeing that the flames were not accumulating, Ace abandoned the idea of continuing the stalemate. Great flame ring, spectral fire. The flame vortex gradually condensed in the air, transforming in an instant into 5 corporeal flame dragons. Roar! The flame dragons roared in unison and dove down towards Akiji on the ground. Gorgeous but impractical. Upon seeing the 5 flame dragons, Akiji instantly assessed Ace's move with utmost sincerity. Indeed, such a technique was very flashy, and its might was formidable. However, using such a move against opponents of equal or greater strength was undoubtedly superfluous. He had not even used his Logia-type Ice Fruit ability, merely matching his Admiral title by deliberately condensing a form of his fruit's power. Akiji watched as the 5 flame dragons descended, his gaze locking onto Ace in the distance. He retracted his fist to his side, armament Haki enveloping his right hand, charging for an attack. Whoosh! Like before, Akiji appeared in front of Ace as if teleporting, then swung his fist with force. Ice Path Iron Fist, using rapid movement on the ice as momentum. With armament Haki wrapping around his fist, he launched the Iron Fist technique he learned from Vice Admiral Garp, enhanced by the combined force of speed and Haki. Bang! Unlike the previous attack that relied on the Soru and the Devil Fruit ability for an instantaneous strike, this time Akiji's attack gained powerful speed momentum, making this strike significantly stronger than the last. Ace's earlier attack with a Great Flame Ring, Spectral Fire? No matter how magnificent the attack, it needed to hit the target first. He was Admiral Akiji, but there was no rule that a Marine Admiral had to take the enemy's attacks head-on to conserve energy. Of course, he would dodge. Ugh! Ace's eyes widened. He could not withstand Akiji's blow. A dizzy sensation struck his head, and his body involuntarily fell forward. It was then he noticed that an ice path had appeared between them, cutting across the fiery area he had created. How is this possible? His flames couldn't melt Akiji's ice? No, it's not that it can't melt, but melts very slowly. Through his half-closed eyes, he saw the edges and surface of the ice path gradually melting. More concentrated cold air. Ace's eyes were now shut. He seemed on the verge of fainting from the impact of that punch. Just then, Akiji's voice reached his ears. This punch is so powerful. I didn't expect the first time using this imagined move to have such strength. Is he humiliating me? Just before losing consciousness, that thought crossed Ace's mind. Who told a monster with such incredible speed to appear among the Marines? We old-timers worry every day that this monster might defeat us with speed, which is why we train so hard. Fire Fist Ace, you were defeated by this punch, and it's not unjust. A monster with incredible speed. Who's he talking about? Unfortunately, a more intense pain surged, swallowing Ace's last bits of consciousness, and he collapsed. Ace, a monster with incredible speed? Has such a monster appeared in the Marines? How come I don't know? If someone else had said this, Ace might have wondered if it referred to him, but since it was Admiral Akiji speaking, receiving the title of monster from such a person made Ace realize that Akiji was definitely not referring to him. That's right, my flying speed is incredible, but not my overall speed. There is a huge difference between the two. Therefore, he is definitely not talking about me, a mere Marine Rear Admiral, whose physical strength is only that of an ordinary Marine ensign. Chapter 83. Crocodile. The battle was over. Seeing Aces re-encased in ice by Akiji, and with Ace trapped in an oval ice ball, it seemed impossible for even Ace's flames to break free easily. Next, it was time to deal with the Warlord Crocodile. Sheng muttered softly. Just as he was about to head towards Akiji, he noticed that the wind around him suddenly intensified. Moreover, a lot of sand was mixed in with this wind, continuously rushing towards Sheng. This is, you capture my miss all Sunday, right? The sand gathered, forming a man with a defiant expression. This man wore a black fur coat, had a cigar in his mouth, a long scar crossing his cheek, slick back hair, and a golden hook for a left hand. Without a doubt, the person who appeared was one of the warlords Sheng had just mentioned. Sir Crocodile? Miss who? Sheng pretended not to understand, but in his heart, he was urging Admiral Akiji to hurry up and complete his task. However, to Sheng's surprise, his observation Haki sensed Akiji approaching with the frozen ace, but he was hiding. That's right, Admiral Akiji was hiding. Regardless of his mission target crocodile, he just hid away. He even found a good spot to watch the battle, sitting down as if he had no intention of intervening, perhaps fearing to disturb the impending battle. He was trying to minimize his presence, not appearing within Crocodile's line of sight. Sheng, he suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. Oh, doesn't this resemble the scene where I hid far away to watch him fight Ace? Sheng instantly felt uneasy. Crocodile was a Logia-type Sansan fruit user. Having him, a person without Haki, face him was like sending him to his death. Run towards Akiji's hiding place and lure Crocodile away. The thought just emerged, and Sheng abandoned it, because he felt that even if he did that, Akiji might just run even further away. What a petty guy. He could see that Akiji wanted to quietly observe the battle between him and Crocodile, just like before. Kid, hand her over to me, and I might spare your life, Crocodile said fiercely, looking at Sheng, who seemed a bit distracted. Just a mite. As expected, pirates' hearts are dirty. I don't know anything about someone named Miss Whatever. Sheng denied, but of course, he had another motive. Stop pretending, give me Nico Robin back, or you won't leave here alive. Even if I return her, I won't leave alive, you treacherous pirate. So you admit that Nico Robin is your subordinate. Under your protection, Crocodile. He wasn't unwilling to speak, but he saw the den mushy in Sheng's hand. What he just said had been completely recorded by Sheng, and this could prevent him from remaining a warlord and continuing to stay in Arabasta in the guise of a hero, plotting to find the ancient weapon Pluton. Swish! A blade made of sand sliced towards Sheng, aiming to split him in two and snatch away and destroy the den mushy. Although losing the warlord status didn't matter much, he had to admit that the power of being a warlord was too tempting. Suddenly attacking Sheng was to make up for what he had said earlier in order to maintain his power as a warlord. He knew better than anyone the importance of Nico Robin, and he knew better than anyone why the world government valued her so highly. The last archaeologist capable of reading the true history, and the person who posed the greatest threat to the world government. Anyone who helped her or protected her would be eliminated once the world government found out. Even if that person was a warlord, this person must die, and the den mushy in his hands must be destroyed. It was out of such thoughts that Crocodile launched an attack on Sheng without hesitation. But as soon as he sensed Crocodile's appearance, Sheng had already activated his foresight ability. Crocodile's attack was already visible to Sheng. Thus, Sheng easily dodged Crocodile's attack. You can actually fly in the sky? Seeing Sheng hovering in the air looking down at him, Crocodile was astonished. In his understanding, only that legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, could hover in the air like Sheng. I am Sheng, a member of the Don Quixote family, who has eaten the float fruit. Is it strange that I can fly? As usual, Sheng's lies came easily, especially when introducing himself. Whoever you are, you're going to die today. Crack, crack, crack. Crocodile's body quickly transformed into sand, swept by the wind, heading towards Sheng in the sky. Become a dried corpse for me, kid. Crocodile's upper body recondensed in front of Sheng, reaching out with his right hand to grab him. Sheng knew that Crocodile's fruit ability could drain the moisture from anything he touched, and if he got caught, Sheng would undoubtedly turn into a dried corpse, dead beyond measure. Isn't drinking water or touching water enough to recover? That's Luffy's treatment. Do you really think everyone is a background character, the destined child of the world? So, Sheng immediately flew away. However, he didn't create much distance from Crocodile, but quickly came behind him, then took out a dried wooden dagger from his spatial bag. This is a surprise I specially prepared for you, Old Sand. With the dagger in his right hand, he reached behind him and pulled out a rubber ball the size of a human head. However, the rubber ball contained something. He threw the rubber ball and swung the dried wooden dagger to puncture it. Puffed. The seawater instantly poured down on Crocodile's head, causing him to go limp immediately. That's right, this was the method Sheng had paid the residents of Tamalisk to prepare for dealing with Old Sand. The seawater rubber ball, as is well known, seawater and sea prism stone are weaknesses of devil fruit users, and Crocodile, whose elemental state could not be maintained upon contact with water or blood, was particularly vulnerable under the influence of seawater. Crocodile fell from the sky the moment he came into contact with seawater, and faced with such a great opportunity, Wensheng wouldn't hold back. He chased after Crocodile as he was falling, continuously pulling out seawater rubber balls and pouring them over him. Until, Crocodile crashed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 84. The Blackbeard pirates appear. Admiral Akiji, come help us collect the corpses. Come help. I can't hold him down for much longer. With Crocodile's physical strength, falling from that height would only cause him a little pain at most. If it weren't for Wensheng continuously pouring seawater from a rubber ball in the spatial bag over Crocodile's head, he probably would have shaken off the feeling of weakness from the seawater and left gracefully. Oh my, I didn't expect Crocodile to be dealt with so easily. Creak, creak. As Admiral Akiji approached, Crocodile, who was already drenched in seawater, was instantly frozen. By the way, if you can easily take care of Crocodile, why did you call me here? It's quite troublesome, you know, Akiji said with a hint of dissatisfaction as he watched Wensheng pretend to be frightened and pat his chest. If he had known Wensheng could handle Crocodile so easily, he wouldn't have bothered to come. How is that possible? Wensheng felt even more dissatisfied, both for Akiji's previous inaction and his lazy remarks. That bit of seawater only slightly restricted Crocodile's movements. Without your help, I could only injure him at most. Capturing him directly is impossible. Even if Crocodile can't absorb seawater with the weather here, he could roll on the ground and that bit of seawater would disappear without a trace. Only injure him? Akiji looked at Wensheng with a strange expression and said softly, "So you mean if you awaken your Haki or had a sea prism stone weapon, dealing with the other 7 warlords would be as easy as dealing with Crocodile, right?" That is, Wensheng, who was about to say of course, immediately changed his mind upon seeing Akiji's gaze. That's impossible. As a mere Commodore, how could I deal with the 7 warlords? Hearing this abrupt change, Akiji didn't say much. But in his heart, he held Wensheng in even higher regard. The 7 warlords are all at least vice admiral level, with the strongest possessing admiral level strength. Such powerful pirates are no threat in front of Wensheng, who hasn't even mastered Haki. Just how strong are you, Wensheng? Commodore. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. Akiji, after a moment of silence, he casually said, "Forget it. I'll take these 2 back to the Navy headquarters. You handle the chaos in Alabasta." Wensheng pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Handle the chaos in Alabasta? Am I worthy? But Akiji completely ignored Wensheng's question and turned to leave with the frozen ace and Crocodile. Wensheng. Akiji turned to leave so decisively, without a hint of reluctance, as if the comrade beside him in the Navy had always been an inconsequential person. No. Wensheng's heart felt like his legs were kneeling, his head tilted back in a shout. Just as Wensheng was caught up in his thoughts, Akiji had already ridden his little bike towards the Navy headquarters. How to resolve the chaos in Alabasta? This was the question Wensheng was currently pondering. Just kill everyone in the Baroque works? If this chaos could be resolved simply by killing a few people, then it would be very simple for Wensheng. But this chaos had already gained momentum. Even if he killed everyone, the unrest would likely continue. Forget it. I'll leave this problem to the king of Alabasta to worry about. I can at most help him with a bit of simple killing. If he can't calm the chaos, then let us change the king. This has nothing to do with me. Just as Wensheng was thinking this, he suddenly turned his head to look in another direction. He sensed a malicious gaze watching him from that direction. Such a sensitive reaction, just being seen by me, allows them to pinpoint my location. 5 kilometers away, Van Oka put down his specially extended lance. Qianlu, surprised that the person he was monitoring could detect him. This was the first time he had been spotted while aiming at someone from such a distance. There are countless talented individuals on the sea. It's not surprising to encounter 1 or 2 with sensitive nerves. We should thank the Navy, otherwise my captain would have kept chasing us. Haha. Blackbeard Teach felt that ever since he killed the 4th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Thatch, his luck had been exceptionally good. He obtained the Logia-type dark fruit after waiting for 26 years, escaped unharmed from the Whitebeard Pirates, found 4 powerful crewmates, and now, his former captain, Fire Fist Ace, who had been chasing him, was captured by the Navy. Everything was continuously moving in a good direction. According to Van Oka, all of this is fate. Ha. Thinking of his happiness, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but burst into laughter. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you bunch of trash running away in panic. But his laughter was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. How is that possible? You were just 5 kilometers away. How could you get here so quickly? Van Oka looked at Sheng, who was now hovering in the air, incredulously. Crack! After his surprise, he immediately raised his lance to aim at Sheng in the air. Is this the sensitive person you mentioned? Oka? Yes, Captain. Van Oka still aimed at Sheng, showing no signs of slackening due to Teach's question. Haha, young man, do you want to join my Blackbeard pirates? I have a perfect plan that, if successful, will make my Blackbeard pirates a powerful crew renowned across the seas. Join now, and you will be one of the captains of my fleet. Sheng, he merely glanced sideways at Blackbeard and then shifted his attention back to Van Oka, who was still looking at him with malicious eyes. Was it you who was spying on me before? Sheng coldly said, ignoring the threat of Van Oka's lance. So what if it was? Feeling the coldness in Sheng's words, Van Oka defiantly retorted without a hint of fear. Ha! Hearing Van Oka's reply, Sheng laughed in anger. Then, he slowly reached for the deadwood short knife. Are you sure about this, young man? Seeing the short knife in Sheng's hand, Van Oka sneered. Did he want to attack him with all his crew from the Blackbeard pirates present? To him, that was a very foolish action. It seems you don't know me. Sheng looked at each of the 5 members of the Blackbeard pirates and said, That's just great. Great? What do you mean by great? Just as Van Oka was still puzzled in his heart, he realized that his vision was spinning. My head was chopped off. Chapter 85. Flying Fruit? Hey, are you kidding me? In the blink of an eye, no, even shorter than a blink, they saw that Van Oka's head had been chopped off by the suddenly appearing person, dropping to the ground. Jaiza's Bages exclaimed in disbelief and terror. If this person could easily decapitate Van Oka, did that mean he could easily decapitate them as well? With such thoughts, he unconsciously moved closer to Blackbeard Teach. He was not the only one with such thoughts. The other 3 had already hidden behind Blackbeard Teach, seeking his protection. Hey, you just killed my crew member. Don't you have any respect for me as their captain? That's right, I just don't respect you. Vincent's tough words were cut short as he suddenly increased his flying height, looking down at the 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates from above. No, you should be looking down at the sickly-looking Dr. Q hiding behind Blackbeard Teach. Just now, he sensed a sinister aura of death approaching him. Vincent had never felt such a sensation before, but he instinctively followed his body's instincts and immediately ascended until the sense of crisis disappeared. Is this a new ability of my observation Haki? He was still surprised by the sudden sense of crisis, but soon he realized where this vigilance came from. His observation Haki, after gaining the abilities of reading minds, connecting with thoughts, and predicting the future, had developed a new ability, crisis perception. The one who brought him this sense of crisis was not the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard Teach, but the sickly-looking Dr. Q hiding behind him. A paramecia-type, sick fruit user? It's really hard to guard against. With his left hand reaching back, Vincent drew his Sakuraji short sword. With 2 swords in hand, Vincent gazed at the Blackbeard pirates, a killing intent surging in his heart. He had always believed that with the top-tier observation Haki and the speed granted by the flying fruit, no one on these seas could stop him if he wanted to. But he never expected that he had almost faced disaster just now. And once he faced disaster with his weak physical strength, he would undoubtedly be doomed. This made him feel terrified while suddenly bursting forth with uncontrollable killing intent. He wanted to kill that Dr. Q, who could bring him a sense of death crisis, to eliminate future threats. At this moment, Vincent suddenly became alert. Yes, he had the strongest observation Haki and the speed to escape instantly. But the seas were filled with all sorts of bizarre devil fruit powers, and a single oversight could plunge him into an irreversible situation. This also led him to reflect. Did I underestimate the many powerful beings on the sea too much? Just as this doubt arose, he found the answer. Yes, I did underestimate the powerful beings on the sea. After I was able to fly for an extended period, I seemed to subconsciously think that besides Admiral Kazuru and Enel, no one at sea could touch me. But I overlooked the fact that those with extraordinary paramecia-type devil fruit powers do not need to touch me. They just need to meet the conditions for using their abilities to make me undoubtedly doomed. Vincent's gaze turned to Dr. Q. I want to thank you, Dr. Q. You not only granted me the derived ability of danger perception from my observation Haki, but also instilled a sense of awe in me while at sea. Therefore, to thank you, I will make your death less painful." But just as he was about to move, he saw Blackbeard Teach's hands, which seemed to transform into black gas, constantly flowing. Suddenly, he remembered that this person had consumed the Logia-type dark fruit, which could nullify devil fruit abilities. If he were touched by him, with his poor swordsmanship and weak physical strength, he would only have one path: death. Realizing this, he prepared to dive down to attack Dr. Q, but stopped. On the other side, seeing Vincent suddenly increase his flying height, Blackbeard Teeth's expression grew more serious. "Have I failed? It seems that this person's sensitivity is not ordinary." He could even detect Dr. Q's silent and invisible virus attack. What Blackbeard Teach didn't know was that Vincent had discovered Van Oka because Van Oka was targeting him with a malicious gaze. And he sensed Dr. Q using the Sick fruit ability because his observation Haki had suddenly awakened the ability of danger perception. It was not some so-called sensitivity. Not attacking. "Are you scared by Dr. Q's ability?" Looking at Vincent, who had been filled with killing intent but had yet to descend, Teach muttered, "Ha ha ha. If you don't attack soon, we might just leave." Vincent, flying high in the sky, could not attack them, and since he was not launching an attack to close the distance, they could only separate. Vincent, faced with Blackbeard Teach provocation, what could he do? If he didn't stay far enough away, he would be subjected to that invisible virus attack. And he even had to worry about being sucked in by Blackbeard Teach's dark water. Once touched by Teach, he was doomed. He was still young and didn't want to die. "Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will kill you all." He didn't dare to take action, but he could still make threats. "Ha ha ha. Then just tell me your name." Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Vincent, who consumed the Paramecia-type flying fruit. No lies, no concealment. Vincent directly revealed his true name. There was no need to hide it. After all, given Blackbeard Teach's cunning, in the absence of capturing Ace to exchange for a warlord position, he would definitely go after other high-bounty pirates to achieve his goals. Therefore, they would meet at the Navy headquarters sooner or later, and he had no need to hide his identity. "Ha ha ha. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I have read through all the devil fruit encyclopedias and have never heard of a Paramecia-type flying fruit." Vincent, he hung there in the air, motionless for a long time. Blackbeard Teach's words had a tremendous impact on him. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. No flying fruit? He knew that Blackbeard Teach had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. So would Teach deliberately tell such a transparent lie to deceive him? Obviously not. So there was only one possibility. There really was no Paramecia-type flying fruit in this world. Then the question arose, how did Vincent obtain the flying ability? One of the two major powers on which he relied to survive in this world was an external aid given by Mother Earth. What kind of ability did the devil fruit he consumed in the Don Quixote family possess that allowed him not to notice anything until now? No, I should have been using the true devil fruit ability all along. I just hadn't noticed it. Chapter 86. Speculation and Vivi. Question 1. Is there a Paramecia-type flying fruit ability over the sea? Or is the flying ability he is currently using renamed like the mythical Zoanica form of the human fruit? And must it reach an awakened state to know the true ability of the fruit? Question 2. Besides observation Haki and flying, what other abilities does he have? If what he ate was indeed the Paramecia-type flying fruit, then he should have reached an awakened state long ago, considering his current flying speed and agility have already reached a terrifying level. His flying speed might not reach Admiral Kizaru's light speed, but in terms of agility, Sheng is confident he has outpaced Kizaru by countless streets. If such a state cannot reach the awakened state of the flying fruit, then Sheng really cannot imagine what kind of extraordinary state this flying fruit must reach to awaken. So, is there really no Paramecia-type flying fruit? Did Blackbeard Teach not lie to me? An answer that can be deduced with a little thought appeared in Sheng's mind, but this answer felt very absurd to him. If that's the case, then what has his training over the past decade been worth? Was it just boredom? Then where did his flying ability come from? If Sheng really didn't have a devil fruit ability, it was obvious. It was the love of Mother Earth for him. In other words, flying is the love of Mother Earth for him. and she also forced the pirate world to give him the top-level observation Haki and various abilities derived from it. Moreover, she also forced the pirate world to place him next to a devil fruit. Otherwise, how could he have arrived right in the treasure vault of the Don Quixote family? Right next to a devil fruit? Returning to the point, if flying is the ability given by Mother Earth and observation Haki is the ability given by the pirate world, then what fruit did he actually eat? And why, after 10 years, did he always think that flying was his fruit ability? Or rather, besides observation Haki and flying, what other abilities does he have? Soon, a possibly incorrect answer entered his mind. I still have a frail body. At this thought, Sheng couldn't help but smile. Wanted to know what fruit ability he had actually eaten is actually very simple. As long as he compares it with the devil fruit encyclopedia, he can immediately find out what fruit ability he actually has. And wanting to view the devil fruit encyclopedia isn't a difficult task. Sheng skillfully took out his din mushy and dialed Akainu's number. After all, he is the Navy, backed by the strongest force over the sea. So if there is something, he would naturally ask his superior. That's right, the Navy is the strongest force on the sea. The world government? That's the strongest power institution. The 5 elders and celestial dragons? That's the strongest tumor. This is indisputable. Bururu bururu bururu. Kacha, is there something to report, Major Sheng? There's something I'd like to ask for your help with, Admiral Akainu. Speak. I want to take a look at the devil fruit encyclopedia. Okay, I'll prepare it for you when you finish your mission. Thank you, Admiral Akainu. Is there anything else? No. Kacha, putting away the din mushy. Sheng's mood remained unsettled for a long time. Not just about the situation of the devil fruit he had eaten, but also about Akainu. Still as indifferent as ever. Admiral Akainu. However, your attitude of almost accommodating my every request makes it impossible for me to confuse you with that unapproachable character in the story. Thinking back to the several meetings with Akainu, in Sheng's eyes, Akainu is just an NPC who issues tasks and the best leader to meet Sheng's various needs. Who would love such a leader who doesn't PUA his employees? He even allowed Sheng to take nearly 2 years off. Of course, if one had the ability, everyone would want to be a leader rather than a worker. Perhaps Akainu's seemingly unapproachable demeanor is only toward pirates. Killing civilians? It seems he has only killed civilians in O'Hara. What else? Killing fleeing Navy personnel? Isn't that the most justified kill? Completing missions? My current mission seems to be the side quest issued by Akiji to resolve the Alabasta turmoil, right? Akainu, this direct superior, issues main quests, while Akiji, this indirect superior, issues side quests, no problem. Then let us go meet King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta, hoping he can resolve this turmoil soon. Interesting. On the way to the Alabasta Palace, sensing with observation Haki, Sheng encountered a familiar person. No, it should be 4 familiar people. Princess Vivi, a Karam, and the Paramecia-type bomb fruit, user Mr. 5, and the Paramecia-type heavy light fruit, user Miss Valentine. At this moment, Princess Vivi and Akaram are not in a good situation, as they are being chased without the help of the background characters like Luffy, and Akaram has already sustained serious injuries. Perhaps it was to protect Princess Vivi that he got these injuries. Of course, there is also the factor that Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine are stronger than them and are playing with them. Bang! Sheng fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground with a heroic landing. The 4 were momentarily taken aback by Sheng's cool landing. Okay, by his sudden entrance, not knowing why this person suddenly appeared or which side he would help. Sorry to interrupt your game, but I have a question to ask you. He couldn't show a face of knowing Princess Vivi right away. So he switched to asking a passerby. I'd like to ask, where can I find a lab? Hey, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Get lost. Baroque works. Miss Valentine said rudely to Sheng. Sigh. Sheng sighed helplessly as he realized an uncomfortable fact. Why is it that someone is always interrupting me? Is it because I lack authority, or is it that, before I make a move, most people see me as a weakling, so no one cares when I speak? Pondering these questions, but having already made a decision in his heart. If he were on Mother Earth, he often got interrupted and ignored. Well, that was because he had no money or power. It would go so far as to say he was looked down upon. But at least others wouldn't respect him too much. And in the pirate world, The reason he gets interrupted while speaking is undoubtedly due to his frail body strength, which fails to provide a sense of intimidation. So naturally, no one would pay attention to him. Nose Booger Bomb. Chapter 87. Vivi, what is this suddenly appearing person babbling about? Just kill him already. Compared to Miss Valentine's angry rebuke, Mr. 5 was even more decisive in taking action. While Sheng was still mumbling to himself in self-doubt, he suddenly launched his attack. He had eaten the bomb fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit that allowed him to turn any part of his body into a bomb and made him immune to explosive attacks. Therefore, even his boogers and breath could turn into bombs. However, as for the power of those bombs, let's not even mention it. Dealing with these two Baroque works agents, Sheng looked down on the need to activate his ability to foresee the future. But the moment he saw Mr. 5 throw his booger, he regretted it. He should have activated his foresight and killed Mr. 5 before he could attack with his booger, not giving him the chance to disgust him. No, he should have killed this wasteful user of a devil fruit as soon as he descended from the sky, without giving him any opportunity to act. Bang! Mr. 5's skull was smashed by Sheng's strike. The ability users of the devil fruit must be captured and taken to impel down to prevent the rebirth of devil fruits and the emergence of new ability users that could disrupt the peace of the sea. Sheng didn't care about that at all. Anyway, he had already killed quite a few of such devil fruit users, and Akainu had never said a word to him about it. Since Akainu had tacitly approved of his actions, what was there for him to worry about? The two women screamed instantly, one because her companion had died, and the other perhaps simply because she had never seen someone get their head blown off so closely. When Sheng looked at Princess Vivi, she immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine had already used her float fruit ability to fly away into the distance. A powerful existence that could instantly kill Mr. 5 was not something this weak woman could deal with. Therefore, she unhesitatingly utilized her paramecia-type float fruit ability to jump into the air. With the help of her umbrella, she flew away into the distance. Escaping in the air was her tried-and-true route, as there were very few people with flying abilities in the vast sea. Unfortunately, today she encountered Sheng, who had flying abilities. Sheng didn't chase her in the air. Instead, he picked up a stone from the ground. With a flash, Sheng's body moved to a meter away, and during that movement, the stone in his hand was thrown towards Miss Valentine. The immense speed imparted by the stone as kinetic energy instantly shattered her body, blood and body fragments exploding in the air. Princess Vivi and Akaram looked at Sheng in terror, trembling with fear. No need to worry. Those two are members of Baroque Works, pirates. As a righteous Navy officer, I have no problem killing them, right? Seeing the expressions of the two, Sheng realized he had frightened them and immediately took out his navy cloak to drape over himself. However, his reassurance only slightly relaxed them, only for them to hear Sheng say something even more terrifying. By the way, I seem to have seen your photos on the Baroque Works list. The two panicked and hurriedly shook their heads to explain. No, we are undercover agents sent by the Alabaster royal family to investigate Baroque Works, not actual members of Baroque Works. They had witnessed Sheng's ruthlessness in killing Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, and if they were killed as Baroque Works members by such a person, it would be too unjust. Really? Sheng looked at the two with a deep sense of distrust in his eyes. The two nodded frantically to affirm their identities. I don't believe it. Hearing Sheng's words, their souls nearly fled their bodies. Am I going to die here? Princess Vivi already envisioned the tragic state she would be in after death. Somehow, she felt a bit comforted. Having my head crushed would at least be a good thing. At least no one would know I died so miserably. We can prove our identity. Just then, Akaram stepped in front of Princess Vivi, saying, "You can take us to the Alabaster Royal Palace to meet King Cobra. He can prove that we are not pirates. If it were anyone else, they would never verify whether Akaram's words were true or false. But Sheng was different. He needed someone to take him to meet Cobra. So he was naturally willing to follow the two to the Alabaster Royal Palace. All right. Sheng instantly appeared beside the two, reached out, and then soared into the sky. Amid Princess Vivi's screams, the three quickly flew towards the Alabaster Royal Palace. I seem to have found a method for long-range attacks, using his own speed to propel a weapon to achieve extremely high speed, and then releasing it to attack the target at high speed. Remembering the earlier situation when he attacked Miss Valentine, Sheng felt ripples in his heart. He had never thought of using his high speed for long-range attacks before, because it wasn't necessary. With the time it took for a long-range strike, he could have already flown beside the target and completed the attack. After all, once a weapon leaves Sheng's contact, it would be affected by air friction and slow down. This was not worth it for him. So, he had never developed his long-range attack ability in that direction. However, after he wanted to show off in front of Princess Vivi by casually throwing a stone to kill Miss Valentine, thereby scaring them, Sheng suddenly thought, if he could use such long-range attacks against the Blackbeard pirates back then, could he have killed 2 or 3 more of them, or even leave only Blackbeard Teach as the last man standing? With this thought, Sheng became very interested in developing his long-range attack abilities. The first time was a beginner's protection, allowing me to kill Miss Valentine, but I want to always be this lucky. So practicing long-range attacks must be put on the agenda. Hey, Major. Just as Sheng was still pondering, Princess Vivi's voice reached his ears. We have arrived at the capital, Arabasta. Sheng then realized that during his contemplation, they had already reached their destination. All right, Sheng was about to descend. But under the perception of his observation Haki, several targets he planned to kill appeared. It might take a little longer, but I will complete it as soon as possible. Oh, what? Vivi only felt that the scene before her suddenly changed, and then she saw a pair of plump men and women. Chapter 88. Weapon +1 they are. Seeing the 2 people suddenly appear not far in front of her, Vivi asked in confusion. Pirates. Sheng picked up an iron rod and continued. Also, they are senior agents of Baroque Works. Their conversation did not escape the ears of Mr. For Babu and his partner Miss Merry Christmas Dorify, making the 2 instantly on guard, ready for battle. Knowing their identities and looking at them with malice clearly established their enmity. Kid, so what if we're from Baroque Works? What do you want to do to us? Dorify, transformed into her beastman form, brandished the claws on her hands, questioning Sheng with malice. Meanwhile, Mr. For Babu lazily took off his baseball bat and lowered his long gun behind him. As the gun hit the ground, a dachshund head bizarrely extended from the muzzle, with 4 dog legs sprouting from the gun body, opening its mouth toward Sheng. It wasn't that he was calm. He was just a person with a slow personality, slow speech, and immense power. Sheng did not intend to answer Dorify's question, but stared with glowing eyes at the dachshund gun. A long gun, empowered by a Zoan-type devil fruit? Sheng murmured softly, then flashed to Dorify's back. Bang! The iron rod swung out, instantly shattering Dorify's skull. The bounty of the pirate Dorify is 14 million berries. She must die. Before Babu could feel fear, Sheng's figure appeared behind him. At the same moment, Babu's head followed in Dorify's footsteps, being instantly crushed. The bounty of Babu is 2 million berries. He must die. Vivi and Ikelum once again witnessed such a scene. Fear surged in their hearts. Up until now, they had not cleared their identities as Baroque Works agents. If the person in front of them lost control and killed them too, it would be a truly undeserved death. Sharing their immense fear was Ras, the dachshund gun, who trembled after witnessing Babu fall. Come out, little bag. Play with your new partner. Sheng had his eyes on the dachshund gun, wanting to claim it for himself. Compared to collecting the twin swords of the Golden Lion Shiki, he was more interested in collecting weapons empowered by Zoan-type devil fruits. At least, such weapons with animal consciousness could actively help him in battle at times. Loyalty issues? Ha! Did he really think Sheng was letting little bag play with him? The 3 of them quietly watched a kangaroo abuse a dog. There truly is gene suppression, as if it were an instinct engraved in its genes. Little Bag kept pressing the dachshund gun's body with its 2 small forelimbs, repeatedly smashing it to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the head smashing against the ground continued, and before long, due to a deliberate oversight by Little Bag, the dachshund gun escaped from its grip and ran to Sheng's feet, rubbing against his calf. Sheng patted the dog's head, and as he raised his hand, the iron rod, propelled by Little Bag's strength, flew into Sheng's hand. Come, show me your strength. I don't keep idle people around, idle dogs. The dachshund gun looked up in fear at one Sheng, then turned to look at the little sand dune beside it, and then, whoosh, 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 3 baseballs were spat out from the air. What? It turned out to be just baseballs. Vivi, terrified by Wenxing's ferocity, sighed in disappointment. But just as the words left her mouth, an astonishing explosion rang in her ears. Boom! 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 The dachshund gun Ras spat out was not just baseballs, it was indeed baseball bombs. Ha ha! Good, you qualify. From now on, you are my gun. Wenxing laughed happily, and as he reached out to the dachshund gun, it obediently transformed back into gun form, picked up by Wenxing and slung over his shoulder. With this, I have ammunition for long-range attacks. No need to prepare separately. Baseball bombs, combined with its flying speed, should greatly enhance the lethality of the baseballs. I'll find a chance to test its power and see if it can become one of my trump cards. Since he had already started killing, he might as well finish everything in one go. In Wenxing's observation with Kin Bunchika Haki, he not only found Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas, but all the senior agents were within his sensing range. You guys! Wenxing turned to look at Vivi and Ikelum, only to see them both step back 2 paces, looking at him with fear. Forget it. You two go back to the palace. Tell the king of Alabasta that Rear Admiral Wenxing will visit him within half an hour. As he spoke, Wenxing's body gradually levitated and soon disappeared from sight. Father, it's good to be back, good to be back. Vivi, with teary eyes, rushed into Cobra's arms and began to cry loudly. Clearly, she had suffered a lot during her absence. Once everything calmed down, she remembered that there was something even more important to tell her father. Father, it was all done by the warlord crocodile. He used dance powder to bring the rain to Alyabarna, framing you for causing droughts in other regions, which led to the public's distrust in you and sparked a civil war. He wanted to seize the power of Alabasta under the guise of a hero. Hearing Vivi's words, the joy of their reunion instantly vanished, replaced by deep concern. Father, we should contact the world government and have them send someone to help. Looking at his daughter, Cobra sighed helplessly. It's too late. What do you mean, father? Cobra looked deeply at Vivi, then glanced at Gaka, who had eaten the Inu no Mi wolf form. The 700,000 rebels are already at the city's gates. I've informed the National Army not to resist. Even if we know everything is part of that person's scheme now, I am powerless to turn the tide. They are all people of Alabasta. I cannot let them kill each other just to save my own life. Cobra gently looked at Vivi. I'm so glad to see you one last time before I die, Vivi. Wait, father, there must be a way. Kosha, yes. I'll find the leader of the rebels, Kosha, and tell him everything. He won't continue to attack the palace. Vivi turned to leave, but was stopped by Cobra. Gaka, you take Vivi to find Belle and take her away. Chapter 89, The Heart of the People. Belle, the user of the bird fruit, falcon form, is hailed as the strongest warrior of Alabasta and is one of the few devil fruit users with the ability to fly. Cobra sent Jaka to find Vivi, clearly having made the decision to die in the midst of this national turmoil. He wanted to exchange his life for the peace of the Alabasta kingdom. Although everything was part of the scheme of the warlord crocodile, the kingdom had no way to counter him. If that were the case, then let Crocodile continue to be a hero of this nation. At least it could ensure the safety and peace of most of the kingdom's people. I just hope Crocodile will treat them well. Cobra thought to himself, no, father, I won't go. Jaka, as Cobra feared, grabbed Princess Vivi and tried to walk outside. Even though Vivi was struggling, Jaka held on her tightly and moved forward. He knew the king's decision and didn't want Vivi to influence him. Although I really want to say this scene is great, but a voice appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. I didn't expect you to be the princess of Alabasta. Then it's no problem. But didn't I tell you to inform your father? Vivi, she couldn't remember the message that Wenxing asked her to pass on. The joy of reuniting with her father, Crocodile's scheme, and her father's intention to send her away to face death alone. All of these felt more important than passing a message to Wenxing. This falcon kept saying that I would endanger the kingdom's safety and kept attacking me, so I just made him rest a little. Only then did everyone focus on the 2 people Wenxing was holding. One they didn't recognize, but the other was none other than their strongest warrior, Belle, who had eaten the bird fruit, falcon form. Belle, everyone exclaimed. Among them, Vivi and Ikelum's shouts were accompanied by intense fear. Both of them had seen Wenxing in action. He was ruthless, and killed without hesitation. Belle. Vivi covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her eyes filled with terror. A scene of Belle's head being blown apart involuntarily flashed through her mind. Wensheng landed and threw Belle to the ground. Ugh! Belle let out a painful cry and then slowly woke up. Great, Belle, you're not dead. Vivi cried tears of joy as she watched Belle stand up, blocking in front of everyone. King, be careful. This flying person is very powerful. Just as he spoke, he felt someone hugging him tightly from behind. Belle looked down and saw that the person hugging him was Princess Vivi. Vivi, Princess? He said in disbelief. It's great that you're okay, Belle. I thought your head had been smashed. Hey, Princess Vivi, I just went a little overboard with the pirates. Don't make me sound like a demon. Wensheng felt that in Vivi's heart. He was just a head-blowing demon. He sighed with a black line on his forehead. I apologize, Navy officer, for my daughter's inappropriate remarks. Cobra approached, seeing Wensheng in his naval uniform. Forget it, she's just a little girl. I can understand. May I ask what brings you here, Navy officer? By the way, I am Cobra Nefertari, the king of Alabasta. I am Rear Admiral Wensheng from the Navy headquarters. I came here to inform you that the culprit behind the civil war in Alabasta, one of the warlords, Crocodile, has been captured by the Navy, and all the senior agents of the Baroque works he formed, except for this one, have been eliminated by me. What you need to do now is to find a way to quell this turmoil. Is that so? Great. Upon hearing Wensheng's words, Vivi and the others all showed happy smiles, but King Cobra still wore a worried expression. By the way, this person is Mr. 2 of the Baroque works, who has eaten the paramecia type, copy fruit, and often disguised himself as you during this turmoil, throwing dirt on your name. Wensheng explained as he tossed the small Vaughn in his other hand in front of Cobra and the others. With him and the Navy as witnesses and the ship carrying the dance powder as physical evidence, I believe resolving the national unrest will be easy for you. Wensheng looked at Cobra expectantly, hoping to receive a positive answer. However, you will be disappointed, Rear Admiral Wensheng. The rebels are about to storm the palace. It's no longer a matter that can be resolved by a few people or by presenting facts and evidence. I have decided to die to atone and quell the people's anger. Although those charges are false, I still bear some responsibility. The unrest in Alabasta should calm down when I die. Wensheng, not receiving the expected answer, Wensheng sighed helplessly. But this was not out of his expectations. He saw everything outside clearly and knew that 700,000 rebels were heading toward the Alabasta Palace, ready to break through the walls. The reason he asked was just a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping Cobra could reduce his troubles. As long as those rebels' anger could be quelled, as long as you have the opportunity to talk to those rebels and let them calm down and think, right? Wensheng glared at Cobra fiercely. If Cobra dared to say no, he would just leave. If Cobra wanted to die, then let him die. It was impossible to calm down 700,000 rebels. I just want to ask you, can you do it? Wensheng said impatiently, raising his voice. Yes, even if it's because of others' false accusations. I believe many people will still be willing to listen to me because of my past contributions. Good, Wensheng said excitedly. Get ready to explain clearly to your people. The matter of calming them down will be left to me. After saying that, Wensheng flew towards the direction of the rebels. Just as he said, he would find a way to calm the rebels down, and he had already thought of 3 methods to calm them down. In the blink of an eye, Wensheng was already hovering in the air outside the palace. Little bag, Wensheng took out the 2 short knives, sakura tin, and dry wood, and called out the consciousness of the kangaroo fruit. Through their spiritual connection, Little Bag transformed from the iron rod into liquid, wrapping around Wensheng completely. Wensheng took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and then suddenly gripped the handles of the 2 knives tightly. Flight/double airwave. Chapter 90. Internal Turmoil. Boom. Boom. No one noticed the small human figure, Wensheng, flying in the air, nor did anyone care about him. Even with hundreds of thousands of people present, it was the same. They were all focused on breaking into the Alabasta Palace to demand an explanation from King Cobra. But soon, no one would be able to ignore him anymore. A tremendous roar suddenly erupted in their path, followed by a cloud of dust that blocked everyone's way. Although they didn't know what was happening, the rebels wisely halted their advance. Well, No one would foolishly rush into the dust where they couldn't see anything. Boom, boom. The sharp sound of explosions reached their ears, and amidst the fear, they seemed to recognize this piercing sound. Wasn't that the sound of cutting fabric when they made their clothes? After a moment, the sharp sounds finally ceased. At that moment, a strong wind blew, dispersing the dust and forcing the rebels to retreat to avoid being engulfed by the dust cloud. They had seen many sandstorms, but this sudden dust that rose without warning was something they had never encountered before. Because of this abrupt change, the rebels' offensive was forced to stop. They could only wait for the strange dust to settle before making their next plan. What the hell is this? When the dust finally cleared, the sight before the rebels left them in shock. They saw two straight, deep cracks several meters wide appearing between them and the Alabasta Palace, blocking their advance. There's a person in the sky. Following the straight cracks, they finally noticed Wen Sheng hovering high above, looking down at them. Did that person create this? Little Ah. The consciousness of the kangaroo fruit's little bag had been showcased. And of course, the little law in the form of the hunting dog from the dog fruit also needed to make a show. What was its original name? Who cares? It's in Wen Sheng's hands now, and he can call it whatever he wants. Wen Sheng raised his spear, and as the spearhead transformed into a dog's head, he slowly flew along the crack he had just created with his flying slash. Boom, 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 boom. Little La continuously spat out baseball bombs during Wen Sheng's flight, bombarding the area between the two cracks. Instantly, the dust that had just settled rose again, blocking the view of the rebels. The hundreds of thousands of troops fell silent. If they hadn't known how those two straight cracks came to be before now, seeing the flying person using some inexplicable means to bombard the area between them and the palace again, they understood. They not only realized how those straight, massive cracks had come to be, but they also understood the message that the flying person wanted to convey. Intimidation. This was a blatant threat and coercion. He was telling all the rebels in this way that if they continued like this, they shouldn't blame him for going on a killing spree. With so few of them, they weren't enough for him to kill. Wen Sheng used the stark reality to tell them that he had the power to wipe them out, and they had no way to counter him. Lies can't hurt people. What hurts is always reality. When the dust that had risen again settled, and they saw the traces of destruction between the originally two cracks had vanished, they became even more unwilling to take a step forward. Seeing the rebels still unresponsive and not retreating, Wen Sheng frowned. He hadn't expected that their resolve would be so firm. Even under his threat, they could remain unmoved. Wen Sheng hadn't considered that these people might have been so scared that they were stunned and still in shock, which was why they didn't retreat. He thought they could ignore his threats and would risk their lives to overthrow King Cobra's rule. I said it was troublesome, complaining to himself. Wen Sheng once again gave orders to Little Bag. Come on, Little Bag, let these people witness just how powerful our strongest strike really is. Carrying Little La on his back, Wen Sheng picked up an iron rod from behind. Gripping the iron rod tightly with both hands, he focused his mind, preparing for the next intimidation. Who? Breathe in. Wen Sheng adjusted his breathing, ready to unleash a strike powerful enough to rival Akainu's Hellhound. Father, what is he going to do? Watching Wen Sheng's performance in the sky and seeing the rebels on the ground who had been stunned with fear, Vivi cried out in panic. He wouldn't want to directly attack the rebels, would he? Not only was Vivi terrified, but even Belle, Gaka, and others looked up in horror at Wen Sheng, who was still gathering power in the sky. It should be noted that Wen Sheng's previous two attacks had not required much charging. So, what kind of terrifying level would this next attack, aimed at the rebels, reach? And how many lives would the rebels, the people of Alabasta, lose? It was important to know that, at this moment, the rebels were largely gathered in front of the palace gates. If Wen Sheng launched an attack now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, stop him quickly, or I don't know how many citizens will be killed. At this moment, Vivi cried out in fear. Her cries brought Cobra back from his panic. That's right. I'm gonna stop him. He hurriedly picked up the already prepared transponder snail. Wen Sheng, please stop. In Alabasta, a grand banquet was being organized. However, just like before in Cocoa Village, Wen Sheng did not attend. The reason was the same as in Cocoa Village. He wasn't qualified to participate in this banquet. If it weren't for the world government's Shichibukai system, which allowed the Navy to turn a blind eye to Crocodile and granted him such favorable treatment. The Navy would have long since dealt with Crocodile the pirate. Or, Crocodile would have been driven to the New World to compete for territory with those monsters among the pirates. If that were the case, Alabasta would not have suffered so much over the years. It could be said that the culprit behind Alabasta's suffering over the years is Crocodile. The accomplice is the world government, and the Navy is the clear accomplice. With such an accomplice identity, what face did he have to attend this banquet to stop the internal turmoil? Perhaps things will be better after Akainu becomes the fleet admiral. Under Akainu's absolute justice philosophy, such things cannot happen, although it is impossible for the Navy to directly break away from the world government. With Akainu negotiating with the world government, the Navy should be able to act more easily and decisively. If it really doesn't work, I'll just become an inspector, specifically responsible for supervising and handling internal issues in the Navy. Chapter 91, The Importance of Robin. Are you really not going to the banquet? Cobra asked as he approached Sheng. Forget it. Those people see me as if I were a demon. I don't want to ruin their mood. Hearing Sheng's words, Cobra chuckled. Your immense strength exceeds our imagination. It's only natural for them to feel fear towards you. Sheng smiled again at Cobra's statement. His strength? Compared to those top powerhouses at sea, his strength was merely at the level of their ordinary strikes. Sheng didn't say much more. After all, for Cobra, the king, the environment they were in was not the whole world. Sheng was in a world where the strong were respected, while Cobra was in a stable kingdom that was a corner of the world. Therefore, their perspectives were bound to differ. By the way, my daughter told me that they were able to discover everything was Crocodile's conspiracy with the help of Miss All Sunday. And it was also with her help that they successfully escaped back to Alabasta. She wanted me to ask you if you killed that lady? Sheng was taken aback, then realized who Cobra was referring to. Killed her. Sheng said firmly to Cobra, tell your daughter that woman is a huge trouble. She should forget about her, and it's best not to discuss her from now on. Otherwise, it could provoke the world government's displeasure and endanger all of Alabasta. Sheng looked at Cobra seriously. Is that so? Okay, I will tell my daughter the truth. Sheng's serious expression startled Cobra, who hurriedly took his leave. He must be going to find Princess Vivi to relay Sheng's words. Nico Robin? Without the protection of Luffy and the others, Akiji is escorting Ace and Crocodile to impel down. How will he save himself when facing CP9? If Nico Robin really dies in Water 7 or Eni's lobby? Who will interpret the 200 years of blank history? Who will reveal what is on the final island? Sheng's mind kept thinking about the world situation without Nico Robin. Yes, he is with the Navy, not wanting anyone to reach the final island Raftel and become the new pirate king, thus affecting the peace over the sea. But who watching the One Piece anime isn't curious and want to know these things? Those who reach Raftel will become the pirate king. But if the Navy reaches Raftel, what do you call that? Navy king? Sheng grimaced. He didn't want that title that felt very low, so he was not interested in Raftel. However, if possible, he hoped that other navies could land on Raftel and surpass all pirates. Even destroy Raftel, ushering in a new era for the sea. For example, an era where the true Navy king exists. But if possible, he still wanted to know these unsolved mysteries. After 25 years of waiting and catching up, since he couldn't get answers on Earth, unraveling these mysteries from the pirate world wouldn't be bad either. Zo, Nico Robin Kenoti. Big Mom's Charlotte Bruley from the Three-Eye Tribe? Who knows when she will awaken the ability to hear the voice of all things and interpret the historical texts. Even if she awakens, under the protection of one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, who would dare to touch her? So, the most important thing now is to find a safe place for Nico Robin while ensuring her safety. This way, she can interpret more historical texts and help some people reach the final island Raftel. Of course, it would be better if those people are not pirates. Then, it can only be the Revolutionary Army. Sheng grimaced, feeling a bit displeased. In fact, the Navy is the best place for Nico Robin to hide her identity. The most dangerous place is also the safest place, that S1. Secondly, within the Navy, with Akiji's protection, her safety would be guaranteed. However, convincing Nico Robin and Akiji is a troublesome matter, but it can be tried. She shouldn't have gone far, right? Thinking of this, Sheng suddenly thought that, given Nico Robin's speed, she might not have gone too far, and he could easily catch up. Unexpectedly, you have such a huge sea turtle as your mount. Sure enough, with Sheng's super fast speed and extensive observation Haki, it didn't take long for him to find Nico Robin. Nico Robin put down the seemingly endless book in her hands and looked at Sheng floating in the air. "What's up, Navy guy? Are you regretting letting me go?" Calmly looking at Sheng in the sky, she knew that if he really wanted to catch her, she wouldn't be able to escape. "Kidman, what are you talking about? You're not a pirate. Why would I want to catch you as a Navy?" Robin rested her chin on her hand and smiled gently. "If the Navy guy wants me to do something, just say it directly. No need for those ridiculous words." She was very smart. After all, if she weren't smart, she wouldn't have become a real archaeologist at such a young age, nor would she have been able to evade for 20 years. So, she immediately thought that Sheng suddenly coming to find her definitely meant he needed her to do something. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Sheng didn't need her to do anything. He just wanted Nico Robin to continue living. Landing beside Robin, Sheng handed her a note. "For some reasons, I need you to stay alive." "Haha, really?" Robin took the note from Sheng, but didn't open it immediately. "And then, what do you need me to do?" "I can take you to the Navy, to General Akiji, so he can protect you closely." "I don't want to." As soon as Sheng finished speaking, Robin directly denied it. "I can't be sure if he is really protecting me. Not to mention he killed my friend. I don't want to stay by his side." Sheng grimaced. He knew it would be like this. "But, the friend you mentioned refers to Saul. How do you know?" "The only one who knows about this is General Akiji. She didn't believe that he would tell anyone else, and she hadn't told anyone." "You don't know, do you?" "Saul is also a good friend of General Akiji." "Robin, also, who told you that Saul is dead?" "WH. What?" Robin looked at Sheng, her face full of disbelief. "Don't want to believe it? General Akiji didn't freeze Saul to kill him. He was protecting him with ice so he could survive the barrage of the Buster Call." Of course, Sheng was making this up. Who knows what Akiji was thinking back then? Seeing Robin's ecstatic expression, mumbling that it's great, Saul is still alive, Sheng then asked, "So, would you be willing to go to the Navy and let General Akiji protect you?" Chapter 92, The Archaeologist No. Don't. What surprised Sheng was that even after knowing all this, Robin was still unwilling to go to the Navy. Going to the Navy might provide good protection, but I don't want to be a canary. I am an archaeologist, and I want to search for the true history to uncover the truth of the blank 100 years. Sheng, he was most annoyed by those who shouted about dreams and ideals, who recklessly pursued their goals, unafraid of death and strong enemies. In Sheng's view, if faced with life and death, one should escape first, then call for help and seek support from powerful allies. Then I will send you to the Revolutionary Army to seek refuge. Given their aim to overthrow the world government, they would surely value you highly. I don't want to be used as a strategic weapon by them. I'm just an archaeologist. Regarding Sheng's second suggestion, she rejected it without hesitation. She knew very well why the Revolutionary Army would value her, because she could understand ancient texts and expose troubling truths for the world government through her translations. Although they would inevitably take her to search for historical texts while using her, allowing her to achieve her own goals. She was not the kind of person who would enjoy the benefits while others fought hard outside. Moreover, she was curious about what choices the Navy could offer her. The Navy before her did not seem to be forcing her. She was in the active position, and of course, she wanted to see all the answers before making the most advantageous choice for herself. By the way, how would Navy have any connection with the Revolutionary Army? Sheng scoffed. "Am I supposed to tell you I have ties with pirates too? This won't work, and that won't work. Do you want to keep wandering alone?" He was starting to get a bit impatient. If it weren't for his curiosity about the so-called blank 100 years of history and what was on the final island Raftel, he wouldn't care about Robin's life or death. Let me make it clear. Crocodile has already been frozen and taken away by Admiral Akiji. Do not entertain any thoughts of returning to Alabasta. Robin scratched her cheek in frustration, a bit embarrassed as she said, "Then can you find a pirate crew to provide me with refuge?" Asking a Navy to find a pirate crew for her to provide refuge? As soon as she said it, she felt extremely shy. She had no idea what had possessed her to propose such an idea. But soon, she noticed Sheng deep in thought, not to mention having relations with the Revolutionary Army. After all, their enemy is the world government. But you are the Navy. How could you have connections with pirates? Aren't you supposed to be the Navy that abhors evil and upholds absolute justice? Seeing Robin's incredulous expression, Sheng finally realized. The thoughtful expression he had shown earlier had leaked a lot of information. Sheng originally had many options, such as the red-haired pirates or even the beast pirates. As long as they want to go to Raftel, Nico Robin would definitely be a prized asset. What about the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates? One is about to perish, and the other is family-centered. You wouldn't get reused there. Most importantly, Sheng had no connection with these two Yonko crews. Oh no, he had a life-and-death grudge with the Whitebeard pirates. After all, because of him, Ace was captured. He even considered sending her to the Blackbeard pirates, with Teach's ambitions. He probably wouldn't let Robin suffer. But now, he had no choice but to send her to the pirate crew he was most unwilling to choose. Only this choice would allow him to continue being a civil servant, looking forward to a future retirement life, while still having a bit of expectation for the unsolved mysteries. I'll give you one last chance to choose: Navy, pirate, or Revolutionary Army. Think carefully. Once you choose, there will be no possibility of changing it. Robin, she remained silent. Not because she couldn't choose, but because she only had one choice. Although Sheng hit it well, just now, when he realized she saw him in a thoughtful expression. She clearly sensed a fleeting murderous intent from him. If she still didn't know what to choose, then her 20 years of escaping would have been in vain. Give me a surprise. Find a pirate crew that can protect me. Sheng looked at Robin seriously, and after a moment, he took out the Den Mushi. Young master, I have good news and bad news. Cuckoo. It's rare to hear bad news from my dear subordinate. I'm very interested in this bad news. I was careless and seemed to have exposed my identity. Sheng looked at Robin, but saw no surprise on her face, only curiosity. She was curious about what pirate crew Sheng was sent by the Navy to infiltrate. Kill everyone who knows. Doflamingo's response came quickly and decisively. The benefits Sheng brought to the Navy far exceeded Virgo. He did not want such a capable subordinate to face any danger due to identity exposure. I can't bear to kill her. Her future role is beyond imagination. Who is she? Doflamingo felt a severe headache. Hearing bad news from Sheng. He was curious about what kind of news it was, but he never expected it would be something he couldn't accept. This was also the reason he immediately ordered Sheng to kill all those in the know. He could not, and did not want to lose Sheng. Nor did he want Sheng to leave the Navy due to identity exposure. The sole survivor of O'Hara, the only known archaeologist capable of deciphering historical texts on the sea, who could deal a heavy blow to the world government. Nico Robin. Does anyone else know about your identity? No. That's good. Where is Nico Robin? Doflamingo's headache instantly disappeared. As long as she was a pirate, there might be various reasons and goals for setting sail. But if one could land on the final island Raftel, it was unlikely anyone would refuse. So when he heard that the person who knew Sheng's identity was Nico Robin, he immediately felt that Sheng had not brought him bad news, but rather a tremendous good news. She's by my side. Young master, I have her under control. Sheng glanced at Robin and found her still wearing a curious expression, listening to their conversation, carefully studying the expression imitated by the Den Mushi, as if she wanted to find out who was on the other end of the call. Unfortunately, her previous experiences would not allow her to have encountered Doflamingo. Have you seen him in the newspapers? There are many people in the newspapers. How could she remember? The good news is, Nico Robin wants to join us and seek our help. Good, no problem. However, she needs the family to take her to a few places. She has heard about the whereabouts of several historical texts and wants to see them in person. She also requests that the family find more historical texts for her to uncover the truth of the blank 100 years. Chapter 93. New cadre, no problem. Doflamingo agreed very readily. As long as Nico Robin could join, these were all trivial matters in his eyes. Compared to the benefits he would gain from Nico Robin in the future, her requests were insignificant. No wonder Sheng would say such things as not wanting to kill. If it were me, I wouldn't want to either. Doflamingo thought to himself. No, there's a big problem. Hearing their conversation, Nico Robin was continually shocked in her heart. Wait, could it be? Robin looked at the note Sheng had previously handed her. Opening the note, she was taken aback to see several place names and even some notes of caution marked after some locations. Robin looked at Sheng, who was still on the phone. Her heart stirred in turmoil. What does this person really want? She couldn't understand what this person, who was part of the Navy but had the true identity of a pirate and was also connected to the Revolutionary Army, was aiming for. Why should I care about such things? All I need to know is that I can see more historical texts. With that thought, she lowered her head and memorized the contents of the note. Then, she put the note in her mouth and swallowed it. But she didn't know why. She had a feeling that this person before her exuded a Navy aura that far surpassed that of a pirate. In other words, he was more like a true Navy officer than a pirate. Moreover, she could be certain that the pirate captain he was on the phone with did not know about the locations on the note. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically prepared a note for her and wanted to take her to the Navy or the Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for her insistence, perhaps there wouldn't have been a pirate option among her choices at all. I really want to know what kind of person my benefactor will turn out to be. Snap! Just then, Sheng hung up the phone. Let's go. I'll take you back to Alabasta. Huh? Didn't we just leave Alabasta? Why are we going back now? There's also a piece of historical text there. Oh, okay, let's hurry. Sheng looked down at the giant sea turtle beneath him and then at Robin. It's fine. It will be better off without me. Sheng thought, then reached out to touch Nico Robin and shot into the sky. Don't you want to know what the content recorded on this historical text is? Seeing Sheng place her in front of the historical text and turn to leave, Robin asked. After you've read all the historical texts, tell me that history together. Waving his hand, Sheng soared into the sky, but suddenly stopped. By the way, aren't you a flower fruit user? Why don't you use your powers to disguise yourself on your face? Robin, after finishing his final instructions, Sheng took off flying. Next, Nico Robin would be taken over by the arriving Doflamingo, and he would have little to do with her. Of course, before Doflamingo arrived, he would keep a distant watch over Nico Robin's safety. All the historical texts? Does this person have such great confidence in me? Robin muttered to herself and reached up to touch her cheek. Using the flower fruit ability, she transformed into a completely different appearance. And he even told me how to hide my identity. Is he really that worried about me? Shaking her head, she threw the chaotic thoughts out of her mind and focused on the historical text before her. 7 days later, the disguised Doflamingo met the equally disguised Nico Robin, who had also used the flower fruit ability. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Under Sheng's proactive approach, he shared all the intelligence regarding Ace and Crocodile with Doflamingo through the ability to communicate with his observation Haki. What can you do by telling you? Find the Underworld King before Crocodile and become a thorn in the world government's eye? We don't even know where the Underworld King is. Or do you want to kill Ace to make a name for yourself in the world? Sheng did not indulge Doflamingo and pushed back hard. Well, in Sheng's view, he pushed back, while in Doflamingo's view, Sheng was explaining the reasons for not reporting to him. Do I know where the Underworld King is? Robin, who was nearby, recalled the content recorded in the historical text in the Alabaster Royal Tomb and thought to herself, why do I feel like he seems to already know the content of the historical text? Robin looked at Sheng, who was reporting to Doflamingo, and thought to herself, you turn out to be the undercover pirate sent by the warlord Doflamingo to infiltrate the Navy. This is truly unexpected. Through her side understanding, she knew that Sheng could directly contact the Navy's Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, a Navy with significant connections among the high ranks. But such a Navy was actually an undercover pirate? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, how could she believe it? What does the Don Quixote family want to achieve by sending an undercover pirate into the Navy, accepting me, the son of the devil? A thread of worry rose in Robin's heart. Forget it, anyway. I found another refuge. If things go awry, I can just escape again. Doflamingo. Suddenly, Doflamingo burst into laughter. I told you, why would the Navy, with the consent of the world government, forcibly summon the warlords to arrive at the Navy headquarters for a war in 10 days? It turns out it's because the Navy is going to take action against the White Beard Pirates. I was still considering whether to be summoned. Now it seems I must participate in this war. After all, it's the final battle of the world's strongest man. It would be too regrettable to miss it. After finishing, Doflamingo looked at Sheng. When the war starts, you better protect yourself, My dear family, Whitebeard's attacks are very fierce. Rest assured, young master. If I want to escape, no one can harm me. That's good. Doflamingo looked at Robin and nodded in approval upon seeing her disguise herself using the devil fruit ability, just like him. Welcome to the family, Nico Robin. From now on, you're a member of the Don Quixote family, and your status. Doflamingo glanced at one Sheng before continuing, is equal to one Sheng, both being a part of the Heart Pirates. Thank you, young master. Robin smiled and, like one Sheng, called Doflamingo young master. If nothing unexpected happens, the Navy will take action against the Whitebeard pirates in a few days. After this war ends, I will take you to search for historical texts. He had not forgotten that Robin's joining had conditions. He needed to take her to a few places with historical texts. Originally, he could have just arranged for 2 people to take Robin there, but he was also very interested in the historical texts, so he didn't mind going to see them himself. I see. Then thank you, young master. Chapter 94 Meeting Dada. Vincent anxiously crossed his arms over his chest, impatiently tapping his fingers on his elbows. It wasn't his intention to act this way, but watching the big shots entering the conference room, he couldn't help it. Just as Doflamingo thought, and just as Vincent knew from the plot, the Navy was about to take action against the Whitebeard pirates. After sending Nicole Robin away, he received a call from Akainu, instructing him to arrive at Navy headquarters within 3 days. Although Akainu did not tell him what it was for, Vincent knew it was definitely related to the public execution of Ace that was about to unfold. As Vincent expected, he was among the summoned Navy personnel. However, what bothered Vincent was why he hadn't noticed the elite sailors from various Navy branches heading to Marineford. Could there be other variables at play? Vincent thought, but now, he didn't have the leisure to ponder that much. He was currently in a large conference room at Navy headquarters, feeling extremely irritated and having the urge to turn around and leave. Was he about to meet Vice Admiral Tsuru? That was part of the reason, but it wasn't the main one. The main reason was, hey. This is clearly a meeting that only officers with a rank above Vice Admiral can attend. As a mere Rear Admiral, what right do I have to be here? Vincent wanted to leave, wanted to get out immediately, but he couldn't, because this was a direct order from his superior, Admiral Akainu. He had already seen quite a few Vice Admirals looking at him with strange expressions. Fortunately, these gazes seemed to stem from curiosity and did not lead to any inappropriate developments that could extend the plot significantly. To Vincent's surprise, several Vice Admirals even smiled and nodded at him, greeting him warmly. Although he knew that perhaps these people were also under Akainu and were being friendly due to their connection, Vincent completely did not want to face their enthusiasm. He felt like a giant panda being watched by those pesky, 2-legged beasts. If he had to attend this meeting, which should only be for Vice Admirals and above, he would have preferred to stay in a corner where no one could see him, rather than being assigned to a prominent position in the center right where everyone could focus on him. Since he arrived early and sat in the chair with his name on it, Vincent felt restless, as if sitting on pins and needles, with a lump in his throat. Just then, he felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, Vincent saw a familiar face. It was none other than his former superior, Vice Admiral Virgo, who was sent by the Don Quixote family to carry out undercover missions in the Navy. Vice Admiral Virgo. Vincent felt that his expression at that moment was definitely like Dilariba's aggrieved look, with teary eyes staring at Virgo. Do well, don't feel too much pressure. Vincent. Staring at Virgo, who left after saying that vague remark, Vincent was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Hey, clarify your words. What do you mean by do well, don't feel too much pressure? I really hate people who speak in riddles. You are Rear Admiral Vincent. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind him, reaching Vincent's ears. Turning around, he saw someone he least wanted to meet, the Navy Vice Admiral and Chief Strategist, Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vincent immediately stood up straight and saluted, desperately wanting to avoid attracting her attention. After all, strategists are often cunning. Don't be so formal, Rear Admiral Vincent. When you met Vice Admiral Virgo just now, you weren't this formal. Tsuru raised her arm and gently pushed Vincent back into his seat. Do well. I look forward to your performance. After saying that, Tsuru patted Vincent's shoulder like a kind grandmother and turned to take her own seat. Hey. What is this sudden sense of DJVU? What exactly is going on that I don't know about? Should I use a little foresight to take a look? After glancing around at the core members of the Navy in the conference room, Vincent abandoned that thought. He tried to shrink his shoulders to lessen his presence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the special ability of observation Haki, presence erasure. Well, without a system, there wouldn't be a ding sound appearing in Vincent's mind. And he certainly didn't possess any ability to erase his presence. Everything was just his psychological activity. What he didn't notice was that while he was lost in thought, Vice Admiral Tsuru had already found her seat and quietly said to Sengoku, "What a nice young man." After hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizuru, Akiji, and some who knew about Vincent's situation all breathed a sigh of relief. It was understandable. Having a colleague who was a member of the Don Quixote family and an eater of the paramecia type float fruit made them nervous. If the Navy was truly infiltrated by pirates, it would be a huge embarrassment. After Tsuru's confirmation, they finally relaxed and felt confident about the upcoming plans. It would be a redundant move. If he were truly a pirate, would he be so ruthless towards pirates? Akainu snorted in dissatisfaction, expressing his displeasure at Tsuru's actions. But it was just a show of dissatisfaction. Wanting to enter the upper echelons of the Navy was a necessary step. By the way, when referring to the upper echelons of the Navy here, it does not mean the rank, but rather the small circle of officers that belong to the fleet admiral. Of course, at this moment, Vincent was only a focus of attention. He was still in the observation period, and since he hadn't awakened armament Haki, he wasn't qualified to enter. Tsuru's affirmation was a prerequisite for entering the upper echelons of the Navy. Her paramecia type, float fruit, was indeed not as terrifying as Vincent had previously thought. It could not probe into others' memories, but could still discern good from evil. A person who is merciless towards pirates, yet deep down is emotionally rich and cannot bear to see the suffering of others, is indeed a contradiction. However, he is definitely a good person, and that's enough. Through their brief contact, Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly discerned Vincent's inner character and made such an evaluation. Tsuru found nothing evil in Vincent's heart. Instead, she discovered quite a bit of goodness opposing evil. This was also why she would evaluate Vincent as a nice young man. She had encountered someone with such a kind heart in a long time. Did she really think she liked wearing gloves all the time? She had seen too much of humanity's wickedness, which was why she had to wear gloves. Chapter 95. Wensheng's mission knock. Sengoku tapped the conference table to remind everyone. Once the room quieted down, he said, "Now, let's finalize the pre-war arrangements regarding the execution of Port Gasti Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." Throughout the meeting, Wensheng was lost in thought. After all, these matters had nothing to do with him. All he needed to do was to be present at the public execution. Next up was the task arrangement for Brigadier General Wensheng. After an unknown amount of time, Wensheng was surprised when Sengoku specifically called out his name regarding his task arrangement. This was a pre-war briefing for Ace's public execution. What qualifications did he have to have a separate chapter for task assignment in such an important meeting? You have 2 tasks. First, summon the warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria, and have them arrive at the Navy headquarters to stand by before the public execution. Wensheng. Doflamingo is fine. Moria, isn't too much of a problem. But Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, is sending me to him? Is this a death sentence? God knows what the newspapers have made of the incident where Mihawk chased him around. How terrifying. The man closest to the world's greatest swordsman. The gatekeeper of the world's greatest swordsman. Ah, if Brigadier General Wensheng could become the true world's greatest swordsman, the Navy would gain even greater fame. You 2 lazy, indecisive bastards, shut up and stop talking nonsense. Unfortunately, Wensheng could only vent his frustrations in his heart and dared not say it out loud. Because the one saying this was Admiral Kizuru, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, and Admiral Akiji. If you can obtain the title of the world's greatest swordsman, even if you can't use Haki, I can make an exception and promote you to Rear Admiral. Wensheng, you bastard, don't make things worse for me. Similarly, Wensheng could only complain his heart because this was said by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It seems you have no problem with the first task. So let us announce your second task. No. There's a huge problem. I don't want to die at Mihawk's hands. Unfortunately, Just as Wen Sheng was thinking about how to refuse, Sengoku gave him no time to decline and announced his second task. During the previous pre-war briefing meeting, Rear Admiral Momonosuke raised an objection and wanted to hear your thoughts. Although he didn't know what suggestion Momonosuke made, he felt that he was going to be in big trouble. Rear Admiral Momonosuke believed that there was no need to summon the elite sailors of the Navy. They should continue to hold their positions. Her exact words were, "The pirates are the white-beard pirates with bounties of less than 100 million. No matter how many there are, as long as Brigadier General Wen Sheng wants, he can eliminate them all in 1 minute. There is no need to call so many sailors to this brutal battlefield for a meaningless sacrifice." Wen Sheng, he didn't see Rear Admiral Momonosuke in the conference room. Otherwise, he would definitely have pointed at her nose and cursed. Well, he couldn't beat Rear Admiral Momonosuke, so such thoughts could only remain in his heart. Of course, Rear Admiral Momonosuke couldn't beat him. "I need your affirmative answer. Brigadier General Wen Sheng, is what she said true?" Wen Sheng, denial? Then he would have to take responsibility for the Navy soldiers who would die in the upcoming public execution. Could he bear such responsibility? Clearly not. Worried about being demoted or punished, Wen Sheng didn't care about those things at all. What he cared about were the Navy soldiers who might die in this public execution, who were their husbands, children, and fathers. Could he really bear to see those people crying over the death of their loved ones? Obviously not. Affirmative? He was just a small brigadier general. Why should he bear such a heavy responsibility? He didn't want to be a good civil servant, preferably one who just collects a paycheck without doing much, and wait for retirement after getting rid of the threat from the Don Quixote family. Now, suddenly giving him such pressure, he completely didn't want to bear it. The entire conference room suddenly fell into silence, with all eyes on Wen Sheng. Because as long as Wen Sheng gave an affirmative answer to Momonosuke's proposal, the Navy's losses would be reduced to an entirely acceptable level. No, not losses. As long as Wen Sheng nodded in the upcoming war, as long as they kill Ace and Whitebeard, then this war would be a great victory for the Navy, one that could be recorded in history. At that time, all participating Navy personnel would be immortalized. Wen Sheng, under the gaze of everyone, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "That's not possible, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Hearing Wen Sheng's response, Sengoku's face showed disappointment, but he quickly managed his expression, and the disappointment flashed by. The others in the conference room, who also heard Wen Sheng's response, did not have Sengoku's ability to manage their expressions. They all showed disappointed faces, because this meant that the Navy soldiers would suffer a huge loss, and they had also missed the opportunity to be immortalized in history. Then, "I only need 30 seconds. Sengoku." Because of Wen Sheng's denial, he was preparing to make other supplementary arrangements, but he didn't expect Wen Sheng to directly interrupt him. "What did you say? Say it again." Sengoku completely didn't care that a small brigadier general interrupted him. Instead, he excitedly asked, "I said, Rear Admiral Momonosuke is wrong. I only need 30 seconds to eliminate all the pirates with bounties of less than 100 million, who are not users of natural-type devil fruits or have a high mastery of Haki. I don't need a whole minute. Are there any pirates with bounties of less than 100 million who have natural-type devil fruit abilities or high mastery of Haki? Who knows? After all, in any world, there will always be those who prefer to act low-key or hide in the shadows." Everyone, ha ha ha. Just as everyone fell silent because of Wen Sheng's words, a burst of hearty laughter entered everyone's ears. It was Admiral Akainu laughing heartily after hearing Wen Sheng's words. Soon, laughter echoed throughout the conference room. Dressrosa, Wen Sheng was hovering in the sky, overlooking the buildings below. After the meeting ended, Wen Sheng flew away from the Navy headquarters in Marineford. His task was quite heavy. After all, he needed to summon 3 warlords of the sea. And the first warlord of the sea Wen Sheng chose was none other than Don Quixote, Doflamingo. "I am now forcibly summoning Doflamingo in the name of the Navy. I can't let the Navy lose face. Just right, I can take this opportunity to settle the grievances I suffered here before." Chapter 96. Revenge, Sakura, 10. With dual blades in hand, descended to an appropriate height. He had already sensed Diamante's presence in the arena, and Diamante was the first target that Wen Sheng was there to protect. Let this person who once looked down on me for lacking any swordsmanship talent witness the swordsmanship of a man closest to being the world's greatest swordsman, Diamante. With a small bag wrapped around him, Sheng shielded himself from the impending backlash of friction, gripping his dual blades tightly. Sheng directed a fierce slash towards the location where he sensed Diamante's presence, his body flashing as he unleashed a sharp strike. Flying slash, double air waves. The moment Sheng made his move, it was a flying slash. Two powerful flying slashes tore through the walls of the arena, flying inward. Boom! Whoosh! The sounds of crumbling buildings and slicing strikes echoed continuously, resonating throughout Dressrosa amidst the cries from the arena. Sheng furrowed his brow. He had intended to avoid the spectators in the arena, but those screams. Pursing his lips, his observation Haki dispelled his doubts. Those screams were caused by the spectators trying to escape, resulting in trampling, pushing, and collisions. Has nothing to do with me. Has nothing to do with me. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Dressrosa? Amidst the swirling figures and furious roars, Diamante appeared in Sheng's line of sight. I am Rear Admiral Sheng of the Navy headquarters, and under Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders, I am here to summon Don Quixote Doflamingo to the Navy headquarters. Awaiting orders. Sheng looked down at Diamante coldly, commanding him to bring Doflamingo out. Diamante, upon seeing Sheng, his heart was filled with surprise. A mere little officer dares to act wildly against me. A high-ranking officer? If you want to die, I'll grant you that. Initially filled with rage, Diamante calmed down immediately upon hearing Sheng's words. He realized that Sheng had come here as a Navy officer, not as a family cadre. A little Rear Admiral of the Navy dares to act wildly here? Godi, Serpent's sword. However, regardless of Sheng's identity, it did not justify Diamante's arrogance and contempt for him. Therefore, Diamante acted without hesitation. Diamante's sword transformed into a light, flowing form akin to silk, attacking Sheng erratically. Sheng was startled. He had never faced Diamante's unpredictable swordsmanship before. The earlier thought of showcasing his swordsmanship to Diamante vanished, and he quickly flew away. You only know how to run, brat. Just as Diamante finished speaking, he felt a powerful thrust from behind him, sending him flying. Sheng, relying on his exceptional speed, slashed at Diamante's back. However, Diamante's cloak, which appeared to be silk but was actually made of steel, blocked Sheng's short blade attack, saving Diamante's life. Alright, this was intentional on Sheng's part. Otherwise, that previous strike would not have been aimed at Diamante's back, but would have directly decapitated him. You bastard Navy, go die. Angered, Diamante pulled out several firecrackers, shooting a shower of paper into the sky. When these papers reached a high altitude, they transformed into thorny iron balls, falling from above. Ha! No matter how fast you are, you can't escape the dense Death Star debris created by my flap fruit ability. Sheng, looking up at the rapidly descending iron balls, Sheng suddenly felt that the revenge he had always imagined brought him no sense of accomplishment. Boring. Ignoring the falling Death Star debris, Sheng's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Diamante. Air slash. Sakura 10 released a flying slash at close range towards Diamante's chest. Whoosh! Creak, creak, creak! The flying slash continuously sliced at Diamante's chest, producing a piercing sound. Under the attack of the flying slash, Diamante was forcefully sent flying. Sheng raised his hand to catch the iron umbrella Diamante had used to shield himself from the falling thorny iron balls, looking coldly at the flying Diamante. You bastard! In shock, Diamante raised the cloak behind him to shield himself. Clang, 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 clang. Once everything settled down, Sheng discarded the umbrella in his hand and walked towards Diamante. At this moment, Diamante had a large white mark on his chest. No, it wasn't a white mark. It was a cut made by Sheng's flying slash. However, his close-range attack had not broken through the clothing transformed from steel that Diamante wore. So tough, but another strike should be able to cut through it. Don't be so arrogant, you little Navy brat. Let me show you my swordsmanship. Half Moon Funeral. Diamante raised his sword to his chest, gathering power, then slashed out a flying slash towards Sheng. Not bad. I thought you were just a waste that could only fight using devil fruit abilities. However, such an attack is truly. Diamante was still thinking of continuing the act with Wen Sheng when he suddenly realized Wen Sheng had already arrived in front of him, his right hand holding the sword high. Too slow. Whoosh! Diamante saw the murderous intent in Wen Sheng's eyes and was instantly filled with panic. Hey, wasn't this an act? You really want to kill me? But at this moment, he had just executed Half Moon Funeral, and he was essentially in a state of rigidity, making it impossible for him to evade Wen Sheng's impending attack. You bastard, you dare. Just as Diamante was about to say something he shouldn't, 5 colorful threads blocked Wen Sheng's attack. Ha. As expected of the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman, but that doesn't justify your reckless behavior on my turf, attacking my family. Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly appeared, blocking Wen Sheng's seemingly perilous strike. When Doflamingo blocked Wen Sheng's attack, he already felt the force behind it. That level of force, even if he hadn't appeared, would have been impossible to cut through the steel on Diamante. Did you sense my arrival and intentionally put on the act of wanting to kill Diamante? With a slight pull on the 5 colored threads, Doflamingo sent Wen Sheng flying. Wen Sheng hovered in midair, looking down at Doflamingo and Diamante below. Your subordinate's strength isn't that impressive, warlord. You bastard. Upon hearing Wen Sheng's words, Diamante instantly flew into a rage. That was me not using my full strength, otherwise. You little brat wouldn't stand a chance against me. Thinking this, he tried to launch another attack on Wen Sheng, but he was stopped by Doflamingo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared behind Doflamingo, looking up at Wen Sheng in the sky, their eyes filled with slight surprise. State your intentions, Navy. I will handle you differently based on your words. Before anyone could speak, Doflamingo interjected. Within 7 days, report to the Navy headquarters for reassignment. This is a 4 summons approved by the world government. You have no right to refuse. Chapter 97 Internal Strife? Acting. Navy brat, are you too self-righteous? Buzz, 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 buzz. Black lightning appeared, and Doflamingo suddenly unleashed his conqueror's Haki on Wen Sheng, aiming to intimidate him from the air down to the ground. But what he didn't know was that Wen Sheng had already endured an even stronger conqueror's Haki years ago, and was not affected, let alone Doflamingo's at this moment. That's right, we're talking about red-haired Shanks, the most domineering man in this world. Here, domineering refers not only to his style, but also to his 3-color Haki, which is top-notch on the seas. No way. How could his conqueror's Haki be so powerful? Doflamingo was surprised that Wen Sheng was not affected by his conqueror's Haki, but Wen Sheng was also astonished at Doflamingo, because he could feel that the intimidation ability of Doflamingo's released conqueror's Haki at this moment was not much different from that of red-haired Shanks years ago. In fact, it was slightly beyond. Impossible. Red-haired Shanks became one of the 4 emperors relying on this conqueror's Haki. How could a mere Doflamingo have such intensity of conqueror's Haki? Wen Sheng had no more time to think, as Baby 5 stepped on Buffalo and charged towards him. Before getting close, as a paramecia-type weapon fruit user, she merged her arms into a large cannon and launched an attack at Wen Sheng. Not just her Pika's rock attacks, treble slime attacks, Diamante's flying slashes, etc. Everyone in the Don Quixote family with long-range attack abilities launched attacks on Wen Sheng, wanting to bring this audacious guy down from the sky. But bang! Boom! Wen Sheng not only dodged all the attacks, but also flew above Baby 5, raising a metal rod to strike her. The super-fast speed brought immense power, directly crashing her and her mount Buffalo to the ground, kicking up heavy dust. Buffalo, unaware of Wen Sheng's current thoughts, would surely say, I am a paramecia-type spin fruit user, not a mount. Cough, cough, cough. The two burst out of the dust cloud, coughing violently. Were they injured? Not at all. Wen Sheng's previous attack struck the metallic cannon formed by Baby 5 and did not directly hit her body. Therefore, the damage to her was minimal. The others did not stop their attacks just because the two were knocked down. Instead, they intensified their assault on Wen Sheng. Unfortunately, they couldn't even touch him, let alone land a hit. After a bout of fighting, after the Don Quixote family's flurry of attacks, Wen Sheng suddenly soared in altitude, looking down at everyone from high above. Your subordinates are not very capable, warlord. Everyone was furious, but they had no way to retaliate because they couldn't hit Sheng at all. Those using martial arts had mediocre armament Haki. Sheng's gaze fell on Lao Ji and Dellinger. Specializing in devil fruit abilities, their fruit skills were poorly developed. Otherwise, their fruit abilities were just too weak. Sheng's gaze swept over people like Treble, making everyone very angry. Putting 2 swords into his spatial bag, Sheng disdainfully said, "I don't even need a sword to deal with you." Clenching his fist, Sheng looked at Doflamingo. "Let me see what kind of strength the warlord with so many useless subordinates possesses." Originally, Doflamingo was about to explode with anger, thinking of giving Sheng a small lesson. But upon seeing Sheng put away his weapons, he instantly understood. Suddenly, Sheng appeared in front of Doflamingo in an instant and punched towards his head. "Young master, be careful," Viola exclaimed. However, as soon as she spoke, she immediately covered her mouth. As the former princess of Dressrosa, Doflamingo valued her devil fruit ability because she was a Paramecia-type Days fruit user. He forced her to join the Don Quixote family by threatening her family. Now, seeing Sheng's intent to severely beat Doflamingo through her fruit ability, she involuntarily warned Doflamingo. But she quickly realized that the Don Quixote family was her enemy, and she wished for Doflamingo to die immediately. So, she quickly covered her mouth again. Unfortunately, she didn't know that among everyone present, perhaps only she and Dellinger were unaware of Sheng's identity. Dellinger was too young back then and may have forgotten about Sheng, while she was deliberately isolated by Doflamingo. After all, everyone knew her identity and that she could not be loyal to the Don Quixote family, so she knew nothing about Sheng. Bang! Sheng's punch was caught by Doflamingo with one hand. After a brief moment of astonishment, Doflamingo laughed. "Is your weak attack just to tickle me?" As his body spun, Doflamingo threw Sheng into the sky. Stabilizing his form, Sheng looked at Doflamingo in surprise. "You only have 7 days, warlord. If you don't come, the consequences are on you." Putting on an expression of being frightened by Doflamingo's strength, Sheng finished his threat and immediately flew away without any delay. Doflamingo, watching Sheng leave, Diamante looked at Doflamingo in confusion. Shaking his head slightly, Doflamingo turned to the others behind him. "Diamante, Treble, and Pika, follow me. The rest of you, train hard. If a mere Navy brigadier can mock my Don Quixote family S officers, and I have to step in to handle it, where will my face go? What do I need you family officers for?" Yes, although everyone was acting to some extent, they all understood from the earlier battle that the little thief who had once been at their mercy had far surpassed them in strength now. If they didn't work hard to train, they didn't know what kind of mockery they would face when they next met Sheng. Just thinking about such a scene sent shivers down their spines. I absolutely do not want to be mocked by Sheng. With such thoughts, after Doflamingo left with the 3, they each found places to begin their training. "Are you acting?" Looking at Sheng landing beside her, Nico Robin asked with a smile. Robin elegantly set down the book in her hand, but what she saw was Sheng's distressed expression. He was indeed distressed because he found that Doflamingo not only had a significant improvement in his Conqueror's Haki, but even his martial arts and observation Haki had greatly improved. Otherwise, even if Sheng had held back during the final strike, it wouldn't have been possible for the Doflamingo he remembered to block it. Now, not only was his attack blocked, but Doflamingo even caught him and threw him away. Knowing about this unexpected result, how could he not be distressed? After all, his punch was aimed at smashing Doflamingo's cheek and knocking off those flamboyant glasses of his. He was now a bit worried if the background character Luffy in 2 years could really defeat Doflamingo. What? The background character has been captured? Relying on Cap's identity to rescue his non-bounty grandson shouldn't be too difficult. After all, he can't just depend on Law and Kuma, right? In Sheng's view, Kuma might no longer be a match for Doflamingo at this moment. Sheng didn't want to answer Robin's question and gave her a look that said she was talking too much. If nothing unexpected happens, you can only stay here for a maximum of 2 years, so don't get too emotionally attached. Chapter 98, Confession after saying this. He felt a bit less confident himself. Can the alliance between Monkey D, Luffy, and Law really deal with the enhanced version of Don Quixote Doflamingo as in the original plot? A big question arose in Sheng's mind. Although he didn't know if the Don Quixote family would still be destroyed like in his memories 2 years later, he still reminded Nico Robin. He didn't want a situation where Robin, for the safety of the Don Quixote family members, would actively surrender to the world government like she did for the Straw Hat Pirates. If that were to happen, wouldn't everything he did become futile? Would Robin do such a thing? There is a high probability that she would. After all, the more a person lacks something, the more they care about it. Would the Don Quixote family treat Robin well? Absolutely. As long as they were recognized by Doflamingo, they treated each other like family. And what Robin lacks the most is friendship and family. And in the Don Quixote family, she would definitely be able to get both. This is also why Sheng specifically reminded Robin. Unless Kuma, to thank Robin for saving Bonnie, takes the initiative to help deal with Doflamingo, then it might be a chance. Even bringing in Dragon and Sabo to help, then the Don Quixote family would definitely be destroyed. By the way, do you know that there's a pirate named Jewelry Bonnie who has a bounty on her head? Thinking of Kuma, Sheng asked about Bonnie's situation. This pirate named Bonnie has caught your attention, hasn't she? Upon hearing Sheng's inquiry, Robin thought for a moment and replied, unless her bounty has not been announced yet, otherwise, she should not have a bounty. With her habit of reading books and newspapers, along with her unparalleled memory, she might not remember all faces, but she could probably remember names. I see, that's good. That proves that Bonnie has escaped her original fate. Perhaps now, she is living well somewhere with Kuma. Thinking of the public execution of Ace that is about to begin, I'll see what Kuma is like after meeting him. I hope this poor and gentle person can have a good ending. After casually chatting a few words with Robin, Sheng flew away. He had only completed 1/3 of his task, and there wasn't much time for him to be as leisurely as Robin. Moreover, the other two warlords of the sea were not as easy to deal with as Doflamingo. Next up, Gecko Moria. Without the appearance of Monkey D. Luffy, Gecko Moria still lingered in the Devil's Triangle, dreaming of revenge against the strongest creature Kaido with his zombie army. Sheng made no comments about such a dreamer. Does he look down on him? Perhaps a little, but not much. Because if he really formed the zombie army he envisioned, he would indeed go to Wano to take revenge on Kaido, and that is much better than those who only shout slogans but dare not act. Of course, if there's a chance, if he is no longer a warlord of the sea, Sheng would still mercilessly take him out. It's still the same saying, no matter how much you gloss over it, a thief is still a thief. And there is no reason for Gecko Moria to be treated leniently by Sheng. As for whether he could defeat him, that would only be known after the fight. His two-color Haki should have been completely wasted by now. With such thoughts, Sheng landed on the terrifying three-masted sailboat. Compared to the pretentious combat with Doflamingo, the conversation with Gecko Moria was much more relaxed. After Sheng explained a reason for coming to find him, Moria very sensibly stated that he would arrive at the Navy headquarters on time. Sheng had completed 2/3 of his task. Next up was the hardest warlord of the sea to deal with, taking out the permanent pointer pointing to Kurigana Island. Sheng flew towards the location of Dracul Mihawk. You should know how to make me accept the summons, right? Dracul Mihawk picked up the supreme grade sword Yuru beside him, his eagle-like eyes sharply looking at Sheng. Sheng felt his eyelids twitching. But this time, he did not choose to evade but flew towards Mihawk. Are you seeking death on purpose? Mihawk frowned as he watched Sheng land not far in front of him, confused. My swordsmanship is very poor. The only reason I could perform the flying slash is that I cheated with speed, so you can completely ignore me. Mihawk, he completely didn't understand the purpose of Sheng's words. He already knew Sheng was cheating, but he couldn't agree with the notion that his swordsmanship was very poor. How could someone with poor swordsmanship compete on equal footing with him? How could someone with poor swordsmanship execute a flying slash? Of course, part of this was because he had previously acted out of curiosity and casually made a move. But he also couldn't believe that Sheng was a swordsman with poor swordsmanship. I once consulted a swordsmanship master, and after seeming to feel my bones, he suggested that I give up on practicing swordsmanship and martial arts, and focus on developing my devil fruit abilities. Mihawk's brows furrowed even deeper. He also understood what it meant for Sheng to get this close to him. So, Mihawk said nothing more and directly took action. After examining Sheng's arms and body, Mihawk looked at him with a slightly surprised expression. Then your flying slash. My speed is very fast. Regarding Sheng's words, Mihawk nodded in acknowledgement. This was a fact he had personally verified. using a weapon to create a vacuum wave in the air at supersonic speed, drawing up a vacuum to perform slashes. I provide speed, and my little bag protects my hands from the intense air friction. During the conversation, the little bag transformed into its animal form in front of my hawk. Using the principle of Gale Foot, combined with the animal consciousness granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit for protection, to perform Gale Foot with both hands, my hawk shook his head slightly, put down the long sword in his hand, and sat back down in his chair to pick up his teacup. I know about the 4 summons. As for whether I go to the Navy headquarters, it depends on my mood. Good. After hearing this answer, Sheng turned and flew away. He knew that after this confession, he had completely resolved the grievances between him and Dracul Myhawk. No, it should be said that after this confession, Dracul Myhawk had completely lost interest in him. Looking up at the disappearing Sheng, Myhawk recalled the words that Shanks had previously said to him. It seems you misjudged the person, Shanks. Remembering his recent understanding of Sheng's physical strength, Myhawk shook his head. In your eyes. Perhaps this helmsman who could replace Whitebeard as the world's strongest man is impossible to become the next world's strongest man. His physical strength is too poor. Chapter 99. The flower ship at sea what to do after finishing the task ahead of time. As a lazy ox who doesn't want to work hard, of course, I should find a place to enjoy myself. Returning to the Navy headquarters at this time would definitely result in being conscripted for all sorts of duties. Since I completed the task early, I could enjoy a few days of leisure, and at this moment, I definitely don't want to go back to the Navy headquarters. So, should I go to the largest entertainment city in the world, Girin Tezelo, or to the flower ship at sea? It's such a difficult choice. Although I say this, my actions are quite honest. I'm flying towards the position of the flower ship. By the way, the first time I took Vincent to the flower ship, which is managed by Stussy, was thanks to that thick-browed guy, Virgo. Then, he received a permanent pointer made with life car technology that would always point to the flower ship. And just to add, this is a privilege only for regular customers. Wait, Vincent's figure suddenly stopped in midair as he thought of something terrifying. He is no longer the same as before. With his reputation as the man closest to the world's greatest swordsman, if he were to be spotted by the newsbirds on the flower ship, the fame he just earned for the Navy would instantly vanish. This is something that both Morgans and pirates, even the Revolutionary Army, would be very happy to see. If this incident occurs, although he wouldn't face any punishment, Akainu, that cold-faced man, would definitely give him a hard time and assign him more tasks. Therefore, he must disguise himself. Little bag, it's up to you. Coincidentally, after seeing Nico Robin and Don Quixote Doflamingo use their fruit abilities to change their appearances, he thought of another way to use the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit ability. Through their mental connection, Little Bag immediately responded accordingly. Fluid flowed out from the iron rod, covering Vincent's cheeks and changing his appearance. Of course, it only altered his looks and did not exhibit any characteristics of the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit ability. Many people in the Navy know that his iron rod is endowed with the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit ability, and he doesn't want to expose his identity because of that. You all need to change to Little Bag, Little Sausage. I don't want to be exposed because of you. As the fluid moved, Vincent's rod and gun transformed into 2 thick wolf fawn clubs, carried side by side on his back. At this point, as long as Vincent takes off his Navy uniform and cape, he will become the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit user, Sherlock Holmes. Is calling him Sherlock Holmes a bit too much? In a moment, Vincent dismissed that thought. After all, the Paramecia-type float fruit user, Watson, has already appeared. So what's strange about having one more Zoan-type kangaroo fruit user, Sherlock Holmes? Who knows, after a while, there might even be a Zoan-type dachshund fruit user, Moriarty. Preparation complete. Onward. After stowing away his Navy uniform and cape into the spatial bag, Vincent said excitedly, "Watch my ship closely, or I'll break your legs." Vincent jumped from his flying vehicle onto the flower ship, tossing a rope to a nearby waiter, and said arrogantly, "Sure, customer. I will keep a close eye on your ship. Please go inside." Vincent. Hearing this humble response, Vincent instantly gave up on the impulse to throw berries in the waiter's face and felt utterly bored. He had planned to cosplay as the arrogant white-haired brother, but now he had no interest at all. "Little treasures, I'm here." But soon, Vincent walked into the interior of the flower ship with a face full of excitement. The performances inside are what attract Vincent the most. Moments later, Vincent, with a cigar in his mouth, watched the dance performance on stage while enjoying the gentle massage from the beautiful lady behind him with onion-like fingers. That's right, gentle massage. The kind that feels painful is all for the unusual. Vincent just loves this gentle touch. No, the feeling of gentle massage. Wow. After a segment of dance moves that are very difficult for ordinary people, it elicited cheers from many enthusiasts in the audience. Although among these people are many strong individuals from various professions, they all set aside their identities at this moment to praise the performance on stage. Those pirates Vincent doesn't deal with? Killing pirates is the job of the Navy's flying fruit user Vincent. What does it have to do with the Zoan-type kangaroo fruit user Sherlock Holmes? Okay, it's just because it's leisure time now, and it's not suitable to engage in combat. Isn't this a flower ship? No way, no way, no one really thinks that with a bit of pleasure between men and women. Cough, cough, cough. That kind of dirty business, it can make Stussy the queen of the underground world, the Joy Street. The joyful activities on the flower ship can be described as a dazzling array. Of course, the most attractive are the dirty dealings between men and women, and all other activities are based on this. Dear guests, next, please welcome the world's second beauty, Venus, to perform a dance for everyone. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Clearly, many people came for the world's second beauty, Venus. What about the world's first beauty? Without a doubt, it is Boa Hancock, one of the current 7 warlords. The second beauty in the world? Is there really a second existence like that in this world? Hearing the host's introduction on stage, Vincent instantly became interested. Well, let's first see the second in the world, so that when I meet the first Hancock, I won't embarrass myself, right? Vincent, who was originally very confident, began to feel less confident as the words went on. As a normal man, who can resist the charm of the world's first beauty, Boa Hancock, who possesses unparalleled beauty, a perfect figure, and an elegant and noble aura? He still remembers that in the original world, some people even expressed online that they would be willing to turn into a stone statue just to see Boa Hancock once. Wait, the danger perception has activated. Vincent's head, which was originally held high, suddenly lowered, and at the same time, the danger perception derived from his observation, Haki, immediately vanished. Is this a visual-type devil fruit ability? The so-called world's second beauty obtained such fame through the abilities of a devil fruit? Closing his eyes, he picked up a wine bottle from the table in front of him, which he had never ordered but surely existed, and blew it violently. Of course, nearly all the liquid flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Let me emphasize again, Vincent does not drink alcohol. As a pirate undercover agent, he certainly doesn't want to say anything he shouldn't after getting drunk, thus losing his civil servant job or even his life. After doing all this, Vincent conveniently fell down, sinking into the soft and towering bosom of the beautiful lady behind him. Vincent came to slack off, cough, cough, to take a vacation. Although he doesn't know why such a situation occurred on the flower ship, he doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. Getting drunk and passing out is the method he thought of at the moment. Not to mention, there are many strong individuals he sensed on the flower ship. And since they aren't dissatisfied, Vincent certainly won't be the one to stick his neck out. Chapter 100. Charm this guest is really something. If he can't drink, he shouldn't. The gentle and beautiful lady was supporting one Sheng as they walked into the room, softly advising him. It was such a pity that the guests couldn't enjoy Lady Venus's dance. What she didn't know was that at that moment, one Sheng was racking his brain over what kind of devil fruit this world's second beauty possessed. Is it a devil fruit ability that can be activated just by making eye contact? I don't recall any such magical abilities in the pirate world. But soon, Wen Sheng understood. The pirate world is so vast. How much could be portrayed in the anime? It seems to be a rule-based devil fruit ability, similar to the superhuman type move fruit. So, what is her purpose for staying on the flower ship? Wen Sheng continuously speculated about the intentions of the world's second beauty, Venus. But then, he suddenly realized, what does this have to do with me? I'm here for vacation, not to undertake any mission. Furthermore, even if this Venus is planning something, it would only affect those on the flower ship, not ordinary people. So, what kind of devil fruit ability she has is none of my business. After sorting out his thoughts, Wen Sheng's body leaned even closer to the beautiful lady. Her soft body, enchanting fragrance, gentle personality, and lovely appearance were the reasons Sheng had chosen this lady to accompany him. "Oh, dear guest, so you were pretending to be drunk." Sensing Sheng's movements, the beautiful lady gently chided, "Let's hurry back. Perhaps we can still catch Lady Venus's breathtaking dance. If we go back and I meet the world's second beauty, what if I no longer want you?" Sheng took a deep breath near the beautiful lady's neck and continued, "Besides, the best wine is always saved for last. Right now, all I want is you." Originally worried about missing Lady Venus's dance, upon hearing Sheng's words, the beautiful lady gave up on her last attempt to persuade him. The guest had made up his mind, and she could not refute it. This was their way of survival on this flower ship. "Lady Venus, a guest left before your appearance, claiming to be drunk, but he must have been pretending, for female guests were not captivated by your charm." The world's second beauty, Venus, who had consumed the charm fruit, asked after hearing her companion's report, "Have you found out their identities?" "Lady Venus, the one who left early is an animal-type devil fruit user, Holmes. He has maintained part of his beast-man form to conceal his face, and we couldn't determine his identity from the information we've collected. Among the other 4 female guests, 2 are vice admirals and candidates for admiral, Peach Rabbit and Brigadier General Ninus. The other 2 are Charlotte Amanda and Charlotte Yushu from the Big Amon Pirates, but they have already left the flower ship." Venus frowned, displeased, and said, "Navy and Yonko members?" "Yes, Lady Venus. As per your instructions, we did not engage with these 4 female guests. The last guest left early and did not see Lady Venus in person, so we cannot determine if he meets the requirements. Additionally, we have not yet uncovered his detailed identity and had no interaction with him." After putting on a nearly transparent veil and a cloak that enveloped her entire body, Venus stepped outside. "Take me to see him. As long as he meets the requirements, I can fulfill the prerequisites, then replace Stussy and become the new queen of Pleasure Street, ultimately achieving my goal." "Wait, Lady Venus," I said, "lead the way." The person reporting wanted to stop her, but Venus's commanding tone left her speechless, and she could only lead the way. "Yes." However, there was an uncontrollable smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she had succeeded in some mischievous scheme. A moment later, when Venus arrived at the door to Sheng's room and was about to knock, she heard passionate voices between a man and a woman coming from inside. Boom! Venus felt her entire body temperature rise instantly, and her face flushed with heat. Fortunately, the cloak concealed her body, preventing her from feeling utterly embarrassed. Turning around, she hurriedly left. It seemed her maid, either oblivious to Venus's embarrassment or doing so intentionally, kept asking behind her, "Lady Venus, are you not going to see that gentleman?" "Lady Venus, we can estimate whether he is the person you are looking for based on how long he persists." "Lady Venus, perhaps in less than an hour. That gentleman will finish his battle." "Lady Venus, if you want, you could just go in. I believe that gentleman won't mind." "Lady Venus, you can." "Shut up." Shout he. Sensing Venus's unmasked anger, Ilya showed a triumphant smile. "Indeed, teasing Lady Venus is much more interesting. Do you want me to become her captive of charm, a puppet for her to control?" Sheng knew that this world's second beauty possessed an eerie superhuman-type devil fruit ability that made him feel a sense of crisis. So he was on constant alert with observation Haki. When he sensed the second beauty approaching his door, he intensified his advances on the beautiful lady, causing the second beauty to leave in embarrassment. Of course, when she arrived at the door, Sheng also used his mind-reading ability to understand her intentions. To replace Stussy and become the new queen of the underground world, to kill the Yonko Shanks? Haha, what a naive woman. What status does Stussy hold? She is a spy for the world government's CP0, also an animal-type bat fruit user, proficient in the powerful martial arts of the Navy's 6 styles. Her identity, background, and abilities make her a formidable presence. Meanwhile, Venus, in her naive attempt to gather some lackeys to replace Stussy using her bizarre fruit ability, has an outcome that can already be imagined. Let alone, she is trying to make a move on Stussy's territory. That is truly a death wish. Not to mention, she even has the audacity to plot against Shanks. She is utterly overestimating herself. Pity her? Why should Sheng feel sorry for a woman who fails to grasp the situation and seeks her own demise? Is he so bored that he doesn't find the smooth and delicate waist of the beautiful lady in his arms appealing anymore? Chapter 101 Verification. The night of battle passed just like that, and when Sheng was somewhat satisfied that his achievements had slightly improved. This indicated that his physical strength had further increased. Wait, didn't my physical strength reach its limit and couldn't be further enhanced? Suddenly, when Sheng thought of this question, was the slight improvement in achievements due to a stronger resistance to the beautiful ladies or a reduction in feelings of shame, which led to the improvement in performance? As soon as this thought arose, when Sheng dismissed it, because the one affected by feelings of shame after arriving in the pirate world was Navy Wen Sheng, and it had nothing to do with his kangaroo fruit ability user, Holmes. As for resistance, that was even more impossible. Every time when Sheng came to the Sea Flower ship, he had never hit on the same beautiful lady, so where would that resistance come from? Therefore, after some summarization and analysis, when Sheng reached a conclusion, has my physical strength really improved? Overjoyed, when Sheng pushed away the beautiful lady who was entangled around him, got up, dressed, and headed towards the training room. Would there be a training room on the Sea Flower ship? Of course, as long as it brings joy. The Sea Flower ship has it all. For example, the exquisite auction held once every 6 months. What is the difference between that and the auction house on Sabati Archipelago? The auction house on Sabati Archipelago is open to anyone who can pay the entrance fee, while the auction on the Sea Flower ship operates by invitation only. Only those who receive an invitation card can participate. Moreover, the quality of the auction items at the two auction houses is vastly different. The Sabati Archipelago even auctions off ordinary people with some skills, which would never happen on the Sea Flower ship. The Sea Flower ship only auctions exquisite items, and even devil fruits are only top-quality ones. Just like the rabbit fruit, mythical beast-type, jade rabbit form devil fruit that is about to be auctioned tonight. By the way, this was information Wen Sheng obtained from the beautiful lady after a passionate battle in bed. This could also be considered an alternative form of advertising. Perhaps if Wen Sheng auctioned something at the auction house, the beautiful lady might even get a corresponding commission. As for whether Wen Sheng could receive an invitation, the beautiful lady didn't know. She was just casting a wide net. If she could get a commission, that would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Perhaps it was too early, or maybe there just weren't many guests on the Sea Flower ship who wanted to train. But when Wen Sheng arrived at the training room, there was only one person inside, continuously swinging a long knife, engaged in monotonous training. That is, Wen Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly. Then he pretended to be nonchalant as he entered the training room, picked up a wooden sword, and began his own verification. The most direct way to verify if his physical strength had increased was, of course, running. As long as he could run a farther distance than he did on Ed Island, he would know if his physical strength had grown. Unfortunately, he was currently on the Sea Flower ship and didn't have the conditions to run. Moreover, he didn't have any immediate intention to leave. So, he had to give up this most straightforward way to see if his physical strength had improved and choose another verification method. Yes, it was the basic arm movement training in swordsmanship, known as Suzuri. In simple terms, it meant swinging the wooden sword in the air, holding the sword with both hands, getting into a proper stance, raising the sword above his head, and then swinging the wooden sword forward with all his strength. Back when Wen Sheng was in Rogue Town, he found a third-rate, should be an unqualified swordsmanship teacher to learn swordsmanship, and his limit for swinging the wooden sword was 347 times. As long as he swung the wooden sword with all his strength and counted the number of swings, he could know whether his physical strength had improved. Inhale. Ugh. Swinging the wooden sword with all his might, the sound of slicing through the air made Wen Sheng realize that his feeling should not be wrong. His physical strength might really have increased, because the sound of the sword slicing through the air in his memory was not this strong. Maybe it's an illusion. Don't get too happy too early. Keep going. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sound of swinging the sword echoed continuously in the training room, until his arms felt a strong sense of soreness and fatigue. He still gritted his teeth and persevered. Ninus watched the other person in the training room doing the same Suzuri as her, but a feeling of discomfort rose in her heart. It was just towards the person, but also towards that poor Suzuri. She felt awkward about it. Indeed, the person who arrived in the training room before Wen Sheng was none other than Ninus, who had completed a mission with Sheng in the Imean Kingdom, comprehended the ice sword intent, and possessed 3 colors of Haki. She had come to the Sea Flower ship because Tao Tuji Yuan had received a task from the world government, and she followed along after being assigned to learn swordsmanship from a Kainu. Of course, she was just accompanying him. The task was for Tao Tu and had nothing to do with her. So weak. When she saw that the person could only do around 300 Suzuri before trembling and sweating profusely, Ninus was puzzled. Is this, to get my attention, deliberately showing diligence in front of me? Shaking her head, Ninus realized that she was being overly sentimental. If that were the case, then the person in front of her wouldn't be continuously practicing Suzuri and displaying his weakness before her, but would have transformed into his beastman form to practice his Zoan-type devil fruit ability. The appearance of Sheng's Zoan-type devil fruit ability was completely unmasked. Therefore, anyone who saw him would immediately know that he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Hey, Suzuri is just to grasp the feeling of wielding a sword, laying a foundation for learning stronger swordsmanship in the future. It doesn't mean you need to swing the wooden sword with all your strength every time. Hearing Ninus's guidance, Sheng slightly tilted his head, nodded in thanks, and then continued to swing the wooden sword with all his might. Although his swordsmanship teacher in Rogue Town was a third-rate instructor, he still understood Suzuri. But what Sheng needed wasn't to learn swordsmanship. Well, he couldn't even learn it. He just wanted to know to what extent his physical strength had reached. As for Ninus's guidance, he couldn't respond more. After all, relying on the help of his Zoan-type kangaroo fruit's consciousness pocket, the only thing he could disguise was his appearance. He couldn't disguise his voice. Now was his break time, and he didn't want to be recognized by Ninus and be forced to work overtime. He was certainly very curious as to why Ninus was here. Shouldn't she be at the Navy headquarters, learning swordsmanship and 2-color Haki from the instructors there? But after thinking about it, Sheng decided not to meddle. The person had been handed over to a Kainu, and given a Kainu's level of importance placed on Ninus, he wouldn't let her act freely. Since that was the case, Sheng was even less likely to recognize Ninus. After all, regardless of Sheng's purpose, disguising himself to board the Sea Flower ship was something that would be very awkward. Ninus, starting training so early, really is diligent. What surprised Sheng even more was that someone more familiar came to the training room. Indeed, the person was Tao Tuji Yuan, the Rear Admiral and candidate for Admiral from the Navy headquarters. Chapter 102. The auction action begins chaotically. What's wrong? Seeing Ninus looking at another person in the training room, Peach Rabbit Gun asked. Is he amazed by the way he's using his swordsmanship? Just one glance, and Peach Rabbit Gun understood why Ninus was like that. Yes, Ninus did not argue, but directly stated his thoughts. The way he uses his swordsmanship will soon exhaust his stamina and make him faint. Swordsmanship is not practiced like that. He accepted my reminder, but refused to change. Is that so? Hearing Ninus's words, Peach Rabbit then looked seriously at Sheng. Then, he saw a man who was fully exerting himself in swordsmanship, his face flushed and his whole body trembling. Is that part beast form of a Zoan-type devil fruit? It seems he is someone who has developed the fruit's abilities to a high degree. Well-informed Peach Rabbit quickly recognized the man's current state. Ninus, your worries are unnecessary. Ninus didn't understand and waited for Peach Rabbit Gun to explain. He is an animal-type devil fruit user skilled in physical techniques. Consuming stamina like this should not be for practicing swordsmanship, but rather to quickly deplete his body's energy to enhance his recovery ability. Is that how animal-type users enhance their recovery ability? Exactly. Although what she said earlier was nonsense, Peach Rabbit confirmed it. She is not an animal-type devil fruit user. So how could she know how those people train? But there was no choice. Knowing Ninus, if his doubts were not resolved, he would definitely keep obsessing over it. Just like how he has always thought that Rear Admiral Sheng is the benchmark of the Navy, harboring admiration and infatuation. Seeing Ninus show a look of realization, Peach Rabbit Gun immediately said, "Let's go back. Don't exhaust yourself too much. Tonight there might be a big battle." A big battle? That's right. Peach Rabbit glanced at the person still training nearby and lowered her voice. According to intelligence from the World Government's CP organization, there may be unrest at tonight's auction. Oh, taking Ninus with her, Peach Rabbit Gun left the training room. However, before leaving, she looked inexplicably at the person still practicing swordsmanship. Did he notice me? Sheng sighed helplessly, then tightened his trembling hands around the wooden sword and swung out his swordsmanship again. What I just said was less of an explanation for Ninus, and more like something meant for me to hear. Sensing Peach Rabbit Gun's scrutinizing gaze as she left, Sheng denied his thoughts. No, Peach Rabbit didn't discover me. She seems more interested in my strength, wanting me to participate in this auction and stir the waters even more. Indeed, the pink woman is all black inside. Pouting, Sheng had already decided not to attend tonight's auction. He didn't have an invitation to the auction tonight. ISNT, that even better. 512. Whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air rang out again, but Sheng's hands could no longer hold the wooden sword. His stamina was nearly exhausted, achieving a count of 550 while completely drained of stamina. Summarizing in his heart, even though his body was tired, he felt a sense of elation because my physical strength has really improved. This was the best news for Sheng. It meant that soon he would be able to master Haki and marry a beautiful rich woman, becoming a Navy admiral, and finally. Forget it. Being an admiral is too much. I'll settle for rear admiral at most. I don't want to face those disgusting celestial dragons. The flight fruit lightened his body weight, and Sheng dragged his exhausted body back to his room. After a casual wash, he lay back on the bed, embracing a soft and smooth, beautiful girl, and fell into a deep sleep. Night. Knock, knock, knock. Sheng was awakened by a slow and steady knock on the door. Guest, dinner time has arrived. Would you like me to bring it to you, or will you go to the restaurant to enjoy it? This was the instruction Sheng had given before sleeping, to have them call him at dinner time. Where's the beautiful girl? Of course, she left. The sea flower boat has many beautiful flowers. Sheng wouldn't pick just one. I'll go to the restaurant. Of course, he had to go to the restaurant. After all, go to the restaurant was not just for dinner, but also to watch cheerful shows and finally take a beautiful flower back to his room to cherish. He came to the sea flower boat just for fun, right? I really shouldn't have wasted so much time verifying my physical strength. I need to learn from this experience. You have to know that the sea flower boat charges by the day, with services charged separately, meaning he wasted half a day as expenses. Although he had money, he shouldn't waste it like this. After a deep self-reflection, Sheng arrived at the restaurant. However, bang, the sound of a wooden hammer striking the table reached his ears, making his heart tremble. Congratulations to this guest. This item is yours. The auctioneer's passionate voice shattered all of Sheng's fantasies. He seemed to remember that there would be unrest at tonight's auction, and he had just barged in, looking at the petite cat-eared girl beside him who was leading the way to another beautiful flower he found. He asked, "Is the auction held next door to the restaurant?" The petite cat-eared girl revealed a sweet smile that made one's heart flutter and replied, "Yes, guest. The restaurant, auction house, hot spring, and so on are all on the top floor of joint number 5. However, no matter how warm the petite cat-eared girl's smile was, it could not warm Sheng's already cold heart at that moment. He had the urge to turn around and leave immediately. By the way, do you know how long the auction has been going on? According to past customs, the item just auctioned should be the first one, and it probably won't end for more than an hour. Does the guest have an invitation to participate in the auction? No. Sheng answered very confidently, as if he didn't notice the fleeting disappointment on the petite cat-eared girl's face and didn't feel that not receiving an invitation was something embarrassing. There's still plenty of time, enough for me to finish dinner and leave. Thinking of this, he abandoned the idea of leaving immediately and strode toward the restaurant. Ordering, serving, and eating, Sheng finished his meal in 10 minutes and then got up to leave. The moment he stepped out of the restaurant, Sheng felt a great sense of relief. Thanks to my cleverness, I avoided a troublesome situation. I'm really amazing. Bang! Several figures burst out from the auction house, each holding a treasure chest. Clearly, Sheng was too early to celebrate. Chapter 103 Transition O. I must always keep the ability to foresee the future. Just because of this sudden change, Sheng thought to himself like this, but he would never actually do it. He didn't want to waste such mental energy on looking at some boring future. Of course, now was not the time to think about these things. What Wen Sheng should do now was to let the little bag cover his eyes while connecting spiritually. The sense of crisis that he felt last night when the second most beautiful woman in the world was about to appear resurfaced. Obviously, among those figures, one of them was undoubtedly the second most beautiful woman in the world, Venus. He saw the figure surrounded in the center raise a hand, and a pink short bow appeared in her hand. Drawing the bow, dozens of heart-shaped pink arrows appeared on it. Captive arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone in the restaurant was within her attack range. Wen Sheng, feeling those struck by the heart arrows rushing towards the auction house, trying to use their flesh and blood to block the impending pursuers, Wen Sheng, who had just stepped out of the restaurant, felt lucky while also feeling troubled. He pulled the cat-eared girl beside him, trying to stand against the wall to reduce his presence. He could certainly fly away directly, but he was currently an animal-type kangaroo fruit user, Holmes, not a Superman-type flying fruit user, Wen Sheng. Once he flew away, wouldn't his persona collapse? He still planned to use this persona as his leisure entertainment's special alternate identity and didn't want to give it up so easily. The identity of Watson, the Superman-type floating fruit user from the Don Quixote family? That identity could no longer be used. After the public execution meeting of Ace, he was sternly warned by Vice Admiral Crane not to act recklessly anymore. Fortunately, if the identity of Watson, the Superman-type floating fruit user, was gone, he still had a backup identity. That's right, when faced with things not suitable for Navy Wen Sheng to handle, the pirate who had eaten the dog fruit, sausage dog form, Moriarty would appear. Perhaps, when the animal-type kangaroo fruit user Holmes shows his beast form, some Navy might recognize or guess his identity. But the dog fruit, sausage dog form Moriarty would most likely not be recognized. After all, among those in Baroque works, except for Crocodile and Nico Robin, he had already killed them all. To get back to the point, just as when Sheng covered the cat-eared girl's eyes, those people rushed past them, fleeing ahead. Why are you covering my eyes, guest? When Sheng could feel the cat-eared girl trembling, especially when he covered her eyes, her trembling intensified. However, the knowledge she learned on the flower ship still made her gently and weakly ask. Even in this possibly life-threatening situation, she dared not, could not show the anger she should express. When Sheng harshly criticized what the flower ship did to these beautiful girls in his heart, and then let go of his hand. I didn't want you to see something you shouldn't see. I see. Thank you for your help. Even though Wen Sheng's reasoning was illogical. The cat-eared girl still bowed in thanks and perfectly displayed her slender figure in front of Wen Sheng. Perhaps this was also the etiquette she specially learned from men on the flower ship. Wen Sheng cursed in his heart, then thought, Stussy, well done. Yes, Wen Sheng was such a superficial person. No, this is something Holmes would do. What does it have to do with me, Wen Sheng? After appreciating the cat-eared girl's perfect etiquette, he heard an unhappy reprimand nearby. Why didn't you stop those people? Because those people in the restaurant have been blocked. Peach Rabbit and the others spent a lot of effort to knock them all out and chase after them. But after such a delay, where were those people now? Just as she had nowhere to vent her anger, she saw the person she had seen in the training room that morning. So in a fit of rage, she shouted at that person, Wen Sheng. What could he do? He could only endure silently. If he opened his mouth and was recognized by Peach Rabbit, wouldn't he be forced into service? This guest, please do not disturb my guest. There are guards on the ship and the Navy at sea. My guest does not need to risk their life to do something unrelated to themselves. I hope you understand. The cat-eared girl's tone was still very gentle, but her content was very serious, leaving Peach Rabbit momentarily unable to refute. After all, what the cat-eared girl said was very reasonable. Yeah, this person is neither a guard on the ship nor a Navy. Why should they help? Hey, wait, this person. Why do you look a bit familiar? Can you remove some of the beastly features from your face so I can see your appearance? Peach Rabbit stared at Wen Sheng, her eyes unblinking. Wen Sheng, or say a couple of words so I can guess who you are? Seeing that Wen Sheng had no intention of speaking, Peach Rabbit continued. Cold sweat streamed down Wen Sheng's face. He realized that his identity might soon be exposed. No way. No way. Is it that I just used the identity of the animal-type kangaroo fruit user Holmes for the first time, and am about to be recognized like this? This guest, if you disturb my guest again, I will call the guards. By the way, your companions have gone to chase the robbers. Aren't you going? Angel, The petite cat-eared girl is definitely an angel. When Peach Rabbit heard this and immediately left, the cat-eared girl standing in front of him became a pure, holy, and merciful angel in Wen Sheng's heart. And then, tonight, I must enjoy my angel. Slap. Wen Sheng gave himself a slap. He shouldn't be thinking about such things at such a time. It was absolutely a desecration to the cat-eared girl. Cough, cough, but desecration. Seems quite nice, too. Holding this petite cat-eared girl, who was one of the few shorter than him on the flower ship, Wen Sheng walked toward his room. Other joyful programs? Cough. Thinking about the sense of guilt in his heart, his desires had become uncontrollable. How could he care about any other joyful programs? He just wanted to go back to his room and give the cat-eared girl a good squeeze. But it seemed that Wen Sheng did not check the almanac today. Does the pirate world have an almanac? Sensing the presence of those who shouldn't exist in the room, Wen Sheng felt very helpless. He looked at the cat-eared girl soft in his arms and teasingly blew a breath in her ear. How about we go to the observation deck and feel the sea breeze? Chapter 10 for the next target. He certainly couldn't go to the observation deck because he was pulled into his room. He wanted to avoid trouble, but it seemed that trouble was always entangled with him. Your guest no longer wants you. Go find a new one. Yes, Lady Venus. The cat-eared girl was not pulled into the room with Wen Sheng. Venus merely exchanged a glance with her through the crack of the door, and she happily prepared to turn and leave. Don't mention seeing me to anyone else. Okay, Lady Venus. The cat-eared girl bounced away joyfully. I'm so happy to have seen Lady Venus up close. As she left, she cheerfully murmured to herself. Even her pupils turned into pink heart shapes. The charm of the superhuman-type charm fruit ability is not only effective on men, but also on women. I need your help. Once the door was closed, Venus got straight to the point with Wen Sheng. Her eyes were covered by a small bag, and even though she was close to him, Wen Sheng's observation Haki did not give him any warning. So, he wanted to hear what this woman, who caused chaos on the flower ship, had to say. I need your help to leave the flower ship. On go the territory of the red-hair pirates. Wen Sheng continued to listen. However, Venus did not continue. What is next? She didn't say. Wen Sheng spoke. She asked him for help, but after helping, what would he get in return? As for the chaos involving the red-hair pirates, what did it have to do with him? After all, he had already offended the red-haired pirates severely. Venus had a puzzled expression, seemingly not understanding what else there was to discuss. Perhaps this was the first time she had been asked what's next since she ate the superhuman-type charm fruit, or rather, since she was born. In her memory, Wen jumped at the chance to help her once she made a request. Was it like the person in front of her, covering his eyes to prevent being influenced by her fruit ability? Eye contact was merely a way to activate her ability. Her body fragrance was also a way to activate her devil fruit ability. And in this room, at such a close distance, she was 100% sure that her fruit ability had successfully activated. But if I help, what will I get? She was surprised to hear him say something unexpected. Is there really someone who can resist the influence of her fruit ability? She was incredibly astonished, but because of this discovery, Venus wanted to recruit the person in front of her to become her beloved guard. Or perhaps, her beloved captive. She originally had 8 guards, all strong individuals she had spent a lot of time finding on the flower ship. While they were not on par with the 4 emperors or the top warlords, they were not inferior to ordinary warlords either. However, because of the auction item theft, 2 of them had already been killed by that General Peach Rabbit. And the person in front of her, with a Zoan-type fruit ability and the ability to evade danger, was their replacement candidate. Whether he was strong or not was secondary, but that ability to evade danger was exactly what she needed right now. How did Venus know that Wen Sheng had the ability to evade danger? She wasn't sure, but she believed that in this world, she was the most dangerous person, because her ability could completely change a person's psychology and behavior, making them abandon childhood friends, forsake their original partners, betray their mentors. Even if their sect faced total destruction, as long as she was fine, others would do anything. In other words, Venus's superhuman-type charm fruit could make her the white moonlight in anyone's heart. The superhuman-type charm fruit could also be called the superhuman-type white moonlight fruit. Wen Sheng, what the heck, a white moonlight fruit? Is there really such an ultra-special devil fruit? What Venus didn't know was that while she wanted to get close to Wen Sheng to capture him, she didn't realize that because of the proximity, everything she thought was clearly known to Wen Sheng. I can let you choose 2 of the 8 auction items. Although she was very surprised, Venus still presented her terms. I have a question. Not immediately choosing his spoils, Wen Sheng raised his doubts. You must have eaten a hypnotic-type devil fruit. Then why do you still personally participate in the auction theft? Can't you just let them do it? That way, you could remain safe. Because my charm fruit ability has a controlled distance limit. It can't be too far apart. Of course, Venus wouldn't actually say this. But as soon as she thought it, it was instantly received by Wen Sheng's mind-reading ability. I originally planned to grab the auction items and leave immediately, but I didn't expect that the forces behind the flower ship would join forces with the Navy, causing me significant losses. Losing 2 beloved guards was indeed a big loss for her, because her next target was. Wen Sheng suddenly looked up at the world's second beauty in front of him. Oh, his eyes were covered by a small bag, so he couldn't see? That's fine. But in Wen Sheng's heart, a huge wave was rising. No way, with just these few little cats. Are you really going to deal with red-haired Shanks? But soon, Wen Sheng realized that if her plan could really be successfully completed, the chances of success were still quite high. Because among the auction items they stole, there was a decisive treasure, the explosive rock. That's right. It was the explosive rock that former Marine Admiral Zephyr wanted to use 2 years later to blow up 3 important nodes capable of destroying the New World, triggering a massive volcanic eruption, ultimately incinerating the entire New World sea and all the pirates in the sea. It was an explosive rock that could easily destroy a small island with just one. And now, such a dangerous thing was among the 8 treasure boxes on his room table. Wen Sheng, he felt he had no words to respond and wanted to leave this dangerous place immediately. Choose, and then let me leave the flower ship. Wen Sheng regretted it. He should have directly refused Venus's request and called the guards on the flower ship, or even General Peach Rabbit, to capture Venus directly. If that were the case, he would have had much less trouble. But is the target red-haired Shanks? If he gets blown up by Venus, that would be fun. Thinking of this, Wen Sheng suddenly became excited. All right, he knew that relying on an explosive rock like that would not be able to kill red-haired Shanks. At least one explosive rock wouldn't be able to kill him, but it would definitely make him look foolish. Thinking of this, Wen Sheng felt that even if Venus didn't offer him any reward, he wouldn't mind finding a way to help Venus and her 7 companions get off the flower ship. Of course, he wouldn't refuse the treasures he could pocket either. I really want to see what kind of damage Venus would cause to red-haired Shanks. Chapter 105 Next steps. Wen Sheng merely thought about how, because of him, red-haired Shanks could end up in a predicament, and somehow, he felt a sense of relief. What would it be like if this explosive rock were to detonate on the red force of the red-haired pirates? Thinking of this, a joyful expression involuntarily appeared on Wen Sheng's face. The flower ship on the sea really is a place that doesn't disappoint. Not only can it give me physical pleasure, but it can also provide me with spiritual joy. Seeing Venus making a gesture as if presenting 8 small treasure chests for him to choose from, Wen Sheng smiled. This woman is really cunning. From Venus's heart, Wen Sheng already knew that the dangerous explosive rock had been put away by them after they entered his room. This meant that among the 8 small treasure chests, one was empty. Thus, Venus didn't mind letting Wen Sheng make a choice. You can't open them. You can only choose randomly. Although she had already given him what he most wanted, she still raised the difficulty for him. After all, this man was unaffected by her charm. So, Wen Sheng chuckled and did not object. For someone like Wen Sheng, who possessed the observation Haki to foresee the future, this kind of blind box choice was no different from showing his cards directly. Should I mix up the order of these treasure chests? Wen Sheng kindly reminded. Yes. Venus did not oppose Wen Sheng's suggestion, but looked at one of her guards. In an instant, with a wave of that guard's hand, the originally neatly arranged 8 small treasure chests were shuffled. Is this a Paramecia-type chaos fruit user? That's also a super powerful devil fruit ability. Wen Sheng learned of this person's fruit ability through Venus's heart voice. As for the thoughts of the other 6, they only harbored admiration for Venus and a desire to protect her. If Venus did not release her ability, they would likely remain her captives, manipulated by her will. Under Venus's watch, Wen Sheng seemingly casually picked 2 treasure chests. Open them directly? He did not do that. since he already knew what was inside. Why bother with unnecessary actions? If he picked something that Venus didn't want to give him, it could cause trouble. When Sheng knew what was in the 2 treasure chests, and after Venus checked later, she would also know what he had lost. With a mutual understanding, neither party paid attention to the items within the chests. So what are your plans? Given Venus's domineering rules as a paramecia-type charm fruit user, even if when Sheng offered suggestions, she likely wouldn't listen, so when Sheng politely inquired. Of course, as for how to proceed specifically, it would depend on what she would propose. I need you to help me destroy this flower ship. Looking at the fierce expression on Venus's face and hearing her current thoughts, when Sheng was even more convinced of one thing. The pink woman is dark inside. If I can't seize Stussy's belongings, then I'll just destroy them. Originally, she planned to seize the auction items and then aim for the title of Queen of Joy Street before dealing with red-haired Shanks. Little did she know, Admiral Peach Rabbit would suddenly appear to stop her, and the guards of the flower ship had long prepared countermeasures. If it weren't for her 8 guards doing everything to protect her, she might not have even gotten those 8 items. What frustrated her even more was that among those guards, she seemed to have seen figures from the CP organization. Those lapdogs really have some nerve to meddle in my affairs. After I deal with red-haired Shanks, I'll settle the score with you. One Sheng, he didn't know how to face Venus's current thoughts. It was one thing to deal with red-haired Shanks. After all, with the explosive rock, she might really have a chance. But how could she have the confidence to confront the world government's CP organization? Fortunately, Venus did not know that when Sheng had read her thoughts, so he didn't need to respond. I just need to destroy this flower ship, right? That's right. Since I can't completely destroy that ugly woman Stussy, I still want to make her suffer. One Sheng. Let me clarify, I can destroy this flower ship, but I won't make it sink to the bottom of the sea instantly. I need to leave enough time for everyone on board to evacuate. You have no objections to that, right? None. She wanted Wen Sheng to destroy the flower ship to create chaos, thereby giving them a chance to escape. Even if Wen Sheng didn't say it, she would have made him do so. She was a devil fruit user and didn't want to be buried in the sea. So, in 15 minutes, I will start damaging this ship. After that, the rest will be up to you. No problem? No problem. Once I deal with red-haired Shanks, I'll make you my guard, obeying me forever. Having you work for me is already a favor. How dare you negotiate conditions with me? Wen Sheng, all right. He admitted that sometimes reading minds isn't so great. Is she still on the ship? Peach Rabbit asked the CP members disguised as flower ship guards. We can confirm that the lady has not left. A robotic voice responded to Peach Rabbit's question. In this matter, even the CP members had to obey Peach Rabbit's orders, as it was a command from the elders. Is she hiding? Peach Rabbit pondered, realizing that the crew on the flower ship was mixed, making it impossible to search slowly. Do we need to reveal our CP organization identity? Peach Rabbit shook her head. Even if you revealed your identity, it wouldn't help. And we don't have much time left. What do you mean? The CP leader did not understand what Admiral Peach Rabbit's words meant. Ninas. Peach Rabbit did not directly answer his question, but let Ninas respond. Ninas was not only following her to learn swordsmanship, but also to gain experience on how to act as a Navy officer and deal with world government personnel. Akainu handed Ninas over to Peach Rabbit not just to cultivate her into a great swordsman, but also to prepare her for the future as an admiral. By dealing with the world government in advance, she wouldn't feel so anxious and urgent once she became an admiral. They would definitely create chaos to facilitate their escape. Therefore, we just need to keep an eye on the passengers on those ships and prevent them from seizing the opportunity to escape. Chapter 106. Sherlock Holmes in action based on our understanding of that lady. She would never do such a thing. With her pride, she would definitely leave in a grand manner, not sneak away. Ninas pouted, wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. What pride does she have? If it were really as you said, she wouldn't have gone to snatch items at the auction. Although those items were indeed bait meant to draw her out. Who would have thought that the young lady the CP members were looking for would become the world's second beauty, transforming into a dance girl aboard the flower ship? Being a dance girl, where's the pride in that? I still prefer to carry out missions with Major Vincent, pursuing flexible justice. What Vincent didn't expect was that he, who just wanted a stable job and to wait for retirement, would inexplicably become a Navy man pursuing flexible justice. remembering the darkness she witnessed in the kingdom of Iman, and how Vincent could impersonate a pirate for the sake of peace on the seas and to pursue his flexible justice. Her heart surged with passion. If Major Vincent were here, what would he do? Ninus imagined herself in Vincent's perspective and style of doing things. After a moment, she came up with an answer. Probably, Major Vincent would deliberately let those 7 people who ran away go, and then wait for them to get far away before eliminating them on the sea. Thinking of this, she pouted in dissatisfaction. She wanted to do the same, but unfortunately, this wasn't a place where she could make decisions. She didn't even have a mission. At this moment, her identity was merely a trainee beside Peach Rabbit. What made her even more dissatisfied was that she lacked the ability to fly, and her moonwalk could only be used for a short time. She couldn't fly around freely like Vincent. The ability of a Superman-type flying fruit, how enviable. I also want the ability to fly. With this thought, she couldn't help but mutter softly. Want the ability to fly? Sure, but her soft mumble was overheard by the approaching Peach Rabbit. She came to Ninus's side and whispered in her ear, the rabbit fruit, mythical Zoan Jade Rabbit 4, which was in the auction before, is a devil fruit that can fly. If you can find those robbers and take that devil fruit back, eat it. I'll take responsibility for any repercussions from the world government. After saying this, Peach Rabbit winked at Ninus and waved her hand to signal her to leave. She was creating an opportunity for Ninus to find the devil fruit on her own. Ninus looked at Peach Rabbit with shining eyes and then turned around excitedly to leave. Initially, she didn't care much about this runaway young lady matter, but now she was full of motivation. If I can eat the rabbit fruit, mythical Zoan, Jade Rabbit form, then I can be with Major Vincent. Dreaming of a bright future, Ninus didn't notice the slight regret in Peach Rabbit's gaze. After eating the devil fruit, can you still become an unmatched great swordsman? Peach Rabbit shook her head, feeling very disappointed with Ninus's choice. If I were you, even if I wanted to eat the devil fruit to supplement the deficiencies in a woman's physical strength, I would do it after becoming a great swordsman. You've completely been poisoned by that little brat Vincent. Remembering Ninus's admiration for Vincent in their interactions, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. But you'll be disappointed, Ninus. With that lady's cunning, after obtaining that devil fruit, she will definitely make her subordinates eat it immediately and then leave with her while we're busy chasing. Sorry for playing a little trick on you, but this is for your own good. Before you become a great swordsman, it's better not to become a devil fruit user. As for afterwards, given Akainu's regard for Ninus, as long as Ninus's military achievements are sufficient, he would probably exchange a devil fruit for her that could make up for her physical strength deficiencies. Vincent, to be able to develop such flying speed and agility. One incredible man. Remembering the time they dealt with the Golden Lion Shiki together, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Boom! Just then, a loud explosive sound echoed from the flower ship. The ship began to shake violently. What is going on? After stabilizing herself, Peach Rabbit looked at the CP members. I don't know. We haven't received any updates yet. Before she could finish, she pulled out a transponder snail from her black suit pocket. Captain, there's a big hole in the bottom of the ship, and the flower ship is taking on water. Can we hold it? We can't hold it. All the repair tools and materials have disappeared. Of course, those things would disappear. Otherwise, how could Vincent create chaos and give Venus and the others a chance to escape? After confirming that no one was around, he ensured that the flower ship would sink by putting all the repair materials and tools into a space pouch. Then he quickly left. The noise he made was not small, and many people were already heading towards the bottom of the ship, with the top-tier observation Haki. If Vincent didn't want to be disturbed, no one could touch him. So, he smoothly returned to his room. Then, under the guidance of a flustered young lady, he headed toward the deck of the flower ship. The flower ship is about to sink. For the safety of our guests, please evacuate immediately. We apologize for the inconvenience. Vincent couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Look, this is the benchmark for the service industry. Others should learn from it. When Vincent arrived on the deck of the flower ship, he saw a scene of chaos. Everyone at this moment didn't care whose ships were parked beside the flower ship. They only thought about getting on board quickly to save their lives before the flower ship sank. That's my wind rider. Get off, or I'll kill you all. I'll pay. Please let me on board. Who cares whose ship it is? Let us get on first. Although those who appeared to be guards of the flower ship were actually CP members trying to maintain order to ensure they could find their young lady. The chaos on site left them with no time to spare. With many boats departing, the previously manageable chaos was now spreading towards a riot. The actions of the CP members indeed maintained some order, but they also delayed many people's chances of boarding to escape. So, these damn guards want to kill us. Those who don't want to die, follow me. One of humanity's worst traits, blind conformity, especially in situations that could threaten their lives. Thus, a riot began. The once cold-faced CP members could still scare many people into not daring to act rashly. But under the threat of death, who cares about that? Moreover, there were so many people, and the ones who died wouldn't necessarily be themselves. They're killing. Those guards are killing. They just want us dead. To survive, charge. Chapter 107. The truth of the flower ship at sea. To state the facts, the guard were indeed slowing down the boarding process, and everyone felt the death threats from those guards. Naturally, while they maintained a facade of order, they were actually searching for their target, the CP members, which incited public outrage. Perhaps not many would take action against them, but they could no longer block others from boarding as they had before. As for whether they had killed anyone, who cares when it comes to their own safety? At this moment, they just wanted to break through the obstacles and board their own ship. Well, any other ship would do. When Sheng arrived at the deck of the flower ship, guided by a flustered young lady, he witnessed the beginning of this riot. Perhaps the CP members had already anticipated such a scene. Therefore, they no longer obstructed people, but focused on watching everyone boarding to see if they could find the young lady they were looking for. Moments later, the once crowded deck was left with only a few individuals yet to board, along with the staff and beautiful ladies aboard the flower ship. Even those CP members who had disguised themselves as flower ship guards had already found their targets and left on their boats. As they had thought, their young lady did not sneak away, but boldly boarded a ship under the protection of 6 guards. When Sheng reached the side of the flower ship and saw that his ship, the Flying Number, was still docked safely, he breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt an inexplicable surge of anger. So, the single-person boats have no rights, huh? So many ships have been snatched. Yet mine is just fine. Perhaps many people saw Sheng's Flying Number, but not everyone had the courage to sail alone on the sea. After all, those who dare to sail alone on the sea are either absolutely confident in their own strength, like Dracula Myhawk, or possess special devil fruit abilities, like Port Gastiace. Therefore, it was only natural that no one touched Sheng's Flying Number. Guest, you may leave first.